Chapter 1. In the year 1485 of the sea-round calendar, the new world of the great maritime routes on a verdant island adorned with azure seas and silvery sands, the tranquility of the land was abruptly shattered by the thunderous roar of cannon fire. In the nearby waters, a fleet of fishing vessels besieged a pirate ship that a man, robust as a lion and with hair and beard flowing wildly, wielded a harpoon, spilling blood amidst the chaos. None of the pirates stood a chance against this formidable figure, and soon only the pirate captain remained to resist. "Damn it! You've slain all my brothers, I will fight you to the end." With a swift thrust, the harpoon pierced through the captain's body, leaving him lifeless with eyes wide open in disbelief. "If you wish to die, go ahead, I have yet to live enough," the man retorted, casually discarding the captain's body before directing his companions to collect the corpses and seize the spoils of victory. At that moment, a voice called out from the shore, "Rick, why are you still here? Hurry home. Susanna is about to give birth." "Really? Ha ha ha. That's wonderful. I'm going to be a father." The man, as powerful as a lion, rejoiced like a child weighing over a ton, and in a few leaps, he vanished from the coast. Traversing a winding path, he soon arrived at a clearing where a village enveloped by jungle came into view. The village consisted of wooden houses, all similarly styled. Arranged in concentric circles, to the heart of the village stood a plaza, dominated by a statue of a female hunter draped in animal skins and wielding a spear. At every doorstep, dried fish and various seaweeds were laid out to sunbathe, while the villagers, characterized by their golden hair and eyes, went about their daily lives. Suddenly, the ground trembled with heavy footsteps approaching, and Rick dashed through the village, leaving behind a trail of joyful laughter. Within one of the houses, two young women were bustling about with steaming water when a heart-wrenching scream pierced the air, causing them to momentarily panic. "Quickly, bring the hot water. Susanna, follow my instructions and push the child is coming." The elderly midwife, guiding the laboring mother, spoke with a soothing authority, and as her words settled, calmness enveloped the room. "Grandma, I can feel him moving. What a mischievous little fellow, whoa. It hurts." The little one, referred to as mischievous, was gradually awakening to the world outside. The soon-to-be father felt an unusual warmth in his bed. "Huh, is it not yet dawn? What time is it?" In his hazy state, he reached for his phone. "He's coming. Oh no, the baby's hand is coming out first. Susanna, hold on." The position seemed a bit askew, prompting the midwife to quickly push the tiny hand back inside. To her surprise, the little hand was restless, pushing back out almost immediately, as if exploring its surroundings. Time was of the essence. If the baby did not emerge soon, danger loomed. The midwife urged Susanna, "Now, push with all your strength." With a slippery motion, a curled-up infant slid into the world, and the midwife finally breathed a sigh of relief, her anxious heart now at ease. "Where's my child? Let me see him quickly." In his infancy, a cleansed male babe was cradled in the arms of Susanna. The cherubic little one, with his delicate rosy complexion, radiated charm. Susanna chuckled softly, her fingers caressing her son's tender cheek. "How itchy. Mom, let me sleep a little longer, it's not dawn yet," the infant lamented, finally relenting to open his eyes, though it felt as if a veil obscured his vision. After a moment of adjustment, he began to discern the surroundings. Gazing past two majestic peaks, he beheld a lovely woman's visage. Her skin was sun-kissed, and strands of hair clung to her forehead, imparting a hint of weariness. Her amber eyes were fixed upon him, exuding a warmth that could almost draw tears. The first thought that struck the young man's mind was, "Good heavens, what a beauty!" His instinct was to inquire, yet all that emerged from his lips were incoherent babbles. Suddenly flustered, he attempted to rise, his arms flailing about. After a few moments of this frantic movement, he froze. Were those chubby little hands his own? Staring at the plump hands that seemed to have sunk into the flesh, he abruptly grasped the gravity of his situation. Had he truly been reborn? As he wallowed in self-doubt, a resonant voice echoed from outside. "Susanna, where is our son? Let me see him." The force of that voice seemed to rattle the very walls of the room, and just as Rick stepped through the doorway, he was met with a wooden basin that struck him on the head. "Keep it down. If you scare the baby, I swear I'll make you pay, sure. Hurry, let me see him." Just as the infant was reveling in his mother's soft embrace, he was suddenly lifted by a pair of rough, large hands. Before him appeared a man with a wild demeanor. Though the stranger's eyes sparkled with joy, the aura he radiated left the infant paralyzed, akin to a small animal ensnared by a top predator. Surely, this man could not be entirely human. Rick, puzzled by the baby's silence, seemed to recall something, and a look of realization crossed his face. Turning the infant over, he gave him a firm slap on the backside. Come on now, say Daddy. In that instant, the human mind finally flickered back to consciousness. What on earth was he thinking at such a moment? The infant felt as if he might burst from the absurdity of all. The sharp sting on his bottom brought a blend of humiliation and a tinge of excitement, but ultimately, reason prevailed. Wow, what are you doing, you fool? How can a baby talk? All right, I got so carried away with joy that I forgot. Susanna shot Rick an exasperated glance before softly suggesting, let's name our son I've already thought of a name. Our offspring shall be as majestic as a lion. Let's call him Leo. His full name will be Brandon Leo. Thus, the young man, transported to a strange new world, finally acquired his name. After 2 months of growth, Leo finally emerged from the monotonous cycle of eating and sleeping, leading him to contemplate his current predicament. As a longtime enthusiast of anime and online novels, he readily embraced the concept of transmigration rather than mere acceptance. It was an exhilarating thrill for him to become part of such a unique phenomenon. Thus, Leo began to consciously gather intelligence, and he completed this endeavor not long ago while indulging in a meal. He recalled that day when his mother suddenly complained to his father about the increasing frequency of pirate attacks, lamenting that life was already arduous enough without having to contend with such disturbances. She expressed her confusion over why that scoundrel Newgate chose the pirate life rather than safeguarding their homeland. The newspaper had reported that their pirate crew had been defeated by the Navy, with even the captain falling in battle. In just those few sentences, the backdrop of the current world was elucidated with clarity. Newgate, homeland, pirate crew, disbanded. With this information, if Leo could not deduce the world he had traversed into, he would not be worthy of the title otaku. Upon realizing he had crossed into the world of One Piece, a fervent spark ignited within him, and a mischievous grin spread across his cherubic fascia, the quintessential hallmark of a transmigrant. Ding. Nothing had occurred. That chime was merely a figment of Leo's imagination. In no matter, perhaps I had approached it incorrectly. Leo closed his eyes again, focusing intently. Kamisama, old man, Siri, Genshin Impact, activate. The fervor within him appeared to be waning, as if it might extinguish at any moment. This was quite disheartening. Leo felt he was about to bring shame upon the community of transmigrants. He now found himself in the rare category of a Threno transmigrant without a system, abilities, or background, a truly born type. This type is exceedingly rare among transmigrants, so rare that upon discovering one, they must be protected, for without such protection, they would indeed lead a short life. As this realization washed over him, tears welled in Leo's eyes. Wawawado dear, the little one is quite the glutton, having just finished his milk. He's hungry again. Time passed swiftly, seasons changed, and before he knew it, Leo had been in the world of One Piece for over a year. During this time, Leo fully adapted to his new environment. It must be said that even as an infant, survival in the world of One Piece was exhilarating. From a moment he turned 3 months old, his mother, Susanna, placed him in a small backpack, taking him everywhere she went. His mother, Susanna, was the strongest huntress in the village, her daily work consisting of leading a hunting party into the forest to track down ferocious beasts. The party was composed entirely of women, each robust and bursting with vitality, and Leo grew up surrounded by these lionesses. When he first observed a hunt, Leo nearly wet himself, as the beasts in the world of One Piece towered at heights of over 10 meters, and facing such colossal creatures, Leo felt no inclination to resist, until Susanna demonstrated what it meant to be a brave little one before him. Leo no longer feared those hulking figures. Upon closer observation, he discovered that the members of the hunting team had mastered the powers of observation and armament hockey, which explained their effortless handling of ferocious beasts. Today was yet another ordinary day. Leo nestled in his small basket, resting his chin on Susanna's shoulder, reveling in the exhilaration of their swift movement. Along the way, they encountered numerous prey, all dispatched effortlessly by Susanna. Although he had witnessed such feats countless times, Leo remained thrilled, dancing with excitement. Mommy, eh? The other team members, charmed by Leo's adorableness, teased Susanna. It seems little Leo is quite fond of your fighting style. Just look at how happy he is. However, Susanna merely pursed her lips in feigned disdain. After all, she was carrying Leo on her back, and the little rascal was anything but still, causing her considerable discomfort. After numerous unsuccessful attempts to reprimand him, Susanna finally lost her temper. She swiftly tucked Leo under her arm, employing her other hand to engage in battle. Transitioning from her back to the front, Leo found even greater joy in witnessing his mother fight from this vantage point, far more comfortable than clinging to her shoulder. However, his elation was short-lived as tragedy soon struck. After successfully hunting a colossal crocodile, the group erupted in jubilant celebration. In her exuberance, Susanna seemed to forget what she was still holding. As her arm swung, Leo's face collided with a tree trunk, leaving him seeing stars and causing a recently emerged baby tooth to abandon him. The instigator appeared oblivious to her blunder, even leading the charge in mocking Leo's missing tooth. Indignant, Leo retreated into his small basket. While he sulked, his attention was suddenly captured by a fruit. Amidst a cluster of red wild berries, a blue-skinned fruit stood out, adorned with a spiral pattern. Unlike anything Leo had encountered before, this fruit seemed to pulsate, its blue skin flickering with an ethereal glow. This a devil fruit. After a brief moment of astonishment, Leo was engulfed in euphoria. Today, please refer to me as the Emperor of Luck. Though uncertain of the fruit's abilities, Leo acknowledged the gamble in consuming it. Yet, its striking appearance compelled him to take a bold bite without hesitation. An indescribably complex flavor flooded his mouth, reminiscent of expired yogurt tart with a hint of salt, its sticky texture leaving a slightly bitter aftertaste. It truly lived up to its reputation. Leo's complexion oscillated between shades of blue and green. After finally forcing down the fruit's flesh, he wore an expression akin to one who had been thoroughly played with. After a day filled with activity, Susanna tended to her weapons while chatting with Rick about the day's amusing incidents. Meanwhile, Leo had returned to normalcy and was now in his little bed, contemplating his newfound abilities. Firstly, Leo dismissed the notion that consuming a devil fruit would result in an immediate influx of detailed information regarding its powers into his mind. Upon consuming the devil fruit, aside from the unpleasant taste that rendered him somewhat dazed, there was no other sensation to be felt. Thus, the abilities bestowed by the fruit could only be discovered through personal exploration, a process that necessitated a diligent attunement to his own transformations. After toiling for an extended period, Leo rubbed his skin until it bore patches of red and purple. Yet to no avail. Bewildered, he pondered whether his status as a mere cub hindered the manifestation of the fruit's powers, or if he had inadvertently consumed a variant akin to Chopper, specifically the zoan-type human-human fruit, otaku form, which would indeed be rather disheartening. Unwilling to concede defeat, Leo persisted in his research. Days passed in this manner until he could no longer bear the concerned glances of his mother, compelling him to halt his endeavors. Ultimately, it appeared that his efforts were in vain. Perhaps the fruit he had ingested merely resembled a devil fruit in appearance. With his aspirations of becoming a power wielder dashed, Leo began to reconsider his future. Sphinx Island proved to be a commendable novice village, situated in a remote area with a robust and spirited populace. At the very least, both of his parents possessed formidable strength, and Leo had witnessed them effortlessly dispatching marauding pirates on numerous occasions. Thus, Leo's plan was to accompany them in their training from a young age. He aimed to master the techniques of armament hockey and observation hockey, after which he would lead his kin to thrive across the seas. As a transmigrator, Leo understood the significance of adaptability, and he resolved to demonstrate through his actions that those who flow with the current of life would find happiness. Consequently, Leo showcased an extraordinary appetite from an early age, dedicating his days to two pursuits: incessantly eating and sleeping. He believed that this would grant him an edge at the starting line. However, by the time he turned 3, he realized that his plans might soon be thwarted. This was due to Susanna's refusal to teach him the Sphinx battle dance. In her words, hunting was a woman's domain, and men should remain uninvolved. Not only did Susanna deny Leo the opportunity to learn martial arts, but she also insisted on entrusting him to Mr. Allen for instruction. Mr. Allen was a learned individual and an outsider, having washed ashore on Sphinx Island along with his son, Crusson, after a maritime disaster. Shortly after their arrival, the villagers were captivated by Allen's vast knowledge, as he introduced innovative fishing techniques and medical practices, significantly enhancing their way of life. Observing that a man like Allen was single-handedly caring for a child, Susanna took on the responsibility of looking after Crusson, and thus, the two families forged a strong friendship. Thus, by the age of 3, Leo began to learn alongside Crusson, who was a year his senior, under Allen's tutelage. Initially, Allen intended to impart only fundamental knowledge to the two children, but to his surprise, both his son and the mischievous Leo proved to be prodigies. Crusson possessed an exceptional memory, nearly photographic in nature, while Leo, as a transmigrator, boasted formidable mental acuity, granting him remarkable memory and analytical capabilities. Consequently, after just 3 days of instruction, Allen decided to move beyond basic teachings, diversifying the curriculum to encompass a wide array of subjects. Allen showcased his extensive erudition, covering history, curiosities, social skills, shipbuilding, navigation, and first aid. There was scarcely a topic he could not master. Thus, Leo spent another 2 years in a tranquil academic life. The year had now reached 1490 in the era of the SE. T merely 5 years of age. Leo had astonishingly entered a phase of disdain and neglect, displaying an audacious demeanor that could have led to frequent reprimands had it not been for his charming appearance. Leo, you rascal, halt right there. Today, I shall surely teach you a lesson. Huh? Lena, how could you fall for such a simple trap? You little fool. In the village, there were many children of Leo's age, yet he took particular delight in teasing a little girl named Lena, for she was a disciple of his mother, destined to become the next generation of the Sphinx huntresses. The two often crossed paths, and when they first met, Lena was a shy little girl. However, she has since transformed into a spirited little leopard. With the passage of time, Lena has exerted a certain dominance over Leo, and after several unsuccessful attempts to capture him, today she finally succeeded. Humph, at last. I've caught you. Just wait and see how I shall deal with you. Lena perched atop Leo, her tiny fists waving defiantly before his eyes. Yet Leo was not one to yield easily. After struggling for a while without success, he reached out to tickle Lena's armpit. You scoundrel, don't try that with me. This time, I will not let you go. Just then, Leo received a punch that left one of his eyes bruised. Just as Lena was reveling in her victory, Susanna's voice echoed from a distance. Lena, where have you gone? The afternoon class is about to begin. Leo yearned to cry for help, yet Lena swiftly covered his mouth. However, Susanna had already noticed the two children engaged in a playful scuffle and, upon closer inspection, discovered that it was her own son who was receiving the brunt of the teasing. Huh, how embarrassing. Lena, hurry up, we're going to be late for class. She exclaimed lightly, a smile gracing her lips as she turned and departed. From that day forth, the little lion could no longer hold his head high in the presence of the little leopard. As the sun rose as it always did this morning, a pirate ship adorned with a black flag appeared on the horizon. A pineapple-haired boy at the ship's edge, peering through a telescope, inquired of his father, Is that Sphinx Island ahead? It appears to be a rather tranquil little isle. Gulalalala. Before their arrival, a hearty laughter echoed. A giant with a beard resembling a crescent moon emerged from the captain's quarters, draped in a captain's cloak. Indeed, that is my homeland. Children, prepare the supplies. We are to disembark. With a commanding voice, Whitebeard set his crew into motion. As the pirate ship drew nearer to shore, Whitebeard soon spotted a massive figure waving at him from the beach. A smile crept upon his lips as he sprang from the ship, landing firmly before Rick. There was a brief moment of silence. Then both giants erupted into laughter. Gulalalala. You scoundrel, you remembered to come back. Scoundrel, I have returned in glory. After their initial greetings, the two exchanged a fist bump and then locked their forearms, adopting a pose reminiscent of a playful arm wrestling match in midair. This was their unique way of greeting, a ritual they hadn't performed in 30 years, yet they remembered it vividly. Scoundrel, Newgate, welcome home. Scoundrel, Rick, I have made a name for myself across the seas. As they spoke, another figure suddenly leaped from behind Rick. Susanna swung an axe toward Whitebeard. Yet he remained unfazed. Drawing his trusty blade, Song Yun Chia, with a hearty laugh, meeting her axe with swift precision. As the axe and the naginata clashed, flickers of black lightning danced in the air. After a moment of stalemate, it was Susanna who yielded first. She executed a backward somersault to dissipate the force and landed gracefully on Rick's shoulder. Whitebeard, simultaneously sheathing his sword, greeted her with jovial laughter. Gulalalala. Susanna. It has been too long. You are as spirited as ever. As night descended, the small island seemed draped in a veil of darkness, with flickering bonfires dotting the coastline, and the distant melodies of pirates echoed through the air. The Whitebeard pirates decided to linger on Sphinx Island for the night. The crew gathered around the bonfire, occasionally singing in unison, drinking heartily, each individual reveling in the unrestrained expression of their emotions. Meanwhile, not far off, a solitary fire pit was encircled by just 3 individuals. Rick raised his glass and heartily drained a large cup of wine. Newgate, it has been over 30 years since your first voyage. If you have grown weary of the pirate life, consider returning to Sphinx Island. Whitebeard, with a sense of pride, stroked his beard and declared, My journey is far from over. Without my watchful eye, those reckless youngsters would struggle to survive upon the sea. Susanna, somewhat perplexed, inquired, With your abilities, they could thrive in other endeavors as well. Why must they choose the path of piracy? If you cherish your sons, why not seek a woman and establish a family? Newgate gazed tenderly at his sons, stating, My greatest desire is to sail the seas with them, witnessing their growth day by day under my protection. As the three reminisced, Mr. Allen approached, cradling Leo in his arms. He stopped at the threshold of light and shadow, seemingly intent on cloaking himself in darkness. Gently placing Leo in the illuminated area, he turned and departed. Leo cast a perplexed glance at Allen's retreating figure, noticing no peculiarities, before he turned and sprinted towards his parents. His mind was consumed with thoughts of meeting the younger version of Whitebeard. How many enthusiasts could resist the allure of observing a life-sized figurine up close? Whitebeard regarded Leo with a look of surprise, then erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Is this your son?" The words nearly caused Leo's heart to leap from his throat in exhilaration. How wonderful! He noticed me. Should I say something now? At that moment, Leo's body became somewhat rigid from overwhelming tension. Suddenly, he saw Whitebeard extend his right hand, uttering that famous phrase, "Be my grandson." What? Did you misstate your words? Leo was utterly petrified, tears welling in his eyes as he gazed at Whitebeard. How could it be that I inexplicably found myself relegated to a lower generation? Grant me a chance to reorganize my thoughts, or I shall cease my admiration. Newgate, have you had one too many? How dare you take advantage of me by having Leo call you grandfather? What should Rick and I address you as? Susanna furiously pointed at Whitebeard, berating him. Initially, Whitebeard was oblivious to his blunder, primarily because Leo appeared so diminutive that it instinctively seemed inappropriate for him to consider being a father. It was only when Susanna began to shout that he realized his mistake, sheepishly apologizing to her, even disregarding the large bump she created on his forehead with her wine glass. Subsequent conversations revolved around Leo, and after the initial tension of their meeting, he gradually acclimated, charming Whitebeard with his playful antics and endearing demeanor, garnering considerable affection. The following morning, after leaving the flag on Sphinx Island, Whitebeard departed, which was his principal purpose for returning. In the ensuing days, Leo continued to learn from Allen, occasionally teasing Lena, only to receive a beating in return. As time swiftly passed amidst these mundane yet cherished moments, it wasn't until one day when a ship bearing the flag of the world government arrived at Sphinx Island that the tranquility of the island was shattered. 3 individuals clad in white suits and masks disembarked, emanating a chilling aura that commanded distance. The villagers, who were busy organizing fishing nets on the beach, dropped their tasks in fright and hastily retreated into the jungle. The trio in white suits paid no heed to the villagers, merely orienting themselves before making their way towards the lighthouse on the opposite side of the island. Rio had completed his studies for the day and was merrily hopping along the path back to the village when 3 figures clad in white suddenly approached. Upon discerning their attire, a singular thought raced through Rio's mind. Why would agents of CP0 be present in this locale? As he brushed past them, he felt as though he had attracted the gaze of a venomous serpent. And it was only when they vanished at the end of the road that he dared to loosen his stiffened form. He needed to hasten to inform his parents. Although he was uncertain of CP0's intentions in Sphinx, their trajectory suggested they were headed to seek out Mr. Allen. Meanwhile, one of the CP0 members abruptly spoke, questioning why the captain had not permitted him to eliminate the boy. "The mission is paramount," came the succinct reply from the leader. Shortly thereafter, the trio of agents arrived at the lighthouse. Allen, who was still tidying up the classroom, was similarly rendered speechless upon spotting the white suits. He seemed to possess a foreboding awareness of his fate, showing no inclination to flee. Dr. Rosen, as the exclusive physician to the celestial dragons, "Your escape has caused us considerable inconvenience. You will be taken back to the Holy Land for judgment. Do not attempt to resist, or your fate will be most painful. I am merely a doctor, not a slave to the celestial dragons. Why will you not spare me? Your knowledge of the God Valley incident precludes your release. However, considering we were once colleagues, if you comply, we shall refrain from employing force." After a brief silence, the man known as Dr. Rosen, under the alias of Allen, softly acquiesced, "Very well, I will depart with you." "Captain, wait a moment. To prevent any leakage of information, I propose we eliminate everyone on this island." The suggestion from CP0 stirred Dr. Rosen, who had resigned himself to his fate. "Please do not harm the people here. I have been using a false name. No one knows my origins, and I dare not disclose secrets like the others." The CP0 captain pondered for a moment before gesturing for Dr. Rosen to follow, with the 3 agents encircling him as they proceeded toward the shore. Their journey was remarkably smooth, and they soon reached the water's edge. Just as Dr. Rosen was about to board the ship, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Several fishing boats suddenly surrounded the warship. "Rick, standing on the nearest vessel, glared furiously at the three CP0 agents. "Release him. No one is permitted to take our companion from Sphinx." The CP0 leader pointed to the flag on the boat and declared, "The world government is apprehending a fugitive. Stand aside and do not impede our duties." The people of Sphinx had no recognition of this so-called world government. With that, Rick leaped directly from the ship onto the beach, brandishing a steel fork, prepared to launch his assault. CP0 displayed a mocking expression as he employed the six-style shave, instantly appearing beside Rick, and followed up with a thrust aimed at Rick's ribs. However, Rick was disinterested in prolonging the conflict. He swiftly reinforced his arm with armament hockey and, with a powerful elbow strike, repelled CP0, maintaining his momentum as he continued to sprint towards Alan. Yet, CP0 was not deterred. After being pushed back, he forcefully stomped the air to stabilize himself and unleashed a reinforced technique from the six styles, the Gale Foot, Swallow, unleashing a flurry of precise, small slashing attacks that approached Rick from unpredictable angles, resembling the trajectory of a returning swallow. Although Rick's hockey is formidable, it is not sufficient to envelop his entire body. Faced with relentless assaults, he can only endure, and ultimately, his prolonged defense results in injury. At this moment, his comrades from the fishing team rushed to his aid. The two CP0 agents, who had been guarding Dr. Rosen, can no longer remain passive upon witnessing the increasing number of enemies. With swift movements reminiscent of wolves among sheep, they unleashed the six styles, incapacitating several fishermen in mere moments. As the silver sands are stained crimson with the blood of his companions, Rick glares with furious, bloodshot eyes, his entire being radiating rage. "You lackeys of the world government, you court death," he bellows, vanishing from sight only to reappear behind one of the CP0 agents. His enormous hand, akin to a vice, grasps the agent's head and forcefully drives him into the ground. Instantly, the ground trembles beneath their feet. "Now it is your turn." Rick snarls, charging toward the remaining two. The leader of CP0 signals his subordinates to keep watch over Dr. Rosen, shedding his cloak. What a beast. Fortunately, I excel at taming beasts. I hope you allow me to relish this a bit longer. The CP0 leader, unleashing his full power, showcases his terrifying strength. Each strike is a reinforced version of the six styles, as he unleashes finger pistol, Gale Foot, and Hawk's Eye upon Rick, soon transforming the robust man into a bloody mess. "Please, cease this. Do not harm the innocent any further," Dr. Rosen roars, his eyes filled with rage towards the CP0 agents, only to be struck down by a guard's punch. Their resistance has proven futile from the very beginning. Not long after, Susanna arrives at the beach with the hunting team. A sweeping glance reveals that all their comrades lie in pools of blood, with only Rick, drenched in gore, still standing, albeit devoid of consciousness. The government's warships rise and fall with the waves, the island's outline fading from view. The CP0 leader, having just completed his report, leisurely sips his coffee. "Commander, won't allowing the islanders to go free pose a future threat? After all, Rosen's words are not to be trusted. Humph. There is no need for us to engage with Whitebeard. Let us disseminate the coordinates of that small island, claiming it conceals Captain John Ash's treasure. I believe the scum of the sea will gladly do our dirty work for us." A day after the tragedy, the atmosphere within the village remains profoundly oppressive. Within the confines of Leo's abode, the air was suffused with the fragrant aroma of herbs. Although Rick was ensconced in bandages, he appeared remarkably spirited. In her quest to restore her husband's vitality, Susanna had meticulously procured an abundance of meat. At that moment, Rick was engaged in a valiant struggle with the sumptuous feast before him. "Do take your time. We wouldn't want you to choke," he remarked. "Hee, Susanna. Your culinary skills remain unparalleled. After indulging in your roasted delicacies, I feel invigorated with newfound strength." Rick sought to soothe his family's hearts in this manner, fully aware that the era allowed little time for ordinary souls to lick their wounds. He knew he must quickly restore his health to face the impending challenges. Thus, 10 days passed, and as everyone feared, the injuries of the fishing team members had yet to heal when they were beset by a pirate raid. After vanquishing the last pirate, Susanna leaned on her weapon, surveying the desolation around her. The once beautiful beach lay in ruins, littered with the lifeless bodies of villagers and pirates alike. Those still standing could scarcely tend to their wounds. Their immediate task was to clear the battlefield, separating the remains of comrades from those of their assailants. The fallen comrades were to be returned to the village for burial, while the pirates' bodies would be cast into the sea, a small gesture to benefit the fishing grounds surrounding the island. Taking a deep breath, Susanna expressed her indignation. Have these pirates lost their minds? How many times have they attacked recently? When did Sphinx become such an alluring target? Nearby, a warrior from the hunting party offered consolation. Captain, I interrogated a pirate, and it seems they are in search of treasure. Treasure? We have grown up here. And this is the first I've heard of any treasure. If I discover who has been spreading such nonsense, I shall ensure they regret ever being born into this world. After venting her frustration, Susanna resumed directing the post-battle efforts, recognizing that the female hunters, as the main force in the conflict, needed to recuperate swiftly. Susanna had already relayed the situation at Sphinx to the Whitebeard pirates. If they could hold out for 5 days until Newgate's return, safety would be assured. As night fell, the female hunters took refuge behind the rocks. Resting as the branches crackled in the fire's embrace, the flickering flames casting a faint glow in the darkness, as if they might extinguish at any moment. Leo also wished to alleviate his mother's burdens, so he quietly approached Susanna. Mother, perhaps we can keep the pirates at bay on the sea. His words momentarily stunned Susanna. But soon a look of relief graced her features. Fighting is a matter for adults. Children should not meddle. Mother, I believe it unnecessary to engage the pirates in a desperate battle on the beach. We ought to extend our line of defense a little further. Observing her son behave with the poise of a miniature adult, Susanna's spirits lifted slightly, prompting her to encourage Leo with a smile, urging him to continue. We can feign weakness at first, making a slight stand on the beach before retreating into the jungle. As the pirates traverse the forest, their ranks will surely become dispersed, allowing our hunting party to take them down one by one. But what if the pirates do not scatter? Even better, we can ignite the forest, incinerating the pirates within its depths. Susanna's gaze turned somewhat perilous as she regarded Leo. You are not suggesting we play with fire in the woods again, are you? Leo's brow furrowed in frustration. How could this matter not be resolved? He was merely 3 years old at the time, an innocent child unaware of the complexities surrounding him. Urgently, Leo clarified, Mother, I am not jesting. The jungle is the domain of the female hunters. By luring the pirates into the jungle, whether through assassination or arson, we can make the battle considerably easier. As long as they are alive, what does it matter if we set the jungle ablaze? Susanna suddenly sighed. They had already contemplated Leo's strategy. Retreating into the jungle was indeed the last resort. For once the jungle was consumed by flames, the Sphinx would have no further escape routes. In the ensuing days, the battle grew increasingly arduous. The inhabitants of Sphinx united, repelling the pirates' relentless assaults with their very lives. Managing to stretch their endurance to the 5th day, gazing at the rising sun, Susanna felt her eyes moisten. However, upon surveying the dwindling number of her companions, her gaze sharpened with resolve. If they could endure just one more day, they would be safe. Unbeknownst to them, perhaps the pirates had received word of the Whitebeard pirates' impending support, for on the final day, multiple pirate crews descended upon Sphinx Island. Even a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million joined the fray, likely believing this was their last chance to seize John's treasure. Ha ha ha. Kill everyone on this island, lads. John's treasure belongs to the water buffalo pirates. After successfully repelling several waves of smaller pirate crews, Sphinx finally faced a formidable challenge, the infamous water buffalo pirates. Their captain, George, was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 91 million. His crew, imbued with formidable combat prowess, quickly overwhelmed Sphinx's militia. After leaving dozens of corpses in their wake, only a handful managed to flee into the jungle. George's crew consisted of brawny men clad in horned iron helmets, their expressions fierce. With a cruel smile, George declared, What nonsense about Whitebeard. As if merely following rocks for a few years makes one significant. Today, I, Buffalo George, shall personally obliterate his territory. Boys, the treasure lies deep within the jungle. Slay everyone, and then we shall seek our fortune. With a resounding roar that echoed like a pack of wild beasts, the muscular men charged forth, swiftly penetrating the jungle, where they finally encountered fierce resistance. Under the guidance of Susanna, the Sphinx huntresses emerged like phantoms from the jungle, leveraging their extensive hunting experience and intimate knowledge of the terrain to catch the pirates off guard. However, as the battle progressed, the water buffalo pirate crew devised effective countermeasures, felling trees along their path to constrict the huntresses' movement, ultimately forcing them into a direct confrontation. Gazing at the nearby village, Susanna understood the urgency of halting their adversaries at this juncture. Clenching her weapon, she led the few remaining huntresses with a fierce battle cry toward the pirates. The conflict escalated to a fever pitch. Although the huntresses possessed formidable individual strength, their scant numbers soon led to many being encircled and slain. Just as Susanna prepared to fight to the bitter end, A mighty roar resonated from the depths of the jungle. It was Rick and the men from the fishing crew coming to their aid, charging forth like a human beast. Rick carved a bloody path through the pirates, ultimately rescuing Susanna and two other huntresses. "Susanna, you must return to the village and evacuate the elders and children," he urged. Without indulging in any melodrama, Susanna simply replied, "Hold on, I will return," before turning and sprinting toward the village. At that moment, the village appeared abandoned, unbeknownst to her. Rick had already arranged for the elders and children to await at the far side of the village before setting out. When Susanna reached the crowd, she found them divided into two groups. To mislead the pirates, the elders had decided to act as decoys, leading the children to the opposite side of the small island. Where steep cliffs rendered pirate landings impossible, Susanna noted the rocky outcrops below, where a dozen small boats had been covertly hidden. After ensuring the children were safely aboard, she looked intently at her son and said, "Leo, take this record pointer, and after half a day at sea, return. I have faith that you can accomplish this." Before Leo could utter a word, Susanna interrupted him, gently ruffling his hair as she said, "Do not worry about us. Mother will surely drive the pirates away. You have always longed to venture out to sea, so consider this an opportunity for a little adventure." Without waiting for Leo's response, Susanna pushed the small boat into the water. As she watched the fishing vessel being carried away by the waves, a flicker of reluctance crossed her eyes, soon replaced by determination. Just as Susanna was about to return to the battlefield, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A pirate ship suddenly emerged from the other side of the cliff, currently in pursuit of the small boat carrying the children. Boom! The cannons on the pirate ship roared to life, cannonballs landing perilously close to the small vessel, nearly capsizing it amidst the tumultuous waves. The distant cries of children reached Susanna's ears, tightening her heart once more. Damn it! How could there still be pirates here? Without further contemplation, she seized a vine and began her ascent up the cliff. The pirates appearing on the island's cliffside belonged to another crew, grinning wickedly as they aimed their cannons at the small boat. "Oh, how delightful! There are a few children on that ship. Should we capture them and make them our slaves?" they jeered. "A mere handful of children isn't worth much. Let's have some fun instead." Thus, the pirates continued to bombard the small boat, deliberately firing wide to terrify the children on board, relishing their screams with boisterous laughter. Perhaps growing weary of this amusement, one pirate targeted a young girl on the boat, tossing a lasso in her direction. "Watch out." Leo, having noted the pirate's intentions, suddenly pushed the girl aside, only to find himself ensnared in her place. The rope tightened instantly, hoisting Leo into the air before he crashed heavily onto the deck. The impact left him dazed, and before he could recover, a boot collided with his stomach. "Curse it! You've ruined my fun." A pirate spat as he approached, reaching for Leo's hair. Suddenly, the pirate felt a shadow descend upon him, and his head was forcefully driven into the deck by a swift kick. "You scoundrels, perish!" Susanna cried, her eyes instantly reddening at the sight of her son curled up on the deck. She positioned herself protectively in front of Leo, her gaze fixed fiercely upon the group of pirates before her. At that moment, a pirate dressed as a samurai stepped forward from the crowd. "You possess some skill. Care to join us? The one you just dispatched was a cadre. You could take his place." Susanna drew a dagger from her waist, her intent unmistakable. The samurai shook his head. "Regrettably, you have made the wrong choice. I shall have to eliminate you instead." With that, he unsheathed his sword. After several exchanges, it became evident that the weary Susanna was no match for the samurai, sustaining several wounds in the process. She realized that she might die here today. But even in death, she would fight to carve a path to safety for her son. Consequently, Susanna altered her strategy, focusing on defense as she retreated towards Leo, determined to shield him. Even in peril, the Sphinx huntress remained resolute, and after a fierce clash with the samurai, she finally found a glimmer of hope. Utilizing the recoil from the dagger, Susanna swiftly retreated towards the ship's railing, then seized her son and hurled him overboard. Her actions darkened the warrior's expression, for even in such dire circumstances, she dared to attempt to rescue. The warrior's blade glinted ominously as it descended upon Susanna's shoulder with astonishing speed. However, Susanna appeared unfazed, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Enraged, the warrior sought to withdraw his sword for another strike, only to discover that Susanna had managed to ensnare the blade with her shoulder blade. As Leo plummeted through the air, his eyes widened, capturing in his memory the tender smile of his mother growing distant. In what felt like an eternity, time seemed to stand still for Leo. It was not until the frigid seawater flooded his mouth that reality came crashing back. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Leo felt an overwhelming chill enveloping his entire being, rendering his breaths laborious and arduous. In that moment, a singular thought consumed his mind. I do not wish to perish. Leo finally ceased his struggle, exhaling his last breath as his body gradually sank into the depths of the sea. In the moment before his consciousness was entirely engulfed in darkness, he seemed to hear the sound of joyous laughter beside him. My beloved host, let me fulfill your wishes. A seagull swooped gracefully through the sky, its silhouette mirrored on the pristine surface of the water. A small boy lay unexpectedly upon the sea, his golden hair glistening in the sunlight. As if stirred by the brilliance, the boy's eyelids fluttered momentarily, and he instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes. Slowly, he opened them, revealing what were once golden irises now transformed into a profound shade of blue, reminiscent of endless waves surging beneath the surface. Leo's gaze fixated intently on the back of his hand, and it took a considerable moment for his consciousness to return to reality. In that fleeting instant, 2 lines of clear tears traced down the corners of his eyes. Mother. Leo lay motionless upon the surface of the sea, his hand shielding his eyes as he transitioned from quiet sobs to inconsolable weeping. In his mind, only the gentle visage of his mother remained. Why? How could the invincible mother fall in battle? What am I to do? Overwhelmed by the sudden upheaval, Leo's emotions teetered on the brink of collapse. The indelible impression of Susanna's strength had long been etched in his heart, and he had steadfastly believed he would thrive under the protection of his parents. Throughout his journey, Leo had considered Sphinx Island as a novice village, with his parents serving as his guardians. It was only today that he comprehended the magnitude of his error. This was not a fabricated realm, nor were there transcendent beings capable of bending reality at will from a young age. Having never before held this world in reverence, Leo finally faced the harsh truth. He recalled his mother's words, "In this world, ordinary individuals lack the luxury of time to heal their wounds." With this thought, he abruptly sat up, only to realize he had been lying on the sea's surface all along. This phenomenon seemed unrelated to buoyancy. Rather, Leo felt as if the vast ocean was intrinsically a part of him. He then began to focus his mind, raising one hand. As he lifted it, a swell emerged upon the water's surface, transforming into a small wave, approximately 5 meters high, standing silently before him. Leo could not help but ponder, is this truly the extent of my devil fruit abilities? I have finally become a wielder of power. A bitter smile crept across his face as he suddenly unleashed a powerful punch upon the surface of the sea. Damn it, why did I not awaken sooner? Had I harnessed this strength earlier, perhaps my mother would have. Leo suddenly fell silent, pondering the multitude of what-ifs that life often presents. Concealing his sorrow deep within, he resolutely rose to his feet, glancing at the compass to ascertain the correct direction before wading through the waves towards Sphinx Island. As he journeyed, Leo inadvertently brushed against the dagger at his waist, a gift from Susanna before she cast him from the pirate ship. Caressing the chilled metal of his mother's dagger, Leo silently vowed to rescue Sphinx and avenge his mother. The currents propelled him swiftly, and within an hour, he returned to Sphinx Island. Along the way, he encountered several long-lost companions, who regarded him as their beacon of hope upon witnessing his newfound, peculiar powers. You all stay hidden here. I shall return to the village to assess the situation. Do not emerge until I return. He instructed the children before submerging himself once more into the sea, intending to navigate back to the battlefield via the ocean floor. In a short span, Leo reached his destination, cautiously revealing half his head above the water's surface. He observed 2 large ships docked nearby, one of which belonged to the water buffalo pirates. Numerous figures bustled along the shore, their attire indicating they were also a band of pirates occupied with transporting bodies. Witnessing this scene, Leo furrowed his brow. A grim realization dawning upon him. Had his father and the others met with defeat? A weight settled heavily upon his heart as he resolved to draw nearer for confirmation. Just as he was about to proceed, a thunderous roar interrupted him. Who is in the water? The shout startled Leo, prompting him to turn and flee. Unfortunately, his adversary was quicker. Before Leo could fully submerge, he was seized by the collar. Marco? Is that you? Are you Leo? What happened to your eyes? Upon awakening his fruit powers, Leo's pupils had transformed from gold to a deep blue, nearly leading Marco to mistake him for someone else. With the embodiment of the phoenix, Marco flared his fiery wings and lifted Leo back to the shore. Normally, Leo would have felt exhilarated by such an encounter, but today, he was devoid of joy. Where have you been hiding? Father has been searching for you for ages. Leo did not respond to Marco's inquiry, but instead asked about his father's whereabouts. Brother Marco, Where is my father? Marco was momentarily at a loss for words, his gaze towards Leo filled with compassion. Uncle Rick, he perished in battle. He was a valiant warrior. When we found him, he lay amidst over 30 corpses, including that scoundrel George. Uncle fought bravely until his last breath. After uttering these words, Marco suddenly recalled something and continued, "By the way, Leo, is Aunt Susanna with you?" In response, Leo remained silent, but the tears welling in his eyes spoke volumes. After a day of counting, it was revealed that only a scant few survived on Sphinx Island, less than 1 in 10, leaving nearly 20 elderly individuals and a handful of children. Upon learning this grim outcome, Whitebeard's fury seemed capable of toppling the very ocean itself. Over 30 years ago, Sphinx Island had similarly been reduced to a mere dozen children, among whom was Newgate. At that time, pirates frequently plagued the island, and seeing that survival was becoming increasingly impossible, he resolved to venture out to seek life on the seas. 3 decades hence, Newgate had achieved great success. Yet he yearned to protect his homeland under the banner of his name, only to witness a similar tragedy unfold. It appeared that in these 30 years, nothing had truly changed. A day later, on the cliffs of Sphinx Island, Leo knelt alone before a grave. After discovering his father's remains, he had chosen to inter his parents together at this site. As Aunt Susanna's body was never recovered, a tomb adorned with her clothing served as a poignant substitute. Leo stared blankly at the gravestone, his past life as a reclusive individual leaving him somewhat estranged from familial bonds. Yet, this very estrangement found its resolution in this otherworldly realm. At this moment, after the waves of sorrow had subsided, all that remained for Leo was a profound sense of confusion. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed from behind him, and the imposing figure of the white-bearded man approached Leo's side. He placed a bottle of wine at the base of the gravestone and then sat down beside him. After a prolonged silence, the white-bearded man spoke once more, uttering the same words, "Leo, become my son, and henceforth, carry my name as you navigate the vast oceans." Leo pondered thoughtfully for a moment and then replied, "I am truly sorry, Father, but I cannot acquiesce to your request. Though my mother is no longer with us, I must adhere to her teachings. I shall indeed venture out to sea in the future, but not as a pirate." Whitebeard gazed at Leo intently for a long while before erupting into hearty laughter. "Wah, what a spirited child you are. However, there is no need to rebuff the goodwill of your elders. Should you encounter difficulties upon the vast ocean, remember to invoke my name. It is essential to understand that survival supersedes all else." "Indeed, Father." The days that followed returned to tranquility, with the sole distinction being the presence of a pirate crew patrolling the surrounding waters. Since Leo confirmed his fruit abilities, he has devoted a significant portion of his time each day to the development of these powers. He is acutely aware of the adage that one should not be greedy. So to enhance his development efficiency, he has set himself specific tasks, aiming to master one technique each for attacking, restraining foes, and evading. The first skill he successfully developed was the evasion technique, as Leo had already experienced the sensation of gliding over waves, making this particular skill considerably easier to cultivate. Leo endeavored to let the waves propel his fishing boat, and soon he succeeded. However, this alone did not suffice for his escape. Thus, he commanded the seawater to form a hollow water sphere encasing the small vessel, subsequently guiding the sphere to descend until it reached a depth of 100 meters, marking the completion of this maneuver. Once accomplished, it was time for the whimsical naming phase, a favorite among youths. After dismissing dozens of names, Leo finally settled on one imbued with the essence of his homeland, Divine Vessel. The successful creation of the Divine Vessel instilled Leo with immense confidence, leading him to devise a second technique aimed at ensnaring his foes. The principle behind this maneuver was remarkably straightforward, drawing inspiration from the ninjutsu technique, water prison technique. Leo resolved to control his enemies by hurling water spheres at them. Leo raised his hand to summon a stream of water, attempting to manipulate it into gestures of flicking and spitting. Through experimentation, he discovered he could propel the water like a squirt gun. However, the small volume of water released rendered his control ineffective, compelling Leo to continue striving for mastery over a greater quantity of seawater. During this process, he found that using both hands was significantly easier than one. Moreover, he vaguely recalled hearing words akin to prayers when he first acquired his abilities. Suddenly enlightened, Leo clasped his hands together in a gesture of supplication to the sea, as if beseeching it for strength. In a miraculous turn of events, several thicker streams of water were summoned, with the radius of the water projectiles exceeding 2 meters. Thus, Leo not only succeeded in developing the water prison technique, but also achieved a collective control effect. Even when faced with colossal adversaries, he felt unperturbed. By simply concentrating the water projectiles, he could unleash a formidable attack. When it came time to name this technique, Leo reflected on the helplessness he felt during his first near drowning, and thus, he christened it Abyssal Cage. The final aspect was the offensive technique. In developing this move, Leo experimented extensively, shaping seawater into various forms for attack or mimicking a gun's pose to fire water projectiles. Yet, none of these techniques met his expectations. In a moment of desperation, Leo recalled Susanna's dagger. Upon seeing the dagger, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Perhaps this was the key. He infused seawater onto the dagger and performed a slashing motion. Initially, the insufficient volume of water failed to create a significant attack until he attempted to compress the seawater onto the blade. When he felt a noticeable increase in the dagger's weight, Leo swung it once more. A 2-meter-long, deep blue water blade formed, expanding as it flew like splashing water. After repeated trials, Leo concluded that this water slash could travel a maximum distance of 20 meters, with a maximum spread of 10 meters. If it failed to strike its target within this range, it would gradually dissipate in the air. Within its effective range, this technique could effortlessly sever wooden fishing boats. And Leo also tested its power against rocks, leaving discernible marks even on the hardest surfaces. Leo finally nodded in satisfaction, naming this technique the Deep Blue Blade. Thus, Leo's development of abilities was complete, and 5 years had elapsed. On a certain morning in the year 1495 of the sea-round calendar, 3 youths stood before an ancient wooden cabin. Among them, the only girl, Lena, suddenly grasped Leo's arm and looked at him with a sorrowful gaze. Must it truly be this way? Leo turned to Lena and offered her a comforting smile, gently moving her hand away. As he faced his home once more, his eyes were filled with unwavering determination. He hurled a torch through the doorway, and the flames ignited instantly, casting the old house into a precarious state. The roaring fire consumed not only the structure, but also the myriad memories Leo held of Sphinx. Yet, he did not seek to sever ties with the past. Rather, he intended to etch those memories deeply into his heart. Illuminated by the firelight, Leo drew forth Susanna's dagger, now bearing the inscription, "Don't forget October 3rd, 10 on its hilt." Seagulls soared gracefully against the azure sky, and the sea lay tranquil. A rare day of splendid weather on the Grand Line. Leo, how dreadfully boring. Haven't you found the island yet? A young girl clad in a snug leather hunting outfit lounged on the deck, her feet dangling over the ship's edge, swaying rhythmically in the air. Call me Captain. If you're feeling bored, Lena, perhaps you should practice the Sphinx War dance or try your hand at fishing. In any case, find something to occupy yourself. Look at me, steering the ship while still managing to train. At that moment, Leo, donning a sailor's cap and holding a pipe between his lips, was at the helm. Upon closer inspection, the pipe was unlit, merely a prop he affected. Furthermore, the small vessel was not propelled by the wind. Its sails were not unfurled. Instead, it was Leo's ability to manipulate the waters that guided the ship forward, a training method he had stumbled upon. This approach had significantly enhanced his mastery over the sea, making it feel increasingly intuitive. After Leo's teasing remark, Lena resigned herself to idleness, lying flat on the deck, gazing at the clouds above as if her thoughts were about to take flight. Before long, she drifted into slumber. Leo helplessly shook his head, recognizing that such a tranquil life at sea was indeed quite challenging for the lively Lena. After glancing at the recording dial and confirming that the course was steady, he decided he no longer wished to pose there. He moved to the small kitchen and prepared 2 cups of chilled fruit juice, which he brought up to the deck. Observing the girl's serene face as she slept, an impish idea suddenly struck him. Ah, how cold! Startled by the icy splash, Lena sprang up like a frightened kitten. Before she could express her indignation, her attention was captivated by the fruit juice. The young girl gulped it down in one swift motion, only to be met with a disheartening consequence. Ouch! 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 My head hurts. Lena lamented, repeatedly thumping her small fists against her temples. Leo, with a hint of irritation, took the cup away. What are you in such a rush for? No one is competing with you. But I'm thirsty. Is there any left? None. Our supply of fruits is limited. We can't use everything for juice. You'll have to endure a little longer. We'll reach the island today, and once we land, you can drink to your heart's content. Are you a devil, Leo? How can you bear to let such a lovely girl like Lena suffer from thirst? I don't care. I don't care. I want water. Cold water. The girl stubbornly threw a tantrum on the deck. With a thud, Lena covered her head and looked at Leo with a pitiful expression. I beg you, I really haven't had enough to drink. Leo, feeling helpless, observed her. Ever since they set sail, he felt more burdened than before. He had never realized how demanding the young girl could be. No juice, but will you drink fresh water? Without waiting for her response, Leo waved his hand towards the sea, and a sphere of seawater floated towards him. He demonstrated a trick. Transforming one sphere into two, one retained the color of seawater, while the other was crystal clear. Try this, Leo's specially purified water. This was also a testament to Leo's developing abilities. Controlling seawater was not merely about directing it, as separating fresh water from seawater was effortless for him. Lena, without hesitation, dove headfirst into the water sphere, seemingly oblivious to her mistake. She even flirtatiously winked at Leo through the translucent barrier. Moments later, however, she began to struggle, unexpectedly finding herself drowning in what was meant to be fresh water. Leo, with a frown adorned with dark lines, maneuvered the water balloon away from Lena's head, then disdainfully tossed it into the sea. Lena, are you truly foolish? Who would drown themselves simply by drinking water? Ahem. My apologies. I shall be more cautious next time. Lena replied, sticking out her tongue playfully. Rio had no choice but to prepare another bottle of pure water for her. Just then, the young girl seemed to have a sudden spark of inspiration and exclaimed to Rio, how about we drink together? No, if we drink together. It would be akin to an indirect kiss, Rio replied. Oh, Rio, you are incorrigible. Why would you suddenly mention kissing? Lena said, cupping her flushed cheeks and casting a sidelong glance at Rio. Leo felt as though an anger meter were rapidly filling at the top of his head. You blushing teapot. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your thoughts. Ultimately, Leo filled a cup with water and handed it to Lena, who finally settled down. As evening approached, they caught sight of land at last. Leo and his companion had successfully reached their first destination, Granada Island. Unlike the primal essence of Sphinx Island, Granada was renowned for its commerce, bustling with ships of all kinds. Their small boat gradually glided into the harbor, finding a secluded spot to dock. Lena, once we disembark, stay close to me. Do not wander off. Refrain from touching anything you come across, and if you desire something, simply tell me. Avoid any disputes with others, understood? In Leo's eyes, Lena was still a child, prompting him to unconsciously assume a parental role. However, Lena's attention had already been captivated by the towering sailboats surrounding them. Responding to Leo's admonitions with a casual dismissal. Oh, you're so tedious. Fine, I'll be obedient. Why are you glaring at me? Lena retorted, puffing her cheeks in annoyance. After securing the ropes, he led Lena ashore. Granada Island was significantly larger than Sphinx, boasting a medium-sized town with a thriving commercial scene and a multitude of visitors. As they traversed the harbor, even Leo, who prided himself on his extensive experiences from his previous life, found himself momentarily dazzled. At the very least, he could not name many of the unique races among the bustling pedestrians. As they walked further, the streets grew increasingly lively, with merchants' calls echoing from both sides. Since their arrival, Lena's little head seemed to spin with excitement, as if everything piqued her curiosity. Suddenly, the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat wafted into their nostrils. Lena twitched her small nose, and saliva unconsciously dribbled from the corner of her mouth. Try our specialty grilled seafood, from a century-old establishment with a reputation for excellence. You won't regret it. A vendor called out. Come, dear little sister, would you like to sample today's exquisite treasure conch and sunmoon clam? Sir, the seafood you're grilling smells divine, Lena exclaimed. Of course, it's meticulously roasted with my secret sauce. You won't find this anywhere else. Give me 5 portions of the sunmoon clam, 2 portions of octopus, and, the treasure conch looks delightful as well. Let us have 5 of those too. Leo hurriedly intervened. With so much food, can you possibly consume it all? What assurance did you give me when we disembarked? Before Leo could finish his words, Lena silenced him by stuffing a skewer of grilled octopus tentacles into his mouth. Leo maintained a wide-eyed expression, chewing vigorously for a moment before raising an eyebrow, revealing a look of satisfaction. The two strolled along, savoring their grilled seafood. With his mouth full, Leo continued to chatter. I'll let you off this time. But next time you see something you desire, do inform me. Don't just vanish without a word. Once we finish our meal, we should head to buy some clothes. That animal hide you're wearing is far too conspicuous. It's best for us to remain discreet for now. Do you hear me? Lena? After a lengthy monologue, Leo turned around only to find that the young girl had vanished. He scanned the surroundings, yet Lena's silhouette eluded him, and a wave of panic surged within him. Hastily discarding the food in his hand, he retraced his steps in search of her. Meanwhile, Lena was crouched over the counter of a weapon shop, gesticulating animatedly with the owner. "Do you sell scabbards here?" "About this long," she inquired. "Indeed, I do, but judging by your measurements, that length would only suffice for a dagger. I have scabbards made of deep-sea shark skin and jungle banana crocodile skin. Which one do you prefer?" Ultimately, Lena chose the deep-sea shark skin scabbard for Leo. Just as the proprietor was wrapping it up for her, she suddenly heard Leo calling her name. Instantly, she dashed out of the weapon shop, shouting in the direction of his voice, "Leo, over here. Hurry." Following her voice, Leo finally spotted Lena at the entrance of the shop and rushed over, exclaiming, "Why do you keep wandering off? What if you got lost? I should have left you on the ship." Lena's expression froze, her lips quivering as tears threatened to spill. "I noticed your dagger was missing a scabbard, so I wanted to buy one as a gift for you," she said, holding out the newly purchased scabbard. To be honest, Lena's gesture touched Leo profoundly, leaving him momentarily at a loss as to whether to chastise or forgive her wayward behavior. As Lena's gaze dropped lower, Leo reluctantly accepted the gift, slipping it onto the dagger. "You have quite the eye for selection. Thank you, Lena. I truly appreciate this gift." With that, he took her hand, leading her out of the weapon shop. As Leo held her hand, Lena's mood brightened, and she giggled, "Hee, I want to wander off again. I'll listen to whatever you say from now on." After spending 2 days on Grand Island, Leo felt he had gathered sufficient intelligence and decided it was time to depart. Inside the cabin, 2 small heads were bent together, deliberating their next journey. Leo pointed to the nautical chart and said, "Lena, the island we are headed to is quite distant, and our ship cannot sail that far. Therefore, I plan to hitch a ride with a merchant fleet." Lena's interest piqued. "Oh, are we going to be escorts, or shall we join as bounty hunters for pirates?" Leo raised an eyebrow. "Little girl, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? 2 10-year-olds seeking employment as bodyguards? Surely, one cannot help but chuckle at such a notion. And to aspire to be pirate hunters in the New World? That borders on the absurd. Are they not eager to meet their demise more swiftly?" Lena, rubbing her head where she had received a playful knock, regarded Leo with suspicion. "What do you intend? Surely, we cannot hire them to safeguard us. Do we possess the means for such an expense?" Leo was eagerly awaiting Lena's inquiry, and he suddenly became quite self-satisfied, responding with a chuckle, "Do not forget my abilities. I exchanged my capacity to produce fresh water for our eligibility to board the merchant ship." Upon hearing this, Lena's understanding dawned, and she cast Leo an approving glance, acknowledging his usefulness. After breakfast, Leo escorted Lena to a clothing store. Granite Island truly lives up to its reputation as a commercial hub, for the store boasted an astonishing array of items catering to the needs of various races. There were trousers 3 times the length of a typical top, clearly designed for the long-legged folk. Additionally, there were garments with sleeves that trailed on the ground, intended for those with elongated arms. Not to mention, there were undergarments adorned with studs and thongs featuring tails. Noticing Leo's unwavering gaze fixed on a peculiar outfit, Lena became rather displeased, asking, "What are you staring at? Is that outfit truly appealing?" No. I was merely curious about how that tail is attached." Before long, the shopkeeper approached them. "What can I assist you with today? We have every kind of clothing you could desire." In response, Leo gently nudged Lena forward, saying, "Please help her select an ensemble that appears rather ordinary." Consequently, Lena was led away by the shopkeeper to try on some clothes, while Leo, feeling a bit bored, began to wander about. It must be said that the shopkeeper possessed a keen eye, as the styles here aligned beautifully with the aesthetic of the 2-dimensional world. After browsing for a while, Leo also chose an outfit he fancied and stepped into the fitting room. Leo chose for himself a tailored ensemble, black trousers that draped slightly at the ankles. The upper half was adorned with a sleeveless black tank top, exuding an air of athleticism. He complemented this with a long red hooded trench coat, and completed the look with a pair of black Dr. Martens boots. After donning his new attire, Leo struck several poses in front of the fitting mirror. Yet he felt something was amiss. Suddenly, he gathered his flowing golden locks and secured them neatly at the back of his head. Upon this adjustment, he found the reflection far more pleasing to the eye. With a sense of satisfaction, Leo emerged from the fitting room, only to find that Lena had also completed her outfit change. At first glance, he almost mistook her for someone else. The young girl wore a loose-fitting t-shirt adorned with delightful patterns, exuding a playful charm. Yet her choice of bottom wear, a pair of denim shorts that barely covered her dairy was surprising. Her long, slender legs were fully revealed, accentuated by a pair of heeled sandals that featured an ankle strap, enhancing her already elongated silhouette. Observing Lena, who struggled to maintain her balance, Leo was overwhelmed by thoughts of the harshest consequences for her attire. He abruptly turned to the boutique owner. "Is this what you selected for her?" The owner, seemingly oblivious to the fire in Leo's gaze, nodded in satisfaction. "Indeed, I carefully considered the client's preferences and, drawing from my experience, curated this ensemble for the lovely young lady. My taste is quite commendable, wouldn't you agree?" After commending the owner, Leo turned back to Lena. "Is this what you desired? Have you ever seen anyone dressed this way?" Lena, still tugging at her t-shirt in an attempt to cover herself, seemed embarrassed to be seen in such attire before Leo. Only upon hearing his question did she softly respond. Once, Susanna caught Uncle Rick secretly reading and asked him if he liked this style. "I noticed that the cover of the book featured a big sister dressed just like this, and I thought, as his son, you might share similar taste with Uncle Rick." Leo exclaimed, "Damn, that scoundrel father has such a history? Didn't my mother break his legs?" Suppressing his curiosity about the aftermath, Leo instructed the boss to select a more appropriate outfit for Lena. Setting aside the clothing, at the very least, Lena should not don those shorts and high heels. Or how could she move? After changing into a more decent ensemble, the two departed from the clothing store. Upon stepping outside, Leo unexpectedly spotted the caravan owner he had previously negotiated with entering a tavern, prompting him to approach for a brief greeting. As they reached the tavern's entrance, Lena suddenly wrinkled her nose and, with a look of disdain, remarked, "What is that smell? It's awful. I don't want to go in." "All right. You wait here and don't wander off. I'll be out shortly." Approximately 5 minutes later, while Lena idly kicked pebbles at the tavern's entrance, she suddenly heard cries for help from a nearby alley. "Help! Help!" Cautiously peering in, she saw two suspicious men gagging a little girl with a rag and stuffing her into a sack. One of the smaller men even kicked the sack, causing the girl's cries to diminish into soft whimpers. Lena's anger flared. How could two grown men bully a small girl? Unable to contain herself, she dashed into the alley. Before the men could react, she delivered a swift kick to one from behind. The sound of something shattering echoed as he collapsed to the ground, writhing like a fish out of water. The other man, clearly taken aback by the audacity of interference, drew a dagger to retaliate, only to be met with Lena's knee striking his nose as she leapt into the air. He soon followed in the footsteps of his companion. After dispatching the two, Lena lifted her chin proudly, gave a haughty snort, and moved to untie the sack. She gently pulled out a little girl, around 5 years old. Seeing the child's eyes swollen from crying, Lena's heart swelled with compassion, and she fumbled to loosen the ropes. Before she could inquire, several more men burst into the alley. These newcomers, also men, appeared to be associates of the fallen duo. The leader, his countenance dark with fury, quickly surmised the situation. Drawing his dagger, he pointed it at Lena and said, "Which little girl dares to thwart our plans? You wish to play the hero? You need not leave. Brothers, seize her." After exchanging a few words with the caravan owner, Leo exited the tavern, only to discover that Lena had vanished once again. "Ah, this is truly characteristic of Lena," he thought, feeling his blood pressure rise. He had no choice but to repeatedly reassure himself, "Do not be angry. Do not be angry. Lena is still just a child." Looking around for any sign of Lena, he approached a man sitting nearby in the shade and asked, "Excuse me, sir, have you seen the little girl who was standing at the tavern's entrance?" At the mention of her, the old man suddenly looked tense and replied, "That little girl is your friend?" "Indeed, my dear uncle. Do you know where she has gone?" "Oh dear, young brother, you must hasten to rescue her. I witnessed a group of traffickers pursuing her towards the harbor." "What? Traffickers?" Leo exclaimed in shock. The profession of traffickers is undoubtedly among the most despised in the world of One Piece. Leo could scarcely believe that Lena had fallen prey to their attention. Without a moment's hesitation, Leo sprinted towards the harbor. Just as he was about to venture further, he heard the uncle's voice call out from behind, "The largest vessel at the harbor belongs to the traffickers." Without turning his head, Leo thanked the man and vanished around the street corner. What Leo failed to notice was the sinister expression on the face of the man who had just pointed him in the right direction, watching him retreat into the distance. As Leo sprinted forward, he saw no sign of Lena and was left with no choice but to seek out the human trafficker's vessel. According to the information provided by the man, a large black ship had just departed from the harbor. "This is terrible. The traffickers are making their escape, those scoundrels." Cursing under his breath, Leo plunged into the sea. As the trafficker's ship sailed away, it quickly picked up speed, and soon, only the outline of Grena Island remained in sight. On the deck stood a corpulent captain, who suddenly fired his gun, executing one of his subordinates. "You useless wretch. You can't even handle such a trivial task, failing to capture 2 young girls. What good are you to me?" "But Captain," one of the crew members protested. "That little girl was quicker than a monkey. We chased her for several blocks, but she leapt onto the rooftops and escaped." "Excuses. Do you have any idea how much a girl with combat skills is worth? You've squandered my money. What will you offer me in compensation?" The captain's face twisted with rage, and the subordinate's explanation only fueled his fury. He raised his gun again, ready to shoot the man down. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed from nearby. "What are you doing?" "Ah, a monster. You're a monster. Please don't kill me." The corpulent captain turned to see 2 of his men lying lifeless in pools of blood. "Where did you come from, you little brat? Dare to harm my men? Do you wish to die?" As he cursed, the captain drew a long whip from his waist and lashed it toward Leo. Leo deftly evaded the whip, only to be struck squarely by a kick from an approaching trafficker. Although he managed to shield himself with his hands, the tremendous force sent him sprawling until he crashed against the ship's railing. "Quickly, bind this brat and throw him into the brig," the trafficker barked, exasperated by the day's unfortunate events. Before the trafficker could react, Rio suddenly pressed his palms together, and with a sharp clap, the sound captured everyone's attention. 8 powerful streams of water surged from behind him. A devil fruit user? The trafficker's eyes gleamed with avarice. This was an unexpected windfall, worth far more. "Seize him alive," he exclaimed with excitement. In stark contrast, Rio's expression remained icy. The water, obeying his command, launched an assault on the enemy. In an instant, all on the deck were ensnared within spheres of water. Observing the portly captain struggling helplessly within his watery prison, Rio felt no sympathy. He drew a dagger, compressing the seawater onto its blade, and swung it toward the captain. The deep blue edge sliced through flesh as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter, severing the captain's arm and spraying a torrent of blood that stained the entire water sphere crimson. Unrelenting, Rio delivered another blow, cleaving through the captain's leg. After executing these brutal actions, Rio commanded the water spheres to contract slightly, revealing the captain's head. A chorus of agonized wails erupted on the deck. "My arm! My leg! How dare you? Silence! If you shout again, I shall sever the remaining limbs you possess. Now, answer my question. Where are my companions imprisoned?" "Ah, who are your companions?" The captain gasped. "A girl, around 10 years old. We haven't captured anyone like that. You can check the hold yourself. Every slave is confined there." "Then you are of no further use," Rio declared, raising his blade to terminate him. "Wait. I recall my men pursued 2 young girls before we set sail, but one of them managed to escape. Does that mean Lena is still on Grena Island?" Rio's heart soared. As long as she hadn't fallen into the trafficker's clutches, she would be safe. "I must return quickly. The girl must be frantic without me." Having made up his mind, Rio ignored the captain's pleading gaze and swiftly delivered a fatal cut across his throat. By the time Rio dealt with the captain, his subordinates had already drowned within the water spheres. Earlier that morning, a peculiar event transpired at the port of Grena Island, where a large black ship was pushed ashore by the waves. Upon inspection, numerous corpses and hundreds of enslaved individuals were discovered. 3 days had passed since Lena went missing, and within this span, Rio had scoured every corner of the small town. On the day of the incident, numerous merchant vessels departed from the island, leaving Rio to fervently hope that Lena was concealed within one of those ships, unwittingly taken out to sea. If that were indeed the case, it would at least affirm that Lena remained safe. In desperation, Rio sought the assistance of the Whitebeard pirates, pleading for their help in the search while he remained in Grainer awaiting news. Yet, as half a month slipped by, there was still no word of Lena. Rio's hope for her return dwindled to nothing. Now, all he could do was pray for her safety. The mistake had been made, and lingering in indecision would not resolve the issue. Deep down, Rio felt an inexplicable certainty that Lena was still alive. Unable to find her, he resolved to let his name echo across the seas, trusting that one day they would reunite. Suddenly, he recalled his mother's words. Ordinary people have no time to heal their wounds, and he gained a profound understanding of their meaning. Thus, Rio gathered his spirits and set forth on his journey anew. The climate of the new world was capricious and tumultuous, yet the roaring winds and surging waves could not quell the pirates' insatiable greed. 2 pirate ships braved the storm, exchanging cannon fire upon the tumultuous waters. As the vessels drew closer, the battle escalated into a fierce melee, a scene drenched in blood. In the distance, Leo cautiously peeked out, observing quietly. Remarkably, the waters surrounding him were remarkably tranquil, even shielding him from the wind and waves. Discarding the sunflower seeds in his hand, Leo silently mused that pirates were indeed reckless individuals who valued their lives little. Leo was not merely a spectator, he awaited the resolution of the conflict, eager to seize the opportunity as the cunning fisherman. After a prolonged absence at sea of 6 months, the bounty he had extracted from the human traffickers was nearly depleted. Thus, he sought to replenish his coffers, and in these vast waters, there is no swifter way to amass wealth than through ventures devoid of initial capital. Yet, he had no desire to resort to plundering merchant convoys, so he turned his attention to the pirates instead. Over the past half-year, Leo had significantly enhanced his abilities. He estimated that as long as he did not encounter a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million, he could easily outmaneuver weaker pirate crews with the power granted by his fruit. The two factions of pirates were on the verge of determining the victor. With one group ensnared and facing imminent annihilation, it was time for Leo to take action. Activating his ability, the small vessel began its descent, plunging approximately 30 meters beneath the surface before drawing closer to the pirate ship. His deep blue blade technique had evolved, its range extending to 50 meters. With a maximum length of 30 meters once unleashed, resembling the grandiose slashes of a swordmaster. However, it was merely an appearance. Nevertheless, it sufficed to deal with these minor pirates, whether wielded as a true blade or a water blade, as long as it was sharp. The deep blue blade accurately struck its target, effortlessly severing the pirate ship's hull as if slicing through butter. Ha ha ha. Quickly, my comrades, scour the battlefield. Search meticulously and transfer the treasures of these doomed souls onto our ship. The victorious pirate captain was in high spirits, relishing the prospect of plundering. Just as the pirates reveled in their triumph, they suddenly felt the ground beneath them tremble, and the ship began to tilt, bowing at both ends before succumbing to the depths. Preoccupied with their spoils, the pirates had no time to secure themselves and tumbled helplessly into the sea along the slanted deck. What Rio desired was precisely this effect. The pirates plunging into the ocean meant they had entered his domain. Empowered by the ocean's embrace, Rio's techniques were significantly enhanced. In the current scenario, he merely needed to project a fleeting thought, and the pirates were ensnared within the abyss, successfully captured. As the pirates began to struggle, their recently acquired treasures fell scattered around, and Rio, akin to a player in a Monopoly game collecting coins, maneuvered his small boat beneath the pirates to catch the plummeting riches. Oh my, what a bountiful harvest today. I never anticipated the pirates would possess such wealth. Rio hummed a cheerful tune, continuously stowing the treasures into boxes until he felt the strain of controlling the small vessel. He then delivered 2 final strikes to the floating wreckage of the ships, marking the conclusion of the skirmish. The entire battle lasted no more than an hour. All the pirates had met their demise, and Rio, the cunning strategist, had long since vanished from sight. The waters of the New World remained tumultuous, perhaps due to the absence of naval influence in this region. During his solitary voyages, aside from encountering merchant ships on a few occasions, he predominantly crossed paths with pirate crews, some of whom were formidable adversaries. The most perilous encounter transpired when he stumbled upon the beast pirates. Terrified, Rio swiftly activated his divine vessel, plunging to a depth of 100 meters at the utmost speed. Only after sensing that the danger had receded did he dare to resurface. This ability to use seawater as a medium to detect targets was an unintentional discovery of Rio's. It was an immensely powerful skill. While submerged, he could sense all objects within a 10 nautical mile radius. The sensation was akin to an amplified perception. By concentrating, images within that range would materialize in his mind. Although he was unfamiliar with the concept of observation hockey, he felt his technique was remarkably advantageous while at sea. The journey continued. But a troubling issue arose. Rio realized he might have purchased a counterfeit log post. While near the islands, it functioned adequately, but once at sea, the compass seemed to malfunction. Without a guiding pointer, he could only drift with the currents and rely on fortune. Fortunately, he need not worry about fresh water and food. Yet after a prolonged diet of fish, he felt on the verge of nausea, and he had not consumed any vitamins for an extended period. If this continued, his health would surely suffer. Fortunately, fate smiled upon Rio. After 10 days of drifting, he finally encountered a ship. On that day, he lay languidly on the deck, exuding an air of despondency, when suddenly the sound of cannon fire in the distance piqued his interest. Could it be another pirate ship? There certainly seemed to be a plethora of these sea scoundrels. After dealing with them, he would be sure to keep an eye on the log posts. Once resolute, Leo set the Shinjo on a stealthy approach towards the adversary. As he drew near, he discovered that it was, in fact, pirates assailing a merchant vessel. The pirates, as per their usual tactics, commenced their intimidation with cannon fire before maneuvering their ship closer, all the while vociferously demanding that the merchant convoy cease its voyage immediately, threatening to annihilate everyone on board if they did not comply. Such a lack of originality. Just as the two ships were on the brink of colliding, a colossal, sweeping strike erupted from the merchant ship, cleaving the pirate vessel in twain, which was swiftly consumed by the swirling depths of the sea. Leo was taken aback to discover the presence of a formidable swordsman aboard the merchant vessel. He pondered whether approaching them recklessly would lead to being mistaken for a villain. After all, a mere child traversing the seas alone appeared rather dubious. It seemed necessary to devise a strategy that would render his discovery less conspicuous. Thus, he quietly accelerated. Surpassing the merchant ship, estimating that he was at a suitable distance, Leo emerged from the depths of the sea, clutching an empty barrel, while his small boat remained submerged. Retaining its stealthy capabilities, Leo disguised himself as a castaway, drifting along the merchant ship's route, intending to make contact in this manner. To his dismay, no one noticed him. Leo was incensed, lamenting the carelessness of these oblivious fools. Could they truly not see such a large barrel floating in the sea? It was astonishing that they were navigating without paying attention to the surface, missing out on the countless treasures that drifted by. With a few rounds around the merchant vessel, just as despair began to settle in, he finally attracted the attention of the sailors. Thankfully, the crew exhibited a semblance of compassion, as several sailors shouted and helped lift Leo aboard, barrel and all. With a cautious crack of his eyelids, he surreptitiously surveyed the deck. Upon noticing someone approaching, he quickly closed his eyes, feigning unconsciousness. Suddenly, Leo felt a large hand pinching his nose, as if the person intended to bring their face closer. When he sensed the warm breath of the stranger, he was startled, fearing they might attempt mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. In a panic, he spluttered a mouthful of water and erupted into a fit of coughing. Gradually, he opened his eyes, revealing a gaze filled with confusion and helplessness. Finally resting his side on the sailor before him. "Young lad, are you all right? Did you encounter a maritime disaster?" one sailor inquired. Woo-woo. "Where are my mommy and daddy? Our ship was sunk, woo-woo." Leo worried whether his mediocre acting skills would fool these men, but they appeared rather simple-minded. So he hoped it would suffice. After a brief exchange, the sailor concluded that the boy's vessel had fallen victim to pirates, and he had miraculously escaped the wreck. "Where's your hometown?" Upon hearing the inquiry, Leo wondered if the other party harbored intentions of sending him back. "Uncle, I arrived by boat from Zyangbadi." Initially, Leo contemplated fabricating a more elaborate backstory, yet he feared that excessive elaboration might lead to errors. Thus, he adopted a fearful demeanor, responding in a childlike tone. "Ah, what a pitiful yet fortunate child you are. Come, let us meet the captain." "Thank you, sir. That would be splendid." At this moment, Leo, who appeared obedient on the surface, seemed to have a mischievous little devil's tail wagging behind him. After sailing with the merchant ship for several days, Leo gradually became acquainted with the sailors, who would regale him with tales of their adventures upon the sea during their leisure time. Occasionally, while dining, he encountered the ship's captain, accompanied by a bodyguard clad in samurai attire. Leo surmised that this individual was the legendary swordsman capable of executing the formidable flying slash. The bodyguard, a man with squinty eyes, perpetually wore a smile, exuding a gentle aura that belied the fierce demeanor one might expect from a swordsman. However, Leo's conviction that he was indeed the great swordsman stemmed from his innate understanding as an otaku. One could never be deceived by appearances, for those with squinty eyes were often not to be trifled with. Leo speculated that he was a warrior from Wano, reminiscing about the times he had read the One Piece manga, where every great swordsman was renowned across the seas. He never expected that a casually encountered samurai from Wano would possess such formidable strength. The journey that followed was remarkably tranquil, devoid of any pirate encounters. During this period, Leo diligently continued his training. Every night, he feigned contemplation on the deck, allowing the crew to believe he was merely missing home, and they did not disturb him. Meanwhile, unnoticed on the surface of the sea, several 5-meter diameter water spheres detached from the ocean, moving gracefully in the air. Leo utilized these spheres as training apparatuses to hone his abilities. This method not only enhanced his physical strength, but also improved his control over the seawater when it was no longer in the ocean. The previous encounter with pirates had seemed effortless, but it was only achievable due to the environmental advantages of the sea. Now, attempting to replicate such feats with water removed from the ocean was nearly impossible. To compensate for his shortcomings in naval combat, Leo resolved to develop new abilities that could be executed outside of the sea. He was determined to adapt to this new operation. That night, he sat alone on the deck when he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from behind, the sound of wooden clogs meeting the deck. "Hello, little one. I am Jinsaburo. Are you also longing for your hometown?" Following the voice, Leo turned to see the speaker. Upon hearing the samurai introduce himself as Jinsaburo, he realized that those referred to as great swordsmen were indeed not nameless. This individual was likely a character whose prowess was only known by reputation in the original narrative, a master imagined by the minds of the readers. "Yes, uncle. If possible, I wish to return to my hometown soon," Leo replied, batting his large eyes and feigning innocence. "Haha, I too miss my hometown dearly," Jinsaburo said gently. "Uncle, did you also encounter a shipwreck? Where is your hometown?" Jinsaburo merely smiled and did not answer, standing silently beside Leo. Noticing Jinsaburo's silence, Leo also fell quiet. It seemed challenging to engage with this taciturn individual. Did all sword-wielders prefer to maintain an air of aloofness, striking a melancholic pose accentuated by the wind billowing through their garments? Just as Leo was musing about Jinsaburo's demeanor, Jinsaburo spoke again. "Little one, you did not encounter a shipwreck due to a pirate attack, did you? On the day you boarded, I saw you chasing the ship while clutching a wooden barrel for quite some time. What are you talking about, uncle?" Leo was startled, questioning the meaning behind his words. If he intended to expose him, why not alert the crew sooner? "Do not be afraid. I have no intention of revealing you. Everyone has their own burdens, and you are just a child. I heard you wish to go to Shambodi, correct? My journey also leads there. Would you like to accompany me?" "Huh. Yes. Jinsaburo's goal is to settle in the East Blue. What should I do? Should I accept his offer? Why does he want to help me? Is it merely because I am a child?" Leo remained cautious around Gungsanlang. "There is no need to be so wary of me. For me, it is merely a matter of convenience. The ultimate destination of this vessel is Dressrosa. And once we arrive, I shall transfer to another ship bound for the first half of the Grand Line. You may take your time to ponder before I disembark." "Very well. I shall give your proposal serious consideration." "Uncle, I have another question. I have heard that to reach the first half of the Grand Line, one must traverse the Red Line beneath the sea, and this journey will pass through Fishman Island. Is there truly a kingdom of fishmen beneath the waves?" "Oh, little one. You are aware of Fishman Island? You seem quite remarkable." Gungsanlang regarded Leo with a sly glance. "Oh no, perhaps I have revealed too much. Is knowing about Fishman Island something special?" Leo, utilizing the innocent charm of childhood, scratched his head and laughed foolishly. "I heard stories from my parents. They told me tales of Fishman Island." Gungsanlang chose not to pursue the matter further. The route to Fishman Island is considered illegal smuggling. After reaching Dressrosa, you may contemplate continuing your journey by merchant ship or utilizing the government as public vessels, employing the lift of the Red Line to access the first half of the Grand Line. "I see. The impression of Fishman Island in anime is quite profound. I had no idea that traveling to the Grand Line involved such a smuggling route. No wonder only pirates would choose this path." Leo reflected on the surprising information about the lift on the Red Line. He had assumed it was exclusive to the world government. It seems preconceived notions can be detrimental. Following their conversation, Leo became considerably more subdued, refraining from exercising his abilities. After that day with Gungsanlang, he had yet to decide whether to accompany this relatively minor swordsman from the original narrative. A life of overly tranquil sailing was bound to be tedious. Yet today the merchant fleet had to anchor at a small island. It was a winter island blanketed in ice and snow, modest in size, where the merchant ship intended to make a temporary supply stop. Barkamoya Island is approaching. Everyone prepare for disembarkation. Upon hearing the name of the island, Leo felt a sense of familiarity. After pondering, his eyes lit up. This was the homeland of Vegapunk. It would be splendid to meet that scientist who was 500 years ahead of the world in technology. This marked Leo's first prolonged voyage. And as his feet touched solid ground, he still felt the lingering sway of the sea, a remnant of seasickness, he realized, which would pass in a few days. His immediate concern was how to keep warm. Barkamoya, being a perennial winter island, had frigid temperatures, and Leo's homeland was quite warm, leaving him without winter attire. Fortunately, the port had shops offering cotton clothing, albeit at steep prices. It seemed the locals were quite adept at business. After some haggling, Leo selected a long cotton coat of impeccable quality, and upon wearing it, he immediately felt the chill dissipate. "Brother Sailor, when is our next departure? I would like to explore the island." "Rest assured, the captain has announced that we shall dock at Balquamoya for the night. After days of sailing, it is time for everyone to enjoy a well-deserved respite. You may return to the ship for a rest if you feel weary from your explorations. Or you could seek out an inn for a good night's sleep, as long as you return before we set sail at noon tomorrow." After exchanging pleasantries, Leo embarked on his journey through the charming Isle of Balquamoya, first seeking a restaurant to indulge in a more varied cuisine. Having grown weary of seafood after so many days, he chose the largest eatery in town, relishing the bustling atmosphere. Upon pushing open the door, a wave of warmth enveloped him. Balquamoya's climate bore a striking resemblance to the northeastern region of his former life, where the outside air was frigid enough to freeze droplets. Yet the interior radiated the comfort of summer. In this snow-laden isle, fresh vegetables were a luxury, and the local delicacies primarily consisted of roasted meats and potato-based dishes, perfectly suiting the characteristics of a permafrost region. He savored golden, crispy fries, creamy mashed potatoes, and a generous serving of roasted meat, leaving him with grease-slicked lips and tears of gratitude streaming down his cheeks. The proprietor noticed Leo's delight in the fare and graciously offered him a cup of hot milk. "Uncle, your food is truly delectable," Leo exclaimed as he busily devoured his meal. "Eat your fill, little one. These are the only offerings we have, and I hope you find them to your liking," the uncle replied warmly. The people of Balquamoya were indeed spirited and affable. It seems that cold regions often nurture the warmest of hearts. "Uncle, is there anything particularly special about Balquamoya? I have just arrived and wish to explore," Leo inquired. "Ah, indeed. This is the future nation of Balquamoya, brimming with scientific marvels and numerous mechanical innovations," the uncle chuckled. "Are you familiar with Dr. Vegapunk? I have heard he is a remarkable scientist, and I hold him in high esteem. Where might I find him?" The restaurant owner displayed an expression of recognition, realizing that Leo was a fan of Dr. Vegapunk. "Dr. Vegapunk is a celebrity on this island, revered by all. The warmth of our establishment is thanks to the heating system he invented. His lifelong dream was to transform this frigid island to a haven of springtime warmth. He has crafted many inventions that enhance daily life. If you wish to learn more about the Dr.'s stories, you can visit his laboratory, which is not far from the edge of the town, nestled at the forest border. However, I must warn you, do not venture into the forest behind the laboratory. It is teeming with dangerous modified creatures that will attack anyone who dares to tread there." "Ah, what a delightful surprise." The fact that the esteemed studio of Vegapunk allows outsiders to observe its inner workings has piqued Leo's profound interest. Following the guidance of the proprietor, and after consulting several passers-by along the way, Leo discovered a colossal steel edifice. Its exterior showcased exposed gears and flickering electronic indicators adorning the walls, while numerous pipe-like structures protruded from the façade. The robust appearance of this structure starkly contrasted with the quaintness of the earlier town, transporting him into a veritable world of steampunk. Just as Leo was engrossed in his observations, a peculiar little dog scurried past him. It boasted mechanical prosthetic hind legs and a winding mechanism affixed to its back. Leo's eyes sparkled with wonder. Was this indeed a biomechanical creation? How astonishing! Indeed, no boy could resist the allure of mechanical wonders. After bidding farewell to the mechanical dog, Leo felt an even greater sense of anticipation. With enthusiasm, he pushed open the grand door, only to be greeted by a contraption reminiscent of a steam engine. Before Leo could approach to investigate, the entire building erupted with an alarm. Shortly thereafter, two young men armed with firearms rushed out to assess the situation. Upon realizing that the intruder was merely a small boy, their expressions visibly relaxed, as they seemed to have mistaken Leo for a lost tourist. "Little one, who brought you here? Where are your guardians?" One of the young men inquired politely, casually silencing the nearby alarm. "Hello, big brother. I just arrived on Balquamoya Island today. I greatly admire Dr. Vegapunk, and I wish to visit his laboratory. I came alone, guided by a kind uncle from the restaurant," Leo explained eagerly. "Ah, I see. In that case, let me show you around. There are many security systems in place, and strangers are not permitted to wander freely," the young man replied, now with a more amiable demeanor upon hearing Leo's admiration for Vegapunk, and they took it upon themselves to act as guides. After a thorough tour, they finally arrived at the studio left behind by Vegapunk. This room appeared to have been untouched for quite some time. Numerous tools hung before the desk, many of which Leo could not name, and thick stacks of blueprints lay scattered across the tabletop. With permission granted, Leo eagerly selected a few sheets to examine closely. Noticing the young visitor's fascination with the early designs of Dr. Vegapunk, the guard remarked, "These are drawings created by the doctor long ago. You are welcome to peruse them, but please return them to their original place after you are done. In gratitude for all the contributions the doctor has made to this island, we have preserved his studio in its entirety, hoping that one day he will return." Leo scarcely registered the guard's words. He was completely captivated by the illustrations on the paper, a path toward strength gradually crystallizing in his mind. That evening, Leo returned to the merchant vessel and sought out Mr. Gung Samlang, informing him of his intention to part ways, while also bidding farewell to the sailors who had cared for him. After bidding farewell to the merchant ship, Leo returned to the village. Barkamoya truly lives up to its reputation as a nation of the future, a realm where genius flourishes. A deeper understanding reveals its complexity. If Sphinx Island, where Leo was born, represents a primitive society, then Barkamoya has evolved into an era of machinery and steam. Upon settling in the village, Leo revisited the home of Bijapank and expressed his desire to study here for a while to the young guard. The guard led Leo to a grand steel edifice, the organization of scientists in Barkamoya. This island in the New World lacks a conventional governmental structure. Its primary overseers are a cadre of scientists whom the islanders respect deeply, willingly supporting them. In turn, these scientists enhance the lives of the residents through their inventions, fostering a rich academic atmosphere. The scientists of Barkamoya are eager to share their research findings, allowing the island's inhabitants to freely learn about technologies of interest. Such an environment nurtures the birth of prodigies. And when Leo expressed his wish to study the techniques left by Bijapank, the scientist readily consented. Bijapank, the island's most distinguished scientist, developed semi-mechanized animals to alleviate the physical labor of the islanders and created a large-scale heating system to improve their quality of life. However, due to insufficient funding, he later shifted his focus to a heating system akin to steam boilers. Although this was merely a change in heating methods, Bijapank rightfully earned his title of being 500 years ahead of the world's technology. After all, the transition from combustible heating to water heating in the world before his time took centuries. The semi-mechanized animals invented by Bijapank were even more remarkable. Leo meticulously examined the guard's dog, noting that its electronic eye functioned as an auxiliary recognition system, ready to attack if a stranger exhibited threatening behavior. This technology elevated Bijapank's stature in Leo's eyes immensely. To create such a device without a central processing unit left Leo at a loss for words. Additionally, the dog was equipped with an external weapon system. A missile launcher was mounted on its back, with a magazine opening during an attack. Although it could only carry 2 missiles, their power rivaled that of a standard artillery piece. Compared to cumbersome and outdated cannons, this system was far more portable, and its fully automated operation mode made it even more versatile. For instance, if this recognition system and external weapon system were mounted on seabirds, they would transform into biological weapons equivalent to unmanned attack drones. Wouldn't ships equipped with such weaponry become akin to aircraft carriers? In summary, the combination of the electronic eye and miniature missile weaponry showcased Bijapank's understanding of the romanticism of technology. Leo felt a deep kinship with him. As he delved deeper into the study of this semi-mechanized dog, an idea struck him, and he turned to the guard, saying, "Uncle, would it not be better to replace the explosive material in the missiles with a liquid?" "Why do you say that?" The guard evidently failed to grasp Leo's intentions. In the frigid climate of Barkamoya, temperatures could plunge to the point where droplets froze instantly. If the target's surface were to become wet after the weapon detonated, it would not be long before it turned into a solid block of ice, inflicting far greater damage than the explosive itself. The guard pondered for a moment, marveling at Leo's brilliance. "Indeed, young brother, how did you conceive such an idea? Are you perhaps a genius as well?" The islanders of Barkamoya evidently hold a fondness for those of exceptional intellect. This notion wasn't mine. It belongs to someone named Chow Chow. Chow Chow. By the sound of it, he must be an extraordinary individual. Barkamoya warmly welcomes such imaginative minds. I truly wish to meet him. By the way, guard, do you have a wife? What? Nothing. Leo clearly preferred not to elaborate on the character of the affectionate Prime Minister Chow, lest it tarnish the guard's favorable impression. Following their brief exchange, Leo once again immersed himself in his studies, prompting the guard to silently withdraw from the room, leaving the space to the young scholar. When engrossed in work, time invariably passes swiftly. Before he realized it, Leo had spent a month in Barkamoya. He had nearly mastered the technology of cybernetic enhancement and intended to develop a weapon uniquely his own using this newfound knowledge. Amidst a plethora of design drafts, Leo stumbled upon the conceptual illustrations of a laser weapon. It became evident that Vegapunk had conceived the idea of developing laser weaponry long before his encounter with Kizaru. This notion had taken root during his youth. One cannot help but marvel at the workings of Vegapunk's mind, akin to a child who is enamored with figurines. While others are still pleading with their parents for purchases, Vegapunk was already contemplating how to engineer his own creations. Although his laser weapon remained in the theoretical phase, Leo could leverage his past life's memories to bring it to fruition. Suddenly, Leo recalled Frankie, that seemingly rugged yet remarkably adept individual, who had ingeniously devised a device powered by cola. Inspired, Leo resolved to employ his devil fruit abilities to address the energy requirements for activating the laser weapon. With a clear vision in mind, he promptly set to work. The workshop of Vegapunk was replete with various metallic scraps and readily available equipment for modification. The studio soon resonated with the sounds of clanging metal, and sparks flew incessantly during the welding process. After several days of tireless effort, Leo successfully constructed a small generator. He utilized his fruit's powers to induce rapid rotation of the water within the generator's reservoir, thereby enabling the conversion of mechanical energy into electrical energy. This electrical energy was then stored until it met the activation threshold for the laser weapon. Subsequently, he could commence the fabrication of the laser emitter. Vegapunk had already developed the theoretical framework for photon generation, yet he found himself hindered at the next stage. Leo surmised that Vegapunk had later studied Kizaru's Pika Pika no Mi, which elucidated how to augment the intensity of the beam. However, this step posed no challenge for Leo. By harnessing the generator with his fruit's abilities, he ensured a continuous output of energy. With sufficient energy, an abundance of photons could be produced, which, through relentless reflection and absorption, would enhance the beam's strength. The final focusing phase proved to be the simplest solution, akin to igniting paper with a magnifying glass. A single lens resolved the issue. After several days of relentless labor, the first laser emitter in the world of One Piece was born. Due to technological constraints, Leo could only fabricate it in the form of a ship-mounted cannon, which he named Photon No. 1. Its structure was remarkably straightforward, comprising a water reservoir, a hydraulic generator, a battery, and the laser emitter. Notably, the Photon No. 1 lacked a conventional activation switch. Its initiation depended on Leo's ability to set the water in the reservoir into motion. Consequently, the control panel featured only an energy progress bar and a launch button. Eager to test the weapon, Leo could hardly contain his excitement. After enduring a lengthy charging period, the moment of truth arrived. He pressed the launch button, and the cannon's muzzle exhibited the phenomenon of photon accumulation. After a brief 2-second charge, he released the button. A brilliant flash emanated from the cannon's mouth, and Leo barely caught a glimpse of the projectile's trajectory before a nearby tree was severed in two. Staring in disbelief at the charred stump, he glanced at the energy gauge, astonished to discover that the preceding shot had consumed merely 2 units of energy. Incredible! It truly worked, he exclaimed, marveling at the weapon's formidable power. After a brief moment of astonishment, Leo's heart was filled with joy. This was a laser weapon that even Dr. Vegapunk could not create, and yet he had managed to develop it himself. The output power of the laser cannon was entirely determined by the duration for which the launch button was pressed. The longer the charging time, the greater the power. The minimum charging time was 2 seconds, while the maximum power could be achieved after 7 seconds. However, exceeding 7 seconds would cause the laser emitter to overheat and damage the focusing apparatus. Notably, the energy required for full power increased exponentially, necessitating 32 units of energy for a single shot, thus allowing for a maximum of 3 shots when fully charged. Next, Leo was eager to test the weapon's maximum power. He pressed the launch button, and the cannon's muzzle ignited with a cross-shaped glow that gradually diminished. As the 7-second charging time elapsed, the weapon emitted a series of alarm beeps. Simultaneously, Leo released the launch button, and a crimson laser, trailing a long luminous path, vanished deep into the jungle. Approximately 2 seconds later, a thunderous explosion echoed from the distance, creating a crater in the heart of the forest. Overcome with emotion at the fruits of his labor, Leo wept tears of joy. This is exactly what I desired. It is truly magnificent. Indeed, mechanical ascension is my path. More than 3 months had passed since the successful development of the laser weapon, and after this period of refinement, the cannon met the requirements for combat deployment. Leo promptly installed 2 units on his small vessel, and after completing these preparations, he was ready to continue his journey. While organizing Dr. Vegapunk's notes, Leo uncovered clues regarding the doctor's maritime ventures, prompting him to follow this lead in search of Vegapunk. His time spent with the scientists of Balquamoria had been harmonious. Leo expressed gratitude for their accommodating nature and the spirit of knowledge sharing, while the scientists appreciated the imaginative ideas of this young visionary. During his stay on the island, Leo proposed enhancements to the heating systems, which not only improved efficiency but also reduced operational costs. Thus, this educational journey in Balquamoria proved to be mutually beneficial for both Leo and the locals. Before departing, Leo generously gifted most of the treasure he had acquired from pirates to the scientists, who graciously accepted this gesture. This funding would enable many projects to progress. Once he set sail again, Leo felt a premonition that if he were to find Vegapunk at this juncture, he might have the opportunity to join MADS. Within that organization, aside from Dr. Vegapunk, there were brilliant minds such as Vince Mockgage, Quinn, and Caesar. Any one of them could become a leading scientist in the future. The prospect of working alongside them was exhilarating. Having left Balquamoria, Leo steered his small boat along the trail he had deduced from Dr. Vegapunk's notes. Embarking on his quest for discovery, Leo's inaugural destination is a diminutive isle known as Tanar. According to the Doctor's records, this island is home to a unique flora known as metal plants, which serve as essential materials for his biomechanical modifications. These metal plants are classified as high-risk species, characterized by their tough exteriors and carnivorous tendencies. Furthermore, there are indications of cannibalistic tribes inhabiting Tanar. Upon closing the notebook, Leo couldn't help but lament that even the most esteemed scientists find scientific research to be a formidable challenge without substantial logistical support. This led him to question the doctor's remark inscribed on the front page of the notebook: "I seek hints from the mysteries of nature." At first glance, it appears to express a sentiment about the limitations of human intellect. However, upon deeper reflection, Leo deduced that it merely indicated that Vegapunk was being melodramatic. If someone were to gather materials on his behalf, Vegapunk would undoubtedly resemble a reclusive scholar in the pirate world. This journey is fraught with peril, as Leo encounters storms, massive whirlpools, and ascending currents, natural calamities that are typically encountered along the Grand Line. After overcoming numerous obstacles, he finally glimpses Tanar Island in the early hours of the 5th day at sea. Given the potential dangers posed by the metal plants and the cannibalistic tribes, Leo resolves to anchor his vessel 2 nautical miles from the island. Naturally, he has no intention of recklessly setting foot on the island without knowledge of what lies ahead. Thus, the spoils he scavenged from the slave ship, namely the surveillance telephone bugs, come into play. Leo assembled a drone using the remaining parts and secured a visibly anxious phone bug onto it, resulting in an endearing aerial surveillance device. To ensure the phone bug would not be disturbed by the airflow during flight, Leo thoughtfully equipped it with a pair of wind-resistant goggles. As the phone bug took to the skies for the first time, it exhibited signs of nervousness. The imagery wobbled and blurred, and when ascending too high, it even closed its eyes in fear. This hardly constituted effective surveillance, prompting the unscrupulous Leo to attach a device to prop open the creature's eyelids and secure its neck with additional components, making the contraption marginally functional. By the time this assembly was complete, night had fallen. Having learned from prior experiences, Leo did not underestimate the world around him. He first focused on detecting any potential dangers. Once he confirmed the surroundings were devoid of threats, he resolved to explore the island under the cover of night. "All right, all set, little one. The night is yours now," he declared as the phone bug surveillance system powered on. The drone hummed to life as all 4 propellers whirred into action, causing the phone bug to hover unsteadily in midair. After stabilizing, Leo activated the lighting equipment and initiated an S-shaped flight path to begin his exploration of Tanar Island. The island was enveloped in darkness, exuding an eerie silence. Despite the drone's prolonged flight, no sounds of wildlife filled the air, which struck Leo as decidedly abnormal, having grown up in the forest. He knew that nocturnal jungles thrived with life. Yet here, an oppressive stillness prevailed. As the phone bug ventured deeper, faint rustling sounds emerged on the screen, resembling objects being dragged across the ground. Directing the drone toward the source of the noise, Leo flew for approximately 20 minutes before discovering a lake at the heart of the island. On an islet within the lake stood a plant that appeared to be on the brink of withering. Its form resembled a tree devoid of a crown, with branches loosely intertwined and drooping toward the earth, resembling a tangled mass of dreadlocks from a distance. However, as the drone's light illuminated it, the plant suddenly animated. Its branches twisted away from the beam of light, some flailing upward in an attempt to bring down the aerial device. As the branches moved, Leo finally discerned the unsettling scene below. The soil of the islet was littered with a multitude of animal skeletons, some of which had sprouted delicate seedlings. Leo speculated that this peculiar entity was likely a form of plant metal. However, he could not ascertain its hardness at present and refrained from forming a definitive conclusion. As Leo pondered, the plant underwent a remarkable transformation. All its branches shot upwards towards the heavens, standing erect, and then twisted together like a spiral, before suddenly plunging into the earth, leaving behind a dark void at the center of the island. The other saplings also folded their leaves and buried themselves beneath the soil, rendering the entire island in the lake stark and barren. This plant metal appears to be quite shy. Who would have thought such a ferocious plant would fear the light? It seems that collecting samples of this botanical wonder must await the night. At this juncture, Leo suddenly paused. Wait, wasn't he in search of the traces of Vegapunk? Why, then, did he entertain thoughts of gathering plant metal? Could it be that Vegapunk was toxic? Or perhaps I possess the potential to become a top-tier scientist. With this conundrum lingering in his mind, Leo struggled to find restful slumber that night. By morning, he bore the weight of dark circles beneath his eyes as he continued his work. After partaking in a rather mediocre breakfast, Leo smacked his lips, feeling as though he had brought shame upon the interdimensional travelers from the Great Flower Clan, a group renowned for their culinary prowess post-transmigration. How had it come to pass that he alone fell short? It seemed imperative to find a culinary companion post-haste. Once more, he activated the telebug surveillance drone, tracing the trajectory from the previous day back to the island's heart. As anticipated, the center remained a gaping chasm, and the whereabouts of the plant metal's essence remained a mystery. In a fit of mischief, he tossed a few incendiary devices into the abyss. After a prolonged wait, there was still no response, compelling Leo to abandon this site and return to the jungle in search of further clues. The surveillance drone meandered aimlessly through the verdant thicket, and by day, Tanar Island was quite lively. Leo even encountered a massive herbivorous dinosaur. He maneuvered the drone to hover at the creature's head, engaging in a silent stare-down. Suddenly, the dinosaur's visage vanished from the screen, prompting Leo to swiftly adjust the angle of the telebug, only to discover the herbivore being dragged into the depths of the jungle with a mournful cry, disappearing from sight in no time. The telebug stared intently in the direction of the dinosaur's disappearance, creating an awkward atmosphere. Leo, Brother Long, I apologize. But who compelled you to engage me in the game of unwavering gaze? Perhaps you are unaware that the eyelids of the telephone bug have long been propped open by me, so in the next life, do keep your wits about you. Just as Leo was maneuvering the monitor, preparing to depart, he was suddenly assaulted from the ground. The alarm on the aircraft blared, and one of the propellers had ceased functioning due to an unidentified attack. Startled, Leo hastily elevated the monitor's altitude, only daring to return once it surpassed 100 meters. Upon his return, he found the telephone bug's large eyes brimming with tears. The little creature was indeed frightened. Once he removed the support, it withdrew into its shell, refusing to emerge. This situation filled Leo with remorse, prompting him to place a fresh leaf beside the telephone bug as a token of apology, hoping it would soon calm down. Afterward, he inspected the damaged area and discovered that the monitor had been struck by a beast-tooth arrow approximately 3 centimeters in length, evidently fired from a blowgun. Just as Leo reached for the arrow, it suddenly came to life. More precisely, the shaft began to writhe violently, revealing it to be crafted from a segment of metallic plant. What a stroke of fortune! Just as he pondered how to procure a specimen, it was practically delivered to him. Undoubtedly, this was the handiwork of the island's cannibalistic natives, who surprisingly proved to be rather hospitable. Given these developments, Leo was fairly certain that Vegapunk was no longer on this small island. Knowing those mad scientists, if MADS had been established here, the metallic plants would have likely been whisked away to their laboratory long ago. It appeared he would have to record his findings on the second island noted in his journal, postponing his return gift to the natives of Tanar Island for another occasion. However, before embarking, he needed to preserve the metallic plant. One could only speculate what dangers might arise from exposing it to the air. Thus, the 3-centimeter branch was carefully sealed in a test tube. During the fortnight of sailing towards the next island, Leo conducted numerous experiments with the metallic plant. When submerged in seawater, it gradually turned black, and only the blackened metallic plant could be deemed exceedingly resilient. Upon removal from the seawater, it would slowly revert to its original state. Conversely, when placed in drinking water, the metallic plant would begin to sprout, and a few drops of blood, when added, were swiftly absorbed by the metallic plant. Astonishingly, blood seemed to expedite its growth. Leo gazed with satisfaction at the experimental report in his hands. Perhaps this metallic plant could indeed serve as a formidable biological weapon. Nevertheless, for the time being, he would keep it submerged in seawater, awaiting the establishment of a stable laboratory before considering the cultivation of such a perilous flora. After half a month of navigation, the destination of his voyage, Reunion Island, finally came into view. As the small vessel approached, it began to decelerate. Leo recalled that this maritime region was fraught with danger. According to the doctor's notes, numerous large marine creatures inhabited the waters surrounding Reunion Island, and Leo had no desire to emulate a certain pretentious guide who had sacrificed his own arm to the king of the sea. Thus, it was essential to disguise the small vessel as it approached. The Shinjo's capabilities were activated, enveloping the boat in a hollow sphere of seawater. This was yet another function that Leo had inadvertently discovered after setting sail. Once encased in the water sphere created by the Shinjo, the small boat could mislead marine creatures' perceptions, causing them to believe it was merely a mass of seawater. What could be safer in the ocean than masquerading as a drop of seawater? As Leo stealthily approached the waters around Reunion Island, he indeed detected numerous traces of large marine predators. He maneuvered the small vessel cautiously, refraining from uttering a sound, lest he disturb these formidable giants. Upon descending to within a few hundred meters of the island, Leo suddenly spotted several mechanically enhanced sharks patrolling the near shore, their cold electronic eyes gleaming ominously on the ocean floor. However, a smile slowly crept across Leo's face as he murmured to himself in excitement, "I have found you, Doctor." By Japan. Cautiously, Leo navigated around the shark sentinels. Even disguised as seawater, he dared not advance hastily. Fortunately, he managed to land without drawing the attention of the guards. After securing his small boat along the shore, Leo slowly ventured into the island, burdened with his toolbox. For safety's sake, he had also converted the phone bug surveillance device into a terrestrial version, which bore a whimsical design. Mounted on a metallic chassis were 4 large wheels, resembling a flatbed cart. He placed the phone bug onto the cart, and after gently propping open its eyelids, he remotely guided the terrestrial monitor ahead, while he maintained a distance of approximately 200 meters behind. As he scrutinized the transmitted images, he carefully avoided the patrolling mechanical creatures along the way. It appeared that the security surrounding the research institute was quite formidable. He wondered what the doctor was investigating here. Fortunately, the phone bug also fell under the category of mechanized organisms, which did not attract the attention of other guards as he traversed. He halted upon reaching the base of a small rocky hill, where a cave entrance lay before him, guarded by 2 upright crocodilian sentinels. Recognizing the significance of this, Leo surmised he was on the right track. Punk certainly exhibited the traits of an underground operative by situating the research institute in such a location. One could easily infer that the nature of the research was rather dubious. The presence of such intimidating guards only piqued Leo's curiosity about the secrets hidden within the cave. However, the pressing dilemma was how to infiltrate the area. Dispatching the guards would undoubtedly alert those inside, yet without neutralizing them, Leo had no means to bypass their watch. Reluctantly, he resorted to controlling the terrestrial monitor to investigate further. Eventually, he discovered a blind spot in the guard's line of sight and maneuvered the monitor to ascend the side of the hill before cautiously circumventing the crocodilian sentinels above the cave entrance. Inside the cavern, a singular path extended deeper within. Not far along, he arrived at a sizable metallic chamber, approximately 500 square meters in area. Devoid of anything save for an elevator on the opposite wall, Leo was hesitant to allow the monitor to use the elevator, but fortunately, he noticed a ventilation duct in the upper left corner of the room. Inside, the duct resembled a labyrinth. The terrestrial monitor meandered for what seemed an eternity without finding an exit. Yet another fork in the path emerged, and Leo had lost count of how many times he had encountered such junctions. In previous instances, he had relied on intuition for his choices, yet it had proven unreliable. Just as he contemplated tossing a coin to decide the direction, a sudden burst of laughter emanated from the right passage. "Hee, I truly am the greatest genius. Such an enchanting shade of purple. With it, the entire world shall bow before the magnificent Caesar cumin." Peering through the grating of the ventilation duct, he glimpsed a man with 2 horns atop his head, cackling maniacally while brandishing a glass test tube containing a writhing mass of purple. After a time, the man exited the chamber, and Leo could vaguely hear him muttering about Quinn being a useless fool and threats against Vegapunk. Could this peculiar individual truly be Caesar Cumin? He certainly appeared rather deranged. Was that strange, swirling mist he had invented perhaps the nascent form of the realm of death? After waiting for a while, the corridor remained eerily silent. It seemed that Caesar would not return anytime soon. Thus, Leo maneuvered the surveillance monitor to leap down from the vent. The laboratory was illuminated by harsh, white lights, and the monitor descended beneath the test table, gathering strength before it sprang onto the surface. The workbench was in disarray, research data scattered haphazardly, while a rack of test tubes at the edge held 3 glass vials containing black, green, and red gases. Instinctively, Leo directed the monitor to retreat from those substances. However, in the process, he accidentally knocked over a glass vessel behind him. With a sharp crash, shards of glass lay strewn across the floor, and a cloud of grayish-white smoke began to waft out. Cursed, what would he do if that pervert returned? He had to swiftly manage the smoke. Just as Leo pondered a remedy, the grayish-white substance, seemingly animated, drifted toward him, following the scent of the telephone bug. What? This unexpected transformation startled the telephone bug, its eyes nearly popping out of its sockets. Without hesitation, Leo maneuvered the monitor to flee the laboratory in haste. The monitor scurried through the research facility like a headless fly for a considerable time, and at the corner of the corridor, it cautiously glanced back. Ensuring the smoke was not pursuing before Leo breathed a sigh of relief, his disheveled expression vividly mirrored on the telephone bug's face. Yet, before Leo could catch his breath, a peculiar visage suddenly appeared on the screen. It was a man adorned with sunglasses and thick lip gloss. The abrupt appearance of this man startled Leo. What kind of creature was this? Had one of the doctor's experimental subjects escaped? The flamboyantly dressed man, equally perplexed, bellowed at the telephone bug. Hey, Vegapunk. Is this your new toy? When did you develop a penchant for peeping? Answer me. As he spoke, the man shook the monitor vigorously. Noticing the telephone bug remained silent, the man seemed to lose interest. TSK, why are you suddenly shy, Vegapunk? Even you know shame? With that, he casually tossed the monitor to the ground and whistled as he walked away. After the initial chaos subsided, Leo recognized the man. Wasn't that Quinn before he had gained weight? If Caesar's impression was that of a pervert, Quinn exuded an air of frivolity. Even after becoming a pirate, Quinn could not shed this characteristic, even garnering quite a few fans because of it. Having evaded Quinn, the monitor continued its exploration and finally discovered Vegapunk's silhouette within a laboratory, where he was embroiled in a heated argument with Vince Judge. Leo recognized both figures at a glance. They were unmistakable, one with an exaggeratedly large head, the other with eyebrows curling like incense. The dispute within the room escalated, with Vegapunk standing on a stool, one hand grasping Judge's hair while the other brandished a piece of paper, unleashing a torrent of invective. Judge, in turn, seized the doctor's collar, spitting in fury. On the table beside them lay a devil fruit, which Leo instantly recognized as the Zoan-type bulbul fruit. Perhaps the two were engaged in a dispute over this very fruit. After eavesdropping on their futile exchange of insults for a while, Leo began to grow bored. Since infiltrating the laboratory, he had encountered an array of peculiar individuals, a maniac with a chilling laugh, a wild-looking brute, and ruffians who exchanged lewd remarks about each other's female relatives. While he had indeed met these people, not a single one left a favorable impression on him. Moreover, they all seemed rather difficult to engage with, leading Leo to question whether his unsolicited request to join the research institute would even be entertained. Doubt began to creep into his mind regarding his decision to join MADS. Just as he was contemplating this dilemma, an alluring fragrance wafted in from behind him, followed by 2 soft forms pressing against his back. A pair of fair arms encircled his neck, rendering Leo utterly motionless. Leo made a concerted effort to glance sideways and finally beheld a strikingly beautiful face. Hey there, young man. Could you enlighten your sister about the games you are indulging in here? What is there to admire about those older gentlemen? Would you care for your sister to introduce you to some delightful experiences? Ah, no, madam, you have misunderstood. I am but a refugee, washed ashore by the ocean's tide. Leo felt the grip of the arm encircling his neck begin to tighten, prompting him to cease his nonsensical chatter. Seeing that Leo had finally fallen silent, the enchanting woman relaxed her hold and pointed at the scene before them. Are you intrigued by those gentlemen? Allow your sister to take you to meet them. Leo wished to politely decline the invitation, yet the woman seemed to perceive his intentions, pressing the barrel of the gun against his temple. In that fleeting moment, Leo, in a mere zero, 01 seconds, altered his response. All right, sister, I can hardly wait. Being encircled by a captivating beauty and four rather unattractive individuals is a rather intense experience, and Leo can assure you that it is indeed exceedingly nerve-wracking. The five individuals opposite him, illuminated by the harsh glare of the lights, scrutinized him with eyes wide open, their gaze resembling that of beings observing something other than a mere human. Under such intense scrutiny, sweat cascaded down Leo's forehead as he shakily uttered, "Esteemed guests, I implore you to refrain from gazing at me with such fervor. I feel as though I might melt away. Come now, let us converse. How shall we divide him?" The young woman who had apprehended Leo, named Stussy, found herself compelled to speak first in the silence, yet her words only intensified Leo's trepidation. How shall we divide him? Do they intend to dismember him? I am in need of a test subject, and I hope this one can endure a bit longer than the previous ones. Caesar, indifferent to the others, reached out to take Leo away. That won't do. Such a fresh specimen must be utilized by us. I have a divergence of theories with that scoundrel, Vegapunk, and this lad shall serve as a perfect test case to ascertain whose theory prevails. Since everyone desires him, I shan't contest. However, I find myself short on the blood required for my experiments. Thus I shall first extract 500 cubic centimeters from this young man. Stussy's proclamation remained as alarming as ever, her words immediately invoking the notion of blood extraction. Meanwhile, Leo found himself in a dire predicament, sweat pooling beneath him, forming a small puddle on the ground. At this rate, before they could finalize their distribution plan, he would surely dehydrate to death. Just as despair enveloped Leo regarding his fate, an incongruous voice broke through. "Hey, do you enjoy sweet red bean soup?" Surprisingly, it was Quinn, the one who appeared most fearsome, whose words struck Leo as the least threatening. The question was so mundane that Leo barely registered it, instinctively responding, "I don't consume much in the way of sweets, but when it comes to soup, I prefer a dash of pepper." Quinn's eyes widened at Leo's words, and in a sudden burst of panic, he drew a handgun and pressed it against Leo's forehead, exclaiming, "So you too are a heretic. My name is Leo, a 10-year-old boy. I had originally set sail in search of my idol, only to find myself at the mercy of a pervert wielding a gun. Surrounded by 3 accomplices and a beautiful yet terrifying older sister, who were discussing how to divide my flesh. What should I do in this predicament? I'm rather anxious. My research is of utmost importance. Abyss 1 is complete, and I require this specimen for the final experiment." Caesar rasped menacingly. "You imbecile Gaji. Your mind is filled with nonsense. The genetic factor can directly lead to mutations in the host. To inherit the powers of the devil fruit in such a crude manner is utterly foolish. Ugh." Vegapunk spat disdainfully. "You rude scoundrel, Vegapunk. Even without direct injection, one could adopt a hereditary approach, safely passing the genetic factor to the next generation through the mother," Smoke Gaji retorted, wiping his face in disgust. The two men paid no heed to Caesar, engrossed in their own conversation. The striking Stussy sister was already poised with a syringe, gesturing at Leo's arm. "Little brother, it won't hurt. Just be a good boy and stay still, and it will all be over soon." Despite her cheerful demeanor, she was the most agile among them. "You heretic. If you refuse to acknowledge that sweet soup is delicious, I will eliminate you," Quinn muttered, lost in his own thoughts. Yet his focus was dangerously fixed on Leo's life. Observing the bickering, Leo felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Surprisingly, he was no longer filled with fear. "Esteemed doctors, why not first listen to my rebuttal? No, my explanation?" he implored, but Vegapunk and the others dismissed his words, viewing him merely as a test subject. Seeing no one paying him any attention, Leo discreetly retrieved the plant metal, dripping a few drops of blood into a test tube before shattering it on the ground. The plant metal, upon absorbing the blood, began to grow uncontrollably, swiftly reaching over 2 meters in height, its twisted branches thrashing wildly, wreaking havoc in the cramped laboratory. As the plant metal expanded, the 5 individuals swiftly moved aside, 4 of them regarding it with curious eyes, while only Vegapunk emitted a soft gasp of surprise. Vegapunk, puzzled, turned to Leo and asked, "Kid, where did you find this?" Clearly, he recognized the plant metal. Leo, now retreating to the doorway, responded loudly, "Doctor Vegapunk, I am your fan. I found this plant metal following the guidance in your notes." Before Vegapunk could reply, Stussy interjected, "Oh, little brother, is this the reason you infiltrated Ruin Island? Dr. Vegapunk, you have quite the impressive fan. To achieve such a feat at such a young age and successfully bypass the guards to reach the laboratory. Bajapink gazed intently at Leo for a moment. You aren't a Balkemia native, are you? How did you acquire my notes? Doctor, I am your admirer. I have been studying in Balkemia and discovered the notes in your laboratory. My voyage was solely to seek you out. Given my earnest efforts, I implore you to take me in. Oh, by the way, I have created the laser weapon you envisioned. Is that so? Stussy, weren't you supposed to draw blood? Please, go ahead. Bajapink replied nonchalantly. Ah, the doctor truly understands. I shall not be polite then. Young lad, I advise you to cooperate willingly, or you may find yourself in a predicament. Please, doctor, I have even upgraded the heating system in Balkemia, and it performs better than what you left behind. Truly, you cannot harm the benefactor of your homeland, can you? Oh, it seems you have gotten along well with them. Very well, come with me. You need not argue. I shall take care of this little fellow. Upon hearing Bajapink's words, Leo finally breathed a sigh of relief, bending slightly as he followed the doctor, eager to escape this place of turmoil. Seeing Bajapink attempt to monopolize the experimental subject, Caesar was poised to intervene first. However, Stussy was quicker, restraining Caesar in advance. The others watched as the two departed, and not long after, Quinn's voice called out from behind, Wait, wait. He hasn't said whether he likes little bean soup. Leo was left speechless. Sometimes, Quinn's foolishness was quite endearing. Thus it was. Before leaving, I even left a considerable sum of money for Balkemia. Bajapink remained silent for a moment. Your design concept for the heating system is commendable. However, if you wish to study alongside me, refrain from mentioning it for now. For the time being, you shall serve as my assistant, responsible for tidying the laboratory and running errands. Now, let us cease idle chatter and go see your laser weapon. A few days later, Leo and Bajapink stood by the sea, manipulating a colossal mechanical contraption before them. Ever since Leo had showcased the laser cannon to Bajapink, he had only received disdain in return. Perhaps the doctor could not bear to see such remarkable research squandered. Thus he took it upon himself to construct a new laser cannon. In my youth, I harbored a dream of creating robots with independent thought, capable of soaring through the skies and diving into the depths of the sea, effortlessly vanquishing all adversaries and becoming the guardian of Balkemia. The weapon utilized by these robots would be luminous. Oh, doctor, how did you conceive the idea of a laser weapon without ever having seen one? When I was a child, disinclined to shovel snow, I devised a mobile snow removal machine using several mirrors to focus sunlight to a point, effortlessly melting the snow. Later, I discovered that using convex lenses yielded a superior focusing effect, which led to the conception of the laser weapon. Upon hearing this, Leo exclaimed in admiration, marveling at how top-tier scientists can indeed derive inspiration from the minutiae of everyday life. Doctor, he inquired, why do you not continue this research? After all, even scientists must earn their livelihood. Leo, the issue has been brought back to reality. Indeed, without substantial financial backing, scientific research cannot progress. Doctor, from where did the funding for the MADS research originate? If I may be blunt, you and your colleagues hardly resemble the affluent. Naturally, we have benefactors supporting us. Have you heard of Duke Feld, the king of usury? He is a man whose ambition far exceeds his capabilities, yearning to conquer the dark world through the mastery of superior technology. However, those around him lack such prowess, leaving him with no choice but to employ us. It is rather amusing to think that we owe a debt of gratitude to that unwitting financier. Without him, many of our research endeavors would be unfeasible. An hour later, the new laser cannon was finally calibrated. Dr. Vegapunk approached the control console, aimed at the target, and pressed the activation button. The cannon's aperture began to concentrate a beam of light, and the next moment, an explosion resonated from a distance. After Dr. Vegapunk's modifications, the laser cannon no longer required Leo's fruit abilities for operation, and it boasted a shorter charging time with significantly enhanced power. Upon striking an object, the laser would also detonate, proving itself far more formidable than Leo's original design. Leo was utterly astonished, pointing at the target and exclaiming to the doctor, "Is this not excessively exaggerated? Why is it that with the same structure, the power of what you have created has been enhanced to such an extent? How could the products made from scraps you produced possibly compare to those crafted from my meticulously selected materials? The beam amplification issue that had long plagued me has been resolved by you. If I failed to produce a satisfactory weapon now, I would not be worthy of being called the foremost scientist of Bakamoya." Leo was at a loss for words, thinking, "Doctor, can we not engage in a proper conversation? Why must you always seize the opportunity to show off?" Ever since the success of the experiment, Vegapunk had lost interest in laser weaponry. Consequently, Leo had to embark on his busy life as an assistant. He was not merely Vegapunk's aide, as he was responsible for the laboratories of others as well. This very circumstance afforded Leo the chance to legitimately delve into everyone's research. Apart from Vegapunk, who was a polymath, the others specialized in specific fields. Despite their frequent quarrels, they were, in fact, quite reliant on one another, each needing the other's expertise to compensate for their own deficiencies. For instance, Gaji, who once had profound knowledge in electronics, had inexplicably become enamored with researching devil fruits in recent years, seeking to harness technological prowess to transplant the powers of these fruits into the human body. Thus, he required collaboration with Vegapunk on genetic studies. Leo recognized this as the nascent form of the lineage factor. Moreover, Gaji was also attempting to surreptitiously learn laser weapon technology from Vegapunk, prompting Leo to guard against him as one would a thief. Caesar, on the other hand, was fervently dedicated to the study of toxic gases, which explained why he would later become a user of the gas fruit. It was all seemingly a matter of fate. Leo had already witnessed Caesar's research on toxins during his infiltration. Those gases appeared almost alive, exuding an eerie quality. What surprised Leo most was that someone as eccentric as Caesar was actually friends with Quinn, sharing even his expertise in toxicology with him. As for Quinn, he appeared to be a fool but was, in fact, quite cunning. Leo was aware that Quinn was playing both sides, brotherly with Caesar while engaging in fervent discussions with Gaji. Leo had even observed them on more than one occasion enthusiastically developing new weaponry in the laboratory together. This clearly illustrated Quinn's remarkable adaptability. Despite being the least academically gifted among the five, he had managed to acquire a wealth of knowledge by navigating both realms. Lastly, there was Stussy. To be honest, Leo felt somewhat apprehensive about being alone with her, as he regarded this woman as the most perilous of them all. From his previous life's memories, he knew her full name was Beijingham Stussy, a former crew member of Rocks. Yet, her age was evidently at odds with her appearance. Stussy, over 40, looked as youthful as an 18-year-old maiden. It was not until Leo encountered her research data that he discovered her expertise lay in cloning. Ever since that revelation, Leo had the distinct impression that Stussy regarded him as if she were intent on devouring him. Thus, Leo navigated a life filled with both anguish and delight, acquiring knowledge while enduring Stussy's relentless harassment. On this day, Leo had finally managed to escape Stussy's clutches. After enduring both mental and physical torment, he was on the verge of dragging his weary body back to his bedroom when he was called over by Vegapunk. "Leo, come here and take a look at my newly crafted toy." Curious, Leo approached the doctor and discovered a square metallic box placed before him. With a head full of questions, Leo inquired, "Doctor, please don't jest. What purpose does this iron contraption serve?" The doctor, reclining with an air of satisfaction, replied, "Why not try carrying it on your back? There's a button on the right side to activate it." Leo dutifully hoisted the iron box onto his back and pressed the activation button. Almost immediately, he felt the box begin to contort around him, enveloping him completely within a minute. A roar erupted. "This is a robot. Doctor, you truly comprehend the romance of man. Humph. Go take a look in the mirror and see if you appear striking." Vegapunk seemed quite pleased with his achievement, his legs trembling with excitement as he spoke. Leo glanced around and suddenly remarked to the doctor, "It feels a bit tight. Did you develop this according to your own height? No time to waste. Hurry and test it out," the doctor urged. Hearing the doctor's insistence, Leo clumsily maneuvered the robot to take a couple of steps before pressing the firing button towards the target. The weapon's capabilities exceeded Leo's expectations. The light projectiles fired in rapid succession. Although their power diminished considerably, the density of fire increased significantly. 2 streams of warm tears cascaded down his cheeks, and Leo felt a profound impact within his heart as he choked out to Vegapunk, "Doctor, I want to learn this." "Be cautious, you fool. That is an exceedingly valuable experimental subject. Currently, there are only 2 successful cases of objects bearing the powers of devil fruits," Vegapunk exclaimed, feeling his head nearly explode from the recklessness of Leo. "Stop rambling, old man. This sword has consumed the bulbul fruit. Aside from its peculiar appearance, its abilities are rather mundane, and the Zoan fruits are quite durable and nearly indestructible." Leo clearly did not take the matter seriously, and having spent ample time together, both had grown accustomed to each other's habits, allowing for a more casual exchange. "However, old man, the other experimental subject is indeed remarkable. Utilizing firearms to harness the power of the porcupine fruit allows for infinite ammunition, and the bullets possess penetrating attributes. Doctor, I am very interested in this technology. Could you teach me? Easier said than done. I'll teach you if you manage to procure another Zoan-type devil fruit for me, Vegapunk replied, somewhat irked. Before long, everyone gathered in Vegapunk's laboratory, surrounding the bull's sword with wide-eyed astonishment. It was evidently a straight sword, yet it now resembled a trident. What is this, Vegapunk? Kaji asked disdainfully, picking up the bull's sword. It is obviously a sword that has consumed a devil fruit, Vegapunk responded with precision. You even acknowledge it as a sword and allowed it to consume a devil fruit? Pray tell, what purpose does it serve? Can this contraption even be exchanged for a Zoan-type devil fruit? Kaji clearly expressed his dissatisfaction with Vegapunk's use of such precious materials for this research. Do you not perceive its greatness? It transcends the barriers of life, allowing an object to bear the power of a devil fruit and gain life itself. As their argument began to escalate, Stussy interjected, Doctor, can a paramecia or logia-type fruit merge with objects? Not at this time. This is a product of bloodline factor technology. And currently, only Zoan-type devil fruits can achieve this. Paramecia and logia types lack soul feedback, hence cannot merge with objects. Stussy's inquiry was also of concern to Leo. The utility of objects consuming Zoan-type devil fruits was minimal, but if objects could consume paramecia-type devil fruits, it would open the door to the creation of wondrous items. Stussy cast a resigned glance at Vegapunk. Well, Doctor, even if it is a remarkable discovery, its practical utility is far too limited. I believe further research is unnecessary. This distinction highlights the difference between Vegapunk and others. He embarks on scientific explorations without regard for cost, embodying the spirit of a true pioneer. What Caesar seeks are technologies that serve his ambitions, with a greater emphasis on the genetic transfer of bloodline factors. Which explains his ire at Vegapunk for supposedly squandering the devil fruit on frivolous experiments. Stussy is more concerned with the practical applications of research to her. The products of a devil fruit consumed by a sword are akin to mere toys. As for Caesar and Quinn, they exhibit complete disinterest. Noticing that everyone was engrossed in discussion around the bull sword, Leo softly interjected, perhaps there is a way to enhance the practical utility of this research. Suddenly, several individuals fell silent and turned their attention to Leo. What if we attempted to have other objects consume the fruit? For instance, if we allowed a cloak to ingest a Zoan-type fruit associated with flying creatures, could it not then enable someone to soar through the skies? Following this line of thought, one might possess the abilities of multiple Zoan-type fruits simultaneously. Moreover, there exists the possibility of the ship's spirit. It is said that a ship can develop a soul. What would happen if we allowed the ship's spirit to consume a paramecia or logia-type fruit? Perhaps we could end up with a vessel endowed with extraordinary powers. Leo's words left a few people exchanging glances. It must be said that this young man indeed provided a broader perspective. After some contemplation, Vegapunk was the first to speak, stating that the second hypothesis you proposed was far too stringent to validate and could be set aside for now. As for the first hypothesis, it still held feasibility, provided one selected the appropriate Zoan-type fruits. The group continued to deliberate on the concept Leo had introduced, ultimately deciding to temporarily shelve the research. However, following this discussion, Leo undeniably left an impression of intellectual agility on the others, resulting in a newfound respect for his opinions in subsequent exchanges. After the meeting concluded, life returned to its tranquil state. The work of an assistant relies heavily on practice, and Leo, having adapted, was able to free up considerable time each day. At last, he found the opportunity to explore his own interests. Ever since Vegapunk showcased the transformable mechanical armor, Leo had been inspired to develop his own personalized vehicle. However, it required a complete redesign, as Leo's mech would need to synergize with the abilities of the devil fruits. This had been Leo's initial vision. The moment he laid eyes on the blueprints in Balquamoa, he resolved to adopt a power system based on the capabilities of the devil fruits, supplemented by technological prowess, aiming to reach the apex of combat strength within the pirate world. On this particular day, Leo sat before the laboratory workstation, one hand manipulating a swirling mass of water that continuously changed form, while the other meticulously crafted blueprints. He had long since dismantled Vegapunk's transformable mech, studying each component in detail before embarking on the design of his own bespoke mech. Before long, Vegapunk entered the laboratory, casting a sidelong glance at the distracted Leo and frowning. If you wish to draw, focus on it. You can't work effectively while playing around like this. Leo, however, remained unfazed. Doctor, this is not mere play. I am honing my water manipulation abilities. I intend to simulate a mech using seawater. Quinn was correct. He truly was an iconoclast. Only machines composed of metal and gears represented the romance of man. What significance does it hold to simulate using abilities? Furthermore, can a mech crafted from water even function? Upon hearing the doctor's reprimand, Leo did not retort but merely smiled faintly. Allow me to show you something intriguing. With that, two streams of water emerged from the adjacent reservoir, merging with the orb of water in Leo's hand. The subsequent transformation left Vegapunk wide-eyed in astonishment. As the hue of the seawater gradually transitioned from a light blue to a deep navy, eventually reflecting a metallic sheen. After executing this marvel, Leo gestured for Vegapunk to approach, while the doctor, eager with anticipation, rushed to the new substance, marveling, "Is this sea floor stone? And its purity is remarkable. How did you accomplish this?" Proudly, Leo replied, "Naturally, it is through my fruit ability. The seawater contains a small amount of sea floor stone particles, which I can effortlessly extract and then solidify into the desired shape." So you mean to say you can substitute sea floor stone for metal materials? No wonder you practice simulating mechanical components with seawater. Your fruit ability is indeed extraordinary. I had thought you were of the natural type. I do not possess the ability to elementalize. As he spoke, Leo gestured towards the orb of sea floor stone, which floated back into his hand. Half a month passed, and Leo had mastered the simulation of all mech components, beginning to experiment with assembly. Once he successfully completed the mech, he utilized his fruit ability to transform the seawater-formed mech into sea floor stone material. Upon completion, Leo was nearly elated enough to leap with joy. This was simply phenomenal. If the doctor had developed the Iron Man Mk5 portable, then what Leo created using his fruit ability was akin to the Iron Man Mk50 super nano armor. However, this achievement was not entirely sufficient. The reason Vegapunk's laser cannon was more powerful than Leo's was due to the differing charging methods. As Leo's charging efficiency was too low, thus, he needed to seek an alternative energy source. Consequently, Leo contemplated the arc reactor from Iron Man. Possessing such a device would equate to having a stable and efficient energy source. Yet, a new dilemma arose. Although Leo understood what the arc reactor was, he was at a loss as to how to construct one, leading him to once again seek the assistance of Dr. Vegapunk. What exactly is this arc reactor? Where did you acquire such peculiar knowledge? Leo made an earnest effort to recall his memories regarding the arc reactor, delivering a rote explanation to Vegapunk. He frequently employed terms such as circular, vacuum, magnetic, and coil. It was only after he painstakingly elucidated the concept of nuclear fusion that Vegapunk finally began to engage in the construction process. The technological landscape of the world of One Piece is starkly polarized, featuring weaponry propelled by black powder and flintlock firearms, juxtaposed with futuristic innovations like the pacifista and seraphim. Leo had initially presumed that the arc reactor would require an extensive period for development. However, Vegapunk astonishingly completed it in less than a week. When the doctor tossed the shimmering energy core to Leo, he was left utterly astounded. "You truly created this contraption?" "Humph, it's not particularly complex. Besides, it resembles technology left behind by the Ancient Kingdom." "The Ancient Kingdom?" Leo was somewhat taken aback, surprised that Vegapunk was already aware of its existence. "Forget what I just said. Enough chatter. Let us hasten and install it." Prompted by the doctor's reminder, Leo discarded any further banter and focused on reassembling his sea stone armor, then firmly pressed the energy core into the recess on his chest. Leo's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Doctor, I shall undoubtedly become the Tony Stark of the Grand Line." Who was Tony Stark, you might ask? A flamboyant and debonair top-tier scientist. "Impossible," Dr. Vegapunk exclaimed, springing to his feet as if he were a cat whose tail had just been stepped on. Leo lamented, "Despite my relentless efforts, I find myself devoid of companionship. Shouldn't a scientist embrace solitude? How can he, of all people, indulge in romantic escapades? Can you articulate that?" The incessant chatter of Dr. Vegapunk fell on deaf ears, as Leo was struck with disbelief, realizing that the doctor possessed such a nature. On the shores of Reunion Island, the gentle waves caressed the sand. At this moment, Leo stood upon the water's surface, the sea gradually enveloping his body. Dr. Vegapunk, positioned on the beach, meticulously recorded observations with his notebook and stopwatch. As the seawater receded, it revealed a sleek, dark gray exosuit encasing Leo entirely. His bespoke weapon, the Sea Stone Mech Type 1, 35 seconds, speed enhancement increased by 20. Are you ready? Let's commence testing the power system, Dr. Vegapunk called out to Leo from a distance. The sea stone armor raised a hand in acknowledgement, and with a thunderous roar, the water beneath erupted as immense propulsion transformed the mech into a streak of black lightning, surpassing the speed of the Navy's 6th-class cutter. The sea stone armor propelled itself across the surface, each footfall sending sprays of water into the air. In the blink of an eye, it covered a distance of several nautical miles back and forth. As Leo approached the shore, he began to decelerate, ultimately coming to a graceful halt before Dr. Vegapunk. Impressive speed, 45 meters per second, nearly reaching the force of a level 15 gale. It would be challenging for an ordinary observer to perceive your form. Even those with advanced observation haki would find it difficult to react to your movements. Now, let us proceed with the weapon testing. Leo nodded slightly, raising his right hand to aim at the distant sea. The launch port in his palm illuminated with a cruciform beam, and after a 5-second charge, a column of light, as thick as an infant's arm, erupted forth. The blue laser evaporated the surrounding seawater until it struck a small vessel a kilometer away. Upon hitting its target, a shock wave radiated outward, followed by the ocean surface being blasted into a depression exceeding 50 meters in diameter, with all the water within evaporated, leaving the target vessel reduced to mere ashes. The doctor, satisfied, documented the weapon's power on paper, only to hear Leo's voice. "Doctor, find some cover. I am about to test a new ability." With both hands raised before him, a massive water sphere gradually took shape, its diameter exceeding 20 meters and hollow at the center. Leo then began compressing the sphere's volume, while the sea stone armor on his body slowly faded away. He infused the condensed sea stone particles into the water sphere to increase the density of the seawater, ensuring that the air within could not escape. The sphere's volume was compressed until it rested between his palms, radiating a dazzling blue light. Indeed, Leo's new skill emulated the bear's impact technique. Based on the principle of compressed air explosion, the small blue water sphere shot forth from Leo's palms, drifting towards the horizon. After traveling 2 nautical miles, it suddenly exploded with an even more intense brilliance, filling Leo's vision with a blinding white light. Then came the resounding explosion, a powerful shockwave surging through the water, inundating the beaches of Reunion Island. The explosion persisted for 10 seconds before gradually dissipating. After a brief moment of blindness, Leo opened his eyes, astonished by the scene before him. The near shore had been transformed into a shallow expanse, with the seawater taking its time to rise and restore its original state. The trees on the beach were bent and broken by the shockwave, and even the smaller rocks had shattered. Seeing this, Leo gasped in awe, muttering to himself how terrifying it was. Meanwhile, from behind the distant rocks, Vegapunk emerged, spitting out the sand in his mouth and scolding, "Ugh, you little rascal. What have you done now? Do not become so enamored with high lethality weapons. It is better to hold a greater reverence for life." Having been at MADS for nearly a year, Vegapunk had celebrated Leo's 11th birthday with him, presenting the proud doctor with a porcupine gun as a gift. Leo had coveted this weapon for quite some time, and he joyfully secured it at his waist, perfectly accompanying Susanna's dagger. After his 11th birthday, Leo's life returned to tranquility. Even with the successful experiment of the sea stone armor, he remained dedicated to training in seawater control every day. He is determined to master the conversion of sea stone to the point of instantaneous completion. In the time that followed, Leo devoted himself entirely to the work surrounding Vegapunk and Judge, as their research on bloodline factors was nearing completion. However, the closer they drew to the culmination of their study, the more unease settled within Leo's heart. In the original narrative, MADS was designated an illegal organization by the world government, seemingly as a consequence of the completion of their research on bloodline factors. Consequently, Vegapunk became a prisoner of the government, condemned to serve its interests and irrevocably stripped of his personal freedom. Leo had long regarded Vegapunk as his mentor, and naturally, he wished to spare the doctor from a similar fate. Thus, in the remaining days, Leo stealthily crafted a small submarine. With this vessel, combined with the powers of the devil fruit, Leo felt confident that he could escape alongside Vegapunk. Subsequently, Leo noticed that Stussie's movements had become increasingly enigmatic, and he harbored concerns that this woman might be an undercover agent for the world government. He realized that he could no longer afford to wait, and secretly sought out Vegapunk. "Doctor, I have something of great importance to discuss with you." Vegapunk, without even glancing in his direction, continued with his experiments. "What could be so urgent? Have you completed today's assignments?" "Doctor, are you familiar with Stussie? I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss with her." That woman has always been that way. It's best if you don't concern yourself with her, Vegapunk replied nonchalantly. Leo was in a state of turmoil, resolved to confront Vegapunk. Doctor, Stussy may be an agent of the world government's CP0. Perhaps she is merely waiting for the completion of your bloodline factor research before she makes her move to seize it. It is far too perilous for you to remain here. I have secretly constructed a small submarine. While Stussy remains unaware, let us escape together. Vegapunk continued with his experiments. Only after a while did he respond to Leo. It appears you are not as simple as you seem. Nonetheless, that matters little. I cannot leave. Moreover, do not underestimate the complexity of the bloodline factor. Our current research is merely the tip of the iceberg. Only a fool like Gaji would believe this encompasses the entirety of the bloodline factor. I can surmise that Stussy is affiliated with the government. Even if they were to capture me, what would it matter? They would not kill me. They surely require my continued contribution to their technological advancements. I can conveniently leverage the government's resources. Leo was left speechless by Vegapunk's words. Doctor, you need not forsake your freedom for the sake of your research. However, Leo's statement was abruptly interrupted by the doctor. You needn't continue. Being captured by the world government has long been part of my plan. Without the support of a world-class team, my dreams shall remain unfulfilled. As for you, young one, you ought to contemplate your escape route. Originally, you were but an inconsequential character, yet you have developed laser weapons and weapons of mass destruction. This has given Stussy a reason to target you. At this juncture, Vegapunk sighed. The first phase of the bloodline factor experiment is nearing completion. For the time being, remain by my side. No vessel within a 200 nautical mile radius can elude my surveillance. When the government comes to assault MADS, I shall ensure your departure. Leo stared blankly at the ever-busy Vegapunk, momentarily lost for words. Even at this critical juncture, the doctor still prioritized his well-being, leaving Leo overwhelmed with profound gratitude. The experiment on the transfer of genetic factors had finally reached its final phase. On this day, everyone had gathered in Vegapunk's laboratory, marveling at a blue devil fruit. Upon closer inspection, this fruit differed significantly from typical devil fruits. Its appearance still resembled that of a normal fruit, with its skin adorned by cloud-like patterns, which led to its classification as a devil fruit. Before the captivated audience, Vegapunk fed this artificial devil fruit to a test mouse. After a brief moment of anticipation, wings sprouted from the creature's back. It is finally complete. Kaji laughed maniacally, his ambitious research having culminated in success. In that instant, Kaji shed all pretense, his eyes gleaming with madness. Caesar and Queen were equally astonished by the success of the genetic factor experiment. Caesar, brimming with eagerness, was keen to peruse Vegapunk's experimental notes, while Stussy discreetly reached behind her, each one harboring ulterior motives as they fixated on the test subject. Very well. The test subject is not yet stable and requires further observation for a week. If, within this week, there are no signs of collapse and the subject can utilize the abilities of the devil fruit, then the genetic factor transfer experiment will be deemed successful. For now, I ask everyone to wait patiently, Vegapunk concluded. The others concurred with Vegapunk's assessment and, seeing no further matters to discuss, began to leave the laboratory. However, Leo sensed that each individual harbored their own clandestine intentions. Once the others had departed, Vegapunk seized Leo's sleeve and led him deeper into the laboratory, eventually arriving at the materials warehouse. As they entered, the steel door closed behind them. Listen closely, young man. There is a passage that leads directly to the seabed. You will escape through here using that little device you crafted in secret. You have a maximum of 4 hours to flee. If you can elude the world government ships, you will be truly free. You need not thank me. Consider it a token of appreciation for all you have done for Barkmore. The boxes over there are also a gift for you. If the opportunity arises, create a real robot for yourself. Relying solely on your fruit abilities is hardly impressive. The doctor stated before opening the warehouse door and walking away without looking back. As the door slowly closed, Leo gazed at Vegapunk's retreating figure and suddenly bowed deeply. Take care, teacher. I swear I will ensure your freedom. Vegapunk chuckled softly at the title of teacher, not disputing it. With his back turned to Leo, he gently said, Leo, strive to survive. You will encounter many people and traverse many places in the future. You should not stop here. I look forward to the day your name resonates across the seas. In the year 1496 of the Sea Circle calendar, within the maritime realms of the New World, on our Union Island, Vegapunk gazed at the closed warehouse doors, reminiscing about the promise made to him by a young boy. a smile gracing his lips. Resolutely, he turned and made his way to his laboratory. Upon returning, he sat before his workstation, lost in thought, when suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from the corridor outside, and a striking figure entered through the door. Upon entering, she did not approach Vegapunk, but rather leaned against the wall with her arms crossed. "You've sent that little one away, haven't you? I rather took a liking to that child. How do you intend to compensate me, Doctor?" The visitor was Stussy, her demeanor starkly contrasting her usual self. "Should I address you as Stussy, or perhaps as Bagengum Stussy?" He jested, laughter escaping him. "All right, Doctor. Let us cease this tedious banter. However, I truly did not expect that little one to become your Achilles heel. I have not reported Rio to the government, you know. Who could have foreseen that the genetic factor experiment was completed long ago, with the first specimen being none other than a colleague? Only the fools, Kizaru, Caesar, and Quinn, remain oblivious," Vegapunk continued, engrossed in his own musings. In an instant, Stussy appeared behind Vegapunk, her hand resting on his shoulder. "Doctor, we are both intelligent individuals. Currently, you are the sole guardian of my secret. Should you lose that secret, it would vanish from all knowledge." A cacophony ensued. As numerous small holes appeared in the ceiling and walls of the laboratory, cold barrels all aimed at Vegapunk's position, each emitting a flickering crossbeam of light. "I have devoted my life to scientific research, never having experienced romance at my age. Though you may not be remarkable, you're fairly attractive. What do you say? Shall we descend into hell together?" Vegapunk uttered these uncharacteristic words with an unwavering demeanor. "Doctor, at your age, why cling to such fervor? Very well. Let us consider ourselves even. The matters concerning the little one and the secret of my identity shall disappear entirely from this world." With that, Stussy lowered her arm and swiftly returned to the doorway. At that moment, another figure entered, remarkably resembling Stussy. "Well, Doctor, I have come to bid you farewell. From now on, she will be Stussy, and we shall never meet again." With that, Stussy gracefully exited the office, her footsteps fading down the corridor, accompanied by a distant, merry tune. "Reckless rocks, foolish golden lion, dull-witted Newgate, never to be seen again. Only I have attained true freedom, destined to live under the sun," humming merrily. Leo navigated his submarine, wandering in the waters surrounding Reunion Island. At that moment, he silently contemplated. "This time, the teacher cannot save you. Let me bid you farewell." Within Leo's perception, a large fleet was swiftly approaching Reunion Island from 5 nautical miles away. Through relentless training, Leo had honed his ability to perceive feedback within a 10 nautical mile radius. The once vague projection in his mind had transformed into a clear reflection visible through the water, accompanied by sounds transmitted through the sea. A fleet, comprising 3 formidable warships, emerged in his line of sight, one bearing the flag of the world government, while the other 2 displayed the Navy's insignia. Leo realized that these individuals were here to apprehend his teacher, although he yearned to obliterate them with a few cannon shots. Reason ultimately prevailed. On board the government vessel, soldiers reported to a man clad in a white suit and wearing a mask. "Sir, ahead lies Reunion Island. Please give your orders." They were instructed to encircle the island and eliminate any vessels that appeared nearby before their return. Shortly thereafter, the government ship arrived at Reunion Island, and a group disembarked, treading lightly upon the moonlit shore. Inside the MADS laboratory, Quinn savored his usual bowl of red bean soup when a thunderous explosion resonated, followed by a violent tremor. Quinn's eyes widened in fury as he beheld the soup spilled across the floor. Which bastard is responsible for this? Before he could vent his anger, the alarm blared. "Warning! Warning! The laboratory perimeter is under enemy attack. The automated defense system has been completely destroyed." Enraged, Quinn seized his weapon and rushed outside, encountering several CP0 agents at the cave's entrance. Without exchanging pleasantries, they opened fire. Quinn wielded a firearm of his own invention, a multi-barreled Gatling gun, unleashing a torrent of bullets intended to shred the adversaries before him. However, a CP0 agent appeared behind Quinn, brandishing a spear. Before Quinn could react, several punctures erupted in his back, and he collapsed, bleeding profusely onto the ground. Within the laboratory, Gaji pressed himself against the wall, holding his breath as he cautiously peered at the passing CP0 agents. Damn it! How did world government agents end up here? Who leaked the information? As the agents vanished from view, Gaji gasped for breath, glancing at the nearby box. Fortunately, the research data had been organized in advance. He needed to escape quickly. Just as Gaji prepared to flee, a massive slash tore through the wall behind him, striking his back. He fell silently, blood spilling forth as his body was buried beneath the debris. What happened? The lead CP0 agent inquired, his steps unbroken as he spoke to his colleague. Just eliminating a small pest. It will not affect our mission. Another CP0 agent replied in an utterly emotionless tone. Who are you, and how did you gain entry? No. No, please do not strike my face. Before Caesar could finish his words upon encountering the agents in the corridor, he was swiftly felled by a punch. His eyes rolling back as he lay on the ground, his teeth exposed. The sound of orderly footsteps drew closer, ultimately halting before the laboratory of Vegapunk. Dragged along the way, Caesar's injuries worsened, with numerous large welts now adorning his head. Creaking open, the door was pushed by the leading CP0 agent, who first glanced at Stussy leaning against the wall. Stussy immediately stood at attention, saluting, and stated, Sir, Vegapunk has made no resistance and is ready for transport. All research materials have been organized. Well done, the agent replied. Upon our return, your merits will be recognized. Now, accompany us as we escort Vegapunk back to Mariewa. Yes. Sir, Stussy responded, moving beside Vegapunk and gesturing for him to proceed. Vegapunk silently observed the proceedings, uttering little. As he rose and followed the CP0 agents out of the laboratory, the entire process was quiet and orderly. Almost as if these agents were not apprehending a fugitive, but rather escorting a person of great significance. The operation unfolded seamlessly, witnessing Vegapunk board the ship. The leading CP0 agent commanded the return voyage, and before long, they vanished from the surface of the sea. From a distance, Leo silently bid farewell to the doctor, his heart marking another entry against CP0, for they had taken away his second mentor. Suddenly, a formidable pirate ship intruded upon Leo's perception, approaching Reunion Island. The vessel, grand and imposing, bore a robust figure at its prow, who, with a gourd of liquor in hand, indulged in raucous laughter. Ah, how challenging it is to thrive at sea. This time, I must recruit a formidable ally. The man, adorned with a dragon pattern tattoo on his arm and sporting a horned head, lamented drunkenly, his decorum utterly lacking. Brother Kaido, exercise caution in your words. We sincerely wish to invite Queen to join the White Hand Pirates. Please refrain from voicing your true thoughts. A man with dark wings at his back advised. Jean, come and share a drink with me. Hick. Brother, we have matters of importance at hand. Hick. Snore, snore. Kaido, oblivious to Jin's plea, had already succumbed to slumber. Bubbles emerging from his nose. Leo navigated the small vessel to the depths of the pirate ship, 5 nautical miles beneath the surface. Humph. Once again, it is the same old story. The tactics of the world government remain as vile as ever, resorting even to luring the beast pirates into the fray. Leo eavesdropped on the conversation, his fists clenched tightly. The handling of the situation in Runi Island mirrored that of his homeland, Sphinx, both employing pirates to obscure the truth. The familiar scene prompted memories of Susanna and Rick, as well as the faces of those on Sphinx Island. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. And thus his wrath began to shift towards the beast pirates. The world government? Pirates? Neither represented anything virtuous. Notions of justice and evil held no sway over him. Apologies, Kaido, but today you shall bear the brunt of my ire. The submarine quietly surfaced, encased in a hollow sphere of water that enveloped air before submerging once more. To remain concealed, Leo planned to initiate an air compression explosion underwater. Feel the fury of the ocean. You refuse, he thought, as a small orb radiating blue light slipped from his control and drifted towards the underside of the beast's ship. Meanwhile, Kaido, who had been dozing at the bow, was startled awake by a sudden burst of mucus. Instantly, he transformed into his beast form. Jean, be cautious. Someone is launching a surprise attack from the depths. Before Kaido could finish his warning, a blinding white light enveloped them. With a resounding boom, a violent shockwave dispersed the seawater in all directions. At the center of the explosion, a colossal azure dragon soared into the sky, clutching a ragged man in its claws. Jean dangled one arm, a wound still oozing blood. Even a warrior of his caliber had been wounded by Leo's ambush. Which scoundrel dares to assail me? The dragon roared, its voice echoing through the heavens. Kaido, now consumed by impotent rage, sensed no formidable life forms within his observation haki. The dragon danced through the air, unleashing tornadoes and lightning upon the sea, causing tumultuous waves. Brother Kaido, forget about that little thief. We should hasten to the island. In the brief span of time, Jin's wound had ceased its bleeding. Humph, if I catch him, I shall certainly boil him in oil. With a fierce declaration, Kaido reluctantly soared towards the island. Moments later, an enraged roar erupted from the island. Which fool is responsible for this? Following the roar, an azure dragon ascended into the clouds, its scales flickering in and out of sight. Suddenly, a massive column of fire erupted towards the island, followed by the thunderous sound of an explosion, accompanied by a mushroom cloud. Thus, Rini Island was obliterated from existence. In the year 1496 of the Sea Circle, after a month of sailing, Leo finally arrived at the renowned Chambord Islands, situated in the first half of the Grand Line. This journey had been relatively smooth. Leo opted against the Fishman Island route. However, as an individual without resources, he could not utilize the elevators. Instead, he resorted to the most hardcore method, directly employing a sea prism stone mech to transport the submarine over the Red Land. Rio's landing point was Dock 25 in the Shambadi Archipelago, a notorious haven for lawlessness. Upon his arrival, he was immediately engulfed by a palpable sense of malevolence emanating from the surrounding onlookers. The nefarious individuals lurking in the shadows brazenly scrutinized Rio, with some even whistling provocatively. "Look over there, what a charming young lad. Just behold that visage, certainly a favorite among the affluent ladies. And those eyes, deep as the ocean, would surely drive any connoisseur of human curiosities into a frenzy." A burly man with a scruffy beard appraised Rio as if he were a mere commodity. "Boss Hook," he suggested, "shall we follow this boy? Before he falls prey to the traffickers, let us indulge ourselves." Rio had long sensed that several groups were plotting against him, which ignited within him the thought of fishing for prey. After all, who would dare to oppose wealth? In Rio's eyes, these villains were merely a stack of walking bills. Along his journey, he feigned the demeanor of a naive youth, brimming with curiosity about everything, never haggling over prices, and even smiling foolishly while thanking shopkeepers, despite being overcharged. The rogues, perceiving him as a mere lamb, decided to act without delay, intent on capturing him. At last, the bait had been taken. Suddenly, Rio accelerated and darted into a nearby alley. The pursuers, witnessing his abrupt flight, hastened after him, a swarm in hot pursuit. However, unfamiliar with the terrain, Rio soon found himself cornered in a dead end. Yet, his reaction was entirely unexpected for the villains. He exhibited no signs of distress, but instead regarded them with a cold smirk. "Gentlemen, have you been following me for some purpose?" "Ha, dear young man, we mean you no harm. We merely wish to take you to see some goldfish." What an outrageous proposition. Initially, he had assumed they were mere human traffickers. But to his astonishment, the local gang was so brazen as to seek a lewd act before abducting a slave. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became. If they intended to toy with him, he would strike first. Bang! Before Hook could utter another word, he was shot in the head. His subordinates stared wide-eyed, astonished that the lamb they had pursued had transformed into a fierce wolf. Nonetheless, these nefarious men did not falter, accustomed to a life built on the blood of others. The death of a minor leader did little to dampen their spirit. Instead, they brandished their weapons and roared as they charged at Rio. Leo leisurely stowed away his porcupine gun, then, with a gesture of prayer, clasped his hands together before the rogues. "Humph! So eager to meet your demise, I shall oblige." Suddenly, several streams of water erupted from within Leo's cloak, shooting forth like water guns, ensnaring everyone in a matter of breaths with the relentless barrage of water orbs. Leo gazed with satisfaction at his masterpiece, seemingly reveling in the sight of the villain struggling in the water, though he wore a perpetual smile. His words were devoid of warmth. "Did you know that mosquitoes are the most loathsome creatures in this world? They exist solely to suck blood and spread disease, contributing nothing of value. Yet, should a drop of tree sap happen to fall upon a mosquito, with the passage of time it transforms into a gem of immeasurable worth. You are to this world as mosquitoes are, and thus I intend to bestow upon you the most splendid demise." Gradually, all ceased their struggles. Their lifeless bodies floated motionless within the water spheres, resembling individual blue ambers. After a brief moment of admiration, Leo grew weary and began to dig several deep pits, casting all the water spheres into them before covering them with earth, thereby conclusively ending their wretched existence. Upon completing this act, Leo suddenly extracted his pretentious tome and meticulously recorded his earlier words. When I spoke those lines, my gaze should have conveyed more disdain, and perhaps my chin ought to have been lifted slightly higher. Leo was acutely aware that he was not a champion of justice. Even if threatened by the Navy or the Revolutionary Army, he would ruthlessly ensure their eradication. His earlier remarks were merely a reflection of his youthful bravado. How delightful it is to play the role of the underdog. Oh, it seems I have forgotten to search the bodies. Never mind, let them serve as your burial companions. Leo swiftly cast aside the memory of those villains and resumed his aimless wandering, soon emerging from Area 29 and arriving at Chambord Park. From a distance, the joyful screams reached his ears, and upon approaching, Leo was utterly captivated by the park's splendor. Wow! Chambord Park truly lives up to its reputation. It is magnificent. The Ferris wheel, roller coasters, pirate ships, bumper cars, and haunted houses, having once been a reclusive homebody in a past life, he had never experienced such exhilaration. Today, Leo was determined to revel in unrestrained joy. However, as he indulged in the festivities, Leo sensed something amiss. While riding the roller coaster and screaming alongside the others, he realized he was the only one alone. Feeling a pang of envy, he redirected his frustration towards other games, targeting couples and bumper cars, vowing not to relent until he had sent them sprawling from the arena. In the haunted house, he played the part of a ghost. His fruit-based powers not only elicited screams from the couples, but also left them thoroughly drenched. After a while of unrestrained revelry, Leo felt he had consumed enough dog food. Though it was merely a mental indulgence, his body was undeniably honest, as his stomach began to protest with audible growls. Therefore, he ventured to the food street, which was bustling with life. After numerous attempts to dine at fully occupied establishments, he finally discovered a quaint little eatery perched on a solitary hillside. "What delectable offerings do you have? And a drink, please," Leo proclaimed with grandiosity, entirely oblivious to the fact that he was not of legal drinking age. "Well now, young man, just how old are you to be ordering alcohol? Perhaps you'd prefer this instead." A short-haired, alluring proprietress presented Leo with a glass of lemonade, playfully ruffling his cheek as she departed. Hey, I'm here for the food, not for a delivery service," Leo protested, bemused by her premature affection. Before long, a delectable array of dishes graced the table, and the enticing aroma made Leo's mouth water. "Let me dig in." He eagerly scooped up a plate of fried rice, exclaiming between bites, "Delicious. Truly exquisite. Your culinary skills are remarkable." The enchanting proprietress leaned against the bar, propping her chin on one hand while holding a cigarette in the other, gazing at Leo with a playful glint in her eyes, as if assessing a plump lamb. "My dear, that will be 1,000,000 berries." Pfft. Leo spat out his mouthful of rice in disbelief. "What? Hey, beautiful lady, please don't just like that." With a steady smile, the proprietress slowly extended her hand toward the bar's edge. "Young man, I've been bustling about, and look how delightfully you're enjoying your meal. Now that you've eaten, you wouldn't dare tell me you lack the funds to settle the bill, would you?" "Oh, no. I have money, I do." "Oh, wait, you can't do this. Are the sunflower seeds made of gold, or is the rice composed of precious metal? Oh, so you wish to play games with me, do you?" The young lady, fierce yet taciturn, brandished a stick as thick as an adult's arm, approaching Leo with deliberate intent. Wait, why is she not adhering to the script? At this moment, Leo finally recalled the identity of this alluring extortionist. Wasn't this Summer Chi? What misfortune had befallen me? That every establishment I entered turned out to be a den of iniquity? All I desired was to satiate my hunger. What wrong could there be in that? As Summer Chi's smile grew increasingly perilous, Leo's mind raced, hastening his pace and consuming his meal. As a single man, he faced a choice: either finish his meal and flee, or satisfy his hunger only to face a beating. In any case, engaging in debate or resistance with her was far less pragmatic than simply eating. Summer Chi, momentarily taken aback, had never encountered such an unsuspecting target in her years of extortion. Shaking off her surprise, she swiftly approached the table, seizing Leo by the ear and attempting to drag him outside. In response, Leo rallied his strength, gripping the table's edge with both hands, burying his face into the bowl as he devoured his food with fervor. Seeing him in such a state, Summer Chi could hardly contain her laughter, exclaiming, "My goodness. After all my adventures at sea, today has truly opened my eyes. You little rascal, have some spirit. Since you wish to indulge, take your time. Once you're finished, I shall escort you safely on your way." Before long, Leo had cleared the table of all its contents. Patting his belly and burping, he called out, "Landlady, may I have another glass of juice? Your food is a bit dry and has left me choking." Recognizing her as Summer Chi, Leo resigned himself to his fate. Escaping was out of the question. Staying might lead to demise, but fleeing would surely result in a far more humiliating end. Summer Chi cast him a glance, fingers poised over the calculator as she muttered under her breath, "Selling him might incur a loss, a pair of eyes, a set of vital organs. Disassembling for sale would be more profitable." Hey, hey, miss. Was it merely a meal you consumed? Must you be so ruthless? I never said I wouldn't pay. Leo interjected. Summer Chi paused in her calculations, only to hear Leo continue. It's just that I don't have enough money at the moment. The rhythmic tapping of her fingers resumed. Leo was on the brink of collapse, letting out a loud roar. I will exchange intelligence with you. Humph. Do you even comprehend what you're saying, boy? What valuable information could you possibly possess? Shaki narrowed her eyes, gazing at the audacious youth before her. Leo's mind raced with thoughts. Although he was aware of much, he understood that intelligence must not be spoken of recklessly. If he were to divulge information about events that had yet to occur, he would likely face dire consequences at the hands of Shaki. How about I exchange you valuable intelligence regarding a rare devil fruit? He proposed. Shaki raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, you possess information about a devil fruit. Why haven't you claimed it for yourself? Why wait until now? If you dare to deceive me, your fate will be far worse. Leo raised his hand, and a stream of water emerged from beneath his cloak. As you can see, I am a wielder of a devil fruit power. Thus, you need not worry about being deceived by false information. This is a remarkably precious natural-type devil fruit, worth enough to cover your meal. Upon realizing that Leo possessed a devil fruit ability, one that appeared rather peculiar, Shaki became more serious. Do tell. Whether it can cover my meal is something I cannot guarantee. Humph. Listen closely, this natural-type devil fruit is the rumble fruit, found in the Sky Island, Leo replied ambiguously. Knowing that he was speaking to Shaki, his fear diminished. If necessary, he could always invoke his father, Whitebeard, who might just have Shaki transforming into Aunt Shaki. With a sly smile, Shaki regarded Leo. You clever little rascal, is this the intelligence you speak of? Perhaps I should just dismantle you and sell your parts instead. Alas, if I die, dear sister, could you deliver my remains to my father, Whitebeard? Consider it the final request of a dying man. Shaki fixed her gaze upon Leo and suddenly struck him on the head with a club, causing a sizable bump to form. Finish your meal and scram. Yes. I shall take my leave immediately. TSK, with such a beautiful visage, why must your temperament be so foul? With a resounding thud, Leo was sent flying out of Shaki's little shop. Leo rubbed his head as he walked along the commercial street, contemplating the ruthless actions of that crazy woman, Xiachi. However, beneath her icy demeanor lies a warm heart, and her skills are indeed commendable. I shall undoubtedly return to patronize her establishment when the opportunity arises. As Leo wandered lost in thought, he inadvertently found himself at the entrance of the population auction house. At that moment, the auction was concluding, and numerous opulently adorned nobles were exiting, leading their prized acquisitions from the establishment. Leo, filled with disdain, retreated into a nearby alley, revealing half of his face as he coldly observed the scene. Some nobles were comparing their slaves as though they were mere livestock, while others savagely beat their own slaves, continuing the brutality even as blood spilled from their mouths. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the crowd, which parted to create a pathway. Riding atop a slave, a celestial dragon donned in a bubble helmet traversed this path. The once arrogant nobles now knelt obediently upon the ground. Indeed, in the presence of the world's greatest blight, those individuals were rendered insignificant. To Leo's astonishment, encountering a celestial dragon was an unwelcome surprise. He had no desire to kneel before them, nor to provoke their ire. Thus, he shrank further into the alley, thinking it better to evade trouble than to confront it. Your Excellency, Charlemagne, the slave you purchased has been successfully traded. Please issue your orders. After a tiring day, let us gather the slaves and return to Mariewa. The celestial dragon replied lethargically. Suddenly, Charlemagne kicked the slave beneath him to signal a halt. Once they had come to a stop, he scrutinized a girl kneeling by the roadside and declared, "Bring her back as my 15th wife, and expel numbers 1 through 5 from the sacred grounds." A bearded noble beside the girl interjected, "My lord, she is the princess of the Kakolia kingdom, visiting other nations alongside her king. Please, thud." The bearded noble collapsed in response, and the girl gasped, covering her mouth as tears streamed down her face. "Who are you to speak to me?" The celestial dragon scoffed. "What of the princess? Serving the scion of the divine is her greatest honor. Guards, take her and her slaves away." The girl's expression shifted from terror to despair, and she offered no resistance as the guards placed a slave collar around her neck, joining the procession of celestial dragons like a soulless automaton. Leo coldly observed the unfolding events. What was this? The strong devouring the weak feasting upon the insignificant? Those nobles who trampled upon the dignity of others were In the eyes of the celestial dragons, no different from mere ants. If that were the case, I shall not hold back. Having neglected to search the bodies of that group of ruffians I had dispatched, it seems fitting to reclaim what is owed from this cadre of nobles. As the farce came to an end, Leo fixated on a hurried noble and discreetly followed him, navigating through the throng. Leo overheard the shaken nobles murmuring, "Those damned people from the kingdom of Cacolia truly know how to stir trouble. Huh. Who could blame that wretched woman for dressing so provocatively? It was only fitting that she caught the eye of the celestial dragons. This time, she was bound to relish her fate, ha ha ha." Once the danger had passed, the nobles resumed their haughty demeanor, even finding the time to mock the chosen fortunate one, seemingly oblivious to the fact that one of their own had also been taken. In Leo's heart, a thought brewed, what a wretched bunch they are, deriving their joy from the suffering of others. However, their wealth shall soon find its way into my possession. Leo had followed the nobleman out to sea, biding his time to strike. The million berries spent were indeed worth it. Such a delightful young maiden. Allow me to cherish you properly. The rotund nobleman sniffed around a girl clad in the garments of a dancer, his gluttonous gaze lingering on her. Such youthful maidens could be procured for 50 to 100,000 berries at a human auction house. According to the auctioneers, this particular slave was of exceptional quality. The girl, merely 16 years of age, possessed large, glistening eyes now brimming with tears. She wore a sheer veil that barely concealed her upper body, while her lower half was adorned with capri pants, a jingling anklet gracing her left ankle. Her pitiful appearance and the tantalizing drapery of her garments rendered this blossoming beauty irresistibly alluring. The porcine noble could no longer restrain himself, and soon the room echoed with the sounds of torn fabric and the girl's sobs. Having sought out a colossal sea serpent from the depths, Leo intended to test the strength of the nobleman's guards. As the serpent approached the vessel, it launched a fierce assault, coiling around the ship and violently rocking it, snapping at the panicked guards. When the moment was ripe, Leo unleashed his powers, conjuring a catastrophic maritime disaster. A massive whirlpool emerged, swallowing both the noble ship and the giant sea creature whole. To any observer, it would appear as a tragic accident. An ill-fated noble encountered a calamity on the return journey, with the entire crew and the noble's treasures sinking into the abyss of the ocean. After Leo instigated the great maelstrom, he showed no further concern for the fate of those aboard the vessel. Whether they lived or perished was left to their own fortunes. Instead, he resembled a diligent scavenger, tirelessly using his submarine to haul in nets filled with gold coins that had sunk to the ocean floor. To Leo, the sinking of a ship was a trivial affair. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that a naked girl was slowly descending into the frigid depths of the sea. Perhaps she had already succumbed to death before the ship went under. In Leo's perception, the girl was no different from mere objects. Both lacked a soul. Indeed, the silent cries of despair are often overlooked by this world. Upon returning to Dock 25 with his spoils, Leo surveyed the two large chests of gold coins and nodded in satisfaction. After a day of relentless toil, he felt quite hungry and chuckled, thinking that he could once again mooch a meal from Shaki. As dinner time approached, the little eatery remained rather desolate. Shaki languidly reclined against the bar, glancing at the newcomer with a scowl and remarking, "You actually have the audacity to come back, kid." Leo approached the bar, plopped himself onto a high stool, and shook the coins in his hand. "Let us settle the bill from last time," he stated with a light-hearted tone. Summer raised an eyebrow, weighing the bag and inquiring with a hint of disdain, "Have you been up to no good?" "Absolutely not. Don't be absurd. I merely did a good deed at sea by chance, and these are the rewards given to me by the other party." "Huh, indeed. You dare to indulge in a free meal here, displaying both audacity and shamelessness. With pirates rampant everywhere, what is there to deny? Don't be ridiculous. I was raised with strict morals, and I detest pirates myself. This money belongs to those filthy nobles. They have more than enough to squander anyway, so I might as well help them spend it." Summer furrowed her brow at Leo's disdainful remarks about pirates. "Who are you trying to impress? You're no different from them. At least pirates have the courage to own up to their actions. You're just a hypocritical little rascal." After a moment, she added, "Now, be gone. I won't serve you any longer." Leo smiled at Shaki, then tossed a bag of gold coins onto the table. "Prepare me something to eat. I quite admire your culinary skills." Shaki coldly regarded Leo and replied, "No, this establishment does not welcome your kind. If you do not leave at once, I shall show you what true piracy entails." Leo chuckled softly. "Pirate sister, surely you are not dismissing me simply because I expressed my disdain for pirates. Do not be so petty." Well, You assert that pirates are individuals of courage and conviction, but I must respectfully disagree. The times have changed, and the pirates of today lack the fortitude of their predecessors. At the very least, the pirates of the new era have learned the art of submission. Leo paused for a moment, noticing that Shaki continued to regard him with a cold gaze. And then he continued, "You say I am inconsistent. I do not contest that. However, I have never shied away from taking action against the weak nor feared the strong. If provoked, even the celestial dragons would find me unyielding." Shaki felt a bit exasperated. Was this young man truly oblivious to his own limitations, daring to challenge the celestial dragons? His audacity was boundless. Had it been Rox who spoke thus, it would have seemed unproblematic, but this reckless youth merely elicited laughter from Shaki. "Ah, I see now. I misunderstood you. You are merely a madman, setting sail to court death. In that case, you ought to choose a picturesque grave." Shaki mocked. "No, I sail solely in pursuit of freedom, true freedom." Leo earnestly responded to Shaki's jibe, emphasizing his declaration. Shaki was evidently taken aback by his unexpected reply. Her interest piqued. "Freedom? What kind of freedom do you seek?" "I yearn for unbridled freedom. I shall gather a band of comrades to whom I can entrust my life. Traversing the vast seas together, savoring every delicacy, and obtaining all that we desire. Those who dare to obstruct us shall be ruthlessly crushed." Shaki stared blankly at Leo. Rox. How terrifyingly naive. To roam these waters as one wishes, one must possess commensurate strength. "Oh dear, beautiful pirate sister, are you imparting wisdom upon me? I am nearly moved to tears. However, could you first satiate my hunger? I might perish from starvation before I am fully touched by your generosity." With that, he pushed his coin pouch towards Shaki, fixing her with his big, watery eyes. Shaki rolled her eyes and tucked away the coin pouch. "You voluntarily submit to extortion. Can I refuse? With more patrons like you, my business would thrive effortlessly. And by the way, my name is Shaki, according to our hierarchy. You should address me as Aunt, so mind your manners." "Very well, Sister Shaki." At that moment, Leo's smile radiated warmth akin to the sun. Leo had been residing in Shambadi for a month, during which he embarked on a lucrative venture. Fortunately for the nobles, they were escorted back to Shambadi by guards. Meanwhile, Leo continued to observe as a mere bystander, finding a certain satisfaction in witnessing the nobles weep and lament on the shores of Shambadi. Another day passed, and today the seas near Shambadi were graced with rare fair weather. The afternoon sun lazily bathed the coast in warmth, lulling Leo into a state of drowsiness. He dozed on the deck of the submarine when suddenly, a hushed conversation drifted into his ears. "Boss Dean, the slave ship reports it will arrive in Shambadi before 5 o'clock tonight. We should prepare to receive the cargo." The man named Dean cautiously surveyed his surroundings before solemnly instructing his subordinates, "Shoo, keep your voices down. This cargo is needed by a significant figure. Ensure the brothers are ready ahead of time. We must exercise utmost caution during transport. Once the cargo arrives, as always, notify the auction house to send some men to assist us midway." A slave ship? A substantial shipment could be promising, Leo thought, instantly alert. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was already 3 o'clock, compelling him to act swiftly as time was of the essence. Carefully retreating to the interior of the submarine, Leo retrieved his pitiful phone book. "Little fellow, it seems you have another arduous task ahead of you today. I bet you're eager to soar again after such a long time, aren't you?" The phone book, unable to speak, would undoubtedly scold him for being a schemer if it could, but Leo found an odd sense of anticipation in its tearful gaze. Once everything was prepared, the submarine quietly departed from the harbor. Leo knew he could not act too close to Shambadi, so he relied on the flying phone bug's surveillance capabilities to track the target. Searching for a slave ship in the vast ocean felt akin to finding a needle in a haystack. After waiting for over an hour, Leo's eyes were bloodshot with frustration. "Damn it, if I don't intercept those traffickers, it will be a loss. Please, don't let my efforts be in vain. Come on, you bastards, come into my grasp." It seemed as though the ocean had heard Leo's prayer. The surveillance phone bug appeared to have located a target. A ship without a flag emerged on the screen. Although the ship's intentions were unclear, its draft indicated a considerable cargo on board. This target seems suspicious, Leo mused as he swam out of the submarine, allowing the waves to guide him toward the unidentified vessel. Using the water as a mirror, he observed the ship's hull. Noting that no guards were paying attention to his side, Leo maneuvered through the water, resembling a slime, as he stealthily approached the wooden boards. Meanwhile, on the Shambadi side, Dean and his crew had also set sail in advance, noticing that the course of the approaching vessel was indeed aimed at the unflagged ship. Dean lowered his binoculars, declaring, "I see the target. Notify the following vessels to prepare for escort." Upon issuing the command, Dean continued to elevate his telescope to survey the situation. Suddenly, his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as the distant spectacle elicited an exclamation from him. He beheld colossal waves rising abruptly from the sea, crashing down towards the slave ship. At that moment, chaos ensued aboard the slaver. The captain gripped the helm with unwavering determination while urgently instructing his crew to tighten the ropes. Yet, despite these efforts, the slaver was inexorably swept off course, hurtling towards the port of the naval base. Leo's intentions were deceptively straightforward. He aimed to present the slave ship before the Navy, only to sink it before their very eyes, while he himself would discreetly submerge below the surface to deal with the drowning traffickers, leaving the rescued slaves to the mercy of the naval forces. Chaos had already erupted aboard the slaver. The sudden acceleration had rendered many sailors unstable, causing them to tumble about like rag dolls. The iron cages in the hold began to slide back and forth due to the ship's tilt, with some already sustaining damage. At that moment, Leo's underwater assault proved to be the final straw. The deep blue blade effortlessly cleaved through the ship's hull, allowing torrents of seawater to pour in through the gaping fissures. "Captain, we're taking on water," a sailor reported, trembling and stuttering in his fright. "What?" The captain gasped, alarmed. The Navy had dispatched warships, and their vessel was incapacitated. If the slaves hidden in the hold were discovered, they would all face imprisonment and impelled down. Cursing under his breath, the captain resolved to take action. "You, gather a few men and hasten to the lowest part of the hold. Eliminate anyone who resists." "What? Captain, are you certain about this?" The sailor hesitated, recognizing that if they killed the slaves, their own fates would be equally dire. "Enough of your prattle, move quickly." "Yes, sir." However, before the sailors could depart, another flash of blue light sliced through the ship's structure, cleaving the slaver in two. The bow and stern sank simultaneously into the depths, sending those still on deck plummeting into the water. Ironically, the captives confined within their cages found themselves fortuitously saved as the cages lodged in the breach. Meanwhile, the Navy had arrived, diligently engaged in rescuing the slaves, while the unfortunate traffickers found themselves at the mercy of a grim reaper lurking just beneath the surface. Beneath the depths, Leo, wielding Susanna's dagger, transformed into the harbinger of death for human traffickers. With precision, the deep blue blade severed the throats of each assailant. And within a mere 5 minutes, the aquatic predators had met their demise. "Ace, descend into the unfathomable darkness, scoundrel." Leo reveled in his handiwork, striking a pose he deemed exceptionally dashing as a flourish to his grim task. As he concluded his grim endeavor, a sudden turn revealed a portly figure with a black back and white belly, wide-eyed and staring directly at him. Their gazes locked, and the rotund man seemed momentarily flustered, his eyes darting nervously. After a brief moment of astonishment, the ocean transformed into a colossal hand, seizing this unwitting observer. Leo's singular intent was to silence this individual who had stumbled upon his secret. The chubby man, abruptly caught in the watery grasp, emitted a panicked cry. "No, please, don't. Not there." Leo couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. Not long after, a submarine surfaced not far from Shambadi, where Leo stood, bare-chested, wringing out his clothes. "Fat man, don't blame me. Since you've uncovered my true identity, I can't let you live. I suppose I shall reluctantly dine on sashimi tonight." Upon the revelation of his identity, Leo's face flushed crimson. His immediate instinct was to eliminate the witness. How could he allow anyone to discover his eccentricities? "Please don't eat, Will. He is not palatable at all." The tightly bound chubby man began to struggle desperately, and oddly enough, Leo felt a twinge of excitement. "Now speak. What brings you here?" "My name is Blake, Will," the man replied earnestly. "I swear I won't divulge anything I've seen today. Just spare me, please. By the way, your earlier demeanor was truly impressive." Leo's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he delivered a swift kick to the chubby boy, insisting, "Do not divert the topic. Speak honestly about how you found yourself there." "I was captured and confined within a cage," the boy recounted. "Everything was fine until, inexplicably, the ship began to rock violently. The iron cage was damaged during the turmoil, allowing me to escape through the breach. Just as I was about to flee, the ship started to take on water, and I was fortunate enough to slip through the crack and into the sea. Then, I beheld—" Leo's fist struck Will's head, interrupting his words. "There's no need to say more." Perhaps in pain and a bit frightened, Will unexpectedly began to sob loudly. "Shut your mouth, you little chub. Do you want to go home?" Will could hardly believe his ears. This fearsome figure was actually offering to take him home. Not foolish, he quickly agreed. "Of course I want to go home. Are you really going to let me go?" Hearing the promise of returning home, Will's cry softened, and he stared intently at Leo. "Yes, of course, but I won't simply let you go. I will personally escort you back to Fishman Island. It just so happens I have never been there. So you shall lead the way." "All right, but could you take me to Sabaody Park first?" Though still bound, Will's eyes couldn't help but dart toward the direction of Sabaody Park. "What nonsense! You, a fat fish, think you can visit Sabaody Park? Don't cause me any trouble." Leo replied impatiently. Wah. I really want to go. Please, big brother, this is a lifelong request from Will." Leo was nearly driven mad by the crying. Fine. If you stop crying and close your mouth immediately, I will take you to Sabaody Park just this once." Red Bean Paste, you are truly a good person. "Big brother, I am so fortunate to have met you." Will, overwhelmed with excitement, started to lean toward Leo, his runny nose threatening to touch him, which prompted Leo to kick him away in irritation. "Will, let me ask you, I just saved your life. And now I plan to take you to Sabaody Park and return you to Fishman Island. How will you repay me?" "I don't know, big brother. What do you want? How about this? Since you will have to obey my commands for a while, why not become my temporary servant?" Will's rotund body suddenly plopped upright. No. Fishmen never become servants. Upon hearing the suggestion of servitude, the little chub's sense of racial pride flared up, his round eyes fixed on Leo, looking rather adorable. "All right, then I want to make you a servant. From now on, you shall be my little brother. When I tell you to go east, you must not go west. If I instruct you to fight, even if it's a child, you must beat him senseless. In short, you will do whatever I say. You will also be responsible for cleaning the ship and serving me tea. There will be no salary, just food and shelter. Do you agree?" "Okay, it's settled then." Will thought that as long as he wasn't a servant, he would agree to anything, but the conditions were not much different from being a servant. On the commercial street of the Sabaody archipelago, Leo walked alongside a peculiar giant. The giant wore a straw hat, his entire body concealed beneath a cloak, and a pair of swords hung at his waist, clearly a swordsman. "Big brother, I'm so hot. This outfit is utterly uncomfortable. Enough with the complaints. If you don't want to be captured, endure it. Have you forgotten how you arrived at Sabaody?" Poor Will, still just a child, was enduring hardships far beyond his years. In order to avoid detection, Leo meticulously adorned Will. The rotund fish, towering over 3 meters and weighing an estimated ton, bore a face distinguished by a striking yin-yang pattern, with 2 small, pointed teeth protruding from its lower lip, giving it a somewhat endearing appearance. Once the transformation was complete, Leo humorously presented him with a pair of round-framed sunglasses, which, although harmonizing closely with the fish's complexion, appeared almost invisible when worn. "Brother, when shall we venture to the Sabaody Park?" He chuckled. Leo looked at Will with a puzzled expression. "Are you unwell? Why are you panting after such a short walk?" There was an undeniable sense of weakness in Will's voice as he added, "I feel a bit parched and utterly drained." Leo suddenly slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting that Will was a merman, cloaked in a dark robe. After being exposed to the sun for an entire day, the little chubby fish was likely on the brink of becoming a desiccated fish. Thus, Leo swiftly grasped Will's arm and activated his fruit ability. In mere moments, Will felt a wave of refreshing coolness envelop him, as if he had returned to the depths of the ocean. "Ah, Kamoji, brother, your hand feels so delightful." Leo, visibly irritated, gave Will's belly a playful slap and said, "Please refrain from making such peculiar noises. Ever since we set off, you've been rather off-kilter. Just hold on a little longer. We shall soon arrive at Sabaody Park." At last, Will quieted down. After purchasing tickets, Leo boldly led him into the amusement park. Having been there before, Leo took the initiative to guide Will, who was finally no longer alone in savoring the delights of the day. They indulged in the pirate ship, the thrilling rapids, the carousel, the swinging pendulum, and the haunted house, witnessing Will's beaming smile throughout. Leo felt compelled to buy him some oranges. Ultimately, with great reluctance, Leo was persuaded by Will to take a ride on the Ferris wheel. As they gazed down at the scenery, Will was suddenly overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face. "Thank you, big brother Leo, for bringing me here. Today has been the happiest day of my life. You know, every young merman dreams of visiting the Chompy Islands and spending a day in an amusement park, and I am the first among my kin to achieve what they could only dream of." As Will grew increasingly animated, Leo hurriedly urged him to quiet down. fearing that the chubby fish might inadvertently blurt out something like, "I've already transformed into your shape." Will rambled on until he was interrupted by the rumbling of his stomach. With a look of yearning, he fixed his gaze on Leo and said, "Big brother, I'm hungry." This troublesome child is quite demanding. Yet, upon his suggestion, Leo realized he too was feeling famished. After a day filled with excitement and no sustenance, he felt an emptiness in his belly. Suddenly, he thought of Shaki. Why did she come to mind all of a sudden? Am I becoming addicted to her antics? After leaving the amusement park, the two of them made their way to Shaki's bar. "Hey, Shaki, I'm back. And today, I've brought a guest. As an old friend, could you give me a discount?" Leo was uncertain about Will's appetite, but it was evident he could eat quite a bit. Well, have you changed professions? No longer a pirate, but a human trafficker? Quite impressive, still a merman. That's a rare commodity, Shaki remarked with a teasing glint in her eye, observing the curious duo of man and fish. Before Leo could speak, Will, filled with urgency, interjected, "I am not a slave, and the merman shall never be enslaved, you wicked woman." As Leo observed the emergence of a tic-tac-toe pattern on Shaki's forehead, he realized, "It seems I have misjudged the situation. Leo, why are you so unusually courteous today? Bringing your own ingredients for the meal?" Shaki's smile grew increasingly perilous, and she had already begun sharpening her knives. Leo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and attempted to diffuse the tension, exclaiming, Aunt Xiao, why are you quarreling with a child? This fellow is like a younger brother to me. Please extend him some grace and forgive him." Xiaoqi shot him a glance, retorting, "Friendship is one thing. But there will be no discounts today. What shall we have to eat?" With a chuckle, she added, "Let us order something substantial. I genuinely fear this young lad will leave me financially drained." Giggling, she continued, "What's this? Are you playing the role of a caretaker? I must admit, I didn't realize you possess such a nurturing side." With that, she placed 2 glasses of lemonade before them. Leo waved his hand, offering no response to Xiaoqi. Will had also calmed down. Despite the pudgy exterior of the little fish, his temperament was rather sensitive. He could sense that Xiaoqi bore him no ill will. Before long, the enticing aroma of food wafted through the air, and saliva nearly dripped from the corners of Will's mouth onto the table. 2 large plates of seafood fried rice were placed before them, and Xiaoqi lit a cigarette, remarking that the restaurant was low on ingredients and urging them to make do. "Let us begin," they both exclaimed, simultaneously lifting their plates to dig in. Xiaoqi's culinary skills remained exceptional, and Will was utterly captivated. With each bite, he wept as the mound of fried rice diminished at a visibly rapid pace. Poor child. He seemed unaware of how long it had been since he had last eaten his fill. "Easy there, little chubby, take your time. No one is competing with you for food. Why are you crying? Is my cooking truly that delightful? Sister, your skills are unmatched. Brother Leo, sister Xiaoqi. You are both such kind souls. No one has ever treated me this well," he sobbed. Wiping away a tear, he resumed his feast. Leo gazed at the half-finished plate of fried rice before him and pushed it towards Will. "If you enjoy it, indulge yourself. I truly admire how your parents raised you." He chuckled. "Long live brother Leo. I have never met my father, and my mother passed away when I was very young. I grew up relying on the charity of others in Fishman Street." Leo was taken aback by Will's earnest response to his inquiry, and even more so by the revelation that the chubby fish, like himself, was an orphan. Perhaps it was a moment of empathy towards Will, or perhaps it stirred memories long forgotten. Regardless, he fell into a sudden silence. Xiaoqi, sensing Leo's disquiet, interjected with a light-hearted jest. "Will, how did you end up with this kid? Surely, he wasn't truly snatched away from you." "Not at all. I was captured by human traffickers. And then my big brother rescued me. He damaged their ship, and just as I escaped, I saw Leo big brother waving his hands underwater, and the ship sank. My brother is amazing," Will recounted, though his words came out in fragments. Yet, Xiaoqi could vividly imagine the scene he depicted. As Will grew more animated, he gestured wildly. "My brother did this and that, and the entire ship split in 2. After it sank, he said, 'Welcome to the endless darkness, Jia Xiao.' He looked so cool." Once Will had finished his tale, he struck a pose reminiscent of Leo in the water. "So, what do you think, big sister? Isn't Leo big brother incredibly handsome?" he asked, casting a sidelong glance at Xiaoqi, eager for affirmation. Xiaoqi paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Welcome to the endless darkness. Ha ha. Leo, you rascal." She laughed so hard that she nearly fell over, her palms striking the table with glee. Will fell silent, bewildered. "What nonsense are you spouting, Leo?" His face aflame with embarrassment, leapt onto a stool and pointed an accusatory finger at Will, but the more he reacted, the louder Shachi's laughter became. Indeed, witnessing someone's social demise was infinitely entertaining. Yet for Leo, the hapless protagonist of this comedic scene, the experience was far from delightful. He felt as though he might implode from humiliation, just as he felt the blood rush to his head. A sudden wave of laughter echoed in his mind. Ha ha ha, take me home. Overwhelmed, he felt dizzy, his vision darkening, before he collapsed from the stool. What? Both Will and Shachi froze, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Big brother, what's wrong? Don't die on us. Will hurriedly rushed to support Leo, shaking him frantically when he received no response. Could it be? This kid has such thick skin. How could he faint from a few jokes? Shachi exclaimed, urging Will to lay Leo down on the sofa. After a thorough examination yielded no answers regarding Leo's condition. They were relieved to find that his breathing remained stable, alleviating some of Shachi and Will's concerns. Leo felt as though his consciousness had plunged into an abyss of darkness, when suddenly a solitary blue dot emerged, growing ever brighter. The laughter that accompanied it became increasingly distinct. He set forth with the rising sun. For it shall guide your way, from dawn until dusk. Please take me home. Please take me home. Who are you? Leo inquired, yet received no reply. The blue dot continued to expand until it completely enveloped him. Suddenly, Leo bolted upright, gasping for air. Brother, you have finally awakened. How do you feel? Will knelt beside the sofa, his face streaked with tears, anxiously gazing at Leo. What on earth happened to you? You just collapsed. If it had taken any longer, I would have considered burying you. How long was I unconscious? Leo finally regained his senses. Almost 12 hours. Can't you see that it's dark outside? Summer chimed in, exasperated. Ah, Summer, I truly appreciate your help. I feel much better now. I'll take Will home for the time being and will return another day. All right. Off you go then. Honestly, you always bring me trouble whenever you visit. With a sheepish smile, Rio offered an apology before departing with Will. Once aboard the ship, Rio found himself restless throughout the night, his mind incessantly replaying that haunting call. Was this truly the world of One Piece that he knew? How could he have encountered whispers of ancient deities? Ultimately, Rio resolved to follow the enigmatic words echoing in his mind. As a traveler from another realm, the notion of home stirred an inexplicable excitement within him. At the break of dawn the following day, Rio made his way to the shipyard, exchanging his submarine for a small vessel suitable for oceanic voyages. He stocked up on provisions. Despite the ominous suggestion of the message indicating a mere day's journey from sunrise to sunset, he prepared for a prolonged expedition nonetheless. Well, I will take you on an adventure first, and once this matter is resolved, I shall return you to Fishman Island. If you prefer not to accompany me, I can leave you in the care of Shaki. Brother, wherever you go, I shall follow. I do not wish to be separated from you. Please do not send me away, Will implored, clinging tightly to Rio's leg, oblivious to the fact that even in a crouch, he stood taller than Rio. In the early hours of the next day, while darkness still enveloped the sky, Rio roused Will. The two busied themselves preparing for departure, standing at the bow of the ship as they awaited the sun's ascent. As the first rays of sunlight bathed the ocean in golden hues, Rio summoned the power of his fruit, propelling the small boat steadily toward the rising sun. An unknown call, a beckoning to home. Regardless of what lay ahead, Rio was resolute. He was on his way. Leo stood with his arms crossed, one foot perched upon the bow of the boat, allowing the sea breeze to tousle his hair. The small vessel beneath him was being propelled forward by the waves towards the rising sun. Despite the imposing pose Leo struck, he was lost in thought. After regaining consciousness that day, he meticulously reflected on the events that had transpired and recalled hearing the same sound 6 years ago. An echo of the moment when his mother cast him into the sea. Could there be a connection between these occurrences? As these thoughts consumed him, tears began to flow unbidden. Yet, these tears were not born of sorrowful memories, but rather a response to the glaring sunlight. Will. Oh dear, it shall be one. Come over and help me. My leg has gone numb. Leo, now struggling with blurred vision and a tingling leg, ultimately paid the price for his momentary bravado. Will rubbed his sleepy eyes. Brother, is it morning already? The sunlight pierced through, prompting him to instinctively raise his hand to shield his eyes. Peering through the gaps between his fingers, he beheld a silhouette with hair dancing in the wind, the sunlight casting a golden halo around Leo, rendering him almost celestial. Will was momentarily entranced. Brother, you. What do you mean, you? Hurry over and assist me. With a sudden realization, the illusion shattered, and Will finally discerned Leo's visage. which was contorted and streaming with tears. Huh? Who are you? Oh no. Brother, what has happened to you? Leo, supported by Will, slowly seated himself on the deck, exhaling gently. Damn it, I was careless. Will, take the helm. I need to rest for a while. All right, big brother, leave it to me, and you can rest assured. Will promised, thumping his chest. Cough, cough, cough. Enough, go on. If you have any further assurances to make, thump your own chest, Leo thought, feeling a slight sweetness in his mouth. In order to maintain his composure in front of his younger brother, he held back from swallowing it. Will was immensely pleased. It was the first time in his life that someone needed him, and this sentiment filled his heart with warmth. Determined not to disappoint Leo, he widened his eyes and focused intently on the direction of the sun. Leo took a moment to recuperate, feeling considerably better. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, he glanced up and exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, Will, what on earth are you doing? The course has veered completely off track." Rio seized the helm with urgency, swiftly adjusting their course. "How can you not manage even this trivial task? What use are you?" he exclaimed. Meanwhile, Will, despite his bloodshot eyes, endeavored to widen them further. Startled when Rio pushed him aside and chastised him, a pall of despair enveloped him. "Brother, I am truly useless," he lamented, tears welling up. "I can't even endure this little bit of sunlight." "Enough of the tears," Rio interjected. "Why aren't you wearing the sunglasses I gifted you?" "I cannot bear to wear them. They are my first gift, and I must cherish them," Will replied. Rio, exasperated yet understanding, sought to console him. "All right, it's my fault. I shouldn't have lost my temper. Those sunglasses suit you perfectly. I would be delighted if you wore them every day." "Really? Then I shall wear them daily," Will declared. After sailing for quite some time, the sun had reached its zenith, and even Rio struggled to discern their direction. "Gurgle, gurgle, brother, I am hungry. When will we have breakfast?" Will pouted. "Hey, you just ate less than an hour ago. How can you be hungry again? You nearly finished off that massive supply of food we prepared yesterday. It's our entire ration. Please endure a little longer," Rio replied, just as Will was playfully coaxing Rio. A pirate ship adorned with a black flag approached, featuring a skull wrapped in a colorful bandana, with spirals in its eye sockets. Captain Finney has spotted a small vessel ahead, with a rotund fellow and a child aboard. "Shall we? Hey, let us show them the might of the psychedelic pirate crew," a flamboyantly dressed female pirate shrieked. "Brother, there are pirates ahead. We must flee." Will quivered, hiding behind Rio, his hands clutching his shoulders, stealing glances at the oncoming ship. "Do not be afraid, Will. Do you not know who I am? Bring the ship closer," Rio ordered, scrutinizing the unfamiliar pirate flag. "Ah, just a bunch of petty scoundrels. You are unfortunate to cross paths with me." Will gazed at Rio with admiration. "Brother, you are so formidable." He straightened his posture, as if imbued with newfound courage, and donned a fierce expression. Leo continued to instruct Will from the sidelines, urging him to adopt a more disdainful expression. On the pirate ship, a sailor lowered his telescope, exclaiming that Captain Fanny was approaching. "What? Are they blind? They can't even recognize a pirate flag?" Fanny, almost amused by their audacity, wondered just how reckless they were to dare approach so boldly. The small boat drew closer to the illusory pirate cruise ship, prompting Leo to call out, "Hey, what is your bounty?" Captain Fanny scoffed, replying, "Listen up, you little brat. I am Captain Fanny with a bounty of 50 million berries. If you wish to live, hand over your money." However, upon catching sight of Leo's appearance, Fanny swiftly changed her tune, declaring, "Both the money and the boy must stay. Lucky lad. From today onwards, you are a member of the illusory pirate crew." The crew, well aware of their captain's disposition, began to jeer, mocking Leo as a pretty boy, fortunate to be noticed by their captain. Suddenly, a pirate fell to the ground with a thud, exclaiming, "Damn it, another scoundrel coveting my looks. All of you die." Leo, disdainfully blowing on his porcupine gun, seemed to regard the pirates as inconsequential. Captain Fanny was momentarily taken aback but quickly became furious, shouting, "Look me in the eye." Leo and Will instinctively glanced at her eyes, where they beheld swirling, colorful patterns. Upon locking gazes with Fanny, Leo felt his consciousness gradually sinking into a trance. Fanny, a user of the illusion fruit, ensnared anyone who met her gaze in a mirage, and Leo, caught off guard, succumbed. Before him appeared the image of his old family home, with Susanna and Rick smiling at him from the doorstep, a beautiful memory resurfacing vividly. And he found himself utterly entranced. Seeing that her opponent had fallen into her trap, Captain Fanny spat in disdain, "With such little skill, you dare to roam the seas? Tie them up, my crew. I intend to give this impudent boy a proper lesson today." The pirates swiftly threw grappling hooks, and a group of 7 or 8 pirates leaped onto Leo's ship, advancing towards them with cruel smiles. Just as they reached for Leo, Will sprang into action, swinging his fists and sending several pirates flying. Fanny was taken aback, her eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. "What is happening? Did you not fall under my illusion?" Will positioned himself in front of Leo, adopting a defensive stance, and adjusted his sunglasses back onto his nose with a smirk, proclaiming, "Thanks to the gift from the captain." Fanny scrutinized him for a long moment before finally noticing the sunglasses on Will's face. "With your complexion, who could tell you were wearing sunglasses? How despicable to use such a trick to counter my fruitability." After a brief moment of confusion, the pirates on the small boat regained their composure, drawing their curved blades and engaging Will in combat. Will had only been concerned for Leo's safety, and in his moment of desperation, he had unleashed his fighting spirit. Once the tension dissipated, he found himself overwhelmed in battle against the pirates, swiftly subdued after only a few exchanges. As injuries accumulated on his body, Will resolutely stood before Leo, his determination to protect his companion triumphing over the fear of the pirates. Even in the face of certain defeat, he refused to retreat. Just as Will felt his consciousness fading and the brink of unconsciousness approaching, a hand unexpectedly rested upon his shoulder. "Well done, little chubby one. You've performed admirably. Allow me to take over from here." With a sullen expression, Leo approached Will, his gaze towards the pirate tinged with a hint of lethal intent. "A devil fruit user? How careless of me," he remarked. Fanny burst into laughter, declaring, "Ha ha ha, I am the notorious illusion Fanny, the fearsome pirate. Dare to resist, and both of you shall perish here today." "Indeed, I believe this farce should come to an end," Leo replied with a disdainful smile. Suddenly, several streams of water emerged, dragging the remaining 5 pirates aboard the small vessel into the depths of the sea. Once the pirates were dealt with, the water cascaded back over Leo, the deep blue sea gradually transforming into a shadowy gray. Fanny was taken aback, realizing that her adversary was also a devil fruit user, possessing such peculiar abilities. Sensing the encroaching sea water enveloping Leo, she understood that time was of the essence and swiftly commanded her crew to open fire. However, the pirates' assault was too late. The bullets clanged harmlessly against the sea prism stone armor. Leo raised his arm, aimed at the pirate ship, and a beam of starry light began to coalesce in his palm. "Descend into the abyss, rabble," he proclaimed. With a swift motion, a blue laser obliterated the pirate ship into fragments, and the pirates, upon falling into the sea, were swiftly dragged beneath the surface before they could even struggle. Moments later, a water sphere floated to the surface, within which Captain Fanny had long succumbed to unconsciousness. "Will, bind that woman, especially her eyes. Make it tight," Leo instructed. "The bounty of 50 million berries will suffice for us for quite a while." The ensuing voyage was remarkably smooth, with no ships encountered until dusk. As the fiery sun gradually descended into the horizon, Leo's heart began to churn with unease. Was that message merely an auditory illusion? Yet, if it was not a mere figment, what could it signify? "The sun will guide your path, from dawn to dusk." What could it mean? Leo gazed at the sun, which had nearly submerged into the sea, when a sudden spark ignited in his mind. In a frenzy, he began to dash back and forth across the deck, violently shaking the small boat. Will, filled with terror, watched Leo's madness unfold and exclaimed, "Brother, what are you doing? Stop shaking the boat. It's going to capsize." After an exhausting bout of activity, Leo, drenched in sweat, turned to see Will crouching in fear on the deck. "Goodness, with your weight lying in the center of the boat, are you trying to stabilize it? I wondered why it hadn't capsized after all this shaking." "Will, get up. Come help me rock the boat. I intend to flip it over." "What? Why would we do that?" Captain Finney, awakened by the commotion, was met with darkness. Realizing she had become a captive, she began to rub at her blindfold, and after much effort, she managed to dislodge it. However, as soon as her eyes adjusted, she was confronted with a terrifying sight. What were those 2 rascals doing? One was sprinting while the other was rolling about. At this rate, the boat would surely be overturned by their antics. "Stop it at once. Did you 2 set out to sea merely to court disaster?" Neither Leo nor Will paid him any mind, remaining engrossed in their task of rocking the small boat. "It was all over. Had I known you 2 were such lunatics, I would have steered clear." As the boat swayed, Fanny's complexion grew increasingly pale, her face awash with tears and saliva, presenting a visage that seemed utterly ruined. At this moment, Leo's expression was one of fierce intensity as he shouted at Will, "Brother, today I shall take you to the ends of the earth." The small boat finally capsized. At the moment it overturned, the last ray of sunlight vanished from the surface of the sea. Then, a peculiar scene unfolded. Waves began to ripple across the water's surface, and as the ripples spread, the small vessel gradually sank into the depths of the ocean. Leo grasped the railing tightly, ensuring that he would not be flung out should the small boat capsize. Will appeared rather carefree. Had it not been for Leo's warning gaze, the plump fish seemed inclined to release his grip. Hold on tight. Don't let go. Leo managed to utter amidst bubbles. This precarious state did not last long. Soon, both Leo and Wolf felt a disorienting whirl, and when they regained their senses, the small boat had righted itself once more. However, the ensuing spectacle left them utterly speechless. The sky and ocean had completely inverted. The white clouds appeared to drift serenely beneath the vessel, while the heavens churned with tumultuous waves. After checking on Captain Fanny and securely tying her once more, Will excitedly inquired of Leo, "Brother, where are we? Where are we headed next?" Leo attempted to unleash his powers, yet he seemed to revert to an ordinary person. Even if he still possessed abilities, he could no longer manipulate the waves to guide the boat, as they were not traversing the sea at all. "I am uncertain. Perhaps this is a crevice of the world. Let us wait and see." Before long, the laughter in Leo's mind resumed. "Hee, welcome to my home." Just as Leo was intently listening, the voice abruptly ceased, but the small boat continued to move, as if drawn by some unseen force, gliding through the sea of clouds. Who is it? Who is speaking? As he pondered, Leo's large eyes darted about. Silence enveloped the surroundings. A chilling stillness where even the sound of the wind seemed to vanish. This world felt peculiar, seemingly dreamlike yet devoid of vitality. Just when Leo contemplated giving up, the voice echoed once more, "I reside within your heart." Within my heart. What does that signify? A devil fruit? Are you a devil fruit? Suddenly, Leo recalled the information about devil fruits. Those who consume them become hosts for demons within their hearts. "I am not a devil fruit. Please call me Jesus," the voice chirped, reminiscent of a child, infused with a peculiar lisp. "Jesus? Why have you brought me here?" Leo desired to inquire further, but the voice fell silent, unresponsive to Leo's calls. "What are you doing, big brother? You've been frowning since earlier." "Be quiet. I am conversing with the entity within my heart." Will's expression turned to one of sheer terror. "Big brother, please don't frighten me. How can there be a voice in your heart? Are we haunted?" Smack. Before Will could finish his sentence, Leo slapped him on the head. "Haunted? You've merely encountered a coward. How can your imagination be so vivid, you little chubby fish?" After Leo's reprimand, Will fell silent, casting him a mournful glance. As time passed, he began to doze off, his head nodding as he fought to stay awake. The small boat moved slowly onward, with Leo hugging his knees on the deck. The tranquil surroundings and the boy's solitary figure formed a chilling tableau. Time slipped away, and after an indeterminate period, the mist in the air began to dissipate, revealing a shadow that pierced the heavens ahead. Leo could distinctly sense the heavy breathing of Will behind him, while the little chubby fish was also startled by the unfolding situation. After gently patting Will's belly to soothe his nerves, Leo rose from the small boat, determined to confront whatever that shadow might be. The vessel sailed directly towards the enigmatic silhouette, and the veil of mystery gradually lifted, revealing a colossal tree that pierced the heavens. Its roots plunged into the sea of clouds, while its crown appeared to connect with the ocean above. The trunk was remarkably unique, resembling a twisted braid of several vines. With 4 branches on either side, each devoid of leaves, yet curving into circular rings at their tips. The more Leo gazed, the more familiar it appeared, reminiscent of the tree of life from Baraka. If his conjecture held true, there should be 2 circular rings between the roots and the treetop, making a total of 10 when combined with the rings of the trunk. It is said that this place is the dwelling of the archangels. Additionally, the root network beneath the sea of clouds ought to consist of 22 strands, symbolizing the 22 paths of meditation. At this thought, Leo couldn't help but chuckle at his own fanciful notions. What was I thinking? How could the world of One Piece possibly contain a tree of life? Before Leo could conclude his whimsical reverie, he was abruptly interrupted by a peculiar phenomenon. His body began to emit a radiant glow. "Ah, brother, you're actually glowing. Could it be that you are a robot? Oh dear, stop with the nonsense and keep your distance. I need to find some cover." Meanwhile, that voice within him resonated once more. "Hee, welcome to the heart of the world, young one. You are the first living being to arrive here." "Jesus, that is exceedingly rude. Do you treat my little brother, Will, as if he were invisible?" Our ensuing conversation must not reach his ears. Wait, what do you intend to do? Before Leo could intervene, a snoring sound emanated from behind. It turned out that preventing Will from hearing meant lulling him into slumber. Suddenly, a vine, larger than the boat they had been using, ascended from below, its slender tip quivering as if beckoning Leo to board. Without a second thought, Leo stepped onto it, and as he steadied himself, the vine began to ascend gently. Curiously, he surveyed his surroundings, inwardly lamenting. The tree of life is quite considerate. I had expected to scale it like a hermit, yet here I am, provided with an elevator. The vine carried Leo upward until it came to rest before a circular branch at the pinnacle of the grand tree. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a sphere of blue light floated out from his body, leisurely drifting towards the circular branch until it hovered precisely at its center. Hello there, young one. Welcome to the heart of the world. Thank you for returning me to my mother. Leo was utterly bewildered. He had not absorbed a single word of what the orb had uttered. His mind was consumed by a singular thought. My demon has escaped? Am I still a wielder of power? Leo trembled as he spoke. Jesus, are you the demon residing in my heart? If you depart, will I revert to being an ordinary person? It has been said that this is not a devil fruit. It is merely a term you humans have whimsically coined. As for power, did you not pray to me, desiring to avoid perishing in the sea? Thus, I entered into a pact with you. Pray tell, are you implying that I am a human-shaped devil fruit? Leo felt his heart in turmoil, for the demon within him had emerged, transforming into a deity. This deity claimed to have fulfilled his wish, bestowing upon him the power to command the seas. Most unsettling of all was the fact that this divine entity had forged a contract with him. But what was the cost? Was it akin to a bond of servitude? Does this mean that even if you leave my body, I can still wield this power? Leo inquired cautiously of Jesus. A human-shaped devil fruit? An intriguing interpretation. The power granted to you is yours to command. It shall not wane with my departure from your vessel. Moreover, you need not fear that I will reclaim this strength. My ability is creation. Whatever power you desire, you shall have. I have previously bestowed many powers upon my brethren. Did you create the devil fruits? Leo asked, astonished. Indeed. Jesus replied with a chuckle. And what of the contract? It is quite simple. Assist me in retrieving all my brothers. My mother is nearing death, and thus, I cannot leave her side. Your brothers? The devil fruits? How should I refer to them? Call them as you will, if you prefer to designate them as demons. Then so be it. But what must I do? Utilize the power I have bestowed upon you to subdue my brothers. And you can forcibly extract this power from their hosts. At that time, you need only cast their souls into the sea. Any excess power shall be your reward. Upon hearing this, Leo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Are you suggesting that I can plunder the abilities of others? Would that not grant me a multitude of powers? Oh, how naive. The abilities you absorb shall be assimilated into your existing powers. The more you absorb, the stronger your dominion over the seas shall become. Yet it will not grant you new abilities. Leo felt a twinge of disappointment, only to scold himself for his greed. After all, harnessing the strength of others to enhance his own abilities was an extraordinary feat in itself. How foolish it was to desire even more. Once one's capabilities reached a certain threshold, could awakening be achieved? The luminous orb flickered erratically, and suddenly, the figure of Jesus transformed before Leo's eyes into a question mark. What is awakening? Leo was evidently unprepared for Jesus' inquiry, and instinctively began to respond. Perhaps it is the ability to assimilate the surrounding entities or significantly enhance one's own capabilities. That seems to be the essence of it. After a moment of contemplation, Jesus suddenly had an epiphany. I comprehend your meaning now. What you are referring to is not an awakening. But how did you come by this information? I have merely heard that some individuals can utilize the powers of the fruit to assimilate their surroundings. What you describe is merely the awakening of my brethren. They enter a host's body and fall into a deep slumber. Only a select few hosts can achieve spiritual resonance with my brethren, thereby awakening them. Spiritual resonance? Are you implying that the consciousness of those who awaken the fruit is gradually usurped by your brethren? Who can say? After all, the host is merely borrowing power. How could they ever compare to the true masters of that strength? Jesus' explanation left Leo in a cold sweat. The ultimate consequence of overexploiting a devil fruit could lead to assimilation by the fruit itself? If these conjectures held any truth, it would undoubtedly be the greatest secret of the pirate world. Following Jesus' elucidation, Leo gained a newfound understanding of the devil fruits, yet with greater knowledge came more questions. Even though Leo had already entered into a contract, he was reluctant to proceed blindly. Jesus, since you created the other devil fruits, why have they departed from here? Do you not possess control over their powers? How could I not? It is simply that I do not wish to annihilate them. After all, they are my brethren. Leo squinted, sensing that Jesus was not being entirely truthful as he detected a flaw in his words. If you can wield control over their lives and deaths at will, what need do you have of me? Jesus replied, Ah, indeed, you are quite astute. It is true that I can only govern them in this realm, which is precisely why I require your assistance in retrieving them. Yet, that seems contradictory. If you have already ventured out, why not take action yourself? Are you unable to contend with your brethren? It is not as you presume. I previously mentioned that once they inhabit a host's body, most of them fall into a deep slumber. However, upon sensing my presence, they awaken instantly. My brethren fear me greatly, as long as they remain alert. They will deliberately avoid me. They can escape from your grasp. How is that conceivable? Leo questioned. It was initially impossible, yet once a host is involved, it becomes feasible. For instance, you serve as my host, while another of my brothers has a marine admiral as his. Do you believe we stand a chance against them? I see. So essentially, I am a weakling. Leo lamented. Even if they cannot defeat us, they can still flee. My brethren can also awaken one another. If too many of them awaken, I would no longer be a match for them. Do you understand? But I have heard that consuming 2 devil fruits simultaneously causes chaos within the host's body, leading to their demise. Indeed, my brothers have been led astray by Little Black. When they meet, the outcome is merely mutual consumption, which is why ingesting 2 devil fruits results in the host's death. After all, how could a human body withstand the turmoil from battles between my brothers? However, when it comes to confronting me, they suppress their instinct to devour and unite against me. Now I understand. The devil fruits can indeed consume one another, which explains their strong territorial instincts. This also elucidates the nature of the rewards Jesus spoke of. But who is Little Black? The more I hear, the more questions I have. Master Jesus, who is Little Black? Little Black is simply Little Black, my 10th brother. That is his domain. Jesus gestured toward the 10th circular hole at the tree's roots. It was he who lured the other brothers away from our mother. The glowing orb shifted into an arrow shape, pointing directly to the indicated spot. Does Little Black possess such immense power? He can sway other devil fruits from your control? The orb began to flicker incessantly, with moments of red flashing, clearly indicating Jesus' unstable emotions. Yet, he eventually regained his composure and reverted to the form of a white orb. Little Black's ability is to consume. He utilized this power to aid his brethren in escaping our mother's body. It is also due to his ability that I momentarily lost control over my brothers. Wait, why does that sound so familiar? Leo pondered intently for a moment, then suddenly realized, could Little Black be the dark fruit? So he is indeed the source of all this turmoil. At this moment, Leo was also in a playful mood. Jesus, could it be that your ability to suppress the fruit was created only after being undermined by Little Black? If so, why did you bestow such power upon him in the first place? Isn't that just asking for trouble? The orb of light representing Jesus began to glow red again, hesitating for a moment before exclaiming, Damale. The voice of the orb had taken on a childlike tone, and Leo felt an inexplicable urge to laugh, surprised to discover that Jesus possessed a somewhat petulant nature. As Jesus grew increasingly animated in his speech, Leo decided to shift the topic and asked, why did Little Black entice the other devil fruits to leave here? What else could it be but jealousy? He once told me why I always had to be above him while he occupied the lowest position, only able to look up at everyone else. From that moment on, he began to secretly incite the other brothers against me. At this juncture, the orb of light dimmed suddenly, as if Jesus' mood had taken a significant downturn. Speaking of which, my mother's withering is also linked to this matter. It's all my fault. I wish I had discovered Little Black's actions sooner. How many brothers did you create in total? There are only 10 rings on the tree. Did you create just 10 brothers? Not at all. These 10 rings represent the brothers I originally created, and they assist me in managing the others. Many more reside in the roots of my mother, and their strength is weaker than that of the initial 10 brothers. Leo suddenly expressed a keen interest in the other 8 original devil fruits. Aside from you and Little Black, what abilities do the remaining 8 possess? This inquiry seemed to delight Jesus, reminiscent of a child eager to showcase their knowledge before an audience. Allow me to elaborate in detail, lest you encounter them outside and find yourself overmatched, he said. God declared, let there be light, and thus my first brother emanated brilliance. Where did you hear that phrase? Pray speak properly. The world felt desolate, prompting me to attempt the creation of the sun. Consequently, I fashioned 3 prototypes: the sun, radiance, and flame. After a fierce struggle, the sun triumphed over the other 2, banishing them to distant realms and claiming dominion over the second ring. Leo was left utterly astonished, as the tales recounted by Jesus perfectly aligned with Nika, Shanshan, and Xiao. Consequently, Nika expelled Shanshan and Xiao, ascending to become the representative of the sun. But what are the others? There exists the ability to bestow souls upon objects, the power of spatial traversal, the capacity to create memories, and indeed, the ability to levitate objects, helping my brother escape this realm with his assistance. Alas, everything aligns, and it is indeed those very individuals. Jesus' words ring true. My alliance with him is utterly incapable of contending with that monstrous group. Once discovered, the devil fruit might even turn against its host. Sigh. I wonder how those scoundrels possess such fortuitous fates, acquiring such formidable fruits. Initially, Leo merely voiced a casual complaint. Yet Jesus unexpectedly provided an enigmatic response. It is all the guidance of destiny, destined to lead my brothers to find suitable hosts. Leo spoke with a hint of irritation. Do not jest, it all sounds rather nonsensical. If you hadn't released those brothers, none of this would have transpired, and it nearly cost your mother her life. Upon hearing Leo's words, the Jesus orb dimmed once more. I did not wish for this to happen, he replied. Then why did you create those brothers? Leo inquired. Well, Jesus lamented, I felt exceedingly lonely. Here, I can discern every corner of the world with clarity, yet the more I observe, the more I yearn for companionship. I never anticipated they would abandon me. Jesus' tears rendered Leo momentarily speechless, prompting him to comfort. Fear not, for you still have me. Since I have transformed into a human-like devil fruit, I shall consider myself your brother as well. I promise to retrieve everyone for you. Really? Jesus asked. Indeed. And I shall also assist you in giving that little black one a good thrashing. You are truly wonderful, Leo. Leo, this child is remarkably easy to persuade. Could I perhaps seize this opportunity to gain some advantages? Oh Jesus, considering the arduous nature of my task and my own insignificance, might you lend me your strength? I humbly implore you, what means could you employ to fortify me? I do not seek much, merely the enhancement of my ability to command the seas would suffice, allowing me to expedite the search for your brother. Upon concluding his words, Leo gazed at the luminous orb of Jesus with eager anticipation. However, Jesus did not respond. Instead, the orb grew increasingly radiant until Leo found it nearly blinding. Suddenly, he felt a warm current coursing through his being. The brilliance lasted only a few moments before Jesus returned to his original demeanor. All right, this is all I can offer. I must conserve some strength to aid my mother in sustaining her life. Hearing Jesus' slightly weary voice, Leo felt a twinge of guilt. He had not anticipated that his single utterance would genuinely augment Jesus' power. If that were to interfere with Jesus' important matters, Leo would be consumed by remorse. Are you all right? If you need, I can relinquish the power you just granted me. No need. Just help me locate my brothers. The more you retrieve, the stronger I shall become. Absolutely, I shall see to it at once. As fortune would have it, there was an ability wielder bound on the ship, and Leo resolved to extract her power upon departure. Do you have any further inquiries? If not, I will send you back. Will I be able to return here in the future? Well, not in the same manner as this time. You do not belong to this realm. Observing Leo's reluctance to part, Jesus quickly added, however, once my strength is restored, I can draw your consciousness back to this place. I am truly glad you expressed that. Consciousness, that sounds promising, Leo finally smiled. Having conveyed all necessary instructions, Jesus decided to return them home. The orb of light suddenly blazed forth, this time even more intensely, illuminating the entire world. The sunlight shimmered upon the sea, creating a dazzling spectacle, while the surface remained remarkably tranquil, as if the waves were stilled. In the heart of the ocean, a small boat floated serenely atop the water. Leo furrowed his brow, but soon regained his senses. With great effort, he propped himself up. Gazing around in bewilderment, had he truly returned? First, he assessed Will's condition. The chubby little fish had drool at the corners of his mouth, appearing quite endearing in his slumber. Next, he turned his attention to Fanny, the female pirate, who was also in a state of unconsciousness. Determined to act, Leo extended his hand and pressed it upon her head, activating his abilities. A semi-transparent orb of light erupted from the top of Fanny's head, the center containing a particularly bright point. Leo sensed the fluctuations of a soul emanating from this luminous core. Suppressing his curiosity, He attempted to separate the orb from the light point, surprisingly finding the process unexpectedly effortless. He then endeavored to integrate the semi-transparent orb into his own body, experiencing that familiar, warm sensation once more, signaling to Leo that his powers had indeed intensified. He glanced at the brilliant light point in his hand, and without a word, cast it into the sea. From that day forth, Leo bore an additional responsibility in this world, intertwined with his destiny. Having dealt with Captain Fanny, Leo wished to test the extent of his enhanced powers. He reached out toward the ocean, and as his maritime abilities activated, a colossal wave, towering over 50 meters, surged forth. With a mere gesture, Leo commanded the wave to advance, as if unleashing a miniature tsunami. Astonished, he reflected on the significant enhancement of his abilities. Previously, he had not been able to summon such a force with a mere wave of his hand. Truly, this was an extraordinary feat, a remarkable display of power. Leo once again endeavored to sense the moisture in the air. He had previously envisioned the possibility of extracting moisture from the atmosphere at will to activate his abilities. Until now, he could only perceive it without control, but with his enhanced skills, he resolved to make another attempt. Indeed, Leo distinctly sensed the minuscule water molecules in the air. With a focused gaze, he drew forth his dagger, watching as the water molecules began to coalesce upon the blade. Once he felt the dagger's weight was sufficient, he swiftly swung it forward, unleashing a deep blue edge. 50 meters ahead of the small vessel, a deep blue blade of water materialized, cleaving through the air and slicing the surface of the water along its path. Splendid. He had succeeded. However, he realized he needed to practice diligently, as the activation speed was somewhat sluggish. Despite the minor imperfections, Leo nodded in satisfaction. After experimenting with his abilities, Leo decided it was time to return. Once activated, the vessel surged forward as if riding a wave, heading towards the direction of Zyangabadi. Amidst the commotion, Will remained sound asleep, while Captain Fanny was abruptly awakened. She gazed at Leo in confusion, then glanced at the ropes binding her. Suddenly erupting in fury, "You despicable little scoundrel! Do you dare to release me for a fair duel?" Leo's expression was exceedingly infuriating as he nonchalantly addressed Fanny, saying, I wouldn't dare. Why would I engage in a duel with a mere prisoner?" Fanny, her face aflame with anger, shouted, "Look into my eyes." Yet, nothing transpired. She remained fixed in her glaring stance, motionless, until a look of sheer terror crept upon her face. "Why is this happening? Why has my fruit ability ceased to function? What on earth have you done to me?" Just that utterance sealed Fanny's fate. Leo suddenly realized his mistake. He forcibly extracted Fanny's fruit ability while neglecting her very existence. Naively, he even contemplated trading Fanny for a bounty. Should this fall into the hands of the Navy, and they discover that Fanny's fruit ability is gone, he would undoubtedly find himself on the list of suspects. At that point, it could very well lead to a visit from CP0 to investigate. Leo cursed under his breath, his gaze toward Fanny now laced with a hint of malice. Fanny, clearly sensing the shift in his demeanor, frantically kicked her legs and recoiled in terror, yet the deck offered little room for escape. The blue blade glided across her throat, and with a slight tilt of her head, her life extinguished. The moon hung high and stars were sparse as they returned to the harbor, the evening already settling in. Will was roused from his slumber by the rumblings of his own stomach. The chubby boy seemed to have forgotten the earlier events, immediately clamoring for a meal upon waking. Noticing that there was still a half-pack of food left in the cabin, Leo chose not to disembark, and the two shared a meal on the deck. Seeing Will devour his food with gusto, Leo's expression softened into that of a paternal figure as he pushed all the remaining food toward him, saying, "My son, do take your time, lest you choke." "Huh? What did you say, big brother?" The plump boy was so engrossed in his meal that he hardly caught Leo's words. "Cough. Cough, it's nothing." "Well, how old are you this year?" Leo coughed lightly to mask his embarrassment, quickly shifting the topic. "I'm 12. Big brother, look at my teeth. I have 36 now. When I have 48, I will be an adult." Indeed, he still bore the innocence of a child. Leo, for a moment, forgot that he himself was only 11. Having lived 2 lives, he found himself regarding Will as an adult, while Will's naive character endeared him further. With this thought, Leo's gaze toward Will grew even more affectionate. "Come, Will, eat more. Being chubby is quite adorable, isn't it?" "Really? Thank you, big brother. You are so kind to me." Will beamed, his enthusiasm for eating renewed. "Will, do you want to be the boss?" Big brother, what did you say? Me as the boss? No way. I will always be your little brother, and I would never betray you. You needn't be so frightened. It's merely a ruse. You will pretend to be a bounty hunter, and I shall be your assistant. Together, we will present Fanny's head to the Navy for the reward. Why not just go collect it yourself? After all, you are the true boss. Upon realizing it was just a performance, Will relaxed, continuing to stuff his mouth with food. Rio, draping his arm around Will's shoulder, remarked, "It would be quite the spectacle if the Navy were to discover that a notorious pirate, with a bounty of 50 million, was vanquished by a mere child. We must proceed with discretion. Thus, it is prudent for you to assume the role of a bounty hunter to claim the reward. Your imposing stature will lend credibility to our ruse. I shall adorn you appropriately, and the Navy will have no cause for suspicion. We shall present ourselves as a duo of bounty hunters." "But I cannot play the part of a bounty hunter," Will protested. "Fear not," Rio reassured him. "You need only respond with a grunt when questioned by the Navy. I shall speak on your behalf." "Very well, brother. I shall follow your lead," Will replied, nodding earnestly. The naval base at Sabaody, numbered 60 to 69, permitted only external vessels to dock at number 60. Rio had equipped Will with a large wide-brimmed hat, adorned with a flowing veil, and a stolen broadsword sheathed at his waist, while he donned the black cloak he had worn during their escapade at Sabaody. His appearance resembled that of a wandering hero, reminiscent of the legendary knights of the Huajia. After reiterating his instructions for Will to maintain a serious demeanor and speak sparingly, Rio grasped the bag containing Captain Finney's head and strode towards the entrance of the base. "Halt! What is your business here? Only authorized personnel may enter the naval base." Leo fashioned a mask for himself, which explained the skeptical glances from the naval soldiers. "Sir, we are bounty hunters here to collect a reward," he declared, shaking the bag in his hand. The soldiers remained vigilant, pressing further. "Whose bounty are you claiming?" "It is the bounty of Captain Fanny, the leader of the illusory pirates." "With a reward of 50 million berries," Leo replied. The naval soldiers visibly recoiled in surprise at the mention of such a notorious pirate. "Please wait a moment. I shall report this to my superior," one soldier said, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Shortly thereafter, a squad of soldiers arrived to escort Leo and Will into the base. The current commander stationed at Sabaody was Vice Admiral Fireburn, a formidable yet gentle figure, and Leo knew him to be an idealistic young man at heart. Upon entering the office, the soldiers stationed themselves at the door, and it was not Fireburn who greeted them, but rather his aide, Lieutenant Riles Ryan. "Greetings, I am Lieutenant Riles Ryan. I have heard that you apprehended the notorious pirate known as Dream Fanny from the illusory pirates." "Indeed, Lieutenant, though we only brought back Fanny's head," Leo responded, placing the bag upon the desk. Ryan sifted through a thick stack of bounty posters until he located Fanny's, carefully comparing it to the severed head before instructing his subordinates to remove it. "To have captured a pirate with a bounty of 50 million speaks volumes of your prowess. Might I inquire if you two would be interested in joining the Navy?" Ryan asked, his gaze lingering appreciatively on Will, whom he deemed the more formidable of the two bounty hunters. "Thank you for your kind offer, Lieutenant. But my captain and I have grown accustomed to our freedom and have no desire to enlist," Will replied. Ryan, undeterred by the refusal, recognized that extending an olive branch to powerful bounty hunters was customary for the Navy, though such offers were often declined. Having failed to recruit them, Ryan's curiosity shifted towards the identities of the two hunters. "May I ask your names for my records? It will facilitate your future bounty exchanges." Leo pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "Let us be called the Sea Heroes." It sounded rather impressive. However, he wondered if the two could reveal their identities. Upon hearing this, Leo displayed a troubled expression. "Myself and the captain are not suited for open and honorable appearances in Sabaody." As he spoke, he lifted a corner of Will's veil, allowing Lieutenant Ryan to discern the features of the merman. Will, in turn, disdainfully curled his lips and let out a cold huff, embodying the long-standing resentment and bitterness of his kind, subjugated by humans. The moment Lieutenant Ryan recognized Will as a merman, he understood the need for concealment and offered an awkward smile. The mermen of Sabaody were indeed quite valuable, and after spending considerable time in the area, Ryan was well aware of the circumstances. The Navy here was diligent, yet powerless against the intricacies of the slave auction house, perhaps feeling sympathy for the merman race. This kind-hearted naval officer promptly completed the bounty claim process and handed Leo a chest containing 50 million berries. With the bounty secured, Leo, feeling affluent, decided to treat Will to a lavish meal at the finest restaurant in Sabaody, even reserving a private room inclusive of service charges without hesitation. It was not mere ostentation due to newfound wealth. Rather, he feared that Will's identity might incite unrest. Even so, Will still felt the disdainful gaze of the serving staff as they presented the dishes. Do not mind the glances of the irrelevant, Leo reassured him. With your brother by your side, no one can bully you. Thank you, brother. I understand. I truly do. Now let us eat swiftly. Were you not already hungry? Today we shall celebrate our successful hunt. After indulging in a sumptuous feast, they returned to the small boat. Throughout the meal, Leo reflected that he had grown weary of sobriety after such an extended stay. Initially, he intended to earn a little money, which he had successfully achieved. Thus, it was time to embark on the next leg of their journey. Originally, the plan was to go to Water City to change ships before returning through Reverse Mountain to the Four Seas. However, having encountered Will, he now wished to visit Fishman Island. With the course decided, Leo wasted no time. He instructed Will to steady the helm and activated his abilities, encasing the ship in a hollow water sphere before plunging into the depths of the sea. Since they departed at night, Leo could not behold the enchanting sights of Sabaety's shallow waters, which left him somewhat disappointed. Fortunately, with Will leading the way, they navigated the dark depths. Mermen possessed an innate ability to find their way back to Fishman Island without needing to see the direction. However, Will was struggling to keep his eyes open. To prevent him from dozing off, Leo stuffed a super spicy octopus ball into his mouth, instantly reviving him. The underwater world in this pirate realm was truly wondrous. As they descended beyond 5,000 meters, the surrounding darkness gradually transformed into a deep blue, enhancing visibility despite the depth. Leo had an innate ability to perceive that this realm was teeming with vitality. Majestic marine creatures were omnipresent, with several gliding past a small vessel. Thanks to the propulsion of the Shinjo, the boat descended swiftly, soon reaching the location of the underwater waterfall. Following the current downwards for several kilometers, a breathtaking vista unfolded before him. The island of the fish people, resembling a pearl of the ocean, came into view. After passing through the dual-layered bubble shield, the boat settled securely at the harbor, and Leo and Will had finally arrived safely at the island of the fish people. The air was infused with the scent of the sea when a guardian from the Dragon Palace approached, noticing the new arrival. Young human, please register here upon entering the island. Just as he finished speaking, he caught sight of Will behind Leo and promptly altered his demeanor. Oh, isn't this Will? You, a worthless creature, have become a child as captive. The stark contrast in attitude left Leo questioning who truly belonged to the fish people. Leo cast a puzzled glance at Will. Although he was somewhat bewildered by why Will would be bullied by his compatriots, his greater concern was for the little chubby fish, fearing it might suffer indignities. However, Will's reaction was rather unexpected. He seemed unfazed by the guard's demeanor and instead greeted him with an endearing smile. Ah, hello, Brother Heidu. Allow me to introduce you to my savior, Brother Leo. You foolish one, do not cause trouble for others. It would be better if you were simply sold off. Now, stop loitering here. Come with me to register. Leo's dissatisfaction with the guard grew increasingly palpable. In his heart, he believed that Will, by steadfastly standing before him in times of peril, had already regarded him as one of his own. Witnessing his younger brother being bullied, Leo felt an urge to intervene and teach the guard a lesson. Startled, Will quickly embraced Leo from behind, pulling him aside. He turned to the guard with an apologetic smile, saying, Brother Heidu, I apologize for the trouble. Let us hasten to register. He then added, Brother Leo, haven't you always wished to visit the Mermaid CAF? I shall accompany you there shortly. The atmosphere between the parties was slightly awkward. Heidu initially harbored some resentment. Yet for reasons unknown, Leo's piercing gaze instilled in him a sensation akin to being scrutinized by a sea king. Consequently, he let out a cold huff and proceeded to facilitate their entry permit. After obtaining the permit, Will took Leo by the hand and turned to leave. Observing this, Leo chose to remain silent. It seemed that Will's life was quite arduous, but he had no intention of prying into it. Thus, he allowed Will to guide him as they began to explore Fishman Island. True to its reputation as a marvel of the Grand Line, Fishman Island presented an enchanting first impression. The island was constructed atop a vast coral reef, encased in a double-layered hemispherical shield, with an airflow through the gaps in the protective dome. The entrance featured a specialized gas storage device that provided oxygen for the entire island. Despite being situated 10,000 meters beneath the sea, sunlight filtered through the eave of the sun tree, creating a day-night cycle. The streets of the island were adorned with vibrant corals, and the architecture resembled the exoskeletons of crustaceans, with a myriad of colorful designs and sizes. Like Sabaety, Fishman Island embraced the tradition of using alchemic red tree resin, most notably in their bubble taxis and fish buses. as well as the mermaid maidens who sported resin swimming rings around their waists while walking on land. According to Will's account, he was born in Fishman Street, an area starkly different from Fishman Island, characterized as a lawless zone and slum, where the security was significantly inferior. After a brief stroll, Leo urged Will to lead him to the mermaid CAF, not out of lewdness, but rather to confront his vulnerabilities, to witness firsthand the place capable of spilling Sanji's blood. Indeed, it was purely a matter of curiosity. The two soon arrived at the mermaid CAF via bubble taxi. Upon disembarking, Leo was captivated by a chorus of melodious laughter. The beauty of Fishman Island seemed to intensify. In the pool, several young mermaid maidens frolicked in the water, sending waves crashing as they played. Leo found his eyes darting in every direction, overwhelmed by the sight before him. The maidens were not only clad in revealing attire but also exuded an array of enchanting charms. Lawless, young women, mature ladies, and even mothers. Suddenly, Leo felt an itch in his nose, as if warm liquid were on the verge of escaping. The mermaid maidens, unperturbed by shyness, waved enthusiastically at Leo as he approached. Some bolder ones even leapt onto the shore to embrace his arm, the sensation utterly delightful. "Oh dear, ladies, do take it easy," Leo exclaimed, feigning reluctance, while his gaze inadvertently began to wander lower. The mermaid maiden giggled. "What a handsome young lad. Welcome to the most distinctive CAF on Mermaid Island," with a playful charm. She gazed at Leo, while the mermaid sisters in the pool echoed a hearty welcome. That familiar yet frustrating feeling washed over him. It seemed this evening he would linger here. Will had intended to introduce Leo, but Leo eagerly approached, effortlessly amusing the maidens with a few playful remarks. After a while, he remembered Will, saying, "Brother, order whatever you desire. Today, I'm in a generous mood, so don't hold back. Once you're full, you can head home. I won't accompany you tonight." Will responded affirmatively, feeling elated at the freedom to choose, yet sensing something was amiss with Leo today compared to his usual self. After indulging in a satisfying meal, Will departed the mermaid CAF, patting his belly as he strolled along Fishman Street. This area felt considerably quieter than the island where the merfolk resided. The plump lad was still savoring the delightful cake he had just enjoyed, oblivious to the disdainful glances directed at him from the shadows along the street. Before long, Will returned to his home, where the door stood ajar, and the walls were marred with what appeared to be splashes of paint. He paid little mind to these details as he stepped inside, only to find the furniture haphazardly strewn across the floor. Overcome with emotion, tears streamed down his face as he wearily made his way to the bedroom, where the bed was similarly cluttered. After a brief tidy-up, he lay down, tears continuing to flow, though he dared not weep aloud. The following day, Leo emerged from the CAF, invigorated by the delightful conversations he had shared with the maidens throughout the night. Striding confidently down the street, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction, even as his stomach grumbled in protest. After wandering for a while, he stumbled upon a tavern. Famished, he decided to settle for a meal there before heading to Fishman Street to find Will. The plump lad would surely know where the best food was. At this hour, the tavern was sparsely populated. Upon seeing a lone young man enter, the few patrons present cast him with glances full of disdain. Leo, accustomed to such treatment, chose to ignore them, harboring no intentions of befriending them. He approached the bar and took a seat, only to be met with the proprietor pointing to a sign that read minors prohibited from drinking alcohol. Leo chuckled softly. The owner's demeanor indicated he was not hostile toward humans. "Good sir, I would like a plate of seafood fried rice and a glass of juice, please," Leo requested with a friendly smile. 10,000 berries, the owner replied coolly, collecting the money before retreating to the kitchen. Shortly thereafter, he returned with a generous serving of seafood fried rice and a glass of the island's signature seaweed juice. Leo took a sip of the dark-hued beverage, initially hesitant, yet was pleasantly surprised by its unexpectedly delightful flavor, a tangy and refreshing taste that tantalized the appetite. Leo exclaimed in delight and began to indulge in the exquisite cuisine, while the proprietor, initially cautious, gradually relaxed. During the meal, Leo ordered several local delicacies to savor, and it must be said that the culinary offerings of Fishman Island possess a distinctive charm. Noticing Leo's enjoyment, the owner initiated a conversation. The proprietor's opening remarks put Leo at ease. "I never anticipated that a young child like you could make it to Fishman Island alone. This is a feat many adults have failed to accomplish. I, too, have benefited from the kindness of many to reach this place. But it has indeed been a worthwhile journey. Fishman Island is truly a beautiful locale, Leo responded with a smile. Do your parents allow you to venture out to sea by yourself? You wouldn't have snuck away, would you? Not at all. I have no relatives left in my hometown, as they were all slain by pirates. My apologies for bringing up such painful memories. Those wretched pirates certainly disrupt peace wherever they go. It's quite all right. I have grown accustomed to it, Leo replied. But I perceive that Fishman Island is quite serene. Fishman Island has its own troubles. It is not only pirates we must guard against, but also numerous slave traders. Each year, many of our kin go missing, the proprietor lamented. At that moment, a shark fisherman interjected, Many of our brethren have been taken by you humans. In my opinion, humanity is utterly filthy and despicable. The despicable ones are the pirates and slave traders. In truth, the plight of human commoners under their oppression is far worse, much like in my own homeland. Leo cleverly articulated, unwittingly aligning himself with the fishman's perspective. The shark fisherman's expression softened upon hearing Leo's words. After all, they were both from the lower echelons of society, and he ceased to press the child further. What gives you the audacity to venture to Fishman Island alone? One might say you are fortunate. I am quite strong. I have already dealt with several groups of human traffickers. Most recently, I rescued a fishman, Leo declared. Upon hearing of Leo's heroism, the patrons of the tavern raised their glasses in salute, regarding him with the reverence of a hero. Leo graciously accepted their admiration, raising his juice cup to toast with each of them. Just then, a tall fishman with deep crimson skin took a seat beside Leo. Young one, you are truly remarkable. To have vanquished traffickers at such a tender age is commendable. What was the name of the fishman you saved? I may well know him, he inquired tentatively. Leo stared blankly at the burly man beside him, realizing he had encountered quite a significant figure, Fisher-Tage. He appeared considerably younger than his portrayal in the comics. Aware of the man's identity, Leo spoke with a newfound casualness. Greetings, my friend. The merman I rescued is named Will, Black Will. Are you acquainted with him? He is rather portly. Tage paused momentarily, surprised to learn that Leo had indeed saved someone he knew. That lad. Of course I know him. I have watched him grow up. I am deeply grateful to you, young man. I am Fisher-Tage, an adventurer and the leader of Merman Street. Brandon Leo. An adventurer and part-time bounty hunter, Leo introduced himself. What a splendid notion. The youth should explore more. I believe it will lead to an extraordinary journey. The two shared a laugh and clinked their glasses together. You are quite different from most individuals I have encountered, Leo continued. I, too, was once an adventurer and witnessed the avarice and brutality of humanity during my years at sea. Even the so-called common folk are largely averse to associating with the merman race. Yet, I sense no hint of discrimination in you. Brother Tage, I believe in freedom and equality for all. However, I do not impose my beliefs upon others. In my view, those who derive their happiness without causing suffering to others are indeed good people. The fear stems from misunderstanding. I am convinced that with increased understanding and communication, humankind and mermen can coexist peacefully. Upon hearing Leo's words, Tage's eyes lit up. What a brilliant idea. Leo, you are truly a friend worth making. Do you have time later? I wish to introduce you to someone who shares your perspective. Absolutely. I am here to sightsee, after all. I would be delighted to meet your friend, but I would like to visit Merman Street first and bring Will along. Allow me to guide you. No one knows it better than I do, Tage boasted as he took on the task. After their meal, Leo followed Tage to Merman Street, and the two engaged in an engaging conversation along the way. After a night's rest, Will gathered his thoughts and decided to seek out Leo. However, he had scarcely taken a few steps when he was confronted by several individuals, led by a black whale merman. You, the harbinger of misfortune, have the audacity to return. Get out of Merman Street at once. As the mermen encircled Will, they began to strike him before he could utter a word. Will, afraid to retaliate, curled up defensively on the ground. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of onlookers, yet none dared intervene upon seeing the black whale mermen assaulting one of their own. The black whale clan was the dominant force among mermen. If ordinary mermen possessed tenfold the strength of humans, then the whale mermen were 10 times stronger than their kind. Yet, not everyone lacked the courage to intervene. Stop it, you ruffians. What kind of bravery is it to bully a coward? Before the words had fully escaped his lips, one of the black whale mermen was sent flying by a powerful kick. Evil dragon, do not meddle in our affairs. This is an internal matter. Before long, 2 fishmen arrived. One was a burly man with blue skin, and the other wore a karate uniform, sporting a topknot. The newcomers were Jinbei and Crocodile. who had been practicing karate at the dojo when they heard the commotion outside and rushed to intervene. With Jinbei's and Crocodile's assistance, they quickly drove away several of the black whale fishmen. The malicious dragon cast a disdainful glance at Will, who was crouched on the ground. "You coward, still so spineless. Why don't you dare to fight back? And didn't you secretly escape from Fishman Island? Why return?" Crocodile approached to console Dragon. "Come now, brother Dragon. You know Will has always been timid. After all these years, he hasn't changed at all. It's always us who come to his rescue. You might as well get used to it and calm down." Will stood up, his head bowed in silence. Jinbei, feeling a tinge of disappointment, gently patted his shoulder. Nevertheless, as they had all grown up together in Fishman Street, and Will was the youngest among them, they couldn't simply stand by and watch their little brother be bullied. As Dragon and the others were about to leave, a torrent of water surged forth, blocking their path. The attacker was a human boy, glaring at them intently and curiously. Brother Tiger was standing beside him. "What have you brutes done to Will?" Upon seeing Will battered and bruised, Leo's anger erupted. He had long considered Will to be his brother, and witnessing him in such a state ignited a fierce rage within Leo. With a thunderous crash, the ground beneath Leo's feet cracked. In an instant, he lunged toward Jinbei, delivering a swift kick. Jinbei reacted swiftly, raising his hand to deflect Leo's sneak attack. Yet, before Jinbei could counterattack, he found himself ensnared within a deep-sea prison. Having honed his abilities, Leo could now directly manipulate the water molecules in the air to form his skills. In a place as humid as Fishman Island, he wielded his powers with ease. He launched an assault on Jinbei, Dragon, and Crocodile simultaneously, trapping them within 3 swirling water spheres before gesturing with his hand. The spheres began to spin rapidly, hurling Jinbei and the others against a wall with tremendous force. Leo approached Will and gently patted the little chubby fish's belly. "From now on, if anyone dares to bully you, stand firm and strike back. Should any trouble arise, your big brother will come to your aid." Will looked up at Leo with tearful eyes, and upon sensing no hint of disdain from him, his sobs intensified. "All right, if anyone picks on me, I shall retaliate and ensure I do not bring shame to my big brother." At that moment, a young mermaid, seemingly of a similar age to Leo, dashed over from the street. She planted her hands on her hips and glared at Leo. "You wicked person, why did you strike my brother?" she exclaimed. "You little scamp. Do you think you have the right to bully others? Your brother deserved the thrashing he received for tormenting my little brother." Leo was not overly indulgent towards the young girl. Now, the two stood in the street, their foreheads pressed together in a stalemate. After all, Sherry and Leo were merely trying to assist Will, albeit with somewhat impulsive methods. Furthermore, Leo, you might have misunderstood. Jinbei and the others were undoubtedly trying to help Will. Taiga hurried over, bemused, and explained. "You little rascal, apologize to my brother immediately. It was clearly your brother who knocked away the bully tormenting the chubby kid." Upon seeing Taiga's arrival, Sherry felt emboldened. Before long, the misunderstanding was clarified, and Leo, laughing heartily, clapped Jinbei on the shoulder and offered his apologies. Upon realizing that it was Leo who had saved Will and returned him to Fishman Island, Jinbei and the dragon crew harbored significantly less animosity towards him. With the misunderstanding resolved, Leo decided to invite a few people to the tavern for a drink. Taiga, bemused, thought to himself that this boy was quite the troublemaker. Having just exited the tavern, he was ready to return after a brawl. After a few drinks, Leo, curious as to why Will's kin always bullied him, inquired about the matter. Will merely hung his head, silent and withdrawn. However, Sherry could no longer restrain herself and took the initiative to recount the backstory to Leo. It turned out that Will was born into the whale fisherman tribe, where everyone else had dark skin, save for Will, whose belly was white, thus marking him as an outcast from a young age. Until the age of 5. He was protected by his mother, and little Will was not subjected to much bullying. His fellow whale children would simply refrain from playing with him. However, at the age of 5, his mother passed away due to prolonged exhaustion. From that moment on, Will's life became increasingly arduous. He frequently faced beatings and verbal abuse, sometimes even going several days without food. Had it not been for Taiga, the leader of Fishman Street, who protected him, Will might never have had the chance to grow up. Sherry paused momentarily before continuing. There are many orphans on Fishman Street, and Will is merely one among them. Yet, this fellow is clumsy and perpetually grins foolishly. He would not dare retaliate when struck. Gradually, everyone began to bully him. It was only because he could no longer endure it that he sought to escape Fishman Island. During Will's absence, Taiga even sent others to search for you. Leo comprehended the essence of the tale. It was nothing less than a rendition of the ugly duckling, albeit with a twist of merfolk. Though his acquaintance with Will had only spanned a few fleeting days, Leo would forever cherish the memory of that figure who bravely stood before him in the face of peril. From that moment forth, Leo had recognized Will, desiring him to be his inaugural companion. Gently, he ruffled Will's hair, the pointed tips slightly pricking his fingers, and then, with a grave countenance, declared to Tap, "Will, I shall take you to sea. From henceforth, you shall be my first mate, leaving behind this place that brings you sorrow." Will, in disbelief, lifted his gaze to meet Leo's, for it was the first time in his life someone had truly needed him. The joy of being sought after by the elder brother he admired was overwhelming. The little chubby fish felt tears welling in his eyes, yearning to join Leo on his maritime journey, yet reluctant to part from the comrades of Fishman Island. Leo seemed to discern his intentions and let out a light chuckle. "I almost forgot that I should be a bit more assertive with you. From this day forth, Will, you shall be my companion. We must become allies upon whom we can rely, embarking on countless adventures together. Henceforth, you are mine." Bang! As soon as Leo's words fell, a fist slammed onto the table nearby. "You wretched human are not to be trusted. Not even someone as worthless as will be taken by you." At that moment, the malevolent dragon glared at Leo with murderous intent. The previous statement had greatly displeased him. Over the years, the slavers had recklessly captured many, inflicting immense harm upon Fishman Island. Now, there were humans daring to declare their intent to take away their kin right before them, igniting the fury of these fervent young fishmen. Leo did not pay any attention to the evil dragon. Instead, he turned to Tiger and said, "Brother Tiger, do you believe that humans and mermen can coexist on equal terms? Would you be willing to stake your fate on me and Will?" After speaking, he glanced back at the dragon. "Humans are untrustworthy? It was I, this untrustworthy human, who rescued him from the clutches of traffickers, while the ones who have caused him the deepest wounds are your own kind." Tiger gazed intently at Leo, and after a moment of contemplation, he sighed. "Leo, this is not a decision to be made impulsively. Why are you so devoted to Will?" "Because Will is a trustworthy companion. Certainly not the worthless individual you all claim him to be," Leo replied, his tone resolute. "Trustworthy, you say? If you intend for Will to be your companion, do you possess the ability to protect him?" Tiger continued to inquire. "I can only promise to never betray him. If necessary, I would risk my life for him. Leo, remember your vow. Should you ever break it, you will become the enemy of all mermen." Meanwhile, Will was already in tears, his mind filled with Leo's declaration of him being a trustworthy companion. The wavering thoughts he had moments ago solidified into an unwavering resolve. The stout fish boy suddenly rose, his massive form overturning the table. "Brother Leo, I am willing to sail with you." After boldly proclaiming this, the once timid merman youth gazed with unwavering determination. Upon exiting the tavern, Fisher Tiger invited Leo to meet the Wise One. Since Will was now a member of Leo's crew, he naturally accompanied them. To Leo's surprise, Sherry insisted on joining as well, and ultimately, he could not refuse the young girl. "Brother Tiger, who are we going to meet?" Leo asked, filled with curiosity regarding the person who could earn such admiration from the Merman Street boss. "Haha, you will find out when we arrive. She is a true sage, and she has many ideas that align with yours. I believe she will be pleased to meet you." The group traveled on a mermaid bus to the entrance of Dragon Palace. Upon recognizing Tiger, the guards did not require an announcement. They directly escorted the group inside after confirming their purpose. As Leo observed meticulously along the way, he noticed details that had previously escaped his attention in the animated shows of his past. The architectural style of the Dragon Palace increasingly reminded him of his homeland, a revelation that filled him with warmth and anticipation for the forthcoming meeting. In truth, from the moment Tiger referred to the individual as one of the rare sages of Merman Island, Leo had already deduced who they were about to meet. Though the notion may seem somewhat naive, it is a rarity to encounter someone with such far-sighted vision. Passing through the pavilions and towers of Dragon Palace City, they arrived before a white tower. Before Leo and his companions could reach the entrance, a goldfish merman came bounding towards them, and upon seeing the elegantly attired Ike, reminiscent of an ancient court maid, Leo's fondness for her instantly blossomed. Thus, he approached her with a radiant smile akin to the sun. "Boss Tiger, when did you return? Come share your adventure tales with me. I have been eagerly anticipating them." The petite Ike, with a laughter as bright as blossoms, joyfully approached the group. "Ha ha, Ike. This time I bring not just stories but also a human friend." With that, Tiger gently pushed Leo forward. Ike paused for a moment, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she circled around Leo, the human boy who was only slightly taller than herself. She playfully poked and prodded, and upon realizing Leo offered no resistance, she eagerly lifted her tail, attempting to pat the boy's head. Leo wore a perplexed expression. Who could have anticipated that the future benevolent Princess Iji was once such a mischievous child? Noticing her intention to tug at her own hair, Leo hastily interjected. "It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Leo." Iji gasped and quickly hid behind Tiger, making her appear even shorter, barely reaching the height of Tiger's calves. Clutching Tiger's leg and peeking out, she murmured to herself, "Oh dear, the human boy just spoke to me. How wonderful, it is my first time hearing a human speak." Iji was utterly elated, exclaiming in delight. Tiger, feeling somewhat awkward as he adjusted his trousers, lifted Iji with a swift motion, saying, "Iji, he is greeting you." Iji's hands fidgeted in front of her chest, her fingertips grazing each other as she hesitated to gaze at Leo. Each time her eyes met his, she recoiled as if shocked, only daring to look up after several attempts. "Hello, I am Iji. May I be your friend?" "Ah, so this is the kind of person you are." Iji, Leo's smile grew warmer as he slightly bent forward, extending a hand toward her. "Of course, I would be delighted. My mother has always taught me to treat others with kindness, especially someone as gentle-hearted as you." "Oh my, your words are so beautiful. I am already a young lady. Not just a girl. Your mother must be a truly kind person." Yet, in Leo's mind, a vivid image flashed. Susanna, her eyes gleaming as she gazed at a large fish, her hand gently gliding over its scales, speaking tenderly about how splendid a fish it was. Leo hastily recalled the memories from the past, realizing he could no longer dwell on them. The subsequent scenes were ones that could not be witnessed without parental accompaniment. If Yuki were to perceive them through her observation hockey, it would undoubtedly tarnish the image of humanity she held dear. With joy, Yuki invited everyone into the White Tower, her abode, adorned with pink decorations that exuded a youthful charm. Leo took a seat opposite her, displaying not a hint of hesitation. Observing his ease, Yuki couldn't help but smile brightly. "Leo, how did you arrive at Fishman Island? Could you share your tale with me?" she eagerly inquired as soon as he settled in. Leo smiled and pointed at Will, saying, "I came to Fishman Island to escort this little chubby fellow home. During my solitary travels, I had heard numerous tales about this place, and witnessing it firsthand has indeed proven to be a worthwhile journey." Will chimed in, "Indeed, Sister Ichi. I sneaked up to the surface to play and was captured by a group of rather fearsome individuals. It was Brother Leo who rescued me and even took me to Chambord Park for some fun." Upon finishing his words, Will proudly lifted his chin. Upon hearing that Will had actually visited Chambord Park, Iji's eyes sparkled with envy, for it was the dream destination of all little mermaids. She then eagerly bombarded Will with questions, chattering incessantly. Leo and Tiger simultaneously displayed a paternal smile, their gazes growing increasingly benevolent. After conversing for approximately 10 minutes, Iji suddenly realized she had neglected her guests and turned to Leo with an apologetic smile. Leo expressed his gratitude for the assistance rendered to Will, as well as for the kindness extended towards the Fishman tribe, declaring him a true hero of Fishman Island. "May I pose a question for your insight?" he inquired. "Of course, please go ahead," came the reply. "What is your perspective on the relationship between humans and fishmen?" The question, he noted, was rather straightforward. "In my view, all races in this world are equal, and thus we should approach every race with goodwill. Only in this manner can we take the first step towards mutual understanding. For instance, my relationship with Will serves as an excellent example. Though I initially saved him, he has also stood by me in times of peril against pirates, which deeply moved me. Furthermore, I hold great admiration for my brother Tiger, whose generosity is truly commendable." Lyon paused for a moment before continuing, asserting that one's race should not serve as a measure of their worth. "My homeland is a tranquil and peaceful island where we labor from dawn until dusk, living in self-sufficiency without engaging in conflicts. Yet, despite this idyllic existence, my homeland was ravaged by the onslaught of pirates, and my parents perished in that invasion. Thus, I pay no heed to the race of others. Anyone who extends kindness towards me can become a friend." Yahim listened, her eyes shimmering with hope. "Is that truly the case?" "Lyon, your words resonate beautifully. The Fishman tribe also cherishes peace. I have always believed that as long as we can foster mutual understanding, humanity will eventually embrace our kind, and then my compatriots and I shall emerge from the depths of the ocean to live beneath the sun. And that day will be within our reach." Although Leo holds a deep affection for Echi, whose pure heart and kind nature are admirable. He recognizes that excessive innocence and kindness can sometimes lead to undesirable consequences. Given her potent influence, should Echi's ideals continue to flourish unchecked, the inhabitants of Fishman Island may find themselves utterly consumed. Thus, Leo resolved to help them confront the harsh realities of their situation. Reflecting on the original narrative, he recalled that both Echi and Tiger had paid the ultimate price for their benevolence and naivety. Adopting a serious demeanor, Leo began, "Echi, I wholeheartedly share your yearning for peace. However, your perspective is excessively idealistic, and one might even say, rather naive." Echi maintained her smile. Yet tears gradually welled in her eyes. Suddenly, she turned away, covering her face as she began to weep. "Wah, Leo does not acknowledge my thoughts. It is my fault for being too naive, and now I am crying." Tiger and Will hurriedly comforted Echi, with Tiger shouting at Leo, "You scoundrel! How could you make Echi cry? Come and comfort her at once." Leo shrugged helplessly and gently replied, "Yuki, I do not dismiss your ideals. It is certainly commendable to yearn for peace." Yuki, with her hands covering her face, created a small opening and asked, "Really? Then why?" Leo's voice grew increasingly gentle. "What I mean is that your approach is flawed. Please do not cry. Just listen to me slowly. Since Fishman Island joined the world government in 1320, it has been over 170 years. According to the law, the world government recognizes Fishman Island as a member state, and it should enjoy the same treatment as other member states. But is that truly the case?" Hachi and Tiger understood that Leo was correct, and the atmosphere fell into a heavy silence. Hachi, with her head bowed, inquired, "Is it really so difficult for humanity to accept us? Generations of fishmen have lived on Fishman Island. We merely yearn to breathe the air above the sea and bask in the sunlight. What wrong have we committed?" Rio discerned that this girl was somewhat naive, perceiving the world in overly simplistic terms and exhibiting a pleasing disposition. Willing to concede step by step to facilitate communication with others. "Do you know the story of Will?" he inquired. Yuki shook her head. Having lived for so long in Dragon Palace City, she was unaware of the life Will led on Fishman Street. From an objective standpoint, Rio recounted Will's past. And as the girl listened, tears welled in her eyes, shaking her head in disbelief, unable to fathom that such darkness could exist even in the beautiful Fishman Island. Good and evil transcend race. Within every community, there are both virtuous and malevolent individuals. Take, for instance, the abhorrent slave trade, which the fishmen despise, believing it to be a grievous error committed by humanity. Indeed, it is predominantly humans who lead this trade, but how can one ascertain that there are no fishmen involved? Similarly, the majority of those who capture and sell slaves are, in fact, humans. In the eyes of the traffickers, both humans and fishmen are merely commodities, distinguished solely by the varying degrees of rarity that dictate their prices. Upon hearing this, Yuki was evidently struck by a profound shock. How could they do such a thing? Does the world government and navy not care? Aren't they supposed to protect everyone? Leo refrained from responding to Yuki's inquiry, as he found himself at a loss for words to elucidate the role the world government played in this matter. He feared that revealing the truth might plunge her into despair regarding the world. Consequently, Leo deliberately diverted the conversation towards Yuki's aspirations. "Yuki, your dream is to grant the fishmen the right to thrive under the sun. This is indeed a noble ambition. For those who strive for freedom and equality are truly remarkable. However, have you contemplated how to achieve this?" Had it not been for Leo's earlier remarks, Yuki would have enthusiastically shared her thoughts with him. Yet now, a sense of dejection clouded her spirit, causing her voice to diminish significantly. "I wish to convey our goodwill through smiles. Only by demonstrating to humanity that we are not a perilous race can we usher in an era of peaceful communication. I have always believed that as long as we can foster mutual understanding, humanity will embrace the fishmen." Leo listened, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. He sensed Yuki's emotions fluctuating from despondency to fervor, yet ultimately, she remained entrenched in her idealistic notions. As he absorbed her words, he couldn't help but think of the naive Yuki. In another world, there exists a place called Konoha, where a young fox spirit might just be her kindred spirit. Leo pondered seriously for a moment and asked, "Yuki, have you ever considered whether the fishmen truly are suited to life above the sea? Furthermore, do you believe your thoughts will garner the approval of all fishmen?" "My kin will certainly embrace my ideas," Yuki replied confidently. "I am convinced that everyone yearns for the world beyond." Leo remained silent as he turned to face Tiger, who furrowed his brow and trembled his lips, seemingly struggling to find the words. Finally, he sighed and spoke to Yuki, saying, Yuki, the truth is that the majority of our kin harbor animosity towards humanity. Each year, we witness the disappearance of our brethren, and over time, the hatred between humans and merfolk has reached an irreparable state. As Yuki listened, her eyes widened in disbelief, tears streaming down her cheeks in large droplets. Is it truly impossible for everyone to set aside their hatred? With each passing generation, when will this cycle end? Do we not have the right to yearn for a life under the sun, to breathe the same air as other races? Leo suddenly gazed out of the window at the radiant sun. Yuki, do you know? The sun is merely an amalgamation of light and heat. Those who aspire to draw near will only ignite themselves. If a merman were to approach the sun, he would merely transform into a desiccated fish. Tiger wished to continue offering solace to Yuki, yet found himself at a loss for words. Thus he sat in silence. It was this very silence that deepened Yuki's discomfort. Leo noticed the silence between the two and turned to Yahim, inquiring, I have asked Will, and he mentioned that many young fishermen dream of visiting Chambord Park. Is your desire aligned with this? Indeed, she replied. Although I cannot venture far to see Chambord Park for myself, I have heard tales from Brother Tiger, which have ignited my desire to go. Is that why you wish for humanity to accept the fishmen? Yes. I yearn for my kin to enjoy the same privileges as humans. Leo understood that Yuki was indeed more insightful than other fish people. She was capable of elevating thoughts to the heights of freedom and equality through the dreams of the fish children, surpassing the vast majority of her kin. However, her ideas remained in the realm of ideals, lacking concrete plans. The dream of visiting Chambord was not an insurmountable task. After all, Will had already experienced it. For you, a trip to Chambord Park is akin to a spiritual luxury, and luxuries often lose their allure once experienced. Yet, your aspiration is to secure equal rights for the fish people, a matter far more complex. At least from my perspective, it seems you are not yet prepared. No, I am ready, she asserted. No matter how difficult this endeavor may be, no matter how arduous the journey, I am determined to ensure that my people receive equal treatment alongside humans. But have you considered how to implement this? Yuki found herself momentarily speechless. Indeed, she had not contemplated the specific steps to actualize her vision. Leo, if you have any thoughts, please share them. We are eager to hear your insights. After a moment of contemplation, Leo gathered his thoughts and addressed the group, saying, Yuki, first and foremost, you must become the leader of the Fishman tribe, gaining the acknowledgement of the vast majority of the inhabitants of Fishman Island for your ideas. Thinking Leo was unaware, Tiger interjected, Leo, Yuki is actually the fiancée of King Neptune. Once they are wed, she will naturally ascend to the leadership of Fishman Island. Leo shook his head, saying, What I refer to transcends mere identity. A title alone may inspire reverence, yet it does not engender genuine recognition from the heart. E.g., your mission is to become the spiritual leader of the Fishmen, a beacon of faith for your people, guiding them toward progress. Merely possessing royal lineage is insufficient to achieve this. E.g. appeared to have found a lifeline, her face alight with anticipation as she awaited Leo's further words. There are two pressing matters that require your attention. First, you must bridge the divide between the residents of Fishman Street and those of Fishman Island, fostering mutual understanding between these two classes. If you cannot accomplish this, the prospect of cross-species reconciliation is even more remote. Second, you must fortify the nation's defenses to prevent the disappearance of our kin. Successfully addressing this issue will greatly enhance your prestige. E.G. nodded fervently. Yes. I will instruct Neptune to strengthen the kingdom's vigilance immediately. Leo let out a bitter laugh, surely. You do not believe that Fishman Island possesses the strength to fend off the invasion of human traffickers? After quietly listening for a while, Shirahoshi suddenly interjected. Do you dare to underestimate us? Do not forget that the strength of the fishmen is tenfold that of humans. Moreover, my brother and Jinbei have successfully repelled pirates before. In my eyes, it is you humans who appear pitifully weak. Also, do remember that we are situated 10,000 meters beneath the sea. How could humans possibly rival the fishmen in this aquatic domain? Leo first applauded and then cast a disdainful glance at Sherry. You truly are a naive little country girl. Can the likes of Jinbei and the evil dragon even be considered formidable? Do not jest. Not to mention in comparison to the true powerhouses of the sea. Even I could easily vanquish them. For reasons unknown, Leo always felt the urge to tease Sherry, and indeed, upon hearing his words, she nearly exploded with anger. Rolling up her sleeves to show him her strength. It was rare for Leo to bully an opponent smaller than himself. He simply pushed against Sherry's forehead with one hand while she flailed her arms helplessly. The Fishman Island could not rely solely on its own strength. Thus, the most prudent course of action would be to seek a powerful ally to help them navigate this challenging period. Tiger furrowed his brow and inquired, "Leo, are you suggesting that Fishman Island should submit to the Sea Emperor? If that is the case, I must object. If one is to seek support, it must be from the sturdiest source. Compared to the Sea Emperor, I hold the Navy in higher regard." Navy times 4? The assembled fishmen echoed in unison, incredulous at Leo's suggestion. What is so surprising about this? The Navy can enlist giants, so why not the fishmen? In comparison, the advantages of the fishmen are even more pronounced. In terms of numbers and utility, the fishmen are certainly on par with the giants. Tiger was evidently resistant to this proposal. "Leo, I believe joining the Navy would be unwise. To be frank, we lack a foundation of trust with them." With a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, Leo addressed the group. "I believe there has been a misunderstanding. Collaborating with the Navy does not necessitate becoming a member of the Navy. Have you ever heard of the 7 warlords of the sea?" Before the astonishment could register on their faces, Leo shifted his gaze to Tiger. "Brother Tiger, do you possess confidence in your own abilities?" Suddenly called out. Tiger found himself somewhat bewildered. "Could you clarify? What exactly do I need to do?" This year, Crocodile's fierce battle with Douglas Bullet shocked the world. And it was through this conflict that Crocodile earned the invitation from the world government to become one of the warlords. The world government recognized the potential of employing pirates to combat other pirates, which led to the establishment of the warlords. And your goal, Brother Tiger, is to secure one of those positions. Although intrigued, Tiger genuinely had no idea how to become a warlord. "But I am not a pirate. How could I possibly become one of them?" Leo responded, "Why can't you be a pirate? You possess strength and subordinates. Forming a pirate crew composed solely of fishmen should not be overly challenging. But I do not wish to engage in robbery. I do not want to coerce others through force. Who says that being a pirate must involve robbing civilians? You despise pirates and human traffickers, do you not? Why not target them instead?" This approach offers numerous advantages. Not only would it showcase the strength of the fishmen to humanity, but it would also serve as training for your crew. Ultimately, the goal is to become a warlord, achieving 3 objectives with one endeavor. What is there to hesitate about? Tiger pondered over this discourse, while Jinbei could not help but interject. "So, becoming a warlord would bring us closer to realizing our dreams?" "Indeed. Becoming a warlord bestows significant authority. Setting aside the legal right to plunder, the warlords have the option to remain stationed on an island for an extended period. I believe establishing a base on Fishman Island would be a splendid choice." Upon hearing this, the eyes of the others brightened. This idea seemed quite promising, and their minds began to conjure the vivid scenes Leo had described. "Hey, everyone, let's not get carried away. It's still too early to dream," Tiger reminded. "You should first inquire how many of the fishmen in Fishman Street would be willing to join you at sea, and you must clearly communicate your purpose for venturing out. We must avoid raising a band of ruffians who rely solely on brute force. And you, Jinbei," he continued, "I have noticed your understanding of the lives of the lower-class fishmen on Fishman Island is lacking. To truly comprehend Fishman Island, you should immerse yourself in the community and observe more closely. Aspiring for sunlight is commendable, but every light casts a shadow. You cannot only see the sunny side of Fishman Island while neglecting its darker corners." Jinbei nodded resolutely before regaining his smile. "Meeting you, Leo, has truly been a fortuitous encounter. Thank you for your counsel." Leo waved his hand dismissively, saying, "What is the need for formality? Are we not friends? You all should move swiftly. Don't let me, and we'll get too far ahead. Hee, what are your plans for the future? Will you continue as bounty hunters?" Leo shook his head, harboring a preliminary vision for his team. He intended to establish a maritime rescue squad, with the primary aim of earning a reputable name rather than immediate financial gain. A rescue squad? What does that entail? It essentially involves the noble endeavor of saving those who find themselves in peril at sea. I merely wish to adopt a title that facilitates my navigation across the waters. And perhaps, one day, both will and I might achieve renown through this venture. At this juncture, Leo suddenly paused as a new idea flickered in his mind. He had been devising plans for the fishmen, yet he had nearly forgotten the true purpose of his voyage. His adversary was none other than the world government. If he could forge a connection with Fishman Island through this exchange, there might come a time when he could ally Fishman Island with his own ambitions. Alas, such a splendid opportunity was nearly overlooked. With renewed enthusiasm, Leo donned a cheerful demeanor. "Yihim, would you consider investing in me?" "Investing? Leo, are you in dire need of funds? No, no, it is not money that I seek. What I require is for you, as a member of the royal family, to grant me a chartered citizenship certificate. A chartered citizenship certificate? What is that? Are you contemplating a long-term residence on Fishman Island? This is not about residing there. Rather, I wish for Fishman Island to officially acknowledge my achievements and the significant contributions made for the fishmen. Ultimately, the issuance of this certificate would serve as a reward for my endeavors. The aim is to convey Fishman Island's willingness to engage with the outside world. Should Will and I attain fame across the seas, we would stand as exemplars of the friendship between humans and fishmen. Upon hearing Leo's proposition to promote Fishman Island, Yahim did not hesitate to agree, extending her hand to him. May our friendship endure, and may the day of mutual understanding between humans and fishmen arrive swiftly. At this moment, a voice echoed softly in Leo's heart. Ding. Congratulations, Master, you have acquired a piece of Neptune's fragment. In the following days, accompanied by Will, he traversed the bustling streets and hidden alleys of Fishman Island. They even encountered the historical text documenting Joy Boy's apology in the Sea of Trees. As Leo caressed the cold surface of the stone, he felt an inexplicable premonition that their paths would intertwine in the future. However, even the most exquisite scenery can become mundane after a prolonged gaze. Having spent more than a month in this place, Leo found himself yearning for a change. Thus, he began to contemplate his next journey. According to his plan, prior to reaching the Four Seas, Leo intended to visit Water City to procure a new ship. To excel in his endeavors, acquiring a vessel of exceptional performance was imperative. Yet, the pressing question arose: how to amass the necessary funds. After much contemplation, he could only mourn for the pirates for a few seconds, recognizing that for the sake of his grand aspirations, their sacrifices were unavoidable. Brother Leo, let us wander a bit. The island is splendid today, the chubby boy exclaimed. You are quite carefree, my friend. In just a few days, the new king's coronation ceremony will take place. Do not be so fixated on leisure. We must visit the dojo shortly. Will's massive frame visibly trembled at the mention of the dojo, as if it were a place of dread. This reaction was understandable. Every fishman learns fishman karate from a young age, and will have been the punching bag for his peers during his childhood. The painful memories of those formative years lingered, and the thought of returning to the dojo filled him with reluctance. Observing Will's demeanor, Leo sighed in resignation. Brother, you must conquer your inner demons. I have heard from Brother Tiger that your innate talent among fishmen is unparalleled. Do you not desire to rise above those who once bullied you? Is that truly possible for me? Absolutely. Do you remember the story I told you about eating, sleeping, and fighting? If you do not strive, you will forever remain a mere pawn. 2 gusts of breath escaped Will's nostrils. I refuse to be a pawn. I shall turn those who bullied me into mere pawns instead. Indeed, let us be on our way. Soon. The duo found Fisher Tiger engaged in training at the dojo in Fishman Street. Since the last time Leo shared his plans, Tiger had been diligently honing his skills. As the pinnacle of martial prowess in Fishman Street, he continued to elevate himself, and his future strength would undoubtedly surpass that of Jean Bay in the original narrative. The greater Tiger's prowess, the more substantial benefits he could secure for the fishmen. Brother Tiger, we have arrived. I, too, wish to learn fishman karate, Leo declared without reservation, believing that the martial art would complement his devil fruit abilities. Leo, I must be frank. You may lack the innate talent for martial arts. Even if you insist on learning, your future achievements may be limited. I am aware of my deficiencies in physical training and do not expect to master fishman karate. However, I am primarily interested in learning the techniques of water gun and fish wave. Could you teach me these 2 moves? Leo's words caused Tiger's brow to twitch twice, and soon he hesitated, fearing that he might discourage him. Leo, why are you so insistent on mastering these 2 techniques? While other skills might still be attainable by humans, the water strike and gun wave are beyond our reach. They can only be executed by the fishmen. Why is that? Tiger cleared his throat a couple of times before extending one hand, spreading his 5 fingers wide before Leo. Nearby, Will joined in with a silly grin, mimicking Tiger's gesture. Rio, in a huff, struck the back of Will's hand. Are you implying that I lack flippers? Indeed, these 2 techniques must be capable of containing seawater. One's fingers must remain sealed against the flow during arm movements. Tiger, fearing that Rio might not comprehend, demonstrated the techniques before him. It must be said, Tiger truly exemplified the prowess of a master in fishman karate. The splashes he created could penetrate multiple walls, and the waves he generated were more potent than cannon fire. However, Tiger's concerns proved unwarranted. Rio merely needed to grasp the mechanics of these techniques without fretting over the flipper issue. Thus, Rio too demonstrated. And upon witnessing Rio conjure a sphere of water within his palm, Tiger's eyes widened in astonishment. When that small water orb shattered a colossal coral reef, Tiger was left dumbfounded, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. To be frank, Tiger felt somewhat disheartened. He had previously brimmed with confidence about claiming the position among the 7 warlords, yet after witnessing Rio's water techniques, he realized the world outside was indeed formidable. If the water techniques employed by other fishmen could be likened to bullets, then the ones Tiger executed resembled the effect of a sniper's round, while Rio, this unorthodox fellow, simply hurled a grenade. Who could withstand such power? Similarly, Jinbei and his crew were equally awestruck. Initially, upon hearing that Rio was to study fisherman karate, they had mocked him for his overconfidence. Yet after observing the water techniques that rivaled the force of a grenade, they fell silent. Although they remained reluctant to admit it verbally, their attitudes towards Rio had undeniably shifted. During Leo's practice of fisherman karate, Sherry would come to watch him train every day. The two seemed like natural adversaries, bickering incessantly from their very first encounter. Yet, the young girl grew increasingly attached to him amidst their quarrels. After a long day of training, Leo invited Will to join him for relaxation at the Mermaid CAF. Out of nowhere, Sherry appeared, insisting on accompanying them. Initially, Leo was resistant, but upon learning that the CAF was owned by Sherry, he quickly changed his demeanor. Welcome. Why, it's Leo. You haven't been here in days. Have you forgotten your sisters? The charming waitress greeted him enthusiastically, her body unconsciously leaning closer, the soft sensation nearly causing Leo to faint. Oh, Leo, I didn't realize you were such a regular here. How is it that so many ladies are fond of you? Sherry remarked sarcastically, the air thick with envy. Humph. Little girl, what do you know? I aspire to be the king of the sea, Leo retorted with a double entendre, though it was evident that Sherry did not comprehend. As Leo leisurely sipped his coffee, flirting with the mermaid behind the bar, Sherry felt a surge of frustration. Suddenly, her eyes glinted mischievously as she turned to him and said, Hey, you've surely never experienced the CAF special service, have you? How about giving it a try? Oh, the legendary 298? Pardon me, Sherry, what is this special service you speak of? Leo nearly let slip his true nature, but managed to quickly mask his expression. 298? What nonsense are you spouting? The special service I mean is divination. My readings are remarkably accurate. Would you care to try? Though Sherry's demeanor was haughty, the blush on her cheeks and her fleeting glances hinted at something deeper. However, Leo was oblivious to Sherry's subtle changes, his attention wholly captivated by the notion of divination. The future pirate king was foretold to bring about the destruction of Fishman Island. What might his own fate entail? His curiosity piqued immensely. Relax, I'm about to begin. Please focus on the crystal ball and don't get distracted, Sherry intoned mysteriously, placing her hands on either side of the crystal ball. Her eyes fixed intently on its surface. Moments later, her brow furrowed deeply, and she unexpectedly tumbled off the bed, her face a mask of terror. Sherry, are you all right? Leo rushed to help her, but as he reached out, she yelped and recoiled as if shocked, only to quickly realize her lapse in composure and respectfully reposition herself in front of him. This left Leo utterly befuddled. Sherry, what on earth happened? What did you see that made you so obedient? It was merely a divination. Surely, your mind isn't muddled? He inquired, pressing his hand gently to her forehead. This time, Sherry did not shy away from Leo's touch, but simply shook her head, unwilling to divulge the outcome of the reading. Being all mysterious, are we? Very well. If you want to speak, let us go. I'll treat you to a drink, he concluded. Subsequently, Rio and Will settled into a monotonous routine, shuttling daily between the Mermaid CAF and the dojo. Rio exhibited an astonishing aptitude for mermaid karate, mastering techniques such as water striking and wave shooting in less than a week, which left Tiger feeling a deep sense of regret that Rio was not of the Fishman lineage. The day finally arrived for Neptune to ascend the throne as the new king. In the central square of Fishman Island, under the watchful gaze of his subjects, Neptune donned the crown, becoming the 13th king of Fishman Island, and simultaneously declared that Odoheim would be his queen. The coronation ceremony proceeded in an orderly fashion amidst the cheers of the populace, when suddenly, the sound of cannon fire shattered this sacred moment. Report to His Majesty the King. Pirates have infiltrated Fishman Island, and the port has been ravaged, announced the Octopus Guard, eliciting gasps from the ministers. Neptune tightened his grip on his weapon, and proclaimed loudly to the people, "Fellow citizens, the ceremony is hereby concluded. Please return home for shelter and the royal guards. Follow me to repel the pirates. Jinbei, let's go. We must eliminate those pirates." Tiger quickly organized the ruffians of Fishman Street to resist the pirate invasion. Rio, however, did not join the cacophony. He quietly followed well at the rear of the group. Fortunately, the guards of Fishman Island reacted swiftly. By the time Neptune and Tiger arrived, the pirates were on the verge of breaching the town, but had been driven back to the port. Neptune displayed remarkable prowess, cutting through the pirates as none could withstand the might of the Golden Trident. Tiger's performance was equally commendable, as he deftly employed the ever-changing techniques of Fishman karate, incapacitating numerous foes, and the scales of victory began to tip in favor of Fishman Island. Seeing his crew falter, the pirate captain hastily abandoned his comrades and attempted to flee. He carried a large sack on his back, and just as he was about to board the pirate ship, he was struck in the shoulder by Jinbei's water strike. With a cry of pain, he dropped the sack, revealing several tightly bound mermaid maidens within. Damn it. They dare to abduct mermaids. Soldiers, charge with me. We must rescue our kin. The eyes of all the fishmen glowed red with fury, incensed by the pirate's actions. However, the pirate captain staggered to his feet, seizing one mermaid maiden and leaping onto the pirate ship. Not good. He is trying to escape. Everyone, put in more effort. We cannot allow him to get away. Despite their desperate efforts, they could only watch helplessly as the pirate ship passed through the double-layered bubbles and sailed into the open sea. Expressions of despair spread among the crowd. They had let the enemy succeed. Just as they were on the verge of giving up, Rio suddenly sprinted towards the exit of Dragon Palace, the seawater swirling around him as he ran. Rio, don't be reckless. We are 10,000 meters beneath the sea. Humans cannot withstand the external water pressure. Tigre was taken aback by Leo's actions, but it was too late to intervene. Leo had already donned the seafloor armor and burst through the double bubble. Just as Tigre was about to rush out to save him, he was suddenly restrained by a hand. Turning around, he was astonished to find it was Sherry. "Boss, you needn't worry about that guy. He'll be fine," Sherry asserted, her gaze fixed seriously on Leo's receding figure. "Sherry, stop fooling around. Leo is human. He will be crushed by the water pressure if he goes out there. Let go of me." Tigre was genuinely angry. How could she still be joking at such a critical moment? "No, boss, you don't understand. Leo is not an ordinary person." Sherry released her grip on Tigre, clasped her hands in prayer, and bowed her head towards the sea. Because Leo is the god of the ocean. Watching the distant Fishman Island, the pirate captain laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. Men, full speed ahead back to Sabaody. With this one, we'll all be rich." The captain boasted extravagantly about their haul, seemingly forgetting those comrades who had bought time for his escape. In his excitement, he even slapped the mermaid's rear, before he could revel in his triumph for too long. A thunderous sound echoed as a figure clad in armor penetrated the coating and landed on the deck. The armor's visor opened to reveal Leo's face. The captain's boastful voice was abruptly silenced as he stared fixedly at Leo. "How did you get up here? Are you with the fishmen?" Before the pirates could advance, Leo spoke first. "Wait a moment. May I inquire? Captain, what is your bounty?" As was customary, Leo first asked how much the other's head was worth. "Ha ha ha. Listen well, kid. Our captain has a bounty of 60 million, the great Captain John." A pirate under John leaped forward, beaming with pride. "Oh, 60 million? Not too shabby. Then might I request you to release the mermaid? It would be unfortunate if I accidentally harmed her while cleaning up the trash." Leo slowly flexed his wrists, walking towards Captain John with a smile. "You're seeking death. Get rid of him, men." With John's command, all the pirates surged towards Leo. The first pirate leaped high, swinging his sword towards Leo's head. "Kid, this is what happens when you fail to recognize the situation. Learn to be wise in your next life." Before the curved blade could descend, the pirate's cruel expression froze, his arm holding the sword severed and drifting in the air, blood spraying onto the deck. It was only then that the excruciating pain registered in the pirate's mind. "Ah, my hand, my hand." The pirate clutched his wound, writhing in agony on the deck, instantly staining it crimson. The sight of the pirate's suffering only stunned the others for a moment before more curved blades came slicing through the air. Leo, however, remained unfazed, casually waving his hand as if shooing away flies. The moisture in the air responded to his command, and within moments, the remaining pirates found themselves ensnared within water spheres. John stared in shock at this sudden turn of events, his eyes wide as he trembled, pointing a shaking finger at Leo, unable to utter a word. Taking advantage of the moment, Leo seized the mermaid girl. Are you all right? You should head home, he urged. Thank you, kind sir, she replied. After bidding farewell to the mermaid, Leo removed his sea lapis armor, casting a disdainful glance at John. Come on, it's just you left now. I didn't expect you to be an ability user. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? Regaining his composure, John glared at Leo with gritted teeth. His eyes ablaze with fury. The deep blue blade, continuous slash, left John no room to breathe. Surrounded by an abundance of water molecules, Leo swiftly unleashed his skill. And as his dagger danced through the air, deep blue water blades sealed off all of John's escape routes. Yet, contrary to the anticipated scene of bloodshed, a cacophony of clangs ensued, and John's captain's coat was shredded to tatters, revealing his chiseled, dark musculature. Leo raised an eyebrow in astonishment, remarking on the impressive strength of your armament hockey, nearly capable of enveloping your entire body. Humph. Has no one informed you that mastering armament hockey is an essential skill for traversing the seas? Even if you possess a Logia-type power, it would be futile. Evidently, Leo's prior maneuvers had led John to mistakenly believe he was a Logia user. Thus ensued a fierce battle upon the deck, with one pursuing and the other fleeing. Aware of his limitations in physical combat, Leo resorted to a kite strategy, utilizing water orbs and blades. Meanwhile, John, resembling a human tank, charged forward, tenaciously enduring the deep blue blades. In truth, both were testing each other's capabilities. John, unfamiliar with Leo's powers, hesitated to launch an attack, while Leo aimed to capture him as a gift for Neptune. After exchanging blows for several rounds, John took the initiative. The deck was dented underfoot as John suddenly accelerated, appearing before Leo. His pitch-black fist, propelled by a gust of wind, struck toward Leo's head. Suddenly, Leo's gaze sharpened. He had been awaiting this very opportunity. The water beneath his feet erupted, and the thrust generated propelled him to a safe distance. As John's punch swung wide, Leo unleashed his long-prepared deep blue blade, striking at John's neck. Even with the protection of the armed color, Leo's blow managed to breach defenses, the water blade slicing in just enough to nearly sever John's throat. Yet he ultimately withstood the assault. Just as Leo prepared to strike again, 2 sharp gunshots rang out, and 2 bullets pierced through Leo's abdomen. Ha ha ha. I finally hit you. You rely too heavily on your fruit abilities, kid. Leaning against the ship's railing, Leo pressed a hand to his abdomen, casting a cold glare at John. It was my oversight. I never anticipated that you were employing martial techniques solely to conceal those 2 shots. The triumphs of several successful pirate hunts had rendered Leo arrogant, leading him to believe that his fruit abilities could resolve every predicament. However, today, John delivered a profound lesson, reminding him that battles with pirates are a matter of life and death. This is where it ends for you, boy. While I can recruit new subordinates, I shall return to Fishman Island soon, though on that day you shall not be present. With a cold snort, Leo straightened his posture, the wound on his abdomen temporarily muffled by 2 dense masses of seawater. Thank you for reminding me how to combat pirates. You are indeed correct. This battle must come to an end. Still stubbornly defiant, he declared, to die. With a powerful punch, John launched himself towards Leo like a cannonball. However, Leo executed an unexpected maneuver, leaping off the pirate ship. What? Are you trying to commit suicide? The ocean's depths will crush you. Yet, to John's disappointment, Leo, even without the sea stone armor, found a way to navigate the waters. He merely needed to utilize his divine abilities to mimic a protective coating. I shall not grant you another opportunity. You should feel honored to perish beneath my new technique. Leo waved his hand, and a stream of water, resembling a rope, ensnared the pirate ship. He then delineated an elliptical area around them as the focus. Originally, this technique, designed for use upon the surface of the sea, would surely prove even more effective beneath the waves. Captain, prepare to experience the fury of the ocean. Leo swiftly unleashed countless water bullets, which rebounded off any point on the periphery of the elliptical domain, relentlessly targeting the pirate ship. John, of course, could not remain passive. He swung his fists, enveloped in the armor of hockey, to deflect the water bullets. However, those that were struck continued their assault upon making contact with the elliptical boundary, creating an endless cycle. As time passed, John found himself increasingly fatigued, his arms growing heavier, while a sense of despair began to fester within him. Leo, with a cold gaze, observed John's struggle until the latter began to plead for mercy. Please, spare me. I am willing to offer all my treasures to you. I can become your subordinate. I beg you stop this. Descend to hell and repent. See God boundary, Leo retorted, clenching his fist and delivering a powerful blow to the elliptical domain. The impact reverberated, releasing even more water bullets from the outer walls, which, in conjunction with those already rebounding, struck John with a devastating force. This strike resembled a magnificent firework igniting in the depths of the ocean, leaving the onlookers at Fishman Island's port utterly awestruck. The events unfolding beyond the island were nothing short of miraculous, etching an indelible memory into the minds of all present. Once the sea had calmed, the pirate ship had vanished without a trace, leaving only chaos in its wake. Before anyone could regain their composure, a sharp sound echoed as Leo emerged from the double-layered cloak, returning to Fishman Island. Neptune and Tiger, leading the crowd, rushed toward Leo, encircling him in celebration. They cheered, eager to lift Leo high, paying their utmost tribute to their hero. With a beaming smile, Leo flashed a thumbs up to everyone, exclaiming, "Your Majesty Neptune, Brother Tiger. I have rescued the person. In the ocean, I am invincible." No sooner had he uttered these words than Leo, maintaining his victorious pose, collapsed rigidly to the ground. It must be said that Leo never misses an opportunity to show off. Even in unconsciousness, his defiant gesture was directed toward the heavens. "Hey, hero, what happened to you?" Outside the operating room, E.G., Tiger, Will, Sherry, and a group of comrades from Fishman Street anxiously awaited at the door. Suddenly, an octopus doctor burst out of the operating room, frantically calling out, "Who among you has type S blood? Our blood supply is insufficient." The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Type S blood is exceedingly rare, with perhaps only one in hundreds of thousands possessing it. Just as the doctor wiped the sweat from his brow in desperation, two individuals finally stepped forward from the throng. "I have type S blood," they declared in unison. Tiger and Sherry exchanged a glance, incredulous at the coincidence. "Sherry, let me do it. I am stronger," Tiger insisted. "No, draw from me instead. Leo was injured while saving my sister, so please allow me this opportunity." Sherry responded with unwavering determination. "Enough of this bickering. Saving a life is paramount." "Sherry, you shall do it," E.G. interjected, naming Sherry for the blood donation without allowing them further dispute. E.G. had her own reasons for this choice. She believed this was not merely a routine medical procedure, but a significant act, thus entrusting it to Sherry, a commoner from Fishman Island. Before long, Sherry lay upon the operating table, turning her head to lock eyes with Leo. This moment should have radiated the brilliance of humanity. However, Sherry, with a haughty expression, admonished Leo, "You arrogant little brat. You insisted on showing off, boarding the ship to engage the pirates in close combat, and now you've gotten yourself injured. How utterly pathetic." With a disdainful expression, Leo remarked, "Who can help it if my brilliance is too dazzling? Even if I wish to remain low-key, it proves quite a challenge." He then seemed to recall a figure kneeling in prayer. With a mischievous grin, he winked at Sherry. "Norse, once this lady saves your life, you shall dutifully kneel at my feet." "Huh, I would never." "You, who cannot distinguish the past from the present, are quite amusing," Leo retorted, even going so far as to pick his nose. Perhaps years hence, this tale will still be celebrated by many. An elderly octopus doctor might reminisce about two youthful figures, transfusing blood while playfully spitting at each other. At the bottom of this scene lies a crimson bond symbolizing their friendship, tightly intertwined. At the port of Fishman Island, Neptune, Odoheim, Tiger, Sherry, and the lovely ladies from the Mermaid CAF gathered today solely to bid farewell to the heroes of Fishman Island. "Leo, remember to return and visit us. Fishman Island will always be your second home." Princess Odoheim smiled, waving. "Leo, dear brother, we will miss you. Your kindness will forever be etched in my memory." Several beautiful mermaids wept as they bid their farewells. "You scoundrel, do not perish out there. Remember, there are those on Fishman Island waiting for your return," Sherry exclaimed, blushing yet maintaining an air of pride, even in farewell. After exchanging nods of farewell with everyone, Leo's gaze lingered on Tiger, who nodded seriously in return. They had made a pact to train their team and await the opportune moment, especially following their battle with John. After which Leo had earnestly advised Tiger to hone his dual hockey skills. The small boat soon departed from Fishman Island. As the luminous pearl of the deep sea receded into the distance, Leo withdrew his gaze, noting that Will had accelerated their pace, perhaps a bit too swiftly, with their next destination being the water city of the Seven Seas. A few hours later, the divine vessel burst forth from the ocean's surface, utilizing its fruit abilities to ascend from a depth of 10,000 meters in just 1 hour. Before heading to Water City, Leo did not forget to stop at Sabaody to exchange his bounty. After a brief orientation, the small boat made its way toward the naval port. Before the Navy base, the soldiers on guard maintained their usual lethargic demeanor, a common trait among the Sabaean Navy. While they appeared to be on alert, it was akin to mere idleness. The sound of footsteps approached, jolting a drowsy soldier into a proper standing position. Halt. This is a military zone. The soldiers routinely issued their warning. Good day, sir. We are here to exchange our bounty. After finishing his words, Leo shook the cloth bag containing John's severed head. The greatness of Captain John stemmed from his generous contribution of bounty to Leo's cause. With the previous bounty from Captain Fanny, Leo's total assets had surpassed $1 billion. The familiar routine felt different this time. Lieutenant Ryan was even more enthusiastic than before. In just 2 months, the Sea Rogue duo had vanquished 2 notorious pirates, each with bounties exceeding $50 million, a feat worthy of naval recognition. Observing the young duo, Ryan suddenly pondered whether he had squandered his time. It seemed the moment had come to request a transfer from Sabaean. Little did Leo know that he had unknowingly altered the fate of a naval officer. As they parted, Lieutenant Ryan still attempted to persuade Leo and his companion to join him, but the outcome was unsurprising. After a straightforward exchange of bounty, Ryan personally escorted Leo and his companion out of the base. Will, before we leave, let us drop by Shaki's for a meal. It would be quite impolite to leave without notice, Leo suggested. Absolutely. I dearly miss Sister Shaki's culinary skills, Will replied eagerly. Though it would have been preferable without the glistening drool at the corner of his mouth. Shaki, sorry to intrude again, Leo began. But his words caught in his throat upon seeing the scene within the establishment. Shaki was currently instructing a towering man, over 3 meters tall, on the proper dining etiquette with a series of forceful punches. Oh, it's Leo and Will. Please take a seat. I'll be with you shortly, she called out. The ensuing scene required no words to describe. Will's trembling body spoke volumes of the inappropriate nature of the spectacle. The meal was a joyous affair, with Leo recounting their adventures at Fishman Island to Shaki, embellished with artistic flair. And so, I inexplicably became a hero of Fishman Island. Ah, you truly never miss an opportunity to boast, do you? Just remember not to be careless in your future battles against pirates. I wouldn't want to hear news of your demise one day, Shaki cautioned. Rest assured, Shaki, I shall not repeat the same mistakes. The next time we meet, I will be renowned across the seas, Leo promised. Haha, I look forward to that day arriving soon. Lazily sprawled on the deck, Leo heard the call of a bird and merely opened one eye. Skillfully, he flicked a coin, which was caught by the newsbird in a graceful arc, while a newspaper landed in his hand with equal precision. Leo, in a state of ennui, idly perused the newspaper, where the front page featured an imposing photograph of Crocodile. Cigar in mouth, his condescending gaze rendering it difficult to believe this was a candid shot. The photographic prowess of the World Economic Journal's reporter was undeniably impressive, capturing this individual's blend of 3 parts stubbornness, 7 parts aloofness, and an overwhelming 10 parts arrogance with remarkable finesse. The article was adorned with a colossal headline. The first of the 7 warlords of the sea, Mr. Crocodile, declares his stationing in the Desert Kingdom a disaster or a blessing. We shall see. That rascal Morgan certainly had the audacity to write such a thing. Astonishingly, his headline managed to predict both correct outcomes, showcasing a modicum of skill. Why? One might wonder, are there 2 correct answers? Will, evidently, failed to grasp Leo's implication. Huh. Just watch. Crocodile's presence in Alabasta will at least ensure peace for 20 years. Is that not a fortuitous circumstance? But what, pray tell, is the other correct answer? With a light chuckle, Leo refrained from answering Will's inquiry, casually flipping through the newspaper before placing it over his face and drifting into slumber. Before embarking on his maritime journey, Leo could still indulge in the grandeur of seafaring life. Yet, reality proved otherwise, revealing that it was quite ordinary to sail for half a month without encountering a single vessel upon the vast, boundless ocean. Thus, most often, Leo found himself enveloped in boredom, gazing at the unchanging deep blue expanse, which, after prolonged observation, only induced aesthetic fatigue and drowsiness. As captain, Leo adeptly imparted his lethargy onto Will, who, upon setting sail, began to resemble a languid fish, with the divine vessel propelling their small boat. Will spent his days merely swabbing the deck. After several consecutive days, Will found himself sleeping even more soundly than Leo. Suddenly, one day, Leo recognized that this state of affairs could not persist, and thus resolved to instigate a change alongside Will. Will, awaken. Let us strive together. Will, rubbing his bleary eyes, reluctantly sat up, grumbling, did we not practice yesterday? Must we continue with the Fishman karate today? No, Leo replied. I believe foundational training is of greater significance. Particularly for you, Will. I aim to help you unearth your potential. With that, Leo manipulated the water currents, tossing Will into the sea. The sudden splash of seawater jolted Will into full awareness, and he emerged with half his head bobbing above the surface, gazing at his captain with a look of reproach. Today, we shall engage in aerobic exercise, Leo proclaimed. I will cease the divine vessel's propulsion, and you shall navigate our craft towards the city of water. Come now, young lad, swim freely beneath the setting sun. Will's round face scrunched up in dismay. He sensed that Leo was once again succumbing to his whims. For whenever he became eccentric, a glimmer of stars seemed to dance in his eyes. Will understood that in such a state, Leo was impervious to reason, and thus, knowing he could not resist, he resigned himself to compliance. Leo reclined comfortably in the armchair, allowing the wind to touzle his hair. Faster, Will. You must push the boundaries of your own limits, and let me witness your fury. 2 hours later, brother, I can't go on any longer. Please, let me off the hook for today. Will clung to the ship's railing, panting heavily with his tongue lolling out. As Leo's snot bubble burst instantaneously, his consciousness remained somewhat hazy upon being roused. What happened? Have we arrived at the city of water? He mused. I am utterly fatigued and famished. I refuse to train any longer. I desire a sumptuous feast. Nay, I wish to indulge in a feast whilst reclining. Observing the drool cascading from Leo's mouth, Will's exasperation flared, leading him to abandon all pretense. Oh, little chubby one, what are you up to? Yearning for a grand meal, are we? Very well, just wait a moment. As Will floundered in the sea, Leo resolved to provide him with a modicum of motivation. He spotted a medium-sized sea creature, a manatee, resting on the ocean floor less than a kilometer behind them. This shall suffice, Leo determined, and it will serve as our meal afterward. Seizing the moment while Will was distracted, a sphere of water stealthily propelled itself toward the rear. The slumbering manatee, nestled in the depths, was abruptly awakened by a sharp pain on its forehead. As it opened its eyes to identify the scoundrel responsible for the ambush, it was met with a pulsating orb of water before it. A large question mark appeared above the manatee's head, but before it could ponder the situation, the water transformed into a universally recognized gesture, igniting the creature's fury. With a flick of its tail, the manatee commenced a fervent pursuit of the water sphere ahead. Meanwhile, on the surface, Will found himself puzzled by Leo's sudden silence following an enigmatic remark. However, the answer soon became apparent. He felt the waves behind him surge dramatically, only to be overshadowed by a colossal shadow. As Will slowly turned, his vision was filled with an irate, bovine visage. Moo moo, what the? Both parties instinctively vocalized their astonishment in unison, leading to a dramatic scene of escape from the jaws of the manatee. Tears streamed down Will's face as he propelled the small boat forward, leaving only a trail of white froth in his wake. With one foot perched on the raised bow of the boat, Leo exclaimed, Well done, Will. Put in a bit more effort. We cannot allow our dinner to catch up with us. This exhilarating game of chase persisted for an hour, revealing that when one is fleeing for their life, an unfathomable energy can be unleashed. However, just as they were reveling in their antics, the sky abruptly darkened. Dense, ominous clouds obscured the sun, and the oppressive atmosphere caused both the manatee and Will to gradually decelerate. Suddenly, a lightning bolt streaked across the heavens, and the sea surged skyward like a dragon drinking from a river, causing the entire surface of the ocean to tremble uneasily, tilting noticeably. It is often said that while the mantis catches the cicada, the yellow bird lies in wait. But what if the yellow bird were to transform into a bald eagle? Such an experience was once deemed impossible, yet today, the manatee and Will found themselves living it. They observed as the distance between the water and the sky behind them diminished, a colossal wave of indeterminate magnitude barreling toward them. Their weary bodies surged once more with energy, and together, Will and the manatee transcended their limits, gliding across the surface of the water like a stone skimming along. Soon, a barrier island emerged in their path, its architecture strikingly peculiar, resembling a structure formed by layers of stacked houses. At the very center of the island stood a fountain resembling a liquor tower. At last, they had arrived, the city of water. Leo laughed heartily as he activated the divine vessel, propelling the already airborne small boat with renewed vigor. The piercing screams that sliced through the air captured the attention of all. Today, the residents of the city of water witnessed an unforgettable spectacle. A small boat, riding the immense waves conjured by the water deities, Akura and Lagna, forcefully entered the city of water. The water deities completely submerged the lower district, a sight that had become mundane for its inhabitants. Yet today, due to the arrival of a boy carried by the colossal wave, things felt distinctly different. Underneath the massive fountain, a crowd gathered, heads tilted upward, gazing in awe at the small boat lodged atop the fountain. Everyone was eager to catch a glimpse of the fortunate soul who had survived such a calamity. Leo underestimated the formidable power of nature. Emerging from the rubble with a bewildered expression, "Who am I? Where am I? No, where's Will? Is he unharmed?" Yet, despite his fervent calls, the chubby fish was nowhere to be found. Alas, this escapade had gone awry. For now, he needed to locate his little brother first. Leo leapt down from the fountain, sincerely apologizing to the onlookers before vanishing into the throng. Having rented a blue vehicle, he embarked on a search in the direction where the waves had cast him, hoping that Will hadn't he fallen into the lower district, or else he would truly have to fish in the sea. Strolling leisurely through the mid-tier district, the streets were bustling with a crowd as people from both areas converged here. The dense flow of humanity stimulated commerce, with shops lining the streets overflowing with patrons, particularly the food stalls, which were teeming with eager customers. Suddenly, an enticing aroma wafted from a nearby stall, drawing Leo's attention. The area was encircled by a throng of spectators, their fervent cheers suggesting a competition rather than a mere gathering of diners. Struggling to the forefront, Leo spotted a shadowy figure. It appeared to be a contest. The proprietor was enthusiastically encouraging the competitors. "Come on, young man, eat just 50 more pieces of meat, and you'll break the eating champion's record." It was remarkable how connections among people could be so intriguing. By merely catching a whiff, Leo could trace Will's presence. The chubby fish was indeed among the finalists, facing off against a peculiar youth clad in a floral shirt and nothing but a pair of briefs on his lower half. Leo immediately deemed him eccentric after just a glance. The competition had escalated to a fever pitch, with a towering pile of grilled meat diminishing at a visibly rapid pace. "Come on, don't overexert yourself, or you might burst," the oddly dressed youth taunted, even with his mouth stuffed full of meat to disrupt Will's focus. However, Will had no time to heed his opponent's words. The grilled meat before him was everything. Delicious. Truly delightful. "You are a generous soul, offering me this meat for free." A smirk crept across his face. "Today, I am super invincible. Let us settle this." It was unclear what had spurred the youth, but he suddenly accelerated his pace. Watching from the sidelines, Leo was filled with exasperation. Despite the lack of communication, the competition was remarkably captivating. "Will, you rascal, are you sneaking a feast here?" "Huh. Brother Leo, I'm so glad you're all right. Come, try this delectable grilled meat. The owner said I can eat it all for free." Perhaps it was Leo's countenance that whetted the appetite. The over half-meter-long skewer of meat prompted Will to savor it as if he were feasting on skewers. The terrifying speed at which he consumed it left the eccentric youth choking in shock. The onlookers erupted in cheers as a new record was set. The grill stall owner, grinning widely, rushed over to take a photo with Will, even managing to utter a welcoming invitation for the next challenge. Did he not fear that Will might devour him into bankruptcy? Leo casually purchased a skewer of succulent meat, savoring the burst of juices with each bite. After swiftly devouring the grilled delicacy, he intended to leave with Will. Meanwhile, a peculiar youth appeared quite dejected, his head hanging low as he attempted to slip away from the crowd. However, before he could escape, the proprietor intercepted him, pointing to a nearby sign and declaring, "Young man, since you lost the competition, you are required to pay the full amount, a mere 50,000 berries. More money?" "You deceitful merchant claimed it was free." The boy protested. "I have no money, so please do not drag me into this." Trying to weasel out? The sign clearly states that only the champion eats for free. Spare me your excuses and pay up. At this moment, Will suddenly grasped Leo's arm, imploring, "Brother, please assist that fellow. He is indeed a worthy opponent." Will adjusted his sunglasses, attempting to project a cool demeanor. "Don't be overly charitable. If you lose to him, I won't come to your rescue, and you will be the one to face the consequences. We have our own matters to attend to," Leo retorted. Meanwhile, the peculiar youth had been knocked to the ground by the proprietor, covering his head with his arms and exclaiming, "You scoundrel, how dare you deceive me? If I hadn't gone 10 days without food, I would teach you a lesson." Just as the proprietor prepared to strike the boy again, a hand seized his arm, and Leo, with an impassive expression, remarked, "Enough. It's merely a meal unpaid for. Are you truly considering inflicting harm?" With that, he placed 50,000 berries on the table and turned to leave with Will. "Where are we headed, Brother Leo? And what about our ship?" Will asked. Oh, I appreciate that you have not forgotten our little vessel. It should currently be at the shipyard. It sustained significant damage, and I am uncertain whether it can be repaired. The thought of the ship caused Leo a headache, realizing that they could not continue without a new one. He had developed an attachment to the old ship and contemplated that even with a new vessel, the old one could serve as a lifeboat. Now, all hopes for that were dashed. Leo was mourning for his small boat when suddenly he heard someone behind him shout, "Hey, you shorty and chubby one. Hold on a moment. What a talent. How could one possibly manage to step on two minds simultaneously?" Today, Leo witnessed this firsthand. Although we'll usually dismiss Leo's teasing by calling him chubby fish, that was merely a jest reserved for their captain. If anyone else dared to utter such remarks, it was only natural to wonder whether the chubby fish would retaliate. When Will struck back, one might think, "How dare you call anyone short? Humph. I once thought you were a decent person, but I never expected your tongue to be so sharp. Oh dear, please stop. I was wrong." The perverse youth was swiftly beaten into a pulp, yet as he opened his mouth again, he nearly faced another blow. "I will not express gratitude to you. Just tell me where you reside, and once I acquire the funds, I shall repay you. Moreover, my name is Carter Flam, so remember it, you scoundrel." Leo was left both amused and exasperated by Carter Flam. Wasn't that the later transformed cyborg Frankie? If not for the knowledge of his loyalty, Leo might have taken it upon himself to impart a lesson in decorum today. Given the dire circumstances, there was no need for pretense. He ought to manage his speech better, for not everyone possesses the same amiability as they do. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Leo chose not to forge a deeper connection, as among Luffy's companions, only 3 truly piqued his interest, Frankie regrettably not being one of them. With that, Leo and Will turned towards shipyard number 1, leaving Carter Flam behind, who, feeling ignored, erupted in frustration, trailing at a distance as they made their way to the shipyard. Glancing at his dilapidated vessel, Leo let out a soft sigh. "Master Charmin, how long will it take to repair this ship?" Charmin, rubbing his chin and appearing somewhat troubled, replied, "Young lad, this ship is beyond repair. The bow is completely destroyed, and the keel is fractured. This is the first time I've encountered a ship rendered inoperable by crashing into a fountain. How on earth did you manage to get on board? Would you mind demonstrating it for me again?" After much deliberation among the group, Leo ultimately conceded, "Master Charmin, how much would it cost to construct a new ship? What style are you considering? And do you have any specifications regarding size and materials?" After a moment of contemplation, Leo envisioned the recruitment of 10 crew members, thus determining that his vessel's dimensions could be akin to that of the Endless Sunshine. After much deliberation, he finally addressed the shipwright, stating, "I desire a 3-masted sailing ship, measuring 50 meters in length and 65 meters in height, with a keel fashioned from atom wood. Please provide me with an estimate." Charlemagne cast a puzzled glance at Leo. He had heard that the young man was alone, and even with the presence of the merman beside him, they numbered merely 2. How could such a small crew possibly navigate a large sailing ship? Furthermore, acquiring such an expansive piece of atom would not be inexpensive. Did they possess sufficient funds? Suppressing his doubts, Charlemagne ultimately provided a professional estimate. "According to your specifications, the minimum cost would be 250 million berries, with half of that amount allocated solely for the purchase of the keel, as such large atom wood is quite rare. Darn, he would need to seek assistance from pirates." As he found himself lacking more than half of the necessary funds, Leo contemplated for a moment before departing from shipyard number 1. Upon stepping outside, he encountered Carter Flam, who was embroiled in a heated argument with the guards. With a mere glance, Leo chose to disregard the commotion and continued his discussion with Will regarding their new vessel. "Will, the funds we possess are insufficient. Do you think we should procure a smaller boat for the time being, or devise a plan to acquire enough capital for a grander endeavor? Will a large ship come equipped with a swimming pool?" Will's eyes sparkled with excitement. "That is certainly a possibility, and I envision an expansive laboratory as well." Leo earnestly indulged in his fantasies about the ship's amenities. A spacious kitchen and a sizable refrigerator capable of storing ample provisions are also essential. Will reiterated his suggestions. "It would be splendid to have an outdoor barbecue area. Imagine enjoying a barbecue at sea. That would be utterly delightful." The mention of food piqued Leo's interest. However, before their reverie could continue, a thunderous shout interrupted their thoughts. "What nonsense! Do you even understand the intricacies of navigation?" Carter Flam, almost shouting, insisted on his perspective. "A formidable ship must possess a super-powerful bow cannon. Firepower is paramount at sea." With a resounding thud, Leo, and will simultaneously delivered a punch to Fram's head, resulting in two conspicuous lumps as he fell to the ground. "Hey, you fool, can a cannon be consumed as sustenance?" Leo remarked with an expression of disdain for Fram's ignorance. Indeed, indeed. Do you have any notion of how much joy a swimming pool brings to life? Will also felt his desires were being threatened and did not hold back in his response. At this moment, Leo suddenly realized that he had almost been misled by the chubby Will. Do not dwell on it, Will. Our funds are utterly insufficient. Woe is me. My grand swimming pool is no more. I know a place where constructing a new vessel is remarkably affordable. Would you like me to introduce you to it? Bang. Poor Fram's bag had yet another addition, resembling a cactus. Why didn't you mention this sooner? You scoundrel, what are we waiting for? Leo and Will each grasped one of Fram's legs, swiftly vanishing into the street. Over here, I once secretly observed that fellow crafting a ship. He is truly remarkable, Fram proudly proclaimed. Hey, didn't you just say you were spying? You must not actually know him, Leo remarked, clearly skeptical of Fram, suddenly finding this eccentric character somewhat unreliable. Oh, don't focus on those trivial details. In any case, that guy is genuinely impressive. Engaging him for shipbuilding will undoubtedly yield excellent results, Fram fervently defended himself, resembling a child caught in a fib by an adult. The trio traversed a desolate expanse, ultimately arriving before a venerable house, steeped in history, a structure that, quite frankly, appeared on the brink of collapse. Leo had already surmised that the individual they sought was the legendary shipwright, Mr. Tom, yet he was taken aback by the dismal conditions of Tom's workspace. Even his studio was in a state of disrepair. A gentle knock on the door yielded no response, but the sound of laughter from behind the house captured their attention. Haha, well done, iceberg. A true man makes his mark resoundingly. The laughter, though intermittent, resonated with robust vigor. Leo and his companions followed the sound, and before they could discern the figure, they witnessed a grand vessel descending from the sky, only to be caught by a magnificent silhouette. The individual then deftly flipped the ship back into the air, subsequently tossing several logs towards it, which seamlessly embedded themselves into the hull. It was only at this moment that Leo comprehended the vessel was a majestic three-masted sailing ship. The three of them were utterly astonished by each other's actions, all wearing expressions of bewilderment as if they had never encountered such a spectacle before. What is he doing? Leo asked Will, maintaining his look of astonishment. The little chubby fish was so taken aback that he could hardly articulate his thoughts. Super. He is the boatman I wish to introduce to you. Are you not intimidated? Young man, do you seek my assistance? A gleam of excitement sparkled in Mr. Tom's eyes, especially upon noticing Will, which further heightened his enthusiasm. Regaining his composure, Leo spoke first. Mr. Tom, I would like to request your craftsmanship to build a boat. Oh, what kind of boat do you envision? Leo initially intended to repeat the words he had spoken to the shipbuilders at dock number 1, but he suddenly changed his mind. With a serious expression, he gazed at Mr. Tom and declared, I desire a dream vessel, one that fearlessly braves both tempest and wave, capable of carrying us to any corner of the world. Leo's remarks caught both Will and Frankie off guard, prompting them to wonder what kind of demand this was. When asked to express requirements, he had not been invited to share his musings. Haha, what a brilliant idea, young navigator. From the day you resolved to traverse the globe, you have truly become a remarkable man, Mr. Tom exclaimed, laughing heartily as he patted Leo on the shoulder, while Leo could only manage a wry smile in response. That evening, Mr. Tom warmly hosted Leo and his companions. During the gathering, Will recounted their recent adventures, detailing how Leo had emerged as a hero of Fishman Island. The old gentleman found great amusement in the tale, which only deepened his admiration for Leo. The following day, Mr. Tom ushered Leo into the drawing room. Now, let us discuss your specific requirements, he said. I envision a three-masted sailing vessel, approximately 50 meters in length and 65 meters in height. The keel should be crafted from atom wood, and the hull must feature a streamlined design, ideally with the capability to transform. Additionally, I wish for side panels to rise, enabling the entire ship to adopt a closed form. That's quite a list, Mr. Tom remarked. Interesting requirements indeed. Are you suggesting you desire an amphibious vessel, one that can navigate the seas while possessing the ability to dive? Not merely that, Leo replied. What I seek is a trimodal vessel, capable of sailing upon the waves, traversing beneath the surface, and even soaring through the skies. What do you think of this concept? Isn't it splendid? After Leo finished speaking and turned to Tom, he discovered the old man was left utterly astonished by his words. Can one really fly? What should one do? Leo, so engrossed in his earlier discourse, appeared to have forgotten that, apart from the powers granted by the devil fruits, there currently existed no flying vessels in this era. His mind was wholly consumed by the image of the sunshine, and he seemed to have become somewhat ensnared by it. Alas, I must admit my own hubris. Perhaps I should rephrase my thoughts. No, your idea is splendid. It is, in fact, a stroke of genius that ignites a sense of exhilaration and contemplation. I am resolutely determined to bring this ship into existence. Leo did not expect that his fanciful musings would ignite the old man's fighting spirit. Indeed, can those who are deemed legendary truly be considered mad? However, mere ideas are insufficient for shipbuilding. The most pressing issue for Leo remains the matter of funding. Mr. Tom, we currently possess only 130 million berries. I am aware that this sum is woefully inadequate for constructing a grand vessel. But please grant me a few days to devise a way to acquire additional funds. Mr. Tom, unfazed, waved his hand dismissively. Worry not about the finances, young Leo. Treasure Island is replete with riches. All the materials necessary for shipbuilding can be found here. Your 130 million will suffice for procuring the atom tree. Consider it a token of gratitude for all you have done for Fishman Island. Once the design plan was finalized, Leo handed an old, worn ship's wheel to Mr. Tom. Old man, please affix this to the new ship. What is this? Mr. Tom inquired. This is the wheel from my former vessel, the one that brought me here. Regrettably, it is in disrepair, but this is all that remains. I wish for the new ship to inherit its spirit and accompany me onward. Haha, what a romantic notion. Leo, you shall become an outstanding captain. A true man must stride forward with confidence. Mr. Tom worked swiftly, completing the preliminary design draft for the new ship in just 7 days. It is labeled a draft because this vessel involves flight technology, which is a first for him. During this time, Leo contributed numerous suggestions based on fragmented memories from his previous life. With the design draft in hand, preparations commenced for construction. Before the work began, Tom called Leo and his companions before him. Will and Fram, would you be interested in becoming my apprentices? The reactions were mixed. Fram displayed disdain, while Will was taken aback. Uncle Tom, why just the two of us? Leo is far more intelligent than I am. Why not take him on as well? Haha. I am not qualified to take him on as a pupil. Even without my guidance, Leo's future achievements will undoubtedly surpass my own. The extraordinary ideas swirling in his mind are not possessed by just anyone. Leo's face flushed at Uncle Tom's words. On behalf of the Wright brothers and Neely's Dryer, I extend my gratitude to you. I imagine those gentlemen have never received such praise for their two-dimensional characters in their lifetimes. Thus, Will became Tom's apprentice, inadvertently acquiring a reluctant junior brother in the process. The 5 of them then officially commenced their work. And the first task in constructing the new vessel was to scavenge for materials on Shipwreck Island. They dismantled old and derelict ships, meticulously sorting and salvaging usable planks and metals. After 2 days of diligent effort, they astonishingly gathered enough materials for the new boat. Observing the neatly arranged supplies, Leo couldn't help but reflect that what was mere scrap in the hands of ordinary individuals transformed into valuable resources in the eyes of a master. If they succeeded in building the new ship, it would indeed be a case of turning waste into treasure. We'll stoke the boiler outside. As they were about to complete the assembly in a heated environment. Why does the teacher insist on this method? This is my unique technique. By completing the bonding and sealing steps in a warm setting, the hull will naturally cool and form a cohesive whole. The temperature variations will aid in tightly fitting the planks together, and once we apply waterproof varnish, the preliminary work on the vessel will be complete. Under Tom's diligent instruction and Will's earnest dedication, the shipbuilding skills of the little chubby fish progressed at an astonishing pace each day. In recent days, Leo has been keeping himself occupied, as he is tasked with designing the power core for his vessel. Essentially, he is amplifying the arc reactor with this innovation. Not only will it provide propulsion for flight, but it will also furnish a stable energy source for the laser weaponry. When Leo presented the schematics of the arc reactor to Tom, the old man was taken aback. After inquiring seriously about its intended use, he seemed to ponder deeply, furrowing his brow in silence. Leo, from where did you acquire the methodology for constructing this power core? Leo cast a peculiar glance at the old man, pondering why he was concerned about such matters. Mr. Tom, this is what I learned from my teacher. And who might your teacher be? My teacher is called Begapunk. Oh, I see. I would never have imagined that you are his student. Truly, the doctor is a scientist who surpasses this era by 5 centuries. I have heard that in the past year, he has assisted the Navy in constructing numerous new types of warships. Leo was taken aback. This was the first news he had heard of the doctor since departing from MADS. Astonishingly, after being taken by the world government, he had already produced results. Remarkable indeed. With this thought, Leo couldn't help but grit his teeth in resolve. "Wait for me, master," he murmured. "Mr. Tom, I entrust you with the matter of the new ship. Once the core design is completed, there will be little left for me to do." With nothing else to occupy his time, he contemplated challenging the gods of water. However, that assertion was not entirely accurate. In truth, Leo had drawn inspiration from Akula Lagna. Given his ability to manipulate the sea, there was no reason not to emulate a tsunami. Who wouldn't want a bellow, who repaired the dam? During a confrontation, in addition to simulating a tsunami, he had conceived another technique. With the enhancement of his abilities, Leo could now meticulously control the water molecules in the air, leading him to contemplate creating a more personalized attack style by integrating Fishman karate. After making all necessary arrangements, Leo departed from the shipyard. Before he left, Will assured him that he would diligently learn shipbuilding from Mr. Tom. To emulate the gods of water, the best approach was to observe them once more. Therefore, Leo made his way directly to the lower district of the water city, seeking a vast stretch of coastline. Facing the sea, Leo sat cross-legged by the shore, his expression grave as he gazed into the distance. "Come forth, gods of water, I welcome your challenge." The sunset's golden hues bathed the ocean, and many had returned home, leaving behind a solitary figure standing by the shore. After a day under the sun, Leo's once sun-kissed skin had darkened significantly, and the eager expression he wore upon arrival had faded. "How dare the gods of water stand me up, leaving me to bake here all day?" With regret and simmering resentment, Leo returned to the derelict ship island. "Ha ha ha, well done, Will. You have a natural talent. Let us see another." Before he even reached Mr. Tom's workshop, he was greeted by the sound of boisterous laughter. Leo felt a wave of relief. Will was fortunate to have such a responsible teacher in Mr. Tom. Following the laughter, he found Will, who was playfully tossing a ship into the air and catching it, even balancing it on his nose in a fit of excitement. While Mr. Tom and Iceberg cheered him on from a short distance, Leo felt a surge of indignation. He had endured a day of hardship outside, while Will was here playing. What happened to serious study? What happened to earnest instruction? What on earth are you doing, Will? "Brother Leo, you're back. Come quick. Look at what I just learned." "Huh? Who are you?" At first glance, Will thought he saw one of his kin. This little black boy, though a bit lean, had a skin tone strikingly similar to that of his own kindred. "Brother Leo, what happened to your face?" "Humph. Consider me unfortunate. Today, I was played by someone." The mention of his complexion rekindled memories of the day's events, and Leo felt his anger bubbling anew. "Ha ha ha, Leo, my boy, do tell me who tricked you." Mr. Tom appeared to be quite eager, seemingly intrigued by Leo's embarrassing predicament. "Mr. Tom, I intended to challenge the deities of water, but after waiting on the beach all day, that fellow stood me up." After a brief pause, Mr. Tom seemed to struggle with the meaning of Leo's words, but upon reflection, the reason became clear. "Ah, you actually spent an entire day waiting for the water deities on the beach. Leo, you truly are a character. The water deities only make an appearance once a year." "What?" Tom's remark left Leo momentarily speechless, realizing that he had wasted a day due to his own carelessness. Nevertheless, the following day, Leo returned to the beach, determined to make the most of it. He refused to believe that without the water deities, he could not revel in the waves. Thus, he resolved to develop his tsunami skills. He sprinted for dozens of nautical miles until the city of water vanished from sight, and only then did he pause. Standing over the vast ocean, feeling a sense of liberation. Raising a hand to activate his abilities, a colossal wave surged forth, towering over 50 meters high and nearly 100 meters wide. By mere scale, this wave could be classified as a minor tsunami. However, Leo understood that it lacked the relentless momentum characteristic of true tsunamis. With a graceful wave of his hand, Leo commanded the ocean's waves to advance in the direction of his gesture, continuing for a distance of 500 meters before cascading back down. Indeed, such formidable power proved incapable of inflicting harm. Alas, it appears that further effort is required. In the ensuing months, Leo dedicated himself to his training, rising early and returning late, practicing on the sea for no less than 10 hours each day. He aimed to enhance the sustained output of his abilities. Initially, Leo could only endure for 20 minutes before needing to rest, managing a maximum of 10 practice sessions in a single day. However, As Leo grew increasingly adept at wielding his powers, the duration of his ability to summon waves extended significantly, ultimately culminating in the creation of a miniature tsunami. While its scale could not rival that of the water deities, it was nonetheless sufficient to bring Leo a sense of satisfaction. The development of fruit abilities on Leo's side is progressing remarkably well, while Will's shipbuilding endeavors are equally promising. The hull is now nearly complete, with only the installation of components on the deck remaining. Will, true to the legacy of Master Tom, showcased his extraordinary skill in launching the ship's mast. Reminiscent of the very first day Leo arrived under Tom's tutelage. "Master Tom, why must the mast be installed in this manner?" Leo inquired. "Ah, you see. It symbolizes that the shipwright can fully command the vessel he has crafted, akin to a child with their toy." Leo listened with a furrowed brow, wondering if the old man truly believed him to be so naive. Who else but him could possess such shipbuilding prowess? The tale spun was rather convincing. However, seeing Will's apparent happiness, Leo chose to let them be. Days passed, and Will continued his daily lessons with Mr. Tom, diligently honing his skills, while Leo focused intently on enhancing his own abilities. Each evening, they gathered together in Tom's studio to share a warm dinner, a time filled with both fulfillment and joy. Carter Flam was officially adopted by Mr. Tom. Despite his initial resistance, it was evident to all that he had long since come to regard this place as home. One day, 3 months later, Leo stood upon the sea's surface, ripples radiating beneath his feet. Suddenly, a colossal wave, towering over 100 meters and stretching 2 nautical miles wide, surged up from behind him. With a mere thought, Leo commanded the wave, propelling it forward. And before the first wave had receded, another emerged, followed by a succession of waves that ultimately converged into a natural disaster reminiscent of a moderate tsunami. "At last, I have succeeded," he exclaimed. "Who will dare to challenge me upon the ocean? Let those who defy me feel the wrath of the deep blue fury." Yet this was not the end. Leo donned his sea tower mech and, with full power engaged, raced to catch up with the tsunami, ultimately returning to the water city just before the wave's arrival. "Come forth, nature's fury. Let us engage in battle." Leo's gaze was fierce as he fixed his eyes on the horizon, soon witnessing the massive waves spawned by the deep blue fury roaring toward the water city. However, contrary to Leo's expectations, the deep blue fury continued to grow as it advanced, the waves engulfing more seawater, transforming what had initially been a moderate tsunami into a large-scale disaster. Faced with such calamity, Leo maintained his stance to strike. Yet the twitching of his eyelid betrayed his inner fear. In a moment of dire urgency, he turned and fled, abandoning his heroic dreams. Meanwhile, many residents of the lower city caught sight of the tsunami. After a brief moment of shock, chaos ensued, with people screaming and fleeing for their lives, while those unable to escape sank to the ground in despair, awaiting their fate. Yet, in an unexpected turn, the seemingly vast tsunami began to diminish before reaching the water city, ultimately flooding the lower district to only ankle-deep waters. It was a classic case of much ado about nothing. "Ha! We are saved," exclaimed the crowd. "What a farce! It was merely a larger tide." "Helen, where are you? I was wrong to leave you behind. Please grant me another chance." After the false alarm, order gradually returned to the lower district, with many discussing the recent tsunami, some perplexed, others angry, and still others breaking ties. The reactions varied greatly among the crowd, until someone claimed to have witnessed a tsunami seemingly pursuing an individual. This assertion cast a veil of mystery over the calamity. Consequently, the topic gained considerable traction, and the following day, Leo still overheard discussions about the sea deity hunting the souls that had escaped from the depths, which transformed this rumor into an urban legend. How terrifying! Faced with the might of a colossal tsunami, he felt the looming threat of death. It appeared that a more refined control over power was necessary. If he failed to master his techniques, he might lose his life prematurely. Leo repeatedly reminded himself to exercise caution. In the days that followed, Leo began to practice controlling the intensity of the tsunami, yet each attempt ended in retreat. He could not fathom why, despite reducing the initial force, the tsunami still evolved into a catastrophic event. Recently, the residents of the lower district of the water city felt a sense of happiness, although they encountered tsunamis daily. These formidable waves, while seemingly frightening, did not inflict any tangible harm upon them. Moreover, each time the tide surged into the lower streets and receded, it left behind a bounty of seafood, bringing joy to those long troubled by the water deities. Some speculated whether these offerings were a form of compensation from the sea god, or perhaps an indication that they would no longer face tsunamis of such magnitude. Among the various narratives, the most widely circulated was the urban legend of the benevolent spirits bringing fortune, leaving Leo somewhat perplexed at his newfound status as a hero. One day, while strolling through the lower district, Leo was suddenly stopped by an older gentleman who grasped his arm and, with an air of mystery, inquired, "Young man, are you aware of the recent urban legends circulating in the Water City?" Leo felt somewhat speechless when urban legends were brought up. He wished to proclaim that he was, in fact, the protagonist of such tales, yet he refrained from doing so, as his actions had previously caused inconvenience to the residents of the lower district. "I am aware of the so-called spirits that bring happiness. I've heard many speak of them, yet I remain skeptical. It is only natural to doubt such claims. The notion of benevolent spirits is, at first glance, utterly implausible." Leo: it appears I have encountered someone of discernment. With a confident gaze directed at the elder, Leo exuded an air of singular clarity amidst the collective intoxication of those around him. Indeed, the adage holds true: rumors cease with the wise. Just as Leo was about to offer his praise, the uncle mysteriously interjected, "Young brother, have you heard of the ghost ship of Gunkanjima, known for its playful leaps?" Leo: in the year 1497 of the aquatic calendar, I have lingered in the city of water for nearly a year. Leo stood by the shore, savoring the gentle sea breeze caressing his face. The sky was crystal clear, the sun hung high, and the ocean mirrored the tranquil heavens. Today was a rare day of splendid weather in the Water City. The wind speed was satisfactory, humidity was ideal, and his physical condition was optimal. Everything was prepared for the moment of self-affirmation. A newfound confidence radiated from Leo, who had been honing his skills in the Water City for nearly a year. He had mastered the art of generating large tsunamis, with the only remaining goal being to conquer the towering waves. Now, all conditions were ripe for achievement. In the distance, Will shouted, "Leo, when will you succeed in slaying the gods?" "Today," came the resolute reply. The water enveloped Leo's body as his sea stone armor completed its assembly, ready for activation. With a thunderous roar, the beach was blasted into a deep pit, as Leo detonated a water sphere filled with compressed air beneath his feet, propelling him forward as if teleporting. The sea stone armor's feet expelled high-pressure jets of water, providing acceleration, leaving a trail of white foam in its wake, as if the ocean were being cleaved apart. In a single breath, Leo reached a maritime expanse 50 nautical miles from the Water City. He glanced at the indicator on his wrist, reaffirmed his direction, took a deep breath, and concentrated, harnessing his abilities to command the water to rise. Initially, several water spouts shot straight into the azure sky, followed by a colossal wave that loomed ominously, spanning an unfathomable distance across the sea. With a cry of deep blue fury, a repository of the gods, the artificial deities of water summoned a titanic wave that surged towards the Water City. On the beach, Leo appeared in an instant, shedding his sea stone armor, then brushing his wind-tousled hair back with his hand. He flexed his wrists, grounded himself in a horse stance, his right fist poised at his waist, while his left hand extended forward in a palm-forward gesture. With his eyes closed, he felt the sea breeze intensifying from gentle to fierce, and suddenly he opened his eyes to find the once clear sky obscured by gathering clouds. A colossal wave surged towards him. At last, it had arrived. This moment had been awaited for too long. Leo bellowed, "Sea god flow, twilight of the gods." His right fist struck out violently, unleashing an invisible shockwave that rippled through the air, creating a path of disturbance, conjuring countless water droplets until they coalesced into a blue beam that struck the giant wave directly. After a brief stalemate, the shockwave carved a massive hole through the center of the wave, its edges expanding as if the very gods of water were being pierced. The layers of waves cascaded apart along the breach, gliding past the edge of the Water City island without a single drop of seawater touching its shores. The residents of Water City were left in utter astonishment, rendered speechless at the moment the wave was cleaved. The event had unfolded too swiftly. Some remained frozen in the act of pouring coffee, oblivious to the overflow, while others, engrossed in their cigars, felt the burning embers at their fingertips without awareness. The once boisterous city seemed to be on pause, utterly still. A roar echoed across the horizon. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers as the gods of water were unexpectedly cleaved apart, though the means of this astonishing feat remained a mystery. Witnessing the conquest of a calamity that had plagued the city of water for over a century was indeed exhilarating. Leo, however, was too absorbed in the ecstasy of triumph to concern himself with the thoughts of the city's inhabitants. The joy of success was sufficient for him, especially with Will by his side to share in it. After a brief celebration, the two returned to Shipwreck Island, where they could see Mr. Tom conducting the final adjustments on the new vessel from a distance. "Mr. Tom, Iceberg, and the eccentric Flam, I have returned," Leo exclaimed joyfully, greeting everyone. "Ah, is eccentric a compliment? Ha 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 ha. Just in time, Leo. The new ship is complete. Come and behold it. This is undoubtedly a marvel of a new era." Mr. Tom, now even prouder at the sight of the ship's owner, was convinced that this vessel was the pinnacle of his career. The new ship's exterior differed from most sailing vessels of this era. The hull was slender, measuring 50 meters in length but only 10 meters in width. The bow had a subtle curvature at the bottom, resembling the sharp edge of a samurai sword. The upper part of the stern featured stabilizing fins, giving it the appearance of the bony wings of deep-sea fish. The lower sides of the stern housed propellers equipped with spiral blades. What delighted Leo the most was the bow's design, shaped like a trident. He had a feeling it would one day be linked to his title. Beneath the bow lay the main cannon, which had been designed based on Flam's suggestions as a rotating, rapid-fire laser cannon. The streamlined hull, adorned in blue and white, evoked a sense of speed as if chasing the wind and the sun. Leo and Will could hardly contain their excitement at the prospect of sailing across the ocean on this magnificent vessel. "How wondrous is this perfect masterpiece, Leo! With the power system you provided, the concept of maritime speed has been incessantly swirling in my mind. I may never create another ship like this in my lifetime. Come, let me show you more details. There are many surprises yet to unveil." With a gleam of amazement in Leo's eyes, Mr. Tom pointed to the midsection of the ship. "First, observe this fine seam. As per your specifications, the midsection of the hull can open to reveal a 10-meter-long folding wing, which will enhance stability during flight. When the wings are deployed at maximum speed, the vessel can glide over the water's surface, further reducing resistance and achieving remarkable speed at sea." Oh, tell me more." "Mr. Tom," Leo urged, brimming with anticipation. Leo's eyes sparkled like a constellation, for no boy could resist the allure of a paper airplane, especially when it manifested as a spaceship. Saliva began to uncontrollably dribble from Leo's mouth. "Ha ha ha, you naive child. Your astonishment comes far too early. Allow me to unveil an even grander design." From activated the third transformation. Mr. Tom guided Leo to a vantage point, wishing for him to witness the spectacle more clearly. However, Leo was already utterly captivated upon hearing the word transformation. "All right, behold this super invincible design." With a thunderous roar, metallic panels ascended from the ship's stern, enveloping a 90-degree expanse, while a circular transparent section remained at its center. 3 masts on the deck, resembling fishing rods, retracted into the hull, and wooden and metal strips began to rise from either side of the ship, ultimately interlocking to create an arched, enclosed structure. Upon merging with the bow, the vessel transformed from a 3-masted sailing ship into the elegant silhouette of a yacht. Leo now extends his neck, his eyes gleaming with tears as he marvels at the ship before him, a surge of emotions that words cannot adequately convey. "Aha ha ha, young Leo. This is your second surprise. The ship's speed is not limited to this. In its third form, whether sailing, diving, or flying, it will elevate its velocity to an entirely new echelon." After admiring the exterior, Iceberg and Flam introduced some of the interior facilities: a swimming pool, a laboratory, a grand kitchen, and a barbecue area. All the arrangements he and Will had previously discussed have now become a tangible reality. "Big Brother Leo, give it a name. Such a magnificent vessel surely deserves a resounding title." At this, Will felt a tinge of embarrassment, suggesting, "I think the name Mr. Beluga Whale is quite delightful." "You silly little chub. That's nonsense. It should undoubtedly be named Super Invincible Assault Flam." This name was proposed by Katif Flam. "Leo, this ship will undoubtedly carry you across the globe, conquering all storms along the way. Its ultra-streamlined hull slices through the ocean like a knife, hence it shall be called Dreamblade." This was Iceberg's suggestion. Despite his usual meticulous demeanor, it seems he possesses a surprisingly whimsical side. Upon his first glimpse of the vessel, Leo had already settled on a name. "Mr. Tom, would it be possible to paint the bow in gold?" "Certainly, but would that not be rather ostentatious?" A faint smile graced Leo's lips. For this vessel was destined not only to transport us to any corner of the world, but also to embody our unwavering spirit and the essence of our freedom. During our time in Fishman Island, Charlie had once foretold that I was to become the future sea god. Hence the ship shall bear the name Golden Ronsoor, or Sea God's Spear. Oh. The eyes of all sparkled with excitement, particularly Will, as he was indeed a member of this ship's crew. Mr. Tom let out a hearty laugh, patting Leo on the shoulder. Young lad, you are about to embark on your journey. Although Will has yet to master all of my techniques during our time in Water City, he has become quite familiar with the Sea God's Spear, capable of handling its regular maintenance and modifications. You may set sail with confidence, Mr. Tom then turned to Will with a paternal tone. Will, though you can no longer study by my side, do not squander your shipbuilding talent. Continue to hone your skills, for it is through this that you will better assist Leo. Mr. Tom held high hopes for Will, the first fisherman to forge a friendship with humanity. A few days later, at the port of Water City, the striking design of the Sea God's Spear attracted a throng of onlookers, all abuzz with discussions about this uniquely crafted vessel. Leo and Will stood on the deck, bidding farewell to Mr. Tom, Ice, and Cataflam. Thank you, Mr. Tom, for crafting this ship for me. I shall conquer any challenges that lie ahead and sail freely upon the seas. I promise to return and visit you all. Take care. In the end, Leo did not caution Mr. Tom to be wary of the world government, nor could he persuade the master to return to Fishman Island and abandon his current aspirations. Throughout nearly a year of companionship, countless nights witnessed Mr. Tom laboring diligently at his workbench. Leo could only cheer him on, never urging him to relinquish his dreams. He was a man of great stature, a master who resolutely forged ahead in pursuit of his ambitions. As Leo and Will had just finished preparing the sails for departure, the weather at sea took a dramatic turn. What had been a clear blue sky moments ago now seemed to be collapsing under the weight of ominous clouds. A colossal waterspout, composed of immense volumes of seawater, reached skyward. Leo was all too familiar with this scene. The annual manifestation of the water deity, Akula Lagna, had returned. It was this very force that had brought him to this place, and now it had come to bid him farewell as he prepared to leave. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers on the shore swiftly turned to flee. Despite having endured countless tsunamis over the past year, they found themselves unable to withstand the primal fear that nature's wrath instilled within them. In mere moments, the crowd dispersed entirely. Leo's lips curved slightly as he raised his hand, pointing ahead. Will, charge in that direction, he commanded. At the captain's behest, the ship, Poseidon's Fury, surged forth from the harbor like an arrow released from its bow. Leo clenched his right fist, gathering his strength, and then, with a sudden, forceful motion, unleashed the sea god's flow, Twilight of the Gods, at full power. With a single punch, a colossal beam of light, several times thicker than the sea god's vessel, pierced through the towering waves, cleaving apart the deities of water and obliterating their threat over the Water City. The might of Twilight of the Gods penetrated the monstrous waves without dissipating, vanishing only after creating a vast opening in the clouds. Simultaneously, a beam of sunlight cascaded through the aperture, illuminating the scene. In that moment, the world seemed to converge upon the sea god's vessel, its golden trident at the bow reflecting resplendent rays of light. As the entire ship sliced through the tempestuous winds and tumultuous waves like a divine weapon hurled by the sea god himself. Oh, how exhilarating! Brother Leo, do accelerate! Will exclaimed, gripping the ship's railing, reveling in the thrill of their rapid voyage. Little Chubby, you seem a bit too carried away, but I quite enjoy this request, Leo replied. Just as his words faded, a series of cracking sounds emanated from both sides of the ship, as a pair of 10-meter-long folding wings gradually unfurled. Hold on tight, prepare for takeoff, Will shouted. With another resounding blast, the rear thrusters emitted 2 streams of blue light, propelling the sea god's vessel skyward with tremendous force. Leo activated the flight mode of the sea god vessel. Since Will wished to experience the thrill of speed, Leo pushed the velocity to its maximum. In truth, the sea god vessel did not truly fly. It merely utilized the momentary thrust generated by its propellers to glide briefly through the air. However, Leo had already conceived plans to develop a means of providing sustained propulsion in the future. With a resounding thud, the sea god vessel descended back into the ocean, creating a magnificent splash that erupted across the surface of the water. Will, overwhelmed by the exhilarating experience, clung to the ship's railing, desperately retching. After his bout of nausea, he clasped his hands in prayer towards the sea. Mother, your son has achieved greatness. Now, I am a merman who has soared through the skies. Oh, the thrill was utterly intoxicating. The rush of adrenaline coursed through Leo's veins, flushing his face with exhilaration. With its stunning design and exceptional performance, The sea god vessel was irresistible to any man, and Leo was utterly captivated. Just as he was still reveling in the excitement, Will shouted, "Leo, look! That ship ahead seems to be in distress." Leo deactivated the thrusters and opted for sail power as he approached the derelict vessel, only to discover that it was, in fact, a pirate ship. With two masts already broken and the sails reduced to tattered remnants flapping in the wind, the hull bore several gaping holes. As the waves rose, the ship threatened to take on water. It was only due to the favorable weather that it managed to remain afloat, though its state of disrepair suggested that it would not be long before it succumbed to the depths. Observing their dire predicament, Leo contemplated letting them be. However, just as he averted his gaze, he heard cries for help emanating from the ship. "Help us, please." A few ragged men clung to the rail, feebly waving their arms. Leo stepped out of the cabin, exclaiming, "How have you found yourselves in such a predicament? Please assist us. We have not eaten for an extended period, and we are on the brink of starvation." Several pirates were banging their heads against the ship's railing, a testament to the fact that these unfortunate souls had been adrift at sea for quite some time. "Will, provide them with a few barrels of fresh water." The chubby fisherman jovially tossed several water barrels over. Upon hearing the promise of water, the pirates scrambled towards the barrels, quenching their thirst with reckless abandon. Some even submerging their heads within the barrels, resembling zombies in their desperation. "All right, you ought to pace yourselves. That should suffice. If you continue along this route for a day, you may spot an island. Your survival now hinges upon your fortune." With a casual gesture indicating a direction, Leo decided against further conversation and turned to Will to set sail. Yet, before they could depart, a cheer erupted from the pirate ship. "Ha! We have been revived at last. Thank you for your water, but true assistance must be thorough. Our vessel can no longer navigate. Why not gift us your ship as well?" As he spoke, several more pirates regained their strength, their faces twisted into sinister smirks as they regarded Leo and his companions. Alas, it appears that all pirates are cut from the same cloth, equally foolish. Realizing he was being addressed, Leo anticipated the ensuing chaos. Predictably, the pirates, emboldened by their recovery, sought to commandeer their vessel, viewing betrayal as mere routine. More pirates, having quenched their thirst, joined the ranks, eagerly awaiting Leo's response. While some impatient souls brandished their curved blades, Will, Leo called out his companion's name, then summoned several streams of seawater. Understanding the unspoken command, Will seized one of the currents, single-handed sea flow shoulder throw. The water in Will's grasp transformed into a supple whip, sweeping down a multitude of pirates in its wake. But the onslaught did not cease there. Will unleashed a barrage of strikes, each punch striking the scattered water droplets with the precision of a marksman. Employing the fishman karate technique, water pellet gun, the minuscule droplets shot forth like bullets towards the pirate ship, causing it to tilt precariously under Will's brilliant assault. Many pirates, caught unawares, plummeted into the sea, swiftly consumed by the waves along with their sinking vessel. Yet, a few exceptionally fortunate souls, endowed with remarkable abilities, managed to cast their grappling hooks just before the ship succumbed, desperately boarding the divine vessel. Leo observed coldly, refraining from intervening. The terrified pirates boarded, gasping for air, struggling to regain their breath before lunging once more at Leo. "You scoundrel, how dare you?" However, Leo and Will were not accustomed to heeding the threats of their foes. In unison, they swiftly dispatched the remaining pirates, casting them overboard to feed the fish. "No, no, no, mighty captains, spare me. I shall not dare again." Leo also left behind a survivor, hoping to extract some valuable information from him. "I ask, you answer. Dare to utter unnecessary drivel, and I shall eliminate you." Leo pointed to the log pointer on the pirate's wrist and inquired, "Which island does your pointer indicate?" Upon seeing this pointer, Leo was struck with a whimsical thought of fortune. Their current course led to Long Chain Island, a notorious pirate haven. Fearing potential dangers, he was reluctant to sail that route. However, now that they had encountered the log pointer, perhaps there was a chance to circumvent Long Chain Island. "This is the log pointer for Starlight Island. Our captain intends to participate in the world's greatest chef competition held there." Faced with the specter of death, the pirate divulged everything without needing Leo's threats. Starlight Island? That name is unfamiliar. At least it has not appeared in the original narrative. Moreover, a competition for the world's greatest chef is taking place there, a thrilling event that must be witnessed. Perhaps we might even discover a suitable chef. Excellent. I am quite satisfied with your response. I have one final question. Are you a user of a devil fruit? Leo smiled mischievously at the pirate, his demeanor reminiscent of a little imp. Oh, what a delightful surprise. This provides yet another reason to visit Starlight Island, a devil fruit that suits a chef. I wonder, if Charlotte Linlin were to hear this news, would she come to seize it? Leo pointed to the pirate kneeling on the deck and said, "Will, this fellow is in your hands. Ensure he does not suffer." The pirate, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "You scoundrel! You swore you wouldn't kill me." Witnessing the dishonesty of the two before him, he began to hurl insults. Will, did I ever promise to spare him? Will feigned deep reflection, and the answer was, of course, no. It was merely the pirate's rambling. As Will approached the pirate, the young rotund figure hesitated at the prospect of taking a life for the first time. Yet, recalling Leo's benevolent assistance and the pirate's intention to seize the sea god's vessel, any flicker of compassion vanished. "You are all wicked fiends. Plotting against our ship even after drinking your fill, you deserve your fate." With a rallying cry, Will unleashed his attack. Fishman karate, 5,000 tiles shattering palm. After delivering a few motivating words, he struck down the pirate without hesitation, thus marking the young fish's rite of passage into the realm of the sea. Noticing Will's despondency following his first kill, Leo patted his belly in consolation. "There, there. The sea is merciless. If you do not vanquish them, they shall surely vanquish you. And as for those pirates, you are well aware of their true nature. The Fishman tribe cannot forge alliances with such scoundrels." "I'm fine, Leo, fret not," Will replied, a hint of cheer returning to his voice. "All right then, let us head to Star Island, where a grand chef competition is underway. We shall feast heartily." The mention of delectable cuisine reinvigorated the young fish. The sea god's vessel surged forth like a wild stallion, leaving a frothy white wake upon the water. 5 days later, Leo finally beheld Star Island. He had anticipated a shorter distance, but they had traversed a staggering 5,000 nautical miles. Fortunately, the sea god's vessel lived up to its reputation as the swiftest on the seas. Otherwise, Leo and Will's excitement would have waned. It is no surprise that the Grand Line is said to have 7 fixed routes, which cannot be easily altered once chosen. Covering such vast distances requires steadfastness. Straying from one's course can lead to dire consequences amidst the myriad dangers of the ocean, where one may find their end beneath the waves at any moment. Before even docking, an irresistible aroma wafted through the air, tantalizing Leo and Will's appetites. Even before stepping off the ship, their mouths watered uncontrollably. Star Island is renowned as a gem of the Grand Line, celebrated for its culinary delights. This archipelago boasts a unique geographical position, located at the intersection of the doldrums and the Grand Line, resulting in a pleasant climate with minimal natural disasters. The entire archipelago comprises 73 islands, each independently numbered from 1 to 72, with the central island serving as the Lord's domain. The central Lord Island is a dormant volcano, the largest among all the islands, while the smaller isles encircle it like stars surrounding the moon, each varying in size and arranged in delightful disorder. As night falls and the lights of the islets illuminate, it appears as though a constellation has settled upon the ocean. After docking their boat, Leo and Will eagerly set foot on Star Isle, each renting a floating pedal bike to embark on their culinary adventure, eschewing guides and following the whims of their noses. Their first stop is an isle known for its delectable street food, where the two sit before a takoyaki stall, devouring the morsels voraciously. Their cheeks bulge like those of goldfish as they indulge, simultaneously gathering information. "Oh San, your takoyaki is simply exquisite. I feel I could eat 100 of them." "Ha ha ha, indeed. This year, I intend to claim the title of the best takoyaki." The proprietor, with hands deftly working, replies with enthusiasm. "Best takoyaki? Isn't the competition meant to determine the world's top chef?" Leo questions, puzzled by the shift from top chef to best snack, wondering if he has been deceived by pirates. "Ah, young lads. This is your first time on Star Isle, isn't it? The culinary contest indeed aims for the title of the world's best chef. But do you know how many chefs participate? How many chefs?" Observing the bustling atmosphere, Leo estimates, at least 5,000, right? 5,000. Not even half of that. Let me tell you, over 10,000 chefs enter the contest daily. Within 3 days, they must compete to secure 72 champions for the final elimination round. Thus, to become the world's best chef, one must be a master of all cuisines. The proprietor's face shifts to one of envy before he shakes his head in resignation. "And what of the title of best takoyaki?" Leo inquires. "Ha ha ha, that's merely an agreement among chefs. Titles like best takoyaki, best curry, or best barbecue are contests among specialized chefs, with participants being those who did not advance to the elimination rounds. Such private competitions are not officially recognized by Star Isle. Why do you engage in these contests? What significance do these titles hold? Leo asks. Oh, they hold great significance. Besides chefs and tourists, the majority of attendees are merchants eager to penetrate the culinary industry. Thus, the title of best in a specific dish becomes a criterion for selecting chefs. I see. And what reward awaits the chef crowned as the world's best? Leo finally queries. Having meandered through the conversation to arrive at the matter of greatest interest, if it indeed involves a devil fruit, he would need to devise a plan. As his captain awaits him, 3 days after becoming the island's chef, one stands to gain a substantial monetary reward. And take note of the distribution of the islands. The closer one is to the center, the higher the prize. Moreover, the Lord Island attracts royalty and nobles from various nations to witness the contest. Achieving a commendable result in their presence could lead to an invitation as a personal chef. Now that is a leap to greatness. As for the world's foremost chef, there is no need for further contemplation. Even upon reaching the finals, one must gain the approval of all 3 judges to claim the title of the world's best. Without unanimous recognition, the coveted title remains out of reach. It may surprise you to learn that no one has held the title of the world's best chef for many years now. According to your assertion, the only reward for becoming the world's best chef is the devil fruit, valued at a mere 100 million berries. Would a top chef truly concern themselves with such a trifling sum? Upon hearing Leo's inquiry, the proprietor suddenly adopted an air of mystery. Let me share a secret with you. Should one attain the title of the world's best chef, they will become the exclusive chef for the celestial dragons, whisked away to the abode of the divine. Such a fate indeed seems dire, Leo mused inwardly. Nevertheless, the information provided by the owner proved invaluable. Perhaps among the spectators, there were individuals affiliated with the world government. Thank you, sir. We have dined well, and we shall return to your establishment when time permits. Wishing you success in the competition, Leo remarked, as he took Will by the arm and steered him toward other islands. In the days leading up to the competition, Leo and Will indulged in an extravagant array of delicacies. From fruit caviar ice cream to grilled sea kings, from deep-sea pearl clam chowder to navy curry, and pirate feast barbecues, the variety of gastronomic delights was simply overwhelming. Amidst their enjoyment, Leo remained vigilant in scouting suitable chefs for their team, which serendipitously led him to encounter an old acquaintance. On Star Island, island number 36, is Leo and Will savored deep-sea eel rice. The table before Will was already piled high with plates. The little chubby fish unleashed the vigor of its kind, devouring its meal with a ferocity that could only be likened to a whale's gulp. In contrast, Leo exhibited remarkable decorum today, savoring each bite with deliberation, though his gaze frequently darted toward the proprietor of the neighboring stall. To his astonishment, he had crossed paths with Redfoot Zeph, an undeniable master of the culinary arts, destined to mentor chefs as exceptional as Sanji. Zeph's skills in the kitchen were beyond reproach, and his prowess in martial arts was commendable as well. It would be splendid to recruit him, should he still be a pirate. If so, the bounty on his head would complicate matters. How might he coax him into joining their cause? Leo's eyes narrowed with determination. Just as Leo pondered his strategy, he was suddenly interrupted by the sounds of an argument behind him. What nonsense are you spouting? If you're not eating, then vacate the premises at once. Before the sentence could be completed, a cacophony of clattering arose. Curious, Leo turned to see a young man with green hair being assaulted by 2 burly figures. Strangely, the young man shielded his hands within his embrace, enduring the blows of his assailants with his back. Despite the beating, he shouted, "The sanma you are using has long surpassed its prime for consumption. The fish has become overly acidic, and the seasoning should not include salt from the East Sea. Its flavor is far too mild to enhance the exquisite taste of the sanma, rendering your dish utterly subpar." The proprietor of the grilled sanma stall, arms crossed, mocked the youth as he observed the assault. "How dare you speak so recklessly? Who do you think you are, a gourmet? You are merely a fallen noble, just like your worthless father, a disgrace to Starry Island." The young man, seemingly resolute, and perhaps even stubborn in Leo's eyes, continued to voice his grievances despite the onslaught. "Your cooking lacks sincerity. Food prepared without care cannot bring joy. You are tarnishing the very essence of the culinary profession." Many onlookers were engaged in hushed discussions about the beleaguered youth. Why is he here again? I remember this fellow competes every year, only to be eliminated each time. Lacking talent, he should not waste his time in this field. Are you not aware? His family has a long-standing grudge with the Lord of Starry Island. This lad has been causing trouble for the past few years. The Lord had graciously spared him, yet he remains ungrateful, returning year after year to disrupt the peace. The crowd regarded the battered young man with disdain, labeling him a troublesome fool. However, Leo held a differing opinion. The young man's fervent protection of his hands indicated his profession as a chef. Cherishing one's hands is a fundamental quality of a culinary artist. Although his words seemed to be nitpicking, the seriousness in his gaze suggested otherwise. Who would willingly subject themselves to such humiliation year after year? Leo felt compelled to delve deeper into the matter. Approaching the grilled soy stall, he sampled a cooked fish. The proprietor's skills were comparable to his own. The fish was unevenly grilled, with some parts charred and others undercooked, clearly indicating inadequate heat distribution. The flavor was somewhat bland, corroborating the young man's assertions. Ironically, it was the chef grilling the soy who appeared to be lacking confidence. Suddenly, a loud shout erupted from the crowd. "Everyone, stand down. The Lord is here." The onlookers instinctively parted, creating a pathway for a handsome middle-aged noble accompanied by soldiers, who approached the young man. The Lord first gestured for silence with both hands and adjusted the 3 medals on his chest before speaking in a gentle tone. "What is happening? Why is everyone gathered here?" No sooner had the Lord posed his question than a tourist shouted, "My lord, that young man is causing trouble on purpose. Please expel him. We cannot let him ruin the culinary competition." Upon hearing this, the Lord glanced at the bruised and battered young man and then smiled slightly. "Charles, why are you here again? Did I not tell you that your culinary skills are not yet sufficient to participate in the competition? I advise you to return and study diligently for a few more years." The young man looked at the Lord with indignation, his gaze laced with bitterness. "Grady, spare me your hypocritical facade. You may deceive others, but not me." Sighing, Grady remarked, "Charles, you remain so immature. Your actions bring shame upon your father. Since you insist on this path." He deliberately paused before continuing, "According to the rules of Starry Island, those who engage in brawls during the culinary competition will be disqualified. I hereby declare that both of you are disqualified. Please vacate Starry Island at once." Yet, the youth named Charles suddenly struggled, exclaiming, "Grady, do not speak of my father. Just wait. I will win the championship of the culinary competition and rightfully reclaim my father's legacy." Grady laughed heartily. "Your father's knife is entrusted to me for safekeeping precisely because you are still too immature to wield it. When you prove yourself as a capable chef, I shall return it to you. You have always used underhanded tactics to eliminate me, seeking to possess my father's legendary knife. Ah, dear Charles, you truly cause me heartache with such misconceptions. Very well, I shall grant you another chance. If you win this culinary competition, I will return your father's knife. But what if you do not succeed? If I fail, I shall give you my right hand and pledge never to cook again." "Well, splendidly so. You exhibit remarkable courage, and I shall eagerly anticipate your performance in the competition." Lord Greedy has departed, yet the onlookers continue to mock Charles for his audacity. The employer who clashed with him seems indifferent to his own elimination, gazing at Charles as though he were a mere specter. Leo approached Charles with a serious demeanor and said, "You are a remarkable individual. I greatly admire your sentiment that only heartfelt cuisine can bring happiness. So, would you consider becoming my partner?" Charles was taken aback by this statement, regarding Leo with a look of disbelief. What an odd child. "Someone, please come and manage this." Bang, bang, bang. Fireworks soared into the sky, marking the commencement of the annual culinary festival on Starry Island. Over 10,000 of the world's most distinguished chefs would compete for a chance to qualify for the world's best chef preliminary rounds over the course of 3 days. Amidst the crowd, Charles appeared somewhat anxious. He vowed to reclaim his father's legendary cooking utensils this year. Coupled with his wager with Greedy, losing would mean he could not fulfill his wish. Thus, for this final culinary competition, Charles was determined to give it his all. Ladies and gentlemen, the annual culinary festival on Starry Island has begun. Let us welcome the esteemed Lord Greedy to deliver the opening speech. The host's resonant voice echoed through the island via the image telephone bugs positioned throughout the area. Leo did not listen to the Lord's lengthy opening speech. Instead, he was preoccupied with the task of locating Chef Charles. Leo sensed that Charles possessed considerable strength, having endured a relentless beating from a group of individuals the previous day, yet remained unfazed. Aside from witnessing Greedy's display of anger, he maintained an air of calm throughout, suggesting that he was either a concealed master or a fool. Leo undoubtedly leaned toward the former, concluding that Charles was indeed the most suitable chef for their team. Meanwhile, Greedy had concluded his remarks, and to everyone's astonishment, it was revealed that a celestial dragon was among the guests, which added a layer of uncertainty to the grand event. Lord Camere, please take your place in the VIP section. This year's competition will surely not disappoint you, Greedy said, donning a fawning smile as he cautiously attended to the celestial dragon. Oh dear, is my exclusive chef about to emerge? Finally, I shall no longer have to consume the fare of mediocre cooks, he responded, albeit with a half-closed gaze, indicating his lack of enthusiasm. Year after year, he was promised the emergence of the world's finest chef, only to be met with disappointment. It was a testament to his mercy that he did not erupt in rage immediately. Internally, he scoffed at the notion of these commoners competing, unless, of course, the chefs donned nothing but aprons. That was an intriguing idea. Perhaps it was worth considering. Before embarking on the island, all diners were required to exchange a substantial amount of food vouchers to substitute for currency during their consumption. To sample a chef's culinary creations, one merely needed to present the corresponding amount of vouchers. After 3 days, the chefs accumulating the highest total in vouchers would qualify for the elimination rounds. Leo, where shall we commence our gastronomic adventure? That stall over there appears promising, Will remarked, feeling overwhelmed by the abundance of choices. Damn it, don't just focus on eating. Remember to look for our chef. Hey, Will, look over there. They have sea serpent cuisine. Let us go try it. In the face of such culinary temptation, Leo and Will swiftly forgot their quest for the chef. In the eastern part of Starry Island, Leo and Will savored their meals with great delight, oblivious to the battle unfolding in the west, where Charles had finally found a clearing to set up his stall and commence operations. Due to a lackluster performance in the preceding days, Charles was relegated to the periphery, where the culinary offerings of the Starry Food Festival escalated in quality from the outskirts to the inner sanctum. The outer ring was dominated by popular dishes, attracting a multitude of patrons, albeit at modest prices. To qualify for the top 8 competition, one must establish a stall on the inner islands, where the minimum requirement was to acquire food vouchers worth 1 million berries. Most of the customers in the outer ring were common folk, merchants, and even pirates. In response to this crowd, Charles decided to prepare grilled skewers of Sea King, a clever choice indeed. The enticing aroma produced while grilling would swiftly draw in customers, and the quick service of skewers further enhanced his appeal. It seemed Charles was poised to rapidly accumulate food vouchers from his patrons. Before long, a long line formed at his stall, the scent of his secret sauce-infused Sea King skewers wafting across several islands, captivating every passerby like Cupid's arrows. Each person who tasted Charles's culinary creations wore a blissful smile, as if enchanted by their magic. If Charles was the angel of gourmet delights, Leo and Will were akin to swarming locusts, their culinary journey proving fruitful as they ravaged the ingredients of every island they visited, leaving even the chefs utterly exhausted. Should there be an eating contest at the festival, this duo would undoubtedly contend for the top spot. Leo, I can no longer eat. Let us search for dessert, Will declared, having transformed from a whale into a pufferfish, his small hands patting his belly in evident satisfaction. Having relished their feast, it was time to attend to business and check on their chef's performance. We need to find someone? Will protested, feigning illness at the thought of labor. Why don't you go ahead? Upon hearing of the impending task, he immediately objected. TSK, may you stuff yourself to death. Never mind, we need not search ourselves. Let us not forget our secret weapon. Before long, Leo procured a long and used surveillance snail drone, the little creature plump and almost bursting from its shell. Yet its performance remained commendable, managing to hover clumsily into the air. Leo and Will huddled before the phone bug, their eyes fixed intently on the screen. Will, pay close attention. Do not miss the green-haired chef. This concerns our livelihoods, Leo urged. The phone bug scanned the islands, delving deeper into the heart of the scene. Look, Will, this insect cuisine appears quite enticing. Insect cuisine? It sounds rather intriguing, doesn't it? Leo, should we indulge? Clearly, Leo and Will underestimated their resistance to culinary delights. Searching for an individual amidst a plethora of delicacies was an easily overlooked endeavor for 2 food enthusiasts. Moreover, on the island renowned for insect dishes, Leo spotted the familiar face of Zepp, leading them to unanimously decide to sample the offerings, much to the detriment of poor Charles, whose priority diminished yet again. To Leo's surprise, insect cuisine turned out to be unexpectedly popular. Was the world truly so receptive to such exotic fare? Maintaining a skeptical stance, Leo opted to try a serving of fried, bursting insects. Upon tasting, his eyes widened. The peculiar flavor resembled that of jelly beans, becoming increasingly addictive with each bite. Having swiftly consumed an entire bag of insects, their footsteps halted before Zep's stall, and Leo naturally took a seat. Sliding 2 food vouchers across the counter, he inquired, "What culinary delights do you offer, my good man? Please, let us sample a few." Zep glanced at Leo and promptly presented 2 meal sets, which included caviar paired with pan-seared foie gras, clam cream soup, flaky baked cod, and creamy mashed potato salad, a somewhat simplified Western-style meal. The aroma alone exuded elegance. Zep indeed possessed considerable talent. Before the sumptuous platter, Leo and Will instinctively adopted proper dining etiquette, picking up knives and forks, adjusting their napkins, and commencing their culinary journey in an orderly fashion. After their meal, they elegantly dabbed at the corners of their mouths. Just as Leo was about to engage Zep in friendly conversation, Will suddenly exclaimed, "Uncle, one more serving of clam cream soup, please." His eyes glimmered with longing as he gazed at Zep. Without a word, Zep turned and presented another bowl of soup before Will. This time, the little chubby fish disregarded all decorum, lifting the bowl and consuming the soup in one go. After finishing, he continued to gaze at Zep, demanding yet another serving. Zep had no choice but to continue feeding Will. Munch, munch. It seemed that Leo noticed a slight twitch at the corner of Zephyr's eye. Zephyr refrained from serving Will any more soup, leaning his hands firmly on the table, his gaze fixed intently upon Will. A throng of Zephyr's underlings gathered around. Will felt somewhat embarrassed under their scrutiny. "Uncle, have I perhaps eaten too much and offended you?" he inquired. Zephyr's stern demeanor lasted only a moment before he erupted into hearty laughter. "Ah, how could I ever fault a guest for indulging? Come, come. We are all sons of the sea here. Eat to your heart's content, and do not stand on ceremony." His entourage cheered in unison, expressing their admiration for Will's appetite. And at that moment, Leo finally confirmed that Zephyr truly was the captain of a pirate ship. Leo smiled warmly at Zep and remarked, "I never expected the illustrious captain of the renowned chef pirates, Mr. Redfoot Zep, to be so approachable. Greetings, I am Leo, and this is my companion, Will. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. You must have recognized my identity the moment you laid eyes on me yesterday, yet you dared to steal a glance. Are you bounty hunters?" Zep inquired with a teasing tone, clearly dismissing the two of them. "Oh no, you misunderstand me. My intention in observing you was to extend an invitation for you to join my ship as our chef." Taken aback by this unexpected response, Zep paused for a moment before responding with a cold chuckle. "Ha, what an arrogant little brat you are, thinking you can invite me to be your chef. Do you truly wish to remain on Star Island forever?" Leo understood that Zeph was merely jesting with him. After all, as a pirate, he rarely resorted to the slaughter of innocents. Even if it came to blows, Leo would not fear him. "Mr. Zeph, since you are unwilling, I shall take it as a jest. Alas, what a pity to miss out on such an exceptional chef. I suppose I shall have to settle for inviting Charles to be the cook aboard my ship. Do you happen to know where he is?" "Oh, give up on that notion. He will not accompany you. That fellow's ancestors were the lords of Star Island, and it was not until his grandfather's generation that they were supplanted by the current ruling family. Thus, restoring his family's former glory is his ambition. Moreover, Charles is a man of great pride. How could he possibly yield to a mere child like you? Ha ha ha. Very well, old man, just you wait. One day, I shall teach your apprentice a lesson." "What did you say?" "Nothing. I merely remarked that it will not be easy for Charles to emerge victorious, considering his adversary is the lord of this place. With but a flick of a finger, the lord could dispose of him. How could he exact revenge? However, should he join us, the outcome would be entirely different. Ha ha. Confidence is commendable, but do not blame me for not warning you. With the celestial dragons present, you two should refrain from causing any disturbances." After engaging in idle chatter for a while, Leo and Will concluded their day of feasting. On their way back, Leo tirelessly organized the information he had gathered that day. It appeared that recruiting Charles would indeed pose a challenge. It seemed the only way to assist him in winning the competition. With this thought in mind, Leo's eyes darted about. "Well, how about we sneak into the Lord's castle tonight?" "Huh, boss, we can't engage in thievery." Leo, the moonlight glimmered gently upon the Isles of Stars. As the day's labor came to a close and the participating chefs began to tally their day's harvest. "Yoshi, we have surpassed 1,000 gourmet vouchers. Tomorrow, we shall move to the mid-tier zone." Charles was quite pleased with today's achievements, having successfully navigated through the fiercely competitive outer zone. He met his goals just before sunset and now needed to ponder the culinary creations for tomorrow's contest. After tidying his stall and casting one last glance at the Lord's castle, Charles clenched his fist. Meanwhile, on Lord Island, Leo and Will, shrouded by the cloak of night, stealthily ascended the cliffs behind the castle. Shoo, quiet down. It seems there are guards in the back, engaging in their first clandestine adventure. The two felt a surge of excitement. In Leo's imagination, the devil fruit resembled a princess leaning against the balcony railing of an attic, gazing at the moonlight, while he played the role of the impoverished suitor yearning for her affection, or perhaps her body. As the saying goes, a wife is not as good as a concubine, and a concubine is not as good as a theft. If one cannot steal, then one must resort to abduction. If the princess proves unyielding tonight, she ought not to blame him for employing force. Who goes there? A noise had indeed alerted the guards. A sentry clad in a black suit approached the sound, but after a thorough inspection, found nothing amiss and gave up. Once the guard had retreated, Leo sprang forth from beneath Will's cover, relieved that Will's dark complexion served as the perfect camouflage in the pitch-black night. Carefully circumventing the guard, they arrived at the base of the castle, where after some searching, they discovered a second-floor balcony as their only point of entry. Will, hoist me up, and then you shall remain here, hiding until I return. This height required the two to stack upon one another to gain access, and Will's physique was ill-suited for the narrow balcony entrance. Thus he had to remain outside. With a soft click and creak, Leo nudged the balcony door ajar and swiftly slipped inside. The room was a dressing chamber adorned with opulent garments, the air thick with the scent of cosmetics. Upon seeing this, Leo's eyes sparkled with inspiration, and shortly thereafter, a diminutive figure emerged through the door. Leo adorned himself in a sleek black suit, meticulously styling his hair back to resemble a godfather. Today, he intended to embrace the guise of a mafia figure. After a thorough investigation, Leo found himself increasingly perplexed. How could the Lord's castle be devoid of even a single servant? Was Lord Greedy truly this frugal? It was not until he descended to the lower floor that he finally glimpsed a few figures. The maids, hurriedly pushing a dining cart, moved swiftly, vanishing into the dining hall without re-emerging. Leo stealthily crept to the first floor, cautiously peering into the dining area, only to be met with astonishment. Where had the maids gone? Just moments ago, they had been present, and now they seemed to have evaporated. As Leo pondered this mystery, an astonishing sight unfolded before him. Two figures materialized seemingly out of thin air from the far wall of the dining hall. Were they users of devil fruit abilities? Or was there some concealed mechanism at play? Observing one figure exiting the dining hall, Leo swiftly maneuvered to position himself behind them, seizing the individual by the nape of their neck. Activating his deep-sea cage ability, he ensnared the person within a water sphere, not a devil fruit user. The absence of any such reaction indicated that the wall itself was the anomaly. Realizing this, Leo promptly discarded the unconscious guard beneath the dining table, concealed by the lengthy tablecloth. Cautiously, he approached the background wall of the dining hall and had an epiphany. It was indeed two walls, misaligned so that any observer from the main entrance would not discern anything amiss. A small door was nestled in the middle of the rear wall, and Leo carefully pushed it open, revealing a pitch-black passageway behind it. Venturing several meters inward, torches began to illuminate the walls. By the dim light, Leo discerned a grand door at the end of the corridor. What was going on? This air of secrecy could not bode well. After a moment's hesitation, curiosity overcame him, and he approached the grand door, carefully pushing it ajar. To his shock, Leo found himself at the threshold of a grand theater, filled to the brim with spectators. On stage, a host eloquently introduced several slaves. It dawned on him that this was a clandestine slave auction. Indeed, Greedy was a scoundrel. Seizing the opportunity while attention was diverted, Leo slipped into a shadowy corner, his gaze unwavering as he absorbed the sinister spectacle before him. Over 500 masked individuals filled the auction hall, raising paddles to bid on favored slaves. In the central VIP area sat the celestial dragons, languidly reclining, while Greedy stood nearby, bowing and ingratiating himself with them. Surrounding the auction hall were approximately 20 guards from Star Island, alongside 8 bodyguards in black suits flanking the celestial dragons, clearly not to be trifled with. Given these circumstances, Leo resolved not to extend any courtesy to Greedy. A plan to plunder the Lord's treasury began to take shape in his mind. However, he did not rush into action. With the celestial dragons present, the risk of confrontation was too great. Retracing his steps, he carried away the guard hidden beneath the dining table and then leaped out from the dressing room. Will, We are leaving. A hexagram suddenly appeared above Leo's head, and with a flurry of fervor, he began to fan at will. Is dawn breaking? Dawn, my foot. Hurry up and move. On the second day of the food festival, Charles had already secured a prime position on the mid-tier island. This expansive island had only 2 competitors. Perhaps these 2 chefs possessed considerable skill, which caused others to steer clear of them. However, Charles was undeterred. His ambition was to claim the championship, making every competitor a rival in his eyes. Within the Lord's castle, the guards stood rigidly before Greedy. My lord, the guards on the back mountain went missing last night, and several footprints were discovered on the balcony of the dressing room. Humph. You inept fools. You failed to notice that someone infiltrated the castle? Are all the bellies you raised nothing but useless gluttons? Reinforce the guard. If the celestial dragons are disturbed, I shall confine each of you in barrels filled with cement and cast you into the sea. The captain of the guards hurriedly departed to arrange the guard duties for the day, while Greedy's anxiety deepened. He feared that the intruder might be that young rascal, Charles, and thus resolved to observe his reaction. With such a predicament arising, it seemed the plan would need adjustment. It would indeed be regrettable to instill despair in Charles before the eyes of all during the finals. Meanwhile, Charles had been industriously attending to his duties on the mid-tier island for most of the day. After bidding farewell to his second table of guests, diners praised his culinary skills to the heavens and even subtly extended invitations to him, all of which he graciously declined with a smile. Bam! Crash! Where's the owner? Hurry and bring out the food. 5 burly middle-aged men, clad in ill-fitting suits, took their seats at the dining table. One of them even propped his feet up on the table, loudly demanding that Charles serve their meal. Charles furrowed his brow. This last table of patrons appeared to harbor ill intentions. Yet, he was just 1 table away from securing his qualification and did not wish to stir up trouble. So he suppressed his ire and inquired about their order. Leo, I've spotted that chef. Quick, take a look. Leo swiftly turned to the image transmitted by the phone bug, confirming Charles's presence on Island 22, and promptly set off with Will. Simultaneously, on Island 22, Lord Greedy arrived. Charles, how goes business today? Have you secured your qualification yet? I am genuinely looking forward to your advancement. Once you truly claim the championship, I shall return your father's belongings to you. Charles had no desire to engage with that treacherous scoundrel, yet he couldn't help but frown. The timing of Greedy's arrival suggested ulterior motives. Indeed, as Charles suspected, Greedy exchanged a knowing glance with the last table of guests and then departed, the latter revealing a sinister smile. Thus, when Leo arrived, he found Charles embroiled in a heated debate with a table of diners, seemingly provoked by whatever they had said. His face flushed with anger. What are you rushing for? What chef drives away their own customers? Exactly. I'm going to give you a bad review. You impudent wretch. Captain Khan graces you with his presence for a meal, and you dare not serve him properly? Cease your incessant prattle and hasten to fetch more wine. Delay further, and I shall demolish your establishment. It became evident that this group was comprised of pirates, their intentions unmistakably aimed at thwarting Charles from reaching the finals. After being berated, Charles returned to the kitchen, his spirit deflated. With his head hung low and a towel draped over it, he slumped onto a small stool, emanating an aura of despondency. Chef Charles, do you remember me? Just as despair enveloped him, a familiar voice broke through the gloom. It was the boy from the previous day, filled with youthful exuberance. Charles, lacking the energy to engage in banter, merely cast a glance his way without responding. Have you been wronged? Do you require assistance? Please, do not disturb me. I wish to be alone. Have you abandoned your quest for the championship? Come now, do not lose heart. Remember, you have wagered. If you lose, you shall have nothing. After a brief silence, Charles replied hoarsely, What good is it? They can easily enlist a few individuals to keep me from the finals. Woe is me. Observing the table occupied solely by pirates who had ordered nothing but a glass of water, Leo's mind began to whirl with possibilities. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. Leo entered the kitchen and surveyed the remaining ingredients before immersing himself in culinary creation. Approximately 20 minutes later, he approached Charles with 2 covered plates. Care to sample my dish? Leo lifted the lid from the first plate, revealing a vibrant seafood fried rice. At that moment, Charles could scarcely muster the energy to raise his eyelids. Frustrated, Leo shouted at him, You coward! Are you so quick to succumb to adversity? Remember, your father's knife remains in the hands of that despicable lord. Leave me be. You know nothing and should not meddle. I am finished. One cannot contend with fate. Nonsense. Do you not taste my creation? The answers you seek lie within. Charles hesitated for a few seconds before reluctantly picking up a spoon and taking a bite. Pft. How does it taste? It's as dreadful as excrement. You clearly lack culinary skills. Haha, my apologies. Do you truly believe I could prepare a meal for those ruffians? Ruffian, do you intend to poison my guests? No. What exactly is your plan? Hee, I possess a solution for your troubles. But first, please savor my second dish. This is a culinary representation of defying fate and unyielding struggle. I hope it revitalizes your spirit. With that, Leo thrust the plate into Charles's hands. Astonished, Charles accepted the plate and uncovered it, revealing a pizza adorned with numerous sardine heads, each fish's eyes wide open, staring vacantly at the heavens. The sun was about to sink into the sea, signaling the imminent conclusion of the day's competition. Lord Greedy ascended the main stage with unhurried poise, prepared to announce the roster for the next day's quarterfinals. Reflecting on Charles's despondent expression brought a slight uplift to his mood. Greedy opened the envelope. Ladies and gentlemen, I shall now unveil the names of the final 8 chefs. From the South Sea, Chef Mickey. From the East Sea, Chef Zep. Upon reaching the last name, Greedy paused, his face contorting as if he were about to tear the list asunder. And from Star Island, Chef Charles. After extricating Charles's name with great effort, Greedy stormed off the stage in a huff, baffled as to how Charles had evaded the clutches of the pirates. Time shifted back to the afternoon, where Leo, Charles, and Will formed a small circle, scheming. Charles, you shall don my cloak and leave for another island to compete, while I disguise myself as you to draw the pirates away. Fool, that won't work. Once the culinary competition commences, no new establishments are permitted. Even if I were to visit another island, it would be futile. Such a narrow-minded view. Without a restaurant, can't you borrow from another? Many desperate chefs would surely relinquish their spots for a carrot and a stick. Charles cast a wary glance at the starry sky, but you can't cook. If those pirates discover you, they will kill you. Leo, how could you still be concerned about me at such a time? Those pirates are hardly here for a meal. Focus on your competition. There is no need for you to worry about anything else. Although I lack culinary skills, I excel at persuading others, and I assure you, those pirates will not file any complaints. This rather unremarkable ploy of deception allowed Charles to meet his KPIs and successfully secure a spot in the top 8. Upon hearing Greedy announce Charles's name, Leo erupted in applause, accompanied by a row of bruised cheerleaders celebrating alongside him. After returning to his study, Greedy nearly demolished the room's decorations. Damn it, those incompetent fools couldn't even handle a mere kid, allowing Charles to triumph. After venting his frustrations, Greedy's anger subsided significantly. He could not prevent Charles from advancing, so he resolved to let him experience a deeper despair in the finals. If he could make it to the final match, a grand surprise awaited him. The thought of witnessing his descent into the abyss filled Greedy with anticipation. Having determined his next course of action, Greedy sought an audience with the celestial dragon. Saint Camiel, Lord of Star Island, requests an audience. Oh, it's that pesky fly again. Very well, bring her in. Greedy had been toiling for 2 days to ingratiate himself. Although the celestial dragon did not remember his name, he was willing to exercise a bit more patience. Merciful Saint Camiel, your humble servant Greedy has something to report. I have a new idea regarding tomorrow's finals. Before the celestial dragon, Greedy transformed completely, exuding a sycophantic demeanor that sent shivers down the spines of the nearby CP agents. What do you intend to do to please me? The celestial dragon asked lazily without even lifting his eyelids. Saint Camiel, I have just received news that a tsunami will strike the waters surrounding Star Island tomorrow afternoon. Greedy deliberately paused at this point. What did you say? A tsunami? You scoundrel, why did you only tell me such crucial information now? Are you attempting to endanger me? CP, escort me away at once. Fear not, Saint Camiel, the scale of this tsunami will not threaten the Lord's Island. It will merely submerge the surrounding islets. You can leisurely observe the commoners fleeing in panic, and there will be many talented chefs in this culinary competition. Do you not wish to discover whether these so-called geniuses value their culinary skills more than their lives? As anticipated, Greedy's suggestion captured the celestial dragon's attention. After all, he would face no danger himself and could relish the sight of those ants struggling for survival, far more amusing than the culinary competition. Splendid. I must record all of this to show my brothers. Ha ha ha. The clash of dreams and life and death truly excites me. They have never witnessed such a spectacle. You are Greedy, correct? I shall remember you. Thank you immensely for your recognition. Greedy knelt at the feet of the celestial dragon, seemingly intent on kissing the very surface of his foot. On the final day of the Star Island Culinary Festival, amidst the cheers of the crowd, 8 exceptionally talented chefs ascended to their designated stage, preparing for the day's competition. Charles, have you truly given no thought to creating a dish that gazes up at the stars? That recipe embodies your determination to defy fate, Leo earnestly suggested. No way. That dish should be called death unblinking. Are you trying to terrify the judges? Charles retorted, his expression darkening in exasperation. Soon, the draw for the competition concluded, and to Charles's astonishment, his first opponent was the highly esteemed insect cuisine chef. As the judges announced the commencement of the contest, the chefs swiftly entered their zones. Knives flashing as ingredients were rapidly transformed. The hour allotted for cooking passed in a blur, with the intense duel captivating the audience. The insect cuisine chef presented an exquisitely crafted dish, steamed golden beetle with luminous insect eggs. On the plate, a golden beetle unfurled its elytra, with a bed of white protein adorned by vibrant green insect eggs, a combination that struck Leo as reminiscent of jade nestled within gold. In stark contrast, Charles served a rather unremarkable seafood fried rice. Charles, return my efforts. In such a crucial competition, you dare to serve fried rice? If you wish to forfeit, just say so, Leo exclaimed, his face flushed with indignation, and had it not been for Will's restraint, he might have rushed onto the stage to kick Charles. The judges examined the two dishes before them, and it was evident that the insect cuisine was far more alluring. They took their first bites of the luminous insect eggs, and with just a single taste, their eyes sparkled with a verdant glow as the aroma transported them to a primordial jungle. The judges, lost in rapture, awarded it an impressive score of 8. Next came Charles's ordinary seafood fried rice. As he took a spoonful to savor, it paled in comparison to the earlier insect dish. Suddenly, the judges' hair stood on end, and they instinctively spread their arms wide, as if to embrace the universe itself. After a prolonged moment, when they regained their senses, they realized the plate before them was already empty. Without a moment's hesitation, they awarded it a perfect score of 10. This is the taste of heaven, superb. Many spectators were left bewildered. How could a simple plate of fried rice surpass the grandeur of the insect dish? A murmur of discussion rippled through the crowd. Charles's seafood fried rice was no ordinary dish. Those seemingly pristine grains of rice were, in fact, the roe of deep-sea peacock fish, a top-tier ingredient. Even more remarkable was Charles's skill in cooking the roe without a single grain bursting, a feat of almost divine craftsmanship. With the roar of the crowd echoing around him, Charles successfully advanced to the top 4. Congratulations, Charles. Watching you prepare fried rice nearly terrified me. My culinary prowess is anything but simple. After finishing, Charles presented 2 plates of peacock fish roe fried rice to Leo and Will. Following a brief intermission, Charles returned to the stage, and to his surprise, his opponent in the semifinals was Zep. Both chefs, in unison, chose sashimi as their dish, and it seemed as though a dance of knives and ingredients unfolded on the stage. 20 minutes later, Charles and Zep simultaneously completed their dishes and presented them to the judges, awaiting evaluation. Zep glanced at Charles's creation and remarked, "Remarkably talented. I never expected you to choose the starlight jellyfish as your ingredient. It is indeed one of the most challenging to handle. The surface of the starlight jellyfish is exceedingly smooth, and the finesse with which you have sliced it into such delicate pieces indeed qualifies you as a world-class chef." On Charles's plate, if one did not examine closely, it appeared almost empty. Only when the plate was turned did one notice the thin layers of the ingredient, the jellyfish flesh shimmering with iridescent colors. The judges were also keenly interested in the starlight jellyfish, an exceptionally rare delicacy not easily encountered. As one of the judges lifted a piece of the gossamer jellyfish sashimi to his mouth, it felt as though he were transported into a starlit night sky. An overwhelming sensation of weightlessness engulfing him. Just as he began to feel lightheaded, a glimmer of starlight burst forth from the darkness. Tears of emotion streamed down his face as he declared, "This dish deserves a perfect score, 10 out of 10, because to score it any lower would be an affront to its magnificence." Observing the judge's reaction, Zep remained unfazed. Although he presented a simple dish of mackerel sashimi, the performance of Charles's prior dish had made the judges wary of underestimating him. As the judges began to taste Zep's dish, Leo sensed a radiant glow emanating from one of them from the very first bite. Upon finishing and setting down his fork, the judge resembled a small golden figure, exclaiming, "What a remarkable competition. Mr. Charles, your unparalleled knife skills paired with top-tier ingredients have created a flawless dish, while Mr. Zep has breathed life into ordinary ingredients. The entire mackerel seems to come alive in one's mouth." Your culinary prowess has reached a level beyond my evaluation. Therefore, I suggest you each taste one another's creations and let your own judgment determine the victor. This unexpected outcome, where the decision of victory hinged upon mutual tastings, truly tested the integrity of the chefs. However, both Charles and Zepp were pioneers in the pursuit of exquisite flavors. How could they deliver insincere judgments? Simultaneously, they sampled each other's dishes, and after a thoughtful tasting, Zepp spoke first. I concede, your knife skills are impeccable. You sliced along the natural texture of the starlight jellyfish's skin, a technique I cannot replicate. Is your hand, in fact, a chef's knife? Zepp gazed at Charles in disbelief. Charles did not allow Zepp's astonishment to linger. Before his eyes, he transformed his hand into a chef's knife, declaring, I'm a user of the cold weapon fruit. You guessed correctly. My knife is indeed a part of my being. In comparison to my culinary skills, Mr. Zepp truly commands admiration. He possesses the extraordinary ability to craft exquisite dishes from humble ingredients, embodying the essence of a true maritime chef. Regardless of whether the ingredients are lavish or ordinary. As long as they evoke joy, that is what truly matters. Above all, we must never waste food. The audience fervently applauded Charles, the resilient lad who has now ascended to the finals. At this moment, Charles was as sharp as the chef's knife in his hand, fixating intently on the direction of Lord Island. Greedy, I am coming for you. This time, I will reclaim the glory that belongs to my family. Having finally reached the grand stage of the finals, after 2 grueling rounds, he found himself at peace. After years of unwavering effort, this day was paramount, and he was determined to seize this opportunity. The host swiftly announced the commencement of the competition, and Charles, alongside his opponent, began to deftly prepare the ingredients. The theme for the finals was the main course, with a time limit of 2 hours for everything from preparation to cooking. The viewing area for esteemed guests had been meticulously arranged on Lord Island, where nobles from various nations watched the finals through projection phone worms. This unprecedented occurrence had never happened before. In previous years, spectators enjoyed the event in person, a dual delight for both sight and smell. However, this year, the novelty of watching via projection was met with discontent. What was Greedy thinking? Without the aroma of the cuisine, can this truly be called a culinary competition? Indeed, Greedy. Do you even know how to organize a gastronomic contest? You are tarnishing the tradition of culinary competitions. If you cannot manage it, then find someone else. The locals, lacking worldly experience, scoffed at the so-called nobility of Starry Island. The disdain and insults from the nobles reached Greedy's ears, nearly causing him to clench his fists until they bled. Go ahead, insult me, when I become a vassal of the celestial dragons. Let us see if you dare to be arrogant before me. Among the nobles, some exhibited rationality. Shoo, quiet down. I've heard that Greedy has already ingratiated himself with the celestial dragons. Be wary of his potential retaliation. Greedy's actions incited both loathing and envy among many nobles. Though they publicly disparaged him, they secretly longed to supplant him. The notion of a spectacular competition or the tradition of the grand event was merely a pretext. For these nobles, it served only as a platform for social exposure. At the finals venue, Charles and his opponent had completed their ingredient preparations. His adversary hailed from the Comedy Islands, a distinguished chef named Richard Riel, who exclusively catered to the nobility and was quite renowned within elite circles. However, this time, a celestial dragon was among the guests, prompting Richard to craft a dish that conveyed his submission. The dish, entitled Treasures Offered to the Deity, featured a base of blue soup, adorned with clouds made from various ingredients, atop which rested a treasure chest filled with edible jewels. To cater to the celestial dragon's tastes, Richard even included a few mermaid-shaped candies adorned with slave collars in the soup. The entire main course was crafted with exquisite elegance, yet its symbolic meaning was undeniably brutal. The culinary creations of Charles were equally intriguing, featuring a vibrant blue broth as a base, a concept that both chefs inadvertently shared. However, the subsequent idea appeared to be influenced by Leo's dish, showcasing a large fish in a pose as if leaping from the sea, its tail seemingly splashing against the surface, lending the fish an air of imminent ascension. The fish had in its mouth several golden, fried sea snakes, an imaginative touch that rendered the dish engaging, seemingly symbolizing the fish's leap to success. Yet, Leo sensed that Charles intended to convey a deeper message. 2 hours swiftly passed, and the culinary endeavors of Charles and Richard approached completion, but the weather over the sea took a sudden turn. Look, what is that? Exclaimed an observant member of the audience, pointing towards the horizon as a white line slowly emerged from the ocean, while dark clouds gathered ominously in the sky. Run. It's a tsunami. The unexpected upheaval plunged the entire Star Island into chaos, particularly for those on smaller islands, who frantically scrambled for amphibious bicycles to escape to the larger inner islands. Suddenly, someone shouted to seek refuge on Lord Island, which, being elevated, would not succumb to the tsunami. Consequently, another throng of people began to flee towards Lord Island, many of whom were swept along by the crowd before they even realized what was occurring. Chef Richard seemed to have anticipated the crisis. He swiftly packed the unfinished dishes and remaining ingredients and headed for Lord Island. In stark contrast, Charles remained unfazed, his gaze never straying from his creations. The spectators on Island 1 had all fled, leaving only Charles and a handful of others behind. Ha ha ha, how amusing. This is simply delightful. I declare that anyone who successfully reaches Lord Island shall be deemed to have escaped, with the limit set at 100 individuals. The enthusiasm of St. Camael surged as he excitedly announced the commencement of a deadly game, brandishing a pistol and joining the ranks to thwart the refugees' landing. Shoot at these wretches. I do not wish for more than 100 to set foot on this island. The order from the celestial dragon was clear, and the other nobles, whether willing or not, were compelled to join, transforming the once culinary competition into a devilish contest. At that moment, Chef Richard approached Lord Greedy to finalize his dish. Perfect. The treasure destined for the gods is complete. This dish is prepared especially for you, St. Camael. Please indulge in it. The celestial dragon disregarded Richard entirely, continuing his cruel game, while Richard was treated like a mere jester, obstructed by the dragon's bodyguards. Ahem, Chef Richard. Please do not disturb St. Camael while he plays his game. Allow me to announce the results of this competition, Greedy interjected hastily, alleviating the awkward tension. The projection phone bug rapidly focused on Lord Greedy. Ladies and gentlemen, I hereby declare Chef Richard Riel the champion of this culinary competition, and his reward is the legendary culinary tool, the Starblade. After Greedy concluded his remarks, he deliberately instructed his subordinates to direct the projection phone bug towards Charles, eager to relish the expression of despair on the man's face displayed on the large screen. At that moment, Charles had completed his creation, remaining unfazed by Greedy's provocations. After simply adjusting his chef's attire, he gazed expressionlessly at the image phone bug. Greedy, you are merely a disgrace to the culinary competition's tradition. What right do you have to declare the champion? According to the time-honored customs, the champion must emerge from Island number 1, with both the creation and tasting conducted here. From the moment Richard fled, he had already become a failure. I am the Lord of Star Island. My words are the law, Greedy snarled, his visage contorted in rage. Do not jest. The Lord of Star Island has never possessed the authority to alter this ironclad rule. You are the blemish upon this grand event, rendering you unworthy to host the culinary competition. At this juncture, Charles paused, then unleashed an even greater revelation. Not only are you unfit to host the culinary competition, but you are also not the true Lord of Star Island. Look at the emblem upon the castle. It symbolizes the spear of progress and the shield of protection. Star Island has historically been led by the Malti family, representing the spear of progress, while you are merely a descendant of the Ross family, inheritors of the shield of protection. The knight, who ought to have safeguarded his lord, betrayed his master. It was your grandfather who transformed the shield of protection into a shield of betrayal during the invasion by pirates. Your grandfather should have defended my grandfather's rear, but instead treacherously attacked him from behind. It was only after that battle that the Ross family successfully usurped the lordship, transforming from servants into masters. A portion of the nobility is aware of the connection between these two families. Yet they could not fathom that the Ross family's rise to power was achieved through treachery, a grave transgression among the aristocracy. Sensing the pointing fingers of the surrounding nobles, Greedy's expression twisted in extreme humiliation. His status within the noble circles had long been scrutinized, and the revelation of his family's treacherous ascent to power by the legitimate heir before the public only deepened his shame. Ah, what a delightful surprise. Greedy, you must prove yourself now. I, the Holy Command, order you to proceed to Island number 1 and confront that lowly peasant directly. Should you fail, the charge of regicide and usurpation against your family will be upheld, and the gallows will await you. Quickly, go and personally inform that peasant who the rightful lord is. Indeed, Greedy, accept the challenge like a man. The nobles clamored, urging Greedy to duel Charles. The agents of CP escorted Greedy to Island number 1. thankfully allowing the guards of Star Island to accompany their master. Greedy approached Charles with a cold demeanor. I should have killed you, this remnant, long ago. You are as foolish as your father. Charles appeared remarkably subdued, as if the previously roaring youth had vanished. His gaze towards Greedy was akin to that directed at a corpse. The CP agent had left after delivering Greedy to this place, and now, Island No. 1 stood as their arena. Suddenly, Charles lunged at his opponent, pivoting midair to deliver a kick that transformed his leg into a spear aimed at Greedy's head. Clang! Greedy raised his arm, an ethereal shield manifesting to deflect the fierce strike. Do not forget, the Ross family has also inherited the shield fruit. You cannot harm me. Greedy sneered. Charles' speed was astonishing, his leg techniques exquisite, enhanced by the abilities of the cold weapon fruit, each strike seemingly intent on piercing his adversary. Greedy found himself in a defensive position, gradually succumbing to Charles' relentless onslaught. Damn it, how is this kid so strong? Are you imbeciles just going to stand there? Shoot him dead. Greedy, stripped of his earlier composure, now cowered behind his shield, aware that he was on the brink of death beneath Charles' spear-like limbs. Thus, he abandoned any notion of duel etiquette and urgently commanded his guards to open fire. Bang, bang, bang. The barrage of bullets surged forth, yet Charles nimbly evaded them, reluctantly ceasing his attack on Greedy. Die, Charles. Once you are gone, I can continue as a noble. I aim to rise to greater heights. Let me confess. I intend to hand over Star Island to the celestial dragons and seek a position within the world government, liberating myself from this desolate place. Charles gritted his teeth and pressed on, initially targeting the guards firing their weapons, but Greedy thwarted his attempts. After several exchanges, Charles was struck by a few bullets, blood staining his pristine chef-s attire. Will, you go deal with those guards. Leo could not bear to see Charles perish there and immediately sent Will to assist. Water strikes, gun waves, ocean currents, shoulder throws, 1,000 spinning kicks. Who would have imagined that Will's short legs could execute such a spinning kick? With Will's assistance, Charles regained the upper hand against Greedy. The rising sea had begun to submerge Island No. 1, the land shrinking until they were confined to a small circle. As both were devil fruit users, they were compelled to shift the battlefield to higher ground. However, as the area diminished, Charles' speed advantage gradually diminished as well. Just wait, Charles. Soon, I will force you into the sea, and then you shall be finished. Greedy had devised a plan, as long as he held the high ground. He would ensure that Charles fell into the water first, while he himself would be protected by guards, allowing him to swim to Lord Island even if he were to plunge into the ocean. Will engage the guards in a standoff, the water now rising to their knees. Utilizing the increasing power of fishman karate, he even found openings to support Charles, kicking a guard away and casually tossing a water orb towards Greedy. Yet, Greedy raised his other hand, conjuring a second shield to block Will's water strike. The double-sided shield, quite an unexpected turn. For the users of the shield fruit throughout history have only been able to wield one side of the shield, reflecting upon the manner of your grandfather's demise. I resolved never to relinquish my back to anyone again, thus mastering the art of the double-sided shield. This is my absolute defense, ha ha ha. After the laughter subsided, Greedy turned his gaze towards Will. Damn fishman, once we dispose of Charles, I shall offer you to the celestial dragons. Greedy's words ignited Will's fury. The stout fishman unleashed a flurry of strikes, sending the guards flying before charging at Greedy. His massive form collided with the shield, the tremendous impact causing Greedy's arm to veer to one side. The so-called absolute defense was so effortlessly breached. In truth, the shield fruit is not infallible. While it can block all frontal assaults, it does not possess the omnidirectional defense of the barrier fruit. Moreover, an attack of sufficient magnitude will affect the user. For instance, although Will's collision failed to shatter the shield's protection, his immense size and the force of the impact did influence Greedy. Will would not let this fleeting opportunity slip away. He initiated his water-based technique, wondering who could possibly lose in such a scenario. Alas, Will's proficiency in fishman karate was not yet refined, and in his moment of urgency, he could not summon the droplets of water, resulting in a hefty slap that struck Greedy's face, sending the Lord spinning through the air before he ultimately knelt upon the ground. Greedy, clutching his face, turned to Will. Astonished, with tears glistening at the corners of his eyes, "You dare strike me? You, a lowly fishman, have the audacity to slap me?" In a moment of playful defiance, Will offered an apology to Greedy. Infuriated, Greedy rose, ready to retaliate, only to find his vision darkening and his legs giving way. Though Will had not unleashed a water strike, one must not forget that the strength of a fisherman is tenfold that of a human, and Will is among the elite of his kind. At this juncture, Greedy was already reeling from the blow, suffering from a concussion. Seizing the opportunity while Greedy was distracted, Charles suddenly appeared at his side, delivering a swift kick that sent Greedy tumbling into the sea with a spinning lance-like motion. Charles executed this strike with remarkable finesse, mirroring the betrayal that had befallen their grandfather, who had been stabbed in the back by someone he trusted. Today, Charles exacted revenge in a similar manner, definitively closing this chapter of vengeance. Rio approached the kitchen counter, as the sea parted gracefully to create a path for him. He sampled Charles' culinary creation, particularly savoring the fried sea snake, chewing thoughtfully. With a thumbs up, Rio exclaimed, "Delicious. Exquisite. Charles, I hereby declare you the champion of this competition." Charles paused for a moment, then removed his chef's hat, smiling as he replied, "I apologize for any shortcomings in hospitality. All right, enough with the theatrics. We must make our escape. Surely, you do not wish to meet your end in the ocean just after avenging yourself." As soon as Leo's words fell, a series of gunshots erupted, followed by Will's anguished cry. Leo turned in astonishment to see a CP agent charging towards Will with a slave collar in hand. Meanwhile, Saint Camael bellowed at the large screen, demanding, "Seize that fishman. He is my slave." Upon witnessing Will being shot, Leo's eyes turned crimson with rage. Damn you. The actions of the CP had enraged Leo completely. Will was his younger brother, and now he had been harmed by these scoundrels. He vowed that they would pay dearly for this. Will, too, was consumed by fury. Fishman, never a slave. The CP agents were caught off guard by Will's sudden retaliation, several of them meeting their demise as water bullets exploded upon their heads. Saint Camael, furious that his prey dared to defy his orders, roared commands for the guards to bombard Island Number 1. The island was soon engulfed in a cacophony of explosions. Once again, that loathsome feeling surged within Leo. No one could take his comrades away from him. Those who sought to harm them would perish. Leo suddenly let out a mighty roar, his spirit soaring to unprecedented heights, as if something within him was striving to break free. However, he ultimately fell short of complete transformation. Yet, his wrath amplified the power of his fruit abilities, and the tsunami surged forth, veering away from Island Number 1 and inundating Lord's Island instead. The abrupt change left the survivors on Island Number 1 exchanging bewildered glances. They all understood what had transpired. Closest to Leo, Charles stared wide-eyed, his lips trembling as he asked, "Who are you?" "I am Leo, and from this day forth, I shall be your captain," Leo replied with a confident smile, extending his hand towards Charles. "Ah, foolish Bob." "Oh." The news bird soared through the sky as if it had caught the scent of Bailey. Aboard the Sea God's Fury, Leo lounged leisurely in a chair, basking in the sun. Ding! A coin landed perfectly in the bird's beak, while a stack of newspapers fluttered down beside Leo. The sea is truly chaotic these days. "Charles, come quickly. There's news that will pique your interest." Charles emerged from the cabin carrying 3 drinks. "Is it news from Star Island?" "Indeed, and it's good news. That rascal Greedy was executed on the spot for deceiving the celestial dragons. Star Island is temporarily under the control of the world government. Perhaps you still have a chance to reclaim your inheritance." "Forget it. I've spent these years striving for the title of the world's greatest chef, and now that my dream has been realized, it feels rather meaningless. Besides, I've promised to be your chef. Do you wish for me to go back on my word? Have you lost your mind? What I announced that day was your victory in the competition, not an acknowledgement of you as the world's greatest chef. You should travel more, face different chefs. Only when you have truly defeated all the top chefs can you claim that title. You make it sound easy, but traveling the world is no small feat. Who knows if I will ever accomplish it in my lifetime." Charles rested his hands behind his head, indulging in daydreams of the future. It had been half a month since the culinary contest on Star Island. Leo had unleashed a tsunami that engulfed Lord's Island, leaving a multitude of unconscious individuals in its wake as the waters receded. Seizing the opportunity, Leo reclaimed the powers of the greedy shield fruit and simultaneously plundered the Lord's treasury. After successfully absorbing this newfound strength, Leo found his fruit abilities significantly enhanced. In his elation, he regarded Greedy with less disdain, casually tossing him into the embrace of the celestial dragon before the trio departed from Star Island. The reactions of Camael Saint upon awakening were of no concern to them. The journey to Star Island had proven immensely fruitful. Not only had they secured a suitable chef, but they had also amassed considerable wealth. Leo truly emerged victorious. As the champion of the culinary contest, Charles was undoubtedly adept in the culinary arts. His combat prowess was commendable as well. Being a user of the cold weapon fruit, he could transform his body into formidable steel weapons. And when combined with his family's martial arts, his power was not to be underestimated. As noon approached, Will's stomach, more punctual than any alarm clock, growled in anticipation. Leo. Charles, I'm hungry. When shall we dine? Let us host a barbecue feast, he suggested. The weather is splendid. We should dine on the deck. Charles's interest piqued at the mention of cuisine. What a splendid proposal. It's the perfect opportunity for you to sample my secret sauce, guaranteed to be so delectable that you'll want to devour your own tongues. Thus, the three embarked on their culinary preparations, and before long, the aroma of grilled meat wafted through the sea breeze, drifting far afield. Just as they savored their feast, a vessel suddenly appeared on the horizon, moving swiftly and leaving a frothy wake in its path, swiftly approaching the sea goddess vessel. Leo looked at the other party with confusion and inquired, "Excuse me, have you encountered pirates? Do you require assistance? Our fees are quite reasonable." The captain on the opposite side was momentarily taken aback, pondering if those young individuals were bounty hunters. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he hastily cautioned, "We must leave at once. The island behind us has the power to consume souls." The captain's expression was one of terror as he gestured towards the rear. Yet his words ignited a spark of interest in Leo's eyes. Leo was skeptical about the existence of supernatural events in the world of pirates, believing that if such phenomena did occur, they would undoubtedly be the result of devil fruit users. His fortune seemed to shine upon him, as he had just uncovered a lead regarding a devil fruit. Initially, he intended to express his gratitude to the informant, but the captain, after making his announcement, dashed off, leaving Leo with no opportunity to speak. "What are you so wide-eyed about, Leo? That island is said to devour souls. What is fueling your excitement?" Will, having spent considerable time with Leo, instantly recognized the expression on his face. Yet, it was precisely this understanding that filled him with trepidation. "I believe I've heard of that island, the infamous ghost island of the Grand Line, affectionately dubbed Doll Island." Charles, a native of the first half of the Grand Line, promptly named the island. "Do not be cowardly. There are no ghosts in this world, merely devil fruit users," Leo reassured Will, pivoting the ship without giving anyone a chance to decline. In less than half a day, Leo encountered a fleeing vessel. This time, it was a genuine pirate ship. Leo playfully called out, "Hey, have you encountered pirates? Do you require assistance? Our rates are quite reasonable." The pirate captain, equally alarmed, retorted, "You brats should flee. That island is terrifying." "Wait, what nonsense? I am a pirate. Show some respect." The captain pointed at the pirate flag, seemingly offended by Leo's words. "Oh, do you have any devil fruit users among you? If fate has brought us together, I might just offer you a ride if you possess such a user." The pirate captain was already irked by the blockade posed by the sea goddess ship, and Leo's nonchalant demeanor only stoked his fury. "I am a war fruit user, commanding 8,000 subordinates. If you wish to live, keep your distance." 8,000 subordinates? That is impressive. Charles, Will, come here. I've discovered a rare fruit user. Have you ever encountered the boasting fruit? Charles nearly spewed out the meat he was eating, while Will didn't even lift his head. "Why can't you cooperate? Your reactions make my performance exceedingly awkward. Sea god flow, gods of water." Leo, lacking enthusiasm, casually waved his hand, conjuring a massive wave that submerged the band of pirates beneath the sea. Upon returning to the dining table, Leo, visibly discontented, remarked, "Why is business so challenging? It seems I must find a charming figurehead." Half a day later, the trio arrived at a picturesque island. As dusk fell, numerous ships queued to enter the bustling port, creating a lively atmosphere. However, as Leo gazed upon the flourishing scene, he was struck dumb. How could this be? Where is the supposed terrifying ambience? Where is the ghost island? Is this it? Feeling disheartened, Leo secured the ship and listlessly declared, "I will gather intelligence. You too may roam freely." "I'll head to the market. Our food supplies are nearly exhausted," Charles stated, expressing no interest in gathering information. "What about you, Will?" The little chubby fish peered out with half of its head, a look of apprehension etched across its face as it gazed at the harbor. "May I refrain from going?" Leo raised an eyebrow and casually shrugged. "All right, you stay here to watch the ship." My, Will, your courage has grown. You dare to keep watch by yourself." With that, Leo and Charles walked in opposite directions towards the town. "Huh, wait for me," Will exclaimed, his face a picture of terror as he jumped off the ship. After a brief moment of hesitation, he hurriedly chased after Charles with his short legs. Gathering intelligence, of course, was most convenient in a tavern. Leo deliberately chose the largest tavern in the town and pushed the door open. The atmosphere inside was quite lively. Leo surveyed the surroundings and nodded in satisfaction, noting that this could be considered a respectable bar, devoid of any pirates. He settled himself at the bar and tapped the surface with his finger. "A glass of whiskey with milk, please." The bartender, busy polishing glasses, ignored him entirely and retrieved a sign from beneath the bar. "Minors prohibited from drinking." Hey. This is the world of pirates, the Grand Line. Who adheres to such peculiar rules? I hail from the great celestial empire, where my father would dip a pair of chopsticks in liquor and offer it to me as a child. How can it be that I can't drink here? What nonsense! Just as he was about to throw a tantrum, a glass of milk was placed in front of him. "Drink up. It's good for kids to have more milk. Finish it and go home. This place isn't meant for someone your age. Who are you calling a small bean that never grows up?" he retorted, slamming down the drink. Humph. Setting aside his irritation, Leo remembered the matter at hand and pushed 1,000 berries towards the bartender. "May I inquire the name of this island?" The bartender raised an eyebrow, discreetly pocketing the berries. "Perm Island. Are you tourists?" "Indeed, but it seems we took a wrong turn. We were supposed to head to Doll Island. Do you know how to get there?" With a crash, the glass in the bartender's hand shattered on the floor, and the once boisterous tavern fell into an immediate silence. It appears you all seem to know about it. So, who can answer my question?" Leo was surprised that the mere mention of Doll Island could instill such fear. The bald man sitting on the other side of the bar was the first to break the silence. Another reckless one. "Kid, I advise you against seeking death." "Bartender, pour this gentleman a glass of South Wales beer." "No, make it a rum instead." "Sir, could you tell me the tale of Doll Island?" Taking a sip of his drink, the bald man gazed vacantly. Doll Island is a small archipelago adjacent to Perm Island. It wasn't always known as Doll Island and had no terrifying legends associated with it. What was that small island originally called? We referred to that small island as Moonview Island. It was once a beautiful place. The man took another sip and continued. Everything began 7 years ago when the beloved daughter of the old count, Miss Annabelle, a beautiful, kind, and exceptionally wise girl, vanished suddenly. Although she was of noble birth, she was exceedingly approachable, and the island's residents adored her. Yet one day, Miss Annabelle mysteriously disappeared. For an extended period, everyone had been searching in vain. Just as they began to believe that Miss Anna had fallen victim to human traffickers, her brother, Mr. Tommy, no, he should now be addressed as Count Tommy, returned from Moonlit Island bearing the lifeless form of his sister. It is referred to as her body because Miss Annabelle's soul is eternally ensnared on that island. Whispers abound that she met an untimely demise. Her spirit transformed into a malevolent presence, perpetually wandering the isle. Travelers who chance upon that land often find themselves ensnared by her spirit, destined to remain there forever as her companions. Another patron interjected, "This is no mere legend. The island, known as Doll Island, earned its name because Miss Anna's vengeful spirit delights in imprisoning souls within dolls, which she then hangs from the trees. I have witnessed, with my own eyes, the trees of that island adorned with countless dolls, their faces turned towards me, grinning eerily. The scene was utterly horrifying." Upon recounting this, the patron shivered involuntarily. Leo remained in the tavern until darkness enveloped the sky before returning to the sea goddess vessel. As he stepped aboard, he noticed that Charles and Will had already returned. "Charles, Will, I am certain that the ominous island harbors a user of a devil fruit ability, and I can confidently assert that this individual possesses the powers of the phantom fruit. Indeed, Captain, the truth shall soon be unveiled. We are merely a step away from acquiring the map of Doll Island." Charles, ever the proud one, still sought to boast despite having secured the map. "Splendid. Tomorrow we shall venture to explore Doll Island and uncover the entity behind the mysterious happenings." Before Leo could finish his sentence, he was suddenly seized by a fit of retching. "Charles, do you have an antidote for intoxication?" In the early hours of the following day, Leo deliberately chose the darkest moment to arrive at Doll Island. "Leo, must we truly ascend? Perhaps we should wait until dawn," Will implored, his eyes wide with terror as he clung to the ship's railing, gazing at the foreboding, shadowy isle. "Fear not, at the break of dawn. The rising yang energy is the bane of spirits. If we are to hunt ghosts, we must do so under the full moon," Leo replied, stroking his non-existent beard, imparting his mystical reasoning to Will. Charles, with an expression of annoyance, shot Leo a glare. "Enough of your theatrics. Let us proceed." Suddenly, a sense of urgency washed over Charles, as if sensing a formidable adversary. Leo had a knack for seizing every opportunity to display his bravado. The trio hastily leaped from the ship, with Leo employing his abilities to submerge the sea god's vessel, effectively concealing their presence. It was the first time Charles witnessed such a power, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "Captain, I have long wished to inquire. What kind of devil fruit user are you? Can you truly command the sea? Aren't all devil fruit users landlocked?" "Ah, matters of the divine are beyond your comprehension," Leo shrugged dismissively. "Let us hasten our exploration of the island." Charles, unwilling to engage further with Leo, felt increasingly certain that Leo was destined to be his lifelong rival. Despite their light-hearted banter, as they began their exploration, Leo earnestly cautioned the two, emphasizing the importance of avoiding contact with spirits. After all, the powers of the phantom fruit were exceedingly formidable. It was wise to exercise caution until they understood their adversary's strength. The trio initially confined their exploration to the coastal vicinity, refraining from recklessly delving into the jungle. Leo, Will, look over there. Charles, ever observant, was the first to spot something unusual, a plant-woven doll hanging from a tree. This discovery triggered a memory of a tale recounted by one of the tavern patrons the previous day. Leo picked up a stone, his expression grave, and said to the two companions, "If a ghost appears, Will, you must take Charles and jump into the sea." Before Charles could protest, Leo hurled the stone, which struck the doll with remarkable accuracy. The three of them stared anxiously at the forest, but minutes passed without incident. A collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. "Pfft. What a joke. It's merely a trinket. That old man's tale yesterday was utterly exaggerated." Leo scoffed. He retrieved the doll from the tree and examined it disdainfully, remarking, "Who crafted this? It's truly hideous." He tossed the doll casually into the underbrush and continued deeper into the jungle. Once Leo and his companions had ventured far away, the discarded doll suddenly stood upright. The little figure stomped its feet in irritation, its smile morphing into an expression of fury, and with a swift motion, it vanished into the thicket. As they pushed through the foliage, the three found their progress arduous. It seemed this small island had long been abandoned. With grasses towering over a person's height, Leo, the shortest among them, had nearly disappeared from sight. The light within the jungle was significantly dimmer than at the shore. They proceeded in single file, with Leo leading the way, flashlight in hand. Timid Will walked in the middle, while Charles brought up the rear. Occasional rustling sounds surrounded them. And the most timid of the trio, Will, gripped Leo's shoulder, his voice trembling as he asked, "Leo, did you hear anything strange?" "It's merely the sound of the wind and the rustling of the plants. What is there to fear?" came the reply. Creak, creak, howl, creak, creak. Before Leo's voice had faded, an eerie laughter erupted around them, interspersed with a few wolf howls. The unexpected sound startled all three of them, prompting them to swiftly adopt the triangular formation they had previously agreed upon, standing back to back. Leo illuminated the surroundings with his flashlight, revealing dozens of dolls hanging from the nearby trees, all sporting eerie, grinning faces that seemed to gaze directly at them. Behind the underbrush, hundreds of green glowing eyes fixated on their every move. "Damn it, we are surrounded," Charles muttered, his eyes gleaming with a cold light as he surveyed the area. "Leo, what do we do now? With wolves and ghosts lurking about, this is the end for us," Will stammered, his fear causing him to lapse into his native dialect. Yet, Leo remained unperturbed. He calmly retrieved a spherical object from his pocket, an improvised flashbang he had crafted. He signaled for Charles and Will to don their sunglasses before hurling the device into the air. Flash bomb. A resounding bang erupted, blinding the surrounding pack of wolves and silencing the sinister laughter. "Now, run." With the enemy momentarily deprived of sight, Leo commanded, and the three dashed in different directions. Just as they had begun to flee, a swarm of white phantoms erupted from the thicket, hot on their heels. In the midst of their escape, Charles stumbled, and in that fleeting moment, a ghost passed through him. He knelt on the ground, despondent. "I am merely a world-class chef, charming and skilled, yet at this age, I have no girlfriend. I no longer wish to live." Hearing Charles lament, Leo nearly burst into laughter. Truly, even the specters could not alter his haughty demeanor. Despite his dire situation, he still boasted. Pointing at Charles, Leo unleashed his newly mastered skill, Deep Sea Tornado. Water molecules in the air rapidly coalesced into a swirling torrent, encasing Charles within and causing the phantoms to scatter in confusion. "Ha ha, who are you trying to scare, you grotesque specter?" Leo taunted. "Ugly. You can perish, fearsome ghost." His words struck a nerve, and all the phantoms turned crimson, charging towards the trio. The name Fearsome Ghost alone hinted at the capacity to evoke their deepest fears, and Leo was determined to evade its effects. Fortunately, the phantom's flight was slow, allowing him to dodge with ease. Meanwhile, Will had lifted Charles onto his back. But before they could make their escape, a red specter struck them both down. After being hit, Charles suddenly screamed, "Oh no, I cut my hand. Ouch, ouch, it burns." Tears streaming down his face. Will, still carrying Charles, sprinted away. "Don't chase us anymore." Leo, utterly perplexed, watched as the two of them vanished from sight. What on earth have you two experienced together? In a moment of distraction, Leo fell prey to a negative ghost's ambush. "In my next life, I wish to be a lazy, overweight recluse." He spat, his face flushed with embarrassment as he climbed back to his feet. The Seastone Mecha, deep blue flash. Leo was determined not to fall victim again. It was utterly mortifying. Clad in his armored attire, he began to unleash a barrage of shots in all directions. Duong. All right, enough with the shouting, just put me down for a moment." Charles was the first to recover from the grip of fear. Noticing Will's frantic attempts to flee, he quickly delivered a punch to him. "What is happening? Where are we? Where's Leo?" Charles straightened his clothes and said, "It appears we are lost. But there is no need to worry about Leo. He is quite formidable." Will wrinkled his nose, sniffing the air, and pointed in a direction, exclaiming, "Leo is over there. And we are surrounded again." Will, I never knew your sense of smell was so keen." "Surrounded again? We should flee at once." A howl echoed around them, and in an instant, they found themselves encircled by a pack of wolves. However, these wolves appeared peculiar. They merely bared their teeth and growled without advancing to attack. Just as Charles was feeling both anxious and perplexed, a child's voice rang out from the jungle. "Owo, get away from here. Owo." Perking up, Charles zeroed in on the sound, gathering his strength to leap into the air, then hurled a stone in the direction of the voice. Thud! Ouch! Boo-hoo! The bushes rustled, revealing a small figure darting deeper into the jungle. At that moment, the wolves, too, shifted their focus and retreated into the thicket, chasing after the fleeting form. Will and Charles were bewildered by the turn of events. Will asked, "Did we win? What do we do next?" Charles rummaged through the underbrush and suddenly handed a piece of animal hide to Will. "This was left behind by the one who just fled. See if you can track it down. They must know the secret of Doll Island, and if we unravel the mystery before Leo does, heh." Intrigued, Will was not motivated by a desire to impress Leo, but performing well would certainly be advantageous. He sniffed carefully, crouched down to discern the scent, and then pointed ahead, saying, "They ran this way." "Good, Will lead the way." Meanwhile, on the other side of the jungle, Leo remained vigilant, a swirling stream of water encircling him. "Hey, Phantom Lady, are you the Count's daughter?" Hee. "Guess what, handsome? Stay and keep me company, will you?" The voice floated from all directions, ethereal and disorienting. Frustrated by the lack of cooperation, Leo pressed on with his inquiries. "Did you create the dolls in the trees?" "Indeed, those are souls I have collected. I trapped the souls within the dolls' bodies, ensuring they remain here forever. Soon, you will join their ranks." "Oh no, I refuse. Your dolls are hideous. What a nuisance. Such a tiresome and rude little fellow, hardly charming at all." The surrounding specters suddenly erupted in chaos, charging towards Leo once more. After a fierce confrontation, Leo discerned a method to counter the negative spirits. More precisely, he uncovered his ability to reclaim fruits, which enabled him to neutralize any devil fruit power. By infusing the sea water with his reclamation energy, he could obliterate the negative specters. This revelation filled Leo with an overwhelming sense of confidence, causing him to channel a certain teacher's spirit, posing questions that were utterly infuriating. "Were those dolls crafted in your likeness? Surely, you don't consider yourself beautiful, do you? I believe you ought to take a good look in the mirror." "Silence, you wretched little brat, perish." The specters floating in the air began to converge, with countless smaller spirits merging into a singular, formidable entity. Leo utilized the flowing waters to fend off the colossal specter, his eyes scanning incessantly until they fell upon a diminutive figure lurking behind the leaves, glaring ferociously at him. "There it is. I found you." With a resounding splash, the water grenades erupted, sending water projectiles crashing through several massive trees. Alas, the shadow emitted a startled cry, retreating swiftly along the vines. As the wielder of power fled, the specter became ineffective, allowing Leo to seize the opportunity to pursue. However, after an extensive chase, Leo suddenly realized he had lost the trail. Just then, he stumbled upon a tattered rag doll, distinct from those hanging from the trees. This doll was merely an ordinary toy, seemingly from many years past, filthy and with bits of cotton protruding from several places. Leo disdainfully grasped the doll by its neck, squinting at it with increasing perplexity. What was the reason for the conspicuous bump atop the doll's head? After a moment of earnest eye contact, Leo perceived that the doll's gaze seemed to flinch. He placed his hands beneath the doll's armpits and began to shake it vigorously, causing the doll to tremble uncontrollably. "Ha! Don't stop, Demai, the esteemed lady. I suspect you are steering into peril." While Leo was engaged in this playful torment, a rustle from the nearby thicket drew his attention, and a girl clad in animal hide leaped forth from the underbrush. "Awoke, Sister Anna, those wicked people are truly terrifying." The girl's words were abruptly cut off as she beheld a boy before her, who was making unwarranted advances towards Sister Anna, leaving her momentarily speechless. The sudden appearance of the girl startled Leo, prompting an instinctive counteraction. With a resounding thud, the girl, struck on her head, toppled to the ground. At that moment, an enraged roar echoed from the forest. "Stop right there! I see you!" Will and Charles emerged from the thicket, only to find Leo poking the girl's face with one hand, while the other clutched the struggling, tattered doll. Having just been interrogating for information, Leo's grotesque grin remained firmly etched upon his visage. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Charles and Will discreetly retreated into the foliage. "My apologies for the interruption." As dawn broke, dispelling the island's gloom, a forlorn girl found herself encircled by 3 young men deep within the jungle. Her attire was disheveled, and traces of tears lingered at the corners of her eyes. In her helplessness, she clung tightly to the doll for comfort, while the 3 men, weary from a night of exertion, bore dark circles under their eyes. Charles was the first to shatter the silence. "Ahem, Leo, this girl is the mastermind behind Doll Island. Although it took some effort, Will and I have driven her into a corner. Who would have imagined that the ghost princess would be so feeble?" Charles declared with a hint of pride, casting a few raised eyebrows in Leo's direction. Leo shot him an exasperated glance and exclaimed, "How utterly mistaken. The true puppet master is not this fellow." He then snatched the doll from the girl's grasp, brandishing it before Charles. "Hey, stop playing dead and come greet everyone." The girl, startled by the sudden loss of her doll, burst into tears and lunged towards Leo, crying, "Return my sister Anna to me. You are all villains. Please cease tormenting my sister." The doll, realizing it could no longer maintain its charade, spoke up. "If there are grievances to be addressed, direct them at me. It was my idea to frighten you. Please do not harm Gloria." Leo, in a fit of frustration, made it seem as though we were the true villains. With both hands, he tugged at the doll's face, insisting, "Stop your nonsense. Clarify the antics you engaged in on the island to scare us." The young girl, Gloria, witnessing Leo's rough treatment of the doll, grew even more agitated. She opened her adorable little mouth and bit down on his arm, exclaiming, "Cease your actions, you wicked one. You are ruining my sister." Leo, with a furrowed brow, admonished, "Foolish child, do not utter such words that evoke unpleasant associations. Who taught you to speak in such a manner?" Skillfully avoiding the young girl's small canine teeth, he grasped the nape of her neck, leaving her no choice but to whimper in place, her large eyes fixed on Leo in astonishment. "Will, keep an eye on her. Why is it that all girls seem to enjoy biting?" The girl, named Gloria, bore a striking resemblance to Lena in Leo's eyes. Will, with a cheerful demeanor, restrained Gloria and retrieved a few candies from his pocket, presenting them to her. "Here you go. These are delicious fruit candies from Shambadite. They work wonders when you're feeling down." Gloria leaned in to sniff the treats and promptly snatched them away, unwrapped, and stuffed one into her mouth. Will, with a resigned sigh, peeled one open for her, and as the sweet flavor unfurled in her mouth, her face lit up with sheer joy. Cheeks puffed with the candy, she continued to gaze at Leo with the intensity of a hamster. Will indulged in a piece himself, squinting in delight at the sweetness, only to find Leo and Charles staring at him intently. Embarrassed, he handed each of them a candy, creating a rather peculiar scene. Everyone puffed their cheeks, eagerly awaiting Leo's reaction under the pressure of interrogation, while Anna's doll looked on with envy at the spectacle before it. Leo returned Anna to Gloria, and the doll, disheartened, began to recount the events leading up to this moment. In the year 1489 of the Sea Circle, the eldest daughter of the Count, having reached the age of 16, was a vivacious and benevolent young lady, beloved by the people. Her noble lineage and enchanting beauty earned her the title of the Pearl of Purim among the locals, many of whom believed she was destined to become the next Lord of Purim. At that time, a legend circulated on Purim Island. On the eve of a girl's coming-of-age ceremony, if she received the blessing of the sea god on Moonlit Island, she would be granted perfect love. Miss Annabelle yearned for such love and wholeheartedly believed in this tale. Consequently, after her coming-of-age banquet on her 16th birthday, she quietly ventured alone to Moonlit Island. Choosing the beach as her place of prayer, she knelt with her eyes closed. Facing the ocean, O ruler of the deep blue sea, O deity of the boundless ocean. You are the father of spirits in the sea and the mother who nurtures life. Your mercy can guide hope to the shores of fulfillment. Please heed my prayer. And under the sacred moonlight, bestow upon your most devout follower, Annabelle, the gift of perfect love. As the girl knelt by the sea, reciting her prayer repeatedly, she lost track of time until suddenly a fruit fell from a tree, striking her on the head. Ouch, that hurts. Annabelle cried out, and upon recovering, she discovered the object that had struck her was a peculiar fruit resembling a pineapple. Without fully understanding its nature, she assumed it was a divine gift from the sea god. Gathering her courage, she took a tentative bite. Alas, a taste so indescribably unpleasant filled her mouth that she instinctively covered her lips, thinking, I cannot spit this out. This must be a test from the sea god. With her eyes closed and her heart steeled, she swallowed the remainder of the fruit whole, after which she fainted. In a dreamlike state, Annabelle felt her body becoming weightless, as though she were ascending. Suddenly, she opened her eyes to find her physical form still lying on the beach while her essence floated in the air. The abrupt transformation filled her with panic, prompting her to flail about in the sky. Fortunately, as she calmed down, she sensed a connection between her soul and body, realizing she could return at any moment, which brought her immense relief. Once the crisis had passed, Annabelle, filled with mischief, began to revel in her ghostly state. Soaring through the air, darting up to the treetops, weaving through the forest, and ultimately discovering a discarded rag doll deep within the thicket. To her astonishment, she successfully entered the doll's body, which then sprang to life as if animated. Under the luminous moonlight, the doll, now imbued with Annabelle's spirit, hopped across stones to cross a brook, struggled to climb a tree to frighten small creatures, and swung from vines between trees, emitting joyous peals of laughter. For the first time, the noble lady experienced a sense of freedom. However, after some time, Annabelle suddenly realized she had been gone for quite a while, and her father must be searching for her everywhere. The soul of the doll swiftly soared away from its body, returning hastily to the shoreline. Upon reaching the beach, Anna was taken aback. Where had her body gone? Just moments ago, it had been lying right here. Growing increasingly anxious, she began to search frantically. Perhaps it had been days, or even months. Anna could no longer recall how many cycles of day and night had passed, and still, she could not locate her corporeal form. She attempted to return to Purim, but alas, in her ethereal state, she was unable to traverse the ocean. Ultimately, Anna resigned herself to despair, and from that moment forth, the island of Moonlight gained an animated doll. Oh dear, Sister Anna is so pitiable, Gloria wept as she listened to Anna's tale, clutching the doll even tighter. Charles cast a disdainful glance at Leo, as if to say, look at the mess you created. Meanwhile, Leo regarded Anna with kind eyes. What a wonderful child she is. Did she not just say that I am the father of all beings in the ocean? Anna, would you mind reciting that prayer once more? You clarified your question. But what about her? Where did you turn back from? Leo pointedly inquired, gesturing towards Gloria. The doll pouted slightly. Your words are rather coarse. When I encountered her, she was merely about 5 years old, sitting foolishly on the beach. Had I not discovered her in time, she would have drowned in the rising tide. It was I who raised her, and I named her Gloria. A gurgling sound interrupted the conversation. Gloria, holding her stomach, looked at everyone with a plaintive expression. The little girl had been active throughout the night and had indulged in an abundance of appetizing fruit candies. She was now quite famished. Let us eat while we converse. Will, go catch some fish, and Leo, fetch the cooking utensils from the boat. You two, do not linger. Go into the forest and gather some mushrooms. Charles systematically assigned tasks to everyone. As the smoke rose, a large pot of fish and a pot of mushroom porridge were prepared, and the 5 of them formed a circle, slurping contentedly. Anna, we have encountered each other through circumstance, so shortly we shall send you back to Purim Island via boat. The doll displayed a dejected expression. That will not suffice, Leo. I attempted to do so long ago. It is as if my soul is firmly anchored to this island, unable to escape its confines. Is that so? Leo and the others fell into contemplation. Will proposed, if we retrieve Anna's body, Perhaps her soul can return to its original form, allowing her to depart from Doll Island? Charles responded with a hint of exasperation. It has been 7 years. Her body may very well have decayed into a heap of bones by now. No, Anna's body must be preserved somewhere intact. If she were truly dead, the effects of the ghost fruit would have dissipated. The very fact that Anna can manifest in spirit form indicates that her physical self is still alive. But where exactly? Is Sister Anna's body? Gloria posed the pivotal question. Leo appeared confident. Perhaps we should inquire with her brother, after all. It was little Tommy who found his sister's body 7 years ago. As the ship of the sea god returned to Perm Island, daylight had already broken. Soon, we would part ways. Will to the market, Charles to the tavern, and Anna mentioned that she had been quite popular here 7 years ago. So there must be some who remember her. We decided to search separately, perhaps uncovering some clues, while I would venture towards the castle in hopes of fortune. After assigning our tasks, the three of us set off. Perm is indeed a thriving little island. The market bustled with a constant flow of people and the lively sounds of vendors hawking their wares. Will approached a fish stall and struck up a conversation with the proprietor. Good day to you, sir. Oh, are you here to look at the fish? They just arrived this morning. The vendor, evidently unaccustomed to selling to a fisherman, momentarily lost his composure. I'm not here to buy fish. I wish to inquire. Upon hearing that Will was not a buyer, the vendor's demeanor shifted. If you're not buying, then don't linger here and disrupt my business. I would like to ask, don't ask prices if you're not buying. I have no time to entertain you. Then I will buy. Oh dear, young man, which one have you set your eyes upon? Do you need assistance in preparing it? After some deliberation, Will pointed to a shark and inquired, how much for this one? The vendor was taken aback, noticing the resemblance between Will and the shark's dorsal fin. Confused, he stammered, are you here looking for a brother? Let me clarify, I did not catch it. I merely sell it. The crew handles the slaughter. So if you seek vengeance, you have come to the wrong person. Will, now sweating profusely, hastily explained, you misunderstand. I am an orca, not a shark. No, that is not quite right. I am a fisherman, not a fish. Just cut me a piece. Good heavens, you nearly terrified me. I thought you were seeking revenge. It will cost you 10,000 Bailey. Will accepted the shark fin and continued, I wish to, dear boy, what else do you desire to purchase? Will replied, boom. You are exceedingly rude. Why do you persist in interrupting me? Let me finish my thoughts. After being interrupted several times by the fish stall owner, the little chubby fish finally erupted, grabbing the vendor and unleashing a torrent of words. The vendor, taken aback by Will's outburst, never imagined that a fish would threaten him after a lifetime of selling fish. What is this? You seem to be quite agitated. What is it you wish to ask? Do you know Miss Anna? She is the daughter of the Count. Humph. What are you scheming? Miss Anna has long since passed away. The fish stall owner glared at Will disapprovingly. Upon hearing this, Will's spirit soared, and without a moment's hesitation, he spoke the truth. Anna is not dead. Her soul resides on Doll Island, but she cannot find her body. I am here to assist her in the search for it. The vendor's expression shifted dramatically, fury rising within him as he bellowed at Will, you scoundrel. How dare you desecrate the memory of the deceased? Everyone, come quickly. This fisherman is spreading lies, claiming Miss Anna has become a malevolent spirit. Let us deal with him together. The naive Will was clearly ill-suited for gathering intelligence. After a rather tumultuous exchange, he successfully incited the villager's ire, who subsequently chased him down the streets armed with brooms, frying pans, and benches. In the midst of his escape, he did not forget to clutch the shark fin he had been selling. Meanwhile, Charles strolled along the streets and unwittingly found himself at the edge of the town, in the slums. Since Leo had mentioned that Miss Anna held a high reputation among the common folk, he intended to extract information from them. At that moment, the men of the impoverished area had already left for work, leaving behind a multitude of women engaged in household chores. Charles approached a girl who was washing clothes by the creek, casually initiating a conversation. Hello, miss. Would you care to have a heart-to-heart with me? I'm busy. So just go away. Charles replied, why so irritable, young lady? But I find it quite appealing. He nonchalantly sat on the grass, a blade of wild grass in his mouth, striking a pose he deemed suave. Would you like me to assist you? Such delicate hands shouldn't he be burdened with this toil. Oh, then come on. Eh? Why are you deviating from the script? Charles felt a bit disheartened. But having already spoken, he took the soiled clothes from the girl's hands and began scrubbing them in the creek. The girl, seeing that Charles was genuinely helping her, burst into laughter. You're quite amusing. I've never been approached like this before. This can hardly be called an approach. I am sincere. A girl as lovely as you ought not to engage in such drudgery. What else could I possibly do? Charles was momentarily at a loss for words until he noticed the creek-esque bank adorned with yellow wildflowers and suddenly had an idea. Why don't you gather some flowers and weave a crown? Giggles erupted from the girl. Oh, you must not interact with girls often. I must say, your naive demeanor is rather endearing. Unbelievable. With my looks, how could I not have girls around me? Well, you're just average looking. A true handsome man should resemble Count Tommy, she said, her eyes sparkling at the mention of the Count. Humph, I shall wash no more. You possess no discernment. Young lady, are you jealous? Don't be upset. If I go gather wildflowers, will you finish washing my clothes? Before long. Charles had washed an entire tub of dirty clothes, and the girl returned with a bouquet of wildflowers. Here, these flowers are for you. As a token of my gratitude for washing my clothes. Humph, are you insulting me? How could I accept flowers from a lady? Well, do you want them, or not? If not, I'll toss them away. With no choice, Charles reluctantly accepted the bouquet. Just as he received it, he exclaimed in surprise, and then concocted a new plan. It's nearly noon. Allow me to treat you to a meal. Ah, now that feels like a proper approach. You even know to invite me to dine. Indeed. Where do you live? I can cook for you. Ah, you've made progress. After the meal, will you not want to leave? Oh dear. That is not what I meant. This wildflower is indeed a splendid ingredient, and I intend to prepare a meal for you with it. The girl regarded Charles with suspicion. Her wariness evidently heightened. Ah, you can actually eat wildflowers? Indeed, I am a chef, and I genuinely wish to cook for you as a token of gratitude. All I require in return is for you to answer a single question. What question? Are you familiar with Miss Anna? Please share everything you know. Miss Anna? You must be referring to Sister Annabel, correct? Why do you inquire about her? You truly know her? Please, I implore you to tell me. This is of utmost importance to me. The girl's eyes sparkled as she smiled. Very well, then come to my home. After we dine, I shall divulge the information you seek. As the smoke began to rise from the cooking, it was not long before Charles had prepared an extravagant feast. The girl gazed at the table in astonishment, the fragrant aromas tantalizing her senses. Now, may I be informed? Wait a moment. Did we not agree that you would learn after the meal? Then hurry and eat. Let us wait for my husband to return. We shall dine together. You are married? Before Charles could finish his thought, a deep, jovial laughter echoed from outside. My dear Loris, what delightful dish have you conjured today? I could smell the aroma from several streets away. Oh, darling, why have you returned so late? If you linger any longer, the food will grow cold. Ah, do not mention it. Today at the market, a detestable fishmonger had the audacity to slander the late Miss Anna. We pursued him for quite some time, but he managed to escape. Should I encounter him again, I shall make him pay. Oh, Miss Anna again. My dear, let me tell you. A chef came to our abode today. He is also inquiring about Miss Anna. Where has Charles gone? Leo leisurely approached the vicinity of the Earl's castle. But even from a distance, he aroused the guard's vigilance. Young man, this is the Earl's castle. Go play elsewhere, they admonished him. Just as Leo was being ushered away by the guards, the grand door swung open, revealing a strikingly handsome young man who emerged from the castle. Immediately, all the guards stood at attention and saluted, exclaiming, My lord the Earl. The young man smiled and nodded graciously before boarding a carriage. Leo gazed thoughtfully at the Count, then approached the guards who had previously driven him away. Was that young man truly the esteemed Count? He appeared remarkably youthful. How had he ascended to such a title at such a tender age? Hark, young lad, take heed, do not be deceived by the Count's youthfulness. In the 5 years since his ascension, Purim has flourished beyond measure. The Count has also secured a promise from the government to establish a naval base in Purim, ensuring that no pirates shall dare to harass us henceforth. Leo discreetly handed the guard 10,000 berries. Oh, impressive. However, I have heard that the Count has a sister who is dearly beloved by the people. Why is she not the one to inherit the title? The guard cautiously glanced around before pocketing the berries. Shoo, never mention Miss Anna here. It is a perpetual sorrow for the Count. After Miss Anna's tragic demise 7 years ago, the old Count succumbed to grief and passed away as well. In the span of 2 short years, he lost 2 beloved family members, which has profoundly affected our Count. To spare him further anguish, we refrain from speaking of Miss Anna. This situation appears plausible. Yet with Leo's experience in the Grandflower family, it increasingly tastes bitter. How did Miss Anna meet her end? The guard hesitated but ultimately divulged the information out of respect for the berries. It is said she perished in a maritime disaster 7 years ago, and it was Mr. Tommy, the current count, who discovered Miss Anna's remains, did not inquire further about this matter. The villagers are quite sensitive regarding it. Anna's body must undoubtedly be in Tommy's possession. If Tommy truly believed Anna was dead, he would have surely buried her. After 7 years without sustenance, her body would have decayed beyond recognition, leading to the vanishing of her spirit. However, the reality is that Anna remains in a state of ethereal existence, sustained by the powers of the ghost fruit, indicating that her body has been preserved by some means by Tommy. Upon realizing the implications, Leo displayed a disdainful smile. With such trivial tricks, you dare to flaunt them before a member of the Grandflower family? Just wait for me to expose you. After concluding a day of investigation, Leo summoned Will and Charles to exchange intelligence. However, upon observing their downcast expressions, Leo understood their disheartenment and sighed before speaking. Annabelle's body must be hidden somewhere within the castle. According to the guard, it was her brother Tommy who found and brought back Anna's remains 7 years ago. This raises several questions. Firstly, why did Tommy venture alone to Crescent Moon Island? Secondly, what a coincidence it was for him to find her precisely at the moment her spirit departed. And he merely stated that Anna suffered a maritime disaster without revealing where she was found. Why would he conceal the truth? Charles, feeling somewhat awkward, chimed in with his analysis. Clearly, that fellow Tommy deliberately obscured the facts to secure his inheritance. I have heard that the Count has publicly lamented the loss of his father and sister. Yet he has not mentioned it in recent years and has even neglected to pay tribute to them. Is that true? I thought you had uncovered nothing. Ah, come on. This is common knowledge. It's not something you can discover just by asking around, Charles retorted, his face slightly flushed. Will, feeling aggrieved, interjected, You're lying. No one in the market shared this information with me, and they certainly cared for them dearly. Leo and Charles were engaged in a conversation when Charles, somewhat perplexed, inquired of Leo, We are not friends with Anna. Why should we assist her? You do not strike me as the type who meddles in others' affairs, unless you harbor some feelings for those two young ladies. Following this, he displayed a knowing expression that only a man would comprehend. Charles, please retract your distasteful expression. What could I possibly feel for a young girl and a mere toy? Assisting them is merely a trivial act. There are far too many unfortunate souls in this world. I am not the sort who revels in alleviating the troubles of others. In fact, should anyone obstruct my path, I would not hesitate to eliminate them. So, Charles, are you disillusioned by my nature? Charles smirked slightly. On the contrary, Captain, if you were overly benevolent, that would truly trouble me. Having endured years of humiliation in the lower strata, Charles knew that much of the harm came not solely from the nobility, but more so from the common folk and his peers. Hence, he was no naive fool bound by moral constraints or compassion. Will glanced between the two, struggling to comprehend their exchange. However, the rotund lad possessed one admirable quality. He unconditionally trusted Leo. Whatever Leo asked of him, he would never refuse. In contrast to Charles, Will found life to be considerably less burdensome. Let us first arrange our forthcoming plan. Our initial step is to locate Anna's grave. I must ascertain whether Tommy has indeed laid her to rest. If she has not been buried, we shall conduct a covert search of the castle. Ultimately, our goal is to retrieve Anna's body and return it to Crescent Island. With the plan established, Leo resolved to commence their actions that night. The three of them stealthily approached the vicinity of the castle, intending to capture a guard in hopes of extracting useful information. A patrol of guards circled the castle's perimeter. 2 streams of water, akin to tentacles, silently approached from behind, ensnaring the last soldier in the line and dragging him into the underbrush. After a brief moment of shock, the guard found himself confronted by 3 masked figures. One of them towered over 3 meters tall, exuding an oppressive presence, with a stream of drool trickling from beneath his mask. Another was tall and slender, with sleeves extending unusually long, revealing the tip of a knife protruding from the cuff. Most unsettling was the sight of this individual coldly laughing as he inflicted harm upon himself with the blade. Lastly, a diminutive figure cloaked in a black cape, wearing a comical mask, loomed ominously. The very water that ensnared the guard emanated from his hands. Who are you? What do you want? This is the castle of the Count. Do not act recklessly. The guard felt an overwhelming surge of fear, recognizing that these figures were far from benign. No sane individual would dare to assault the Countess guards. Cackle, cackle, cackle. I will pose the questions, and you shall provide the answers. Do not utter superfluous words. Or else, a knife was plunged between the guard's legs with a resounding thud. The guard could no longer contain himself, and a large pool of liquid spilled forth, prompting the long-armed creature to hastily retract the knife from his hand. Coughing, he remarked on the lack of hygiene. "Where's Miss Annabelle's grave?" "It's situated beside the estate on the back mountain, in the burial grounds of the Count's family." The guard was on the brink of collapse. These three perverse individuals were merely disguises of Leo and his companions, who, having obtained the answer they sought, urged the guard to accompany them to the estate. After an exhaustive search, they finally located Anna's grave in a corner of the cemetery. The group toiled for quite some time to unearth the coffin. Upon prying it open, an unpleasant musty odor wafted out, indicating that the coffin had been buried for quite some time. As expected, it was empty, and it had not been interred. This revelation did not surprise Leo. The forcibly brought guard, however, gaped in disbelief. "What is the meaning of this? Why is it empty? Miss Anna was buried 7 years ago." "Oh, how can you be so certain?" Leo pressed. "7 years ago, our squad laid Miss Anna to rest. Many witnessed her serene repose in the coffin. Where has her body gone?" It appeared that they would have to return to the castle in search of clues. Significant items would undoubtedly be concealed in the most secure places. Just as the trio prepared to head back to the castle, the guard provided a lead. "The Count has a basement in the castle that no one is permitted to enter." You seem to betray your master rather swiftly. Why divulge this information? Shouldn't you be loyal to your Count?" The guard offered a wry smile. "My family has served the Count for generations. Miss Anna was always kind to us, and upon seeing her remains stolen, I too wish to reclaim her body." "Oh, you appear rather dubious. Why?" "Upon our suggestion to search the castle, would you immediately think of the Count's basement? Your reaction raises suspicions." Leo was not easily swayed by this man, especially one who quickly questioned his own master. The guard sighed in resignation. "This matter is no secret among us. The lady's untimely demise, the old Lord S. sorrowful passing, and Lord Tommy S. ascension have given rise to unsavory rumors about the current Count among the castle guards." "Very well. For now, I shall trust you. Lead us to the Castle S basement." With a newfound lead, Leo resolved not to squander any time. Despite any potential issues with the individual in question, he possessed the confidence to handle the situation. Within the castle, 3 soldiers were advancing towards the basement. Leo decided that he and Charles would disguise themselves as guards, leaving Will outside to provide support. It was the early hours of the morning, and most of the castle's inhabitants were sound asleep, with only a handful of guards patrolling. Guided by someone familiar with the premises, Leo and Charles swiftly arrived at the entrance to the basement. They deftly neutralized the guards present, and Charles even rendered their guide unconscious. Cautiously, they descended the staircase, arriving at a wooden door. Just as Charles was about to open it, they heard a commotion from behind the door. In a quick motion, they concealed themselves on either side, preparing to incapacitate anyone who might emerge. After waiting for a moment without anyone opening the door, Leo cautiously pushed it ajar, peering inside alongside Charles. The space beyond was expansive, illuminated by electric lights. Upon witnessing the scene unfolding within, both gasped in unison. They had found what they were looking for. Inside the room, a young man with golden hair was berating a girl. "My dear sister, behold how prosperous this territory has become under my governance. Soon, the subjects will forget your very existence. If you had only agreed to marry me back then, you wouldn't be trapped in eternal slumber. You promised me in our childhood that you would marry me. Why do you deceive me? Alas, all of that is coming to an end. You shall die now. You will no longer partake in such delightful games." Throughout this tirade, the girl remained silent, sitting motionless in a chair. Without the need for further introduction, Leo and Charles deduced the identities involved. Count Tommy, through some means, had preserved Anna's body and hidden her away in the basement like a specimen in a collection. Charles, do all nobles exhibit such depravity? Leo's worldview was shaken by Tommy's actions. "I am but a fallen noble, struggling to meet basic needs. This preservation is a first for me." The shocking scene before them visibly affected Charles as well. Suddenly, with a creak, Leo and Charles, too engrossed in their observation, inadvertently pushed the door open wider. As the guards appeared in the doorway, Tommy's expression of exhilaration abruptly froze, while Leo and Charles sheepishly waved at him. "Why you? How did you get in here?" "Attack!" Leo hurled a water balloon, striking Tommy squarely in the face. In an instant, Charles appeared at his side, delivering a blow that rendered him unconscious on the ground. After cautiously closing the wooden door, Leo surveyed the surroundings and realized the truth. It was life support equipment. No wonder Anna's body had been preserved for such an extended period. This fellow named Tommy was indeed remarkable, capable of acquiring such advanced technology. Leo carefully assisted Anna in donning her attire and gently placed her body into the restoration pod. Having studied at adventures.Leo was well versed in the operation of such equipment. Once Anna's body was securely situated, Leo and Charles hoisted the restoration pod, disregarding the need for stealth, and made a hasty exit. They swiftly located Will, who was waiting outside, and returned to the Poseidon vessel at the utmost speed. Meanwhile, the Earl's castle was ablaze with light, and alarms blared throughout the halls. Tommy, grimacing as he grasped his neck, issued orders to his subordinates. Find those individuals for me. I want them dead. Upon their return to Doll Island, Leo and his companions successfully brought back Annabelle's body. Anna, the ghostly maiden, we have found your body, Leo called out, uncertain if the unpowered restoration pod could still preserve her form. Hearing his call, Anna and Gloria rushed over, having searched for 7 long years. Today was the day of their long-awaited reunion, and Anna's heart surged with anticipation. As they opened the restoration pod and extracted her body, Leo urged her to enter without delay. Gazing upon her reflection, which remained unchanged from 7 years prior, save for a slight gauntness, she was still as resplendent as ever. Anna expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Leo and the others. Once she steadied her emotions, her soul re-entered her body. All eyes were fixed anxiously on Anna. But 30 minutes elapsed with no sign of response. Suddenly, her soul burst forth from her body once more, and at that moment, she appeared overwhelmed with despair. Why can't my body move? I can feel the connection between my soul and my body, yet I remain immobile, she lamented. The group exchanged glances, having presumed that restoring Anna's body would resolve the issue, but the outcome was far from what they had anticipated. Charles furrowed his brow and remarked, Tommy must have done something to your body, utilizing methods that can render a person in an eternal slumber. Leo recalled having encountered similar accounts in medical texts. Indeed, for instance, an excessive consumption of sleep mushrooms or directly ingesting zombie mushrooms could induce a perpetual slumber. Tommy, what is his current state? Upon hearing her brother's name, Anna ceased her weeping, fervently yearning to know the well-being of her kin. Your brother has inherited the title of Count, becoming the new Lord of Purim. Before Charles could finish, Anna interrupted him. Tommy has inherited the title of Count? And what of our father? Anna expressed skepticism towards Charles's words. 7 years ago, it was Tommy who brought your body back to Purim Island. He told everyone you perished in a shipwreck. The old Count, overcome with grief, passed away 2 years later. Thus, it was only natural for Tommy to inherit the title of Count. Is it true that my body was brought back by Tommy? I must see him. I must relay the entirety of this matter to him. I wish to return home. Anna paid no heed to Charles and Leo's words, her mind consumed with thoughts of returning home. The three of them exchanged glances of resignation. It was better to clarify certain matters sooner rather than later, for Anna would be unable to bear the truth upon witnessing it firsthand. Anna, please remain calm and listen carefully. Your brother Tommy has issues. 7 years ago, he reclaimed your body but deceitfully claimed you had passed away. He unearthed your corpse and secretly concealed it in the basement. Moreover, the circumstances surrounding your father's death remain shrouded in mystery. Before Charles and I reclaimed your body, we witnessed Tommy inflicting harm upon it. Thus, this entire affair has been orchestrated by Tommy with malicious intent. Leo recounted all the intelligence they had gathered and what they had personally witnessed. In her ethereal state, Anna floated with hollow eyes, tears cascading down her cheeks. Gloria looked at her with deep concern. Leo, please help Sister Anna. You are so capable. Surely you have a way. Indeed, assisting you in reclaiming your body is essential to resolving this matter. Anna, what do you truly desire? After a prolonged silence, Anna's eyes flickered. I wish to return to Palam, to go home, and confront Tommy directly. Very well, we shall take you home. However, things have changed since 7 years ago. You must heed my guidance. Can you do that? As long as I can fulfill my wish, I will follow your lead. Leo allowed Anna to return to her own body first, and then he planned to take them both back to Purim Island, intending to infiltrate the Count's castle once again that night. Leo's plan was straightforward, to evade the villagers and proceed directly to the castle, where he would confront Tommy and allow Anna to face him. They possessed an overwhelming advantage in terms of strength, so they might as well strike directly at the heart of the matter. However, Leo harbored his own self-serving motives in assisting Anna after awakening her. He intended to reclaim the power of the phantom fruit. Yet, given the current circumstances, he found it difficult to convey this to her directly. Unexpectedly, events unfolded in a manner that took everyone by surprise. Upon their return to Palam, they were confronted at the harbor by furious villagers. It appeared that Tommy had issued a bounty, News of Leo and his companions had spread throughout the town. The townsfolk, armed with farming tools, glared at them with righteous anger, their agitation palpable as they seemed poised to take action. Simultaneously, a squad of guards arrived, forming a line and aiming their rifles at Leo and his companions. Outsiders, you are charged with infiltrating the castle to assault Lord Earl and for the theft of Miss Anna's body. Surrender now and accompany us to face the Earl's judgment, declared the captain of the guards, pronouncing their fate before the assembled crowd. As the situation spiraled towards an uncontrollable climax, Leo raised Anna's body and implored, "Wait. You have all been deceived. This entire affair is a fabrication spun by Tommy." Leo pointed towards the restoration chamber and said, "Look, if Miss Anna was buried 7 years ago, how could her body be preserved in such pristine condition? In fact, Miss Anna never died. She has been imprisoned by Tommy in the basement." The crowd gazed at Anna in confusion, although Leo's words had shaken their beliefs. They were reluctant to accept the notion that Count Tommy was lying. At that moment, several villagers exchanged glances and then shouted loudly, "The burial of a noble surely differs from ours. It cannot be explained by common logic. Indeed, Sir Count, given your immense wealth, it is not impossible for you to preserve a body. Clearly, you have stolen Miss Anna's remains and are now attempting to feign innocence. If you claim Miss Anna is still alive, why doesn't she rise to explain herself?" Those who had been swayed by Leo's words found their resolve strengthened once more by this outcry. Just as the guards and villagers prepared to take action, a translucent spirit emerged from Anna's body. "I am Anna. My people, I have returned." Anna joyfully greeted the residents of Palom, her demeanor and voice as melodious and warm as they had been 7 years prior. However, the reaction from the crowd was not what Anna had anticipated. Instead of smiles, they gazed at her with expressions of terror, and a few guards, frightened, accidentally fired their weapons. While the ordinary could not harm a spirit, the fear and skepticism reflected in the crowd's faces pierced Anna's heart deeply. Leo signaled to Will and Charles, and in an instant, they subdued the guards. Observing Anna's emotional instability resurfacing, Leo quickly reassured her, "Anna, let us find Tommy. He will surely resolve the issues with your body." Anna, however, did not respond to Leo's words. Instead, she drifted toward the castle in her ethereal form. Seeing her act in such a manner, Leo inwardly lamented. If Anna were to inadvertently harm Tommy, all leads would be irrevocably severed. "Will, take Anna's physical body. We must pursue her." As Anna traversed through the commercial district and the residential area in her spectral state, the frightened villagers scattered in all directions. Some recognized her identity but were too terrified to remain, while others pointed at her, exclaiming about the ghostly apparition, causing Anna's heart to bleed with sorrow. The castle's grand entrance loomed ahead, and suddenly, Anna quickened her pace, only to be confronted by a contingent of soldiers blocking her path. The soldiers approached her at a brisk pace, kneeling on one knee, and one of them declared, "Miss Anna, your loyal knight Lannister welcomes your return." A few of Leo's companions caught up, and, upon seeing the guard kneeling before Anna, they suddenly realized that he was the guide from the previous day. It seemed he had mentioned once that he had served as Anna's knight. "Lady Anna, your guard has been eagerly awaiting your return. Please allow us to escort you back to the castle. Knight of Lannister, loyalty is your noble virtue." Anna's gaze softened slightly, and she permitted the Lannister to lead the way ahead. Leo and Charles exchanged glances, realizing that the guards had encircled them, creating an arrangement that resembled an escort, but felt more akin to the confinement of prisoners. The individual known as Lannister appeared to be quite dubious. As they passed through the grand gates into the castle, they arrived directly at the hall, which was brightly illuminated. Count Tommy sat alone in the center, and upon seeing Anna approach in a spectral form, he exhibited no surprise, even rising to greet her. "Annabelle, my dear sister, after 7 years, you remain as stunning as ever," the dashing Count Tommy remarked with a smile. "Still as stunning? Tommy, do you truly believe I am beautiful in this state?" Anna retorted, realizing from Tommy's demeanor that Leo's assessment was indeed correct. Her brother had betrayed her. With a resounding thud, the castle doors closed, and the guards took their positions around the circular hall. "Haha, to see my sister once more fills me with immense joy. Do you not miss me?" Tommy conversed with Anna with remarkable composure, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of her harming him. Lannister stepped back, fortuitously standing beside Will. "My lord Tommy, 7 years ago you deceived us by claiming Miss Anna perished in a shipwreck. You misled everyone and usurped the title of count. Today, we shall vow to aid the lady in reclaiming all that is hers." Upon Lannister's declaration, A colossal birdcage descended from above, ensnaring them all. With a sense of helplessness, Leo cast a glance at Lannister, inwardly lamenting, "Brother, your acting is woefully inadequate. You have failed to grasp the rhythm of pretense and confrontation. Who begins their charade only to be met with blows?" As a cloud of dust settled, the figures ensnared within the iron cage were revealed. Tommy, his visage contorted with fury, shouted at Lannister, "Silence, you traitor. Understand who truly reigns over Palam. And you, Anna's little companion, I am aware of your devil fruit powers. This sea stone cage is merely a token of our meeting, so kindly observe in silence." After his outburst, Tommy regained his composure, addressing his sister, "Sister, I can promise to restore your body, but should we not discuss the matters of 7 years ago today? Abandon such hopes. I am your sister. And how dare you utter such words to me?" Anna gazed at Tommy with a heart full of sorrow. Tommy's expression darkened ominously. "So you still refuse? Can the agony of your body not compel you to bow your proud head? Father is dead. No one can oppose my love for you. Why do you yet refuse to accept me?" With a thunderous roar, 2 phantom bombs detonated beside Tommy, and as the smoke cleared, his somewhat disheveled figure was unveiled. "Brother, do not force my hand. Restore my body, and I shall desire nothing more. You are still the Lord of Palam." Anna's feelings towards her brother were tumultuous, shaped by Tommy's twisted affection, which had driven her to pray to the sea god 7 years prior in a desperate attempt to evade his relentless pursuit. "Ha! Is this truly your choice, Sister Anna? After 7 years of ceaseless dreaming, you still manage to disappoint me." Tommy laughed maniacally. Suddenly, Anna, in her ethereal state, clutched her chest and let out a wretched cry. Within the sea stone cage, Lannister seized the moment when all eyes were on Tommy, stealthily plunging a dagger into Anna's chest. Will, realizing what had transpired, furiously retaliated, sending Lannister crashing against the cage with a single punch. The guards surrounding the hall, in perfect unison, raised their firearms, aiming at Leo and his companions. Lannister coughed up blood, leaning against the cage. "I apologize, Miss Anna, but you truly should not have returned. Lord Tommy is far more suited to be the master of Palam. During your absence, the Count has governed Palam admirably. Your presence will only disrupt the tranquility we have maintained. Therefore, Miss Anna, I bid you to perish." Lannister's words pierced Anna's heart with a pain far greater than that of the dagger embedded in her chest. Years of solitary existence on Doll Island had left Anna's memories of Palam frozen in time, a place she had longed to return to, only to encounter boundless betrayal. Once loyal subjects now feared her, and the knight who had vowed to protect her had forsaken his oath. Their betrayals felt like blades piercing Anna's soul, mercilessly stabbing at her heart. Suppressing her anguish, Anna straightened her ethereal form, her gaze locked on Tommy. "And what of you? Simply because I do not accept your love, you would take my life?" Tommy stifled his laughter, addressing his dear sister with a tone of mockery. "You are truly remarkable. From a young age, our parents have taken pride in you, and your intellect has been lauded by all your teachers. As you matured, the subjects adored you, and the knights pledged their fealty to you. Even before reaching adulthood, you were already deemed the next lord of Purim Island. All these splendid accolades belong to you, and I never intended to contest your glory, for you had promised to marry me. Although all that is beautiful is yours, you are still mine. And thus I willingly chose to remain in your shadow. Yet, on the day of your coming-of-age ceremony, you betrayed your oath. You have turned my years of silent devotion into a mere jest." Anna, in torment, closed her eyes, her soul beginning to fade into obscurity. Tommy continued, "Look at how prosperous Purim has flourished under my governance. Who would still remember you? All the subjects sing praises of my achievements, and every knight has offered me their loyalty. Yet today, you have once again rebuffed me, so I renounce you. May you perish. Oh, and let me share another piece of news. In the 2nd year following your demise, our father, that foolish man, could not bear to relinquish the title of lord to me due to his longing for you. Since he desires you so dearly, I shall have to send him to join you." Ha! Tommy S. words confirmed another of Leo S. earlier suspicions. As Anna's eyes remained shut, her soul began to tremble violently, morphing from a translucent form into a crimson hue. A piercing scream engulfed the hall as Anna opened her bloodshot eyes, her hair swirling chaotically in the air, an overwhelming force emanating from her that caused cracks to appear in the castle walls. In an instant, all the guards in the hall collapsed, leaving only Anna, Tommy, and a few others conscious in the room. Tommy, clutching his head and kneeling on one knee, gazed at Anna in terror, utterly bewildered by how one on the brink of death could exude such formidable power. Leo pressed one hand against the bars of the cage, which was crafted from sea prism stone, causing it to disintegrate in an instant. He gazed at Anna, who resembled a malevolent spirit, and murmured to himself, "I never anticipated that you would awaken the Conqueror's Haki, Anna. What a pity." Leo is now uncertain whether Anna's current state is a manifestation of her devil fruit awakening, for she has lost all consciousness, leaving only the purest malevolence. Her sole desire is to annihilate everything, with Tommy as her primary target. She swoops down, intent on utterly tearing him apart. Despite being gravely weakened from enduring the Conqueror's Haki, Tommy remains resolute in his attempt to flee. He presses down on a floor panel, and a gaping hole appears beneath him, causing Tommy to plummet into the abyss. The castle's flooring holds no sway over a specter's form. The malevolent spirit of Anna plunges into the depths in pursuit of Tommy. Leo instructs everyone to wait above, but just as he prepares to leap down, he is halted by Will's voice. "Leo, Anna's complexion is dreadful. She seems on the brink of death." With that, he reaches for a dagger. "Do not draw the dagger. Doing so will hasten her demise. You must swiftly take her to a doctor." At this moment, Lannister awakens, his treachery evident in the low chuckle that escapes him. "Do not waste your efforts. That dagger is specially crafted to expedite blood loss. What perplexes me is that, despite being a sea prism stone dagger, it has not rendered her powers ineffective. The hall beneath has been entirely hollowed out, revealing a subterranean chamber. Neatly arranged on the surrounding shelves are numerous weapons. Upon descending, Tommy hastily retrieves a pair of sea prism stone handcuffs and a pistol from one of the racks. Somehow, Tommy has learned that sea prism stone can nullify the abilities of devil fruit users. Yet, even with this knowledge, he underestimates the bizarre powers of the devil fruit. He hurls the sea prism stone handcuffs at Anna, only to witness them pass right through her ethereal form. Desperation sets in as he begins to fire frantically at the malevolent spirit of Anna, each bullet from his pistol imbued with sea prism stone. Still, he finds himself unable to inflict harm upon her. It is at this moment that panic envelopes Tommy. He is about to pay dearly for his arrogance and cruelty. With a piercing scream, Anna lunges forward, her entire spectral being merging with Tommy's body. In an instant, he clutches his head in terror, unleashing a blood-curdling scream as he seems to be engulfed in unimaginable horror. As Leo descended, he beheld Tommy rolling on the ground, clutching his head, while Anna had vanished without a trace. Just as Leo sought the malevolent spirit Anna, a crimson figure emerged from behind Tommy. It was Anna who ensnared Tommy from behind, prompting his eyes to bulge in terror and his wails to turn hoarse. The sight sent shivers down Leo's spine. This state did not endure for long. Tommy's body began to swell, and mere moments later, it erupted into a shower of flesh. Leo merely observed in silence, refraining from interference. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind as he gazed into the air. The malevolent spirit, Anna, began to coalesce once more in the sky, letting out a fierce roar, her formidable presence radiating from her ethereal form. With the overwhelming momentum washing over his spirit, Leo felt a powerful surge within him during the final battle on Starlight Island. This encounter with the malevolent spirit Anna became a pivotal moment for Leo's transformation, as a formidable aura emanated from his being, filling the basement with tendrils of dark lightning. Sensing Leo's provocation, the vengeful Anna charged towards him without hesitation. However, Leo was no novice like Tommy. He had already discovered a method to counter the ghost fruit back on Doll Island. With a swift motion, he reached out towards Anna's advancing form, conjuring a stream of water that ensnared the malevolent spirit midair. Under the dual forces of the passage of time and the stripping away of her powers, Anna's strength waned, her deep crimson form reverting to a pale shade. "Anna, allow me to accompany you on your final journey. After your demise, I shall obliterate this castle, ensuring that your family joins you in eternal rest." Upon hearing Leo's words, Anna ceased her struggle, her eyes regaining their luster as she fixed her gaze intently upon him. Charles, Will, and Gloria leapt down, with Gloria immediately noticing Anna's weakened state. "Sister Anna, what has happened to you? Why has your color diminished so?" "Brother Leo, I implore you, please help my sister," she pleaded. Leo shook his head gently. "Let it go, Gloria. Anna's life is nearing its end. None of us can save her." At that moment, Anna's spirit suddenly spoke. "Thank you, Gloria, for your sorrow on my behalf. In truth, it was my sister who deceived you. You were brought to Crescent Moon Island by the shipwreck, along with many others. You were merely 3 years old at the time, and it was I who disguised myself as a doll to lead you into the jungle. I was consumed by loneliness and yearned for companionship on the island. I am truly sorry, Gloria, For my selfishness that caused you to be separated from your parents. Gloria released Leo and, with tears in her eyes, rushed towards Anna, yearning to embrace her. Alas, her attempts passed through Anna's form. Sister Anna, I do not care about those things. I only remember the joy of living on the island with you. I can feel that your love for me is genuine. Please, do not leave me. Gloria's heartfelt words softened Anna's gaze further, and then she turned to Leo. Leo, you have fulfilled my wish. I have one final request. I implore you to grant it. Very well, as long as it is within my power. Please take care of Gloria for me. Take her with you to sea, and let her witness the wonders of the world that I could never see. Leo fell silent. To be honest, he was reluctant to acquiesce to Anna's selfish request. Yet, gazing upon the tear-streaked face of little Gloria softened his heart. A girl of merely 7 or 8 years, left without care, could either perish in some forgotten corner or become a target for human traffickers. It will be perilous to stay by my side, but if you do not mind, I shall have no objections. Anna's ethereal form grew increasingly faint, and in the fleeting moment before her disappearance, Leo perceived her lips moving as if to utter, I believe in you. With a thunderous roar, a mushroom cloud ascended into the heavens, as Leo bid farewell to Purim with a magnificent display of fireworks. The ship, Poseidon's Fury, gradually receded into the distance, marking the conclusion of their sojourn in Purim as they embarked upon their journey anew. This expedition was laden with sorrow. Leo bore witness to the darker facets of humanity, Tommy's jealousy and distortion, the townspeople's selfishness and indifference. Even Anna, the story's victim, had selfishly abducted Gloria for her own ends. It seemed that within this tale, there were no virtuous souls, and upon deeper reflection, the only true victim was the trembling little girl beside him. It was only after departing from Purim that Leo realized he had overlooked a crucial detail. After successfully reclaiming the ghostly fruit, he received no feedback of power. The reason likely lay in the merging of the demon fruit's soul with Anna's. Thus, when Leo drew from Anna's ethereal essence, he merely recovered the soul of the demon fruit, while its power dissipated with Anna's demise. Whether the ghostly fruit would ever regenerate remained uncertain. Grieving for Anna, Gloria remained engulfed in sorrow. Leo entrusted her care to Will, hoping that the cheerful disposition of the chubby fish would uplift the young girl, aiding her in overcoming her grief. Half a month passed, and the Poseidon's Fury was nearing the Gemini Cape. On deck, a comical food battle unfolded, a testament to Gloria's gradual integration into the team over the past month. Her newfound boldness in vying for food was evident. To Leo's surprise, the seemingly delicate girl possessed an unexpected appetite. She and Will shared a close bond, yet once seated at the dining table, they became rivals. Slurp. Charles, your seafood cakes are delicious. Will, put down that octopus leg. I saved it for last. Gloria, resembling a little hamster, would puff her cheeks with food at every meal. Slurp. Ah, it's gone. Such deliciousness must be devoured immediately. Will, thoroughly satisfied, polished off the last morsel on the table, burping contentedly. Such scenes unfolded daily, and Leo found great joy in this atmosphere. He began to comprehend Whitebeard's words. Having a crew akin to family truly felt wonderful. Presently, the team consisted of 4 members. Leo serves as the captain and is undeniably the strongest warrior within the team. He possesses a human-formed devil fruit, granting him the extraordinary power to control the sea and to strip others of their devil fruit abilities. His mission remains a closely guarded secret. He has not disclosed it to any member of the crew. Charles, the chef renowned for his culinary skills, wields the power of a cold weapon fruit and excels in kicking techniques. His fruit's abilities are somewhat peculiar, as he can transform his body to create various kitchen tools. Aside from utilizing spear-like weapons, the fishman, Will, is the ship's carpenter, adept in fishman karate. According to Leo's assessment, Will's skill level is quite modest. He possesses a gluttonous and timid nature, yearning for recognition and valuing friendship immensely, showing unconditional trust in Leo. Gloria, the shopkeeper, is a young girl with an insatiable appetite and innate strength. She is also a devil fruit user, her abilities stemming from the pursuit fruit, a superior variant of the target fruit. This fruit allows the user to mark enemies through physical contact with their left hand, enabling the user to sense the marked adversary within a radius of up to 10 kilometers for a duration of 24 hours. Any long-range attacks initiated by the user will automatically track the marked target. By touching with her right hand, she can set traps, which remain invisible until triggered, also lasting for 24 hours. Currently, Due to her limited understanding, Gloria can only create pitfalls, snares, and mousetraps. The pursuit fruit is undeniably powerful. Yet Gloria remains weak and unable to fully harness its potential. However, considering she is merely 8 years old, there is ample time for her to grow. Satisfied with the formidable team, Leo nodded and declared, "Let us discuss a name for our crew. Our maritime rescue team requires a dashing title and flag." With the captain's command, suggestions poured forth, ranging from ocean peacekeepers to fork and knife rescue team and little princess rescue squad, all of which Leo dismissed. Faced with a group lacking in creativity, Leo resolved to name the team himself. Since their mission is centered around maritime rescue, the name must reflect the essence of life. Recalling an app from his previous life called Mobile Life, he decided to translate the words separately and combine them, which could be interpreted as flowing life. Leo believed this perfectly encapsulated their purpose and proposed it as the name. With no better ideas, Charles and the others unanimously agreed to Leo's suggestion, settling on the name Flowing Life. The next task was to create a flag, which led to delightful chaos on the deck. Upon hearing about the flag design, Will and Gloria completely unleashed their creativity. The young girl doused Will in dye, then single-handedly swung him against the canvas, leaving the silhouette of a pufferfish. Meanwhile, Charles paced the deck with a glass of red wine, and suddenly inspired, he drew a circle encircled by a cross. With the lines extending outward to the edges of the circle, Charles confidently said to Leo, "What do you think of this? The circle symbolizes the world, while the cross represents rescue, perfectly embodying the essence of our profession, wouldn't you agree?" Leo looked at him with disdain, remarking that the pattern resembled a moving target at sea, as if it were intended for pirates to practice their cannon fire. Upon hearing Leo's assessment, Charles bowed his head in defeat. Just as the group struggled to reach a consensus, a beam of sunlight illuminated the golden trident at the bow of the ship, its dazzling reflection capturing everyone's attention. After exchanging glances, they ultimately decided to feature the trident symbol on their flag. To Leo's astonishment, Gloria, employing the method previously illustrated by Will, emblazoned the trident onto the flag. After much effort, they finally hoisted the flag to the mast, where the trident design fluttered in the wind. However, to Leo's surprise, the ink had not dried during the flag raising, causing the ink to run down the trident, giving it the appearance of freshly spilled blood. Coupled with the phrase "flowing life," the entire banner exuded an aura of violence and slaughter, utterly devoid of any semblance of salvation. With a sigh of exasperation, Leo resigned himself to the situation, feeling weary. He raised the banner and confirmed the name of their group, the Mobile Life Rescue Team, which was now officially established. Leo intended to outline their forthcoming plans to everyone. Today marks the formal inception of the Mobile Life, and our next endeavor will be to traverse the upside-down mountain en route to the West Sea, where we shall gradually build our reputation. Leo had contemplated the prospect of expanding to the 4 seas for quite some time, ultimately selecting the West Sea primarily due to the presence of O'Hara. He aimed to study ancient scripts, as it might be the sole means to master such knowledge. Numerous nations in the West Sea are under the control of the Mafia, and our initial objective upon arrival will be to support a puppet regime, thereby sowing discord from within and unifying all Mafia factions in the West Sea. Charles, puzzled, inquired, "Why unify the Mafia?" The answer was obvious: to have the Mafia generate revenue for us. Otherwise, do you think the rescue team could sustain everyone? Casting a cautious glance at Will and Gloria, Charles fell silent. Leo elucidated to everyone, "Freedom is the essence of our team's philosophy. The establishment of the Maritime Rescue Team serves merely as a veneer of protection. It will significantly diminish the obstacles in our voyage. The Mafia is merely a stepping stone. In this world, power is paramount, beyond individual strength. Numerous resources can bolster our endeavors. I intend to harness the Mafia's influence to create a vast intelligence network to furnish us with information. It would be even more advantageous if we could evolve into a titan of the underworld, for status is also a form of power." Charles inquired further, "What is the ultimate objective of this strategy?" The world government, local aristocrats, pirate emperors, and the underworld. These well-known forces are the most formidable organizations in existence. To navigate the seas with impunity, we must adeptly utilize these powers. However, on the surface, we must present ourselves as a rescue operation to gain official recognition, thereby preventing the Navy from becoming our adversary. We can then employ the support of Mafia to assist us in managing certain nefarious dealings. Our dual identities will afford us considerable safety, granting us at least a stable period for development. Once our collective strength reaches a level where we can disregard the rules of this world, those dual identities will become irrelevant. It is perilous for Leo to waver in his convictions, Charles remarked with a frown. Alas, what choice do we have given our humble origins? We must adeptly utilize every advantage to succeed. Time is our greatest adversary. Until we have grown stronger, this is the only course of action, Leo asserted resolutely. Seeing that no one opposed, Leo steered the ship, the sea goddess vessel, onward towards Twin Cape. Pondering whether they would encounter Coloca's or if Roger and his companions had arrived at Raftel. As the sea goddess vessel approached Twin Cape, Leo spotted the lighthouse at the entrance and suddenly recalled the presence of a whale named Labu. He attuned himself to the depths of the sea and summoned Will to guide Labu to the surface. Will leaped into the ocean and shortly thereafter emerged with a gigantic whale. Gloria and Charles beheld the island whale for the first time, their eyes widened in awe at the magnificent creature before them. Leo leapt onto the head of Lab and spoke to it. Lab, I know you can comprehend my words. The one you await shall undoubtedly meet you once more. Lab joyfully threw its head back and howled, harboring an inexplicable fear of this diminutive creature, and thus believed its words with unwavering faith. Lab, I shall impart the information you desire, but I require your assistance in return, Leo said, gently patting Lab's head. Lab swayed its body in agreement, and a subtle smile graced Leo's lips as he instructed Gloria to bring forth some dye. With deft strokes, he painted a crooked trident emblem upon Lab's head and inscribed the advertisement for his aquatic life-saving venture upon it. When Leo arrived, he had already resolved to seize this excellent advertising space for himself, leaving only an apology to the future Luffy. Observing his masterpiece, Leo nodded in satisfaction and beckoned Will to return to the ship, the sea goddess vessel, as they ascended the upside-down mountain amidst Labu's farewell. The sea goddess vessel surged against the current, climbing ever higher through the clouds, while Charles, Will, and Gloria gazed in exhilaration at the spectacle before them. Leo summoned a barrel and placed it at the center of the deck, the first to rest his foot upon it. I shall shatter all barriers and sail freely upon the vast ocean, he declared, silently adding, if possible, I shall upend this world, and let the world government and the emperors of the sea meet their demise. Witnessing Leo's solemn proclamation, the others gathered around, each placing their foot upon the barrel. I shall vanquish every chef in existence to truly become the world's greatest, one proclaimed. I wish to journey with Leo across the globe and discover a way for merfolk to thrive beneath the sun. As long as I am with everyone, I am willing to undertake any endeavor. I cannot bear to lose my family again. As Rio and his companions beheld Gloria, they erupted into hearty laughter. Amidst the cacophony of mirth, the ship, Poseidon, surged into the serene waters of the West Sea. The vessel glided slowly across the surface, and in stark contrast to the tumultuous Grand Line, the tranquility of these waters was somewhat disconcerting. Recognizing the necessity of establishing a prosperous enterprise, Rio's gaze soon turned toward the prosperous kingdom of Galad. Above, seagulls soared freely in the azure sky, while the four companions aboard indulged in a languorous afternoon. Will, munching on snacks, lounged in the swimming pool, while Gloria basked in the sun on a beach chair. Charles sat beneath a sunshade, savoring his afternoon tea. A culinary guide to the West Sea in hand, seemingly selecting potential adversaries. Meanwhile, Rio immersed himself in the laboratory to infiltrate the ranks of the Mafia. Mere brute force would prove futile. The Mafia operates on a different plane than pirates. They possess territories under their control and manage a plethora of enterprises, albeit predominantly illicit. However, their means of accruing wealth is far more stable compared to the pirates' reliance on plunder. Hence, Rio resolved to penetrate the arms market of the West Sea. Aspiring not to engage in low-end operations, as a scientist, he intended to peddle unique and formidable weaponry, those that would render his adversaries vulnerable and defenseless. The first batch of products crafted by Leo consists of sea stone bullets. Within the vast seas, any wielder of a devil fruit ability can be considered formidable, thus. The sea stone bullets, being the nemesis of such abilities, undeniably belong to the realm of high-end products. However, Leo intends to meticulously manage their quantity. For an excessive supply could easily attract the attention of CP agents, who are currently in a position of relative weakness and prioritize discretion above all else. The second product Leo plans to develop is a cannon of immense power. In this era, both pirates and the Mafia rely on black powder cannons that fire spherical iron projectiles. To put it bluntly, these contraptions are akin to the fireballs from the neighboring village. which are rather ineffective in delivering fatal blows. Therefore, Leo aims to create a weapon similar to Buggy's cannon, characterized by rapid loading and tremendous force. For Leo, merely augmenting the explosive power is a trivial task, and thus, the first cannon was effortlessly constructed. Will, come lend a hand and carry this behemoth to the deck. Will promptly obliged, transporting a uniquely designed cannon out of the laboratory. As onlookers gazed at Leo's weapon, they fell into deep contemplation. What is this? It looks utterly hideous. What purpose do those two iron balls serve? Gloria remarked disdainfully, scanning between Leo and the cannon, seemingly unable to believe that this contraption was the creation of her own captain. This cannon's design is quite peculiar. Perhaps it is too small and too short. And I can't seem to find the ignition point. Will expressed his bewilderment, continuously comparing it to the cannons he remembered. While Leo could understand that Gloria and Will had yet to witness the broader world, Charles' reaction left him utterly dismayed. Charles merely glanced at the cannon and immediately sprang to his feet, rushing over to cover Gloria's eyes. "Oh dear, Leo, you scoundrel. You dare call this a cannon? Its design is far too scandalous." Leo stood nonchalantly to the side, despite feeling somewhat embarrassed by his own invention. However, in this moment, he felt compelled to explain, "Charles, you know nothing. This is the internal combustion Armstrong cannon, a revolutionary invention of its time. Allow me to demonstrate its power." Soon, the onlookers discovered a small rocky island. As Leo set up the Armstrong cannon, he began to elaborate. Do not be deceived by the unappealing appearance of these two iron spheres. They actually contain the munitions. The Armstrong cannon can fire 3 consecutive rounds. Do not underestimate this design. It enables effective fire suppression. With deft movements, Leo calibrated the artillery, and after a slight adjustment, he firmly pressed the launch button located at the rear of the cannon. In an instant, a thunderous roar erupted, and the entire rocky island was obliterated. Leo, satisfied, patted the Armstrong cannon, which possessed just the right amount of power. If employed in a gang confrontation, it could undoubtedly obliterate the enemy's stronghold with a single shot. He envisioned countless coins beckoning him. The ship, the Sea God, gradually approached Reef Island, and Leo was astonished to discover numerous splintered wooden planks adrift on the surface of the water. A sinking feeling washed over him. Had they inadvertently harmed someone? He hastily instructed Will to stow away the cannon when, suddenly, a cry for help pierced the air. A young man in a black suit clung to a piece of wood, most of his body submerged. Realizing there were survivors, Leo quickly lowered a life ring and pulled the young man aboard. "Are you all right, sir? This may be a misunderstanding." Cough, cough. "Those damn pirates stole my cargo and sank my ship. The Bay gang will make them pay dearly," the youth muttered, coughing up seawater and not acknowledging Leo. Once he felt somewhat better, he straightened up, gazing defiantly at Leo and his companions. "This vessel is now under my command. I am Roe Anthony, the third in command of the Bay gang. If you wish to avoid trouble, you will heed my orders. First, fetch me something to eat, the short one. Bring me a sea chart, the fat one. Find me some clean clothes, and the young lady, pour me a drink. Wait a moment," he continued 5 minutes later. "I must apologize for my earlier rudeness. I, Roe Anthony, am merely a low-ranking member of the Bay gang. I was attacked by pirates while transporting goods at sea. Thank you, esteemed leaders, for your rescue." The young man, sporting a bruised face and missing a few teeth, spoke with a lisp as he recounted his predicament. "From where do you hail, and what cargo did the pirates seize?" Leo inquired, intrigued upon learning that this fellow was part of the mafia. Was this not a fortuitous opportunity to find those ruffians he sought? Reporting, "Boss, I come from Beckett Town, you know, the largest port city in the Kingdom of Gallet. I set sail to deliver supplies to the Capone family, including quite a bit of weaponry and scarce pharmaceuticals. Unfortunately, as soon as we ventured out, we were ambushed by pirates. What is the standing of the Bay gang within the mafia? We are a small faction, a subordinate force of the John family, primarily tasked with overseeing weapon factories and transporting goods." Terrified of further punishment, Anthony divulged every detail when questioned by Leo. This young man was merely a small-time leader in a minor gang, akin to a petty thief. However, such individuals are easier to manipulate. Leo planned to ascertain whether Roe Anthony was worthy of becoming a puppet. "We are the mobile life rescue team. Since you are a victim, it is our responsibility to escort you back to your homeland. Rest assured, we are professionals. Oh no, please do not send me back. I will be killed for losing the cargo. Woe is me, those accursed pirates had already been appeased." Anthony fell to his knees before Leo, lamenting his fate. "Oh, do you know those pirates?" If I were to assist you in reclaiming your goods, how would you express your gratitude? Leo inquired with a playful glint in his eye as he regarded Anthony. Upon hearing Leo's offer to help him retrieve his stolen items, Anthony's initial instinct was to decline. He was merely bemoaning his misfortune, but the loss of his cargo would result in some reprimands. It would not lead to his demise. Now, however, this formidable group was extending their aid, and the notion of repayment perplexed him. Uncertain of what value he held in their eyes, Anthony pondered his dire situation and ultimately acquiesced to Leo's proposal, curious to see their intentions unfold. "Boss, if you can assist me in regaining my goods, I would do anything you ask," he declared, moving to kiss Leo's shoes, only to be startled as Leo swiftly evaded him. Anthony then led Leo and his entourage to the pirate's lair, a modest deserted island where a pirate ship lay anchored. Historically, there had been a nexus of business dealings between the mafia and gangs, and Anthony was confident he could swiftly locate the culprits who had wronged him. "Boss, we have arrived. Please command me, and I shall be the first to charge in," Anthony respectfully requested of Leo. "Not necessary. Will Charles, bring forth our weaponry and annihilate these brigands," Leo ordered. With precision, they positioned 3 Armstrong cannons on the deck, unleashing a barrage upon the pirates' island. The overwhelming firepower swiftly obliterated the entire isle, and a few pirates crawled from the rubble. Their leader, a bearded man, defiantly shouted for a counterattack, only to be silenced by Will's swift strike. Upon witnessing their leader's demise, the remaining pirates surrendered in droves, discarding their weapons. In the aftermath, nearly a score of pirates remained alive. Leo instructed Anthony to identify the culprits, and it wasn't long before Anthony pinpointed the pirate responsible for his loss. He commanded the pirates to transfer all the stolen goods onto their vessel. Then, with a gesture of his hands, Leo summoned a colossal wave that engulfed the remnants of the island and the remaining pirates. Anthony's eyes widened in astonishment as he observed Leo and his companions. The formidable artillery and the astonishing powers displayed by Leo were unlike anything he had ever witnessed, instilling a profound sense of dread within him. He silently contemplated the implications. These youngsters possessed strength rivaling that of the John family's elite. What could they possibly desire from a mere individual like him? Leo refrained from speaking, and Anthony dared not inquire further. Thus they returned to Becca Island with an air of trepidation. The Kingdom of Garud, a member of the world government, is a nation of economic prosperity within the West Sea, dominated by the Jonathan family, one of the 5 major mafia families, whose illicit enterprises revolve around the trade of drugs and arms. The Gulf Gang operates from a modest drug factory, a business belonging to the Jonathan family, serving as their watchdog. Upon entering the town, Leo observed that Roe Anthony was quite popular. Despite his mafia affiliation, numerous villagers greeted him warmly. After a few inquiries, Leo learned that Anthony had grown up in Becca. This ambitious young man was eager to take charge, as evidenced by his insistence on delivering goods himself. And being a local strongman further solidified Leo's belief that he was the individual he sought. After sending Anthony back to report, Leo and his team departed, splitting into 2 groups, Charles and Will together, while Leo and Gloria formed the other, each tasked with gathering intelligence in Becca Town. This marked the initial step in their campaign against the West Sea Mafia. The Kingdom of Garud, situated in the West Sea, boasts a thriving commercial landscape, having flourished under 2 generations of the Glid dynasty. Currently, it is ruled by the 3rd Glid, who starkly contrasts with his illustrious grandfather and father, embodying a more avaricious nature. Since attending a world conference, he has been enamored by the lofty demeanor of the celestial dragons, who regard common folk as mere ants. Regrettably, Glid 3 is merely the ruler of an ordinary kingdom in the West Sea, and, lacking the status of a supreme noble, he aspires to live as one. Following his return from the conference, he embarked on extensive renovations of the palace, amassing a multitude of slaves and fantasizing about being among the exalted celestial dragons. Since the erection of imposing walls around the palace, Glid 3 has seldom ventured beyond its confines, indulging in a life of hedonistic excess. Having relinquished governance to his 2 sons, the king has become a recluse, leaving the nobility and ministers of Garud without sight of their sovereign. As the walls barred all but one from entry, Sir Alfred, clad in gleaming armor, ascended the steps and pushed open the heavy castle doors. He traversed the dimly lit corridors to arrive at a grand hall, where a gladiatorial arena lay at its center. Within, 2 robust men fought fiercely, surrounded by an array of weapons strewn about the ground, their blood staining the earth in a gruesome display. Sir Alfred lowered his gaze, seemingly indifferent to the brutality unfolding around him. He directly bypassed the arena and knelt on one knee beneath the throne, proclaiming, "Great King Glade III, your most loyal knight. Alfred is ever at your service." King Glade, with half-closed eyes, let out a tremendous yawn and replied, "My faithful knight commander, I command you to oversee the tax collector in gathering revenues from all regions. Ensure my wealth remains secure." After uttering these words, King Glade seemed to regain a semblance of vigor, noticing that the gladiators had yet to determine a victor. He bellowed in fury, "Who are you two performing for? This is a tiresome spectacle. If no one is dead within a quarter of an hour, I shall have you both fed to my little pets." Humph. Commoners are indeed common, daring to treat the great King Glade with such disdain. Commander Alfred accepted the command and turned to leave, maintaining an air of silence as he strode past the arena and out of the palace. Just before the gates closed, he glimpsed through the crack as one gladiator plunged a blade into the chest of another. On the following day, clad in heavy armor, Alfred commanded a contingent of knights escorting the tax collector's convoy from the royal palace. The tax collector, a young man in his 20s, approached the royal knight with eagerness, attempting to forge a connection with the king's close aide. However, Alfred merely cast a fleeting glance at him, uttering not a word as he guided his steed to the forefront of the procession. "Damn that Alfred! How dare he disregard me? I am a favored servant of the crown prince. While he is merely a brutish warrior, I shall see him dead one day." The tax collector fumed, his face flushed with anger, before slamming the carriage door shut. In the town of Baika, Leo and Gloria ambled along, hands full of food, seemingly more inclined to indulge in their feast than to gather intelligence. Becca, taking advantage of the bustling port city, observed the lively commercial street, where shops stood shoulder to shoulder. Having learned from his previous outing with Lena, Leo resolved to keep Gloria within his sight this time. To ensure her compliance, he purchased an array of snacks to keep her occupied. Suddenly, a figure hurtled out from a clothing store, a young man who crumpled on the ground, clutching his abdomen. A woman rushed to his side, tears streaming down her face as she assessed his injuries. Moments later, several individuals clad in floral shirts swaggered out of the store, hands in their pockets, exuding an air of arrogance as they approached the young couple. One of them callously placed his foot upon the young man's head. "Dear Mike, how is it that you cannot scrape together such a meager protection fee? You are making my life quite difficult," the leader taunted. The terrified youth stammered, "I sincerely apologize. Lord Jack, please grant me a few more days, and I shall repay the debt in full." Jack responded with a derisive chuckle, then pinched the woman's cheek, saying, "No problem. After all, we are friends. I can extend your grace period by 3 days. However, should you fail to produce the funds by then, the consequences could be dire, perhaps even leading to your fiancé being sold into the red light district." Desperately, Mike attempted to extricate his head from beneath Jack's foot, shielding the frightened woman behind him. He readily acquiesced to the demands, fully aware that bargaining would only lead to a more brutal outcome. He would rather endure the blows himself than allow his fiancée to suffer even the slightest harm. Leo regarded the group with indifference and whispered instructions to Gloria. Observing that the opposition had yielded, Jack refrained from further harassment and turned to leave with his two subordinates. As they brushed past Leo, Gloria discreetly touched the hem of Jack's garment with her left hand when he was not paying attention. The conditions for activating the ability to pursue the fruit were fulfilled, and a crimson arrow flickered incessantly above Jack's head in Gloria's eyes. After executing this maneuver, Leo and his companion lingered at a distance, intending to find a secluded spot to engage in a heartfelt conversation with the trio. The flamboyantly dressed trio continued their mischief along the commercial street, raiding several shops and employing the same tactics they had used against Mike, resorting to violence and extortion. Throughout their journey, everyone kept their distance from them, and just as Leo and his companion could no longer restrain themselves from intervening, an opportunity presented itself. Suddenly, Jack seized an unsuspecting passerby and dragged him into a narrow alley. This scene was all too familiar to Leo, reminiscent of the antics of street thugs. Leo and his companion hastened to follow, only to witness Jack and his associates cornering the unfortunate individual against the wall. The commotion at the alley's entrance caught Jack's attention. He turned to see two children blocking the way and flashed a menacing grin. "What are these two brats doing here? What audacity to intrude on our business! Leave all your money and scram." 5 minutes later, in a private Marseille, Jack and his henchmen found themselves on their knees before Leo, their faces swollen and pleading for mercy. The arrogance they had displayed moments ago was now replaced by abject humility. These bullies who preyed on the weak had finally met their match. Leo waved at the passerby and then turned to Jack, saying, "So you are the infamous Jack. I've tolerated you long enough." "Yes, yes, my brother, it is entirely our fault. We are the scum of the earth, mere pests. We wouldn't want to dirty your hands by laying a finger on us. Please, we implore you, spare us," Jack stammered, desperation lacing his words. Leo clicked his tongue in disappointment. He had fantasized about such confrontations countless times in his previous life as a recluse, yet his character had never allowed him the opportunity. Now, having traversed into a different realm, he found these ruffians deviating from the expected script, which was quite vexing. The simmering anger quickly manifested on Leo's face, causing Jack to break into a cold sweat, his floral shirt drenched. Just as Jack was about to utter more pleas for mercy, Leo interjected, "You will answer my questions. Any deviation from that will result in your demise. Now, tell me your name and your gang." Jack hesitated, contemplating deceit. But Leo swiftly drew his porcupine gun and pressed it to Jack's forehead, stripping him of any bravado. "I am Jack, member of the Mole Gang. You are familiar with the Mole Gang, I presume? We serve the Jones family, one of the 5 major mafias of the West Sea and the largest gang in the Galad Kingdom." Bang! Before Jack could finish, Leo fired, silencing him permanently. "What a tedious bore you are. Now, you will answer me without further ado. I have no interest in repeating myself. Speak nonsense again, and you will share his fate." Leo then aimed the porcupine gun at the second thug in the floral shirt. Suddenly called upon, the thug nearly wet himself, nodding vigorously. "We are both Jack's subordinates, responsible for collecting protection fees for the Mole Gang. Another petty criminal. Individuals like you are even more detestable than pirates and mobsters," Leo thought, his gaze turning increasingly hostile. "Where's the Mole Gang's hideout?" "The first place on Old Street. There's a milk tea shop nearby that serves delightful beverages. If you go there, you should try it." The thug, now thoroughly frightened, began to ramble, seemingly forgetting the rule against unnecessary chatter. "Don't waste my time. What is your connection to the Bay Gang?" "None whatsoever. We all serve the Jones family, but they handle drugs and arms, while we oversee territory and collect fees." After a few more inquiries, Leo realized that their lowly positions rendered them incapable of providing any valuable information. Thus, he decided to reunite them with their leader, leaving the 3 of them neatly arranged in the alley. "What shall we do next, Leo? Should we check out the Mole Gang?" one of them asked. "No, not yet. We must not alert them. Losing 1 or 2 underlings is inconsequential, but if we were to dismantle the entire Mole Gang, it would surely draw the attention of the Jones family." As Leo and his companion strolled out of the alley, they were greeted by the sight of a procession of knights escorting an opulent carriage, suggesting that a person of considerable stature had arrived in Becca for an inspection. While Leo pondered the identity of the carriage's owner, he suddenly noticed an elderly woman standing nearby, her face contorted with distaste as she muttered under her breath, "These bloodsuckers have come to collect taxes again. They are intent on driving the people to despair." Having just dealt with the ruffians on the road, it appeared that the officials were now imposing their own form of oppression, revealing that the common folk of Becca were not as prosperous as they seemed. In the mayor's office of Becca, the young tax officer occupied the main seat, while Alfred leaned against the window, his gaze fixed on the bustling street outside. The mayor sat opposite the tax officer, obsequiously pushing a box towards the young man. The tax officer casually opened the box and remarked, "Is this all, Mayor? Your tax collection efforts leave much to be desired." The mayor, seemingly anticipating this response, promptly retrieved a bag of coins from beneath the table and placed it before the young officer. Without inspecting the contents, the officer nodded in satisfaction. "Your efforts are appreciated, Mayor. His Majesty will remember your contributions." Just as the young tax officer was about to rise, a sword blocked his hand reaching for the taxes. Alfred turned his head and warned, "Accepting bribes is illegal. I advise you not to willfully transgress the law." The young officer's face flushed with embarrassment. "Alfred, mind your business and focus on your duty as a guard. Do not forget that I am the tax officer here." The mayor quickly interjected with a faint smile, producing another bag of coins and placing it on the table. "Alfred, there is no need to let such trivial matters disrupt our harmony. This is a token of respect from Becca." Ignoring the mayor, Alfred lifted the box with his sword and moved towards the door, urging the young tax officer to follow swiftly before stepping out of the office. At this moment, the tax officer's face turned pale with rage. "You'll pay for this, Alfred." Observing the situation, the mayor approached the tax officer to offer consolation, knowing well that he could not afford to offend either of these powerful individuals. after promising to send the remaining taxes to the royal tax office. The tax officer's demeanor softened somewhat. Placing the box onto the carriage, Alfred mounted his horse and returned to the front of the procession, feeling a wave of irritation wash over him at the earlier incident. Suddenly, a scream erupted from the commercial street across from the mayor's office, prompting Alfred's immediate attention. A gang clad in floral shirts was assaulting a middle-aged couple. Alfred, already brimming with frustration, felt his anger ignite further at the audacity of these thugs to bully the common folk in his presence. He spurred his horse forward, galloping towards the assailants. The leader of the gang, upon noticing the kingdom's night approaching, quickly attempted to downplay the situation, chuckling nervously, "Sir, we will clear this up immediately. It won't affect the city's appearance." The leader, clad in a floral shirt, commanded his subordinates to drag the middle-aged couple into a narrow alley after finishing his words. Alfred swiftly dispatched the thug in front of him with a single stroke of his sword, dismounted from his horse, and approached the floral shirt leader, placing the tip of his blade against the man's throat. "You are under arrest for committing a violent act in the streets, as per the laws of the kingdom. Now, stand up and accompany me to the guardhouse." At that moment of conflict, the mayor appeared alongside the young tax collector. Upon witnessing Alfred chastising the thugs of the digger gang, the mayor quickly called out to the tax collector, "Sir, those individuals are affiliated with the digger gang, working for the John family. Perhaps you might persuade Lord Alfred to reconsider." Initially dismissive, the tax collector's demeanor changed upon hearing the name of the John family, and he hurried over. "Halt, Alfred! I command you to sheath your sword." Hearing a government official speak on their behalf, the thugs of the digger gang altered their earlier bravado, sneering as they attempted to push the sword away from their leader's neck. "After committing an assault, you dare to resist arrest? That warrants a death sentence." Alfred denied them the opportunity, driving his sword through the throat of the floral shirt leader. By the time the tax collector arrived, still catching his breath, he beheld the lifeless body of the digger gang thug, his face turning crimson with anger, rendered speechless. After a moment, the young tax collector composed himself, standing tall and coldly addressing the knight commander. "Lord Alfred, this man was a subordinate of the John family. There is no need for me to elaborate on their contributions to the kingdom of Garud. They are the most loyal allies of His Majesty the King. I shall report these events accurately to His Majesty and the Crown Prince." With that, the tax collector turned away from Alfred, climbed into his carriage, and ordered it to depart. The remaining thugs of the digger gang, having witnessed their leader's demise, had long since vanished. The battered middle-aged man looked helplessly at Alfred. "My lord, you have truly brought us great trouble. Why must I encounter such a situation?" The middle-aged woman, disregarding her injuries, glared at him fiercely. "Your mere presence has been a blessing. You know nothing yet pretend to be benevolent. Please leave us and do not add to our troubles." With that, she helped her husband, limping back into the shop. Alfred stood there, gazing at their retreating figures, faced with scorn and disdain. Could it be that he was truly in the wrong? "Well done, uncle. You are a good person," he suddenly heard from beside him. Turning, he found two children nearby, a girl stuffing her cheeks with snacks, her adorably puffed face captivating, while a boy beamed at him, having just affirmed his actions. "Though you are a good person, you are a fool who means well but acts poorly. I wager that the couple's shop will soon close, and they will have no choice but to hand it over to the gang, begging those scoundrels for mercy." Alfred, puzzled, inquired, "Has justice truly withered to such a degree? If so, I shall eradicate the digger gang." Leo smiled faintly, not responding to the knight's words directly, but instead countering with a question. "I heard from your companion that engaging in such endeavors could lead to trouble for you. Why would you choose to undertake such unacknowledged actions that only invite complications upon yourself?" Alfred's body stiffened momentarily, but he soon straightened his posture. He reached out and tousled Leo's hair, "Because if no one steps forward, this country will be utterly doomed. Moreover, this is my sense of justice, and I cannot betray it." Upon hearing the knight's words, Leo's lips curled into a subtle smile. "My name is Leo, and I trust we shall meet again." He added, "If it pleases you, do call me Big Brother. I am but 27 years of age." Leo, quite an anxious appearance. A dense shroud of dark clouds enveloped the royal city. Alfred gazed up at the sky, his mood as oppressive as the weather. Having escorted the tax collection convoy to the palace gates, Alfred reined in his horse, concluding this escorting duty. The young tax officer dismounted from the carriage and strode directly into the palace, completely disregarding the presence of the knight commander beside him. Approaching the throne with a chest of coins in hand, the tax officer addressed the esteemed King Glid. "Your Majesty, the tax collection task has been successfully completed. and the taxes from various regions have been fully collected. King Glid was exceedingly pleased, believing this to be a testament to his subjects' sincere respect, which ensured a bountiful tax yield. Before King Glid could emerge from his self-satisfaction, the young tax officer doused him with cold water. Great King, during the tax collection process, Knight Commander Alfred engaged in some unseemly conduct. Ha ha ha, that fellow is far too serious, lacking the ability to interact with others. How has he offended you? Glid held Alfred in high regard, and if his Knight Commander had clashed with a subordinate, he would not mind mediating the matter. However, it was not merely a dispute between subordinates. Knight Commander Alfred had slain a member of the Joan family in Baika town. The officer had attempted to intervene, but the Knight Commander remained obstinate. Hearing that a member of the Joan family had been killed, King Glid furrowed his brow. After all, the Joan family contributed a substantial tribute to the royal household each year, and Glid did not wish for this trivial matter to jeopardize their cooperation. Very well. You may leave. Summon Alfred to me. As you command, Great King. The tax officer bowed and withdrew, contemplating the troublesome Alfred this time. You have truly stirred up a great disaster. Let us see how you extricate yourself. Before long, Alfred arrived before the throne. Great King Glid, your loyal knight stands ready for your commands. I have heard that you clashed with a member of the Joan family during this mission and even killed one of their own. King Glid's tone was notably brusque, suggesting his displeasure. In response to your majesty, I did indeed slay a member of the mafia in Baika town, Alfred began, but was cut off. Enough. I command you to apologize to the Joan family and ensure you secure their forgiveness. Depart now. King Glid was unwilling to hear further explanations and dismissed Alfred outright. At this moment, the Joan family had already received word from the palace, realizing that the Knight Commander had dared to take lethal action against a member of their family. Although the victim was but a minor figure, it was still a blow to their pride. The mafia valued face above all else, and upon receiving the news, many of the family's junior leaders clamored for retribution against Alfred. At this juncture, Joan family leader Fussman interjected, Silence. The individual in question is the kingdom's foremost warrior. Do you wish to court death? However, those who have harmed our kin must provide an explanation. I trust King Glid will instruct this unreasonable Knight Commander on how to proceed. Fussman chuckled coldly, convinced that their adversaries would come to apologize of their own accord without any effort on their part. The avaricious king had long since been bought off. The prosperity of his family in the kingdom of Golod was largely due to this magnificent monarch. With this thought, Fussman felt a surge of delight. However, after waiting several days without a visit from Alfred, he was left exasperated, wondering if the knight was encased in iron. He was well aware that King Glid had ordered Alfred to extend an apology to his family, and Fussman had even prepared a gift in hopes of befriending this esteemed master of the realm. Despite his reluctance, after a few days of inner turmoil, Alfred ultimately resolved to fulfill the king's command. The honorable knight recognized that the Joan family was a band of scoundrels, fully aware that their so-called enterprises were illegal. Yet, sometimes, one must bow to the harsh realities of life, even if one is a formidable swordsman. The burdens of taxation imposed by the world government, coupled with the oppressive heavenly gold, had rendered the lives of the lower classes increasingly arduous. The prosperity of the kingdom of Golod depended primarily on the enterprises of the mafia, which, while illicit, provided numerous job opportunities and meager wages that at least spared the common folk from hunger. Alfred had contemplated using force to expel the mafia, but what then? The king and the nobles were solely focused on their own enjoyment, with even a mere tax collector receiving bribes that surpassed the annual income of an average family. Should he act impulsively, he might find temporary relief, but the citizens' lives would become untenable. Therefore, until a better solution presented itself, he felt compelled to endure. In the past, he could at least find solace in the palace, where he was shielded from such distress. However, this time he could not evade his fate. With a firm tread, Alfred halted before the Joan family's estate and took a deep breath before stepping inside. The gatekeeper, a small-time thug, showed no fear upon Alfred's arrival. Instead, he greeted him with an audacious tone. If it isn't the kingdom's greatest master, the illustrious Knight Commander, what brings you to our humble abode today? His gaze was laced with mockery. Alfred remained silent, his expression neutral as he regarded the man until the thug, drenched in cold sweat, finally spoke again. Humph. Just wait here. No need to act so high and mighty. The thug spat disdainfully and retreated into the villa. Half an hour later, the grand entrance slowly swung open to welcome Alfred. He was ushered into the dining hall, where the atmosphere was boisterous, a lang of sweat and the scent of alcohol permeating the air. The table was laden with food. For the mafia of the Joan family was in the midst of a revelry. At the head of the table sat the chief, Fussman, swirling his wine glass and half closing his eyes in appreciation of the fine red wine. In the corner to the left of the entrance, several mafia members were mercilessly beating a young man, hurling insults as they struck. You dare to run after owing money? You must be tired of living. I don't owe you anything. I merely borrowed 20,000 burley. It's not the 100,000 you claim. The youth, on the brink of collapse, still endeavored to explain himself to his adversary. In an instant, Alfred tightened his grip on the long sword, his gaze fixed intently on the enforcer of the mafia, as if poised to strike him down at any moment. Yet, the mafia thug appeared unfazed, only intensifying his aggression. Just as Alfred was about to unsheath his sword, a voice rang out from above. When did the esteemed knight commander arrive? Why was I not informed? I have admired you for quite some time. Come, let us share a drink. After this toast, we can put our previous misunderstandings behind us. Bring forth the token of gratitude I prepared for you, esteemed knight commander. A subordinate of Fussman placed 2 heavy chests upon the table, which Fussman opened with a flourish, revealing a dazzling array of gold. A mere trifle, yet a token of respect. I hope you will not refuse, Lord Alfred. With that, Fussman smiled, awaiting Alfred's response. The choice lay before him, ally with the Jones or become their adversary. However, Alfred scarcely glanced at the gold. In a flash, his sword severed the arm of the mafia thug, the swiftness of the strike leaving the victim devoid of pain, as he collapsed against the youth. My hand. You scoundrel, how dare you? The sudden turn of events plunged the raucous dining hall into silence, as several mafia members closest to Alfred, caught off guard, fell to the ground in terror. Fussman's smile froze on his face, astonished by Alfred's blatant defiance. After a brief moment of shock, he resumed his cold smirk. Show him out. Alfred hoisted the injured youth and turned to depart from the Jones family headquarters. Within the royal palace, all attendants stood with bowed heads, treading carefully, as the wrath of King Grid III echoed, penetrating even the tightly shut palace doors. Alfred knelt before the throne, a bloodied golden goblet lying beside him. How dare you defy my orders? For a mere commoner, you would go against my will? King Grid III was indifferent to Alfred's potential reconciliation with the Jones family. What infuriated him was that his loyal knight commander would dare oppose his authority for the life of a commoner, an affront that humiliated the avaricious monarch deeply. Alfred remained mute, kneeling in submission, blood still trickling from the gash on his brow caused by the golden goblet. After a lengthy outburst, King Grid III seemed to tire. Gasping heavily as he commanded, seize his weapons and imprison Alfred. Shortly thereafter, several knights confiscated Alfred's long sword and escorted him away. In the dungeon, Alfred's hands were shackled to the wall, having endured 7 days of confinement. During this period, Griddle III forbade anyone from delivering water and food, intending to torment Alfred's spirit, waiting for him to beg like a dying dog before him. At this moment, Alfred's lips were cracked, and his once neatly trimmed beard had become a disheveled mess, erasing his former valiant image. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed, growing louder until they halted before the knight commander. Alfred slowly lifted his eyelids, first noticing a pair of exquisite boots. As his gaze ascended, it glided past a sumptuous robe, finally resting upon the face of the visitor, the illustrious Prince Pride. Prince Pride wore an air of arrogance. Good day, Sir Alfred. Before Alfred could respond, Pride continued, look at what my foolish father has done. Torturing the kingdom's greatest warrior over a mere mafia. Yet, you defy his orders for the life of a commoner. Should I commend you, or label you as reckless and ignorant? Alfred closed his eyes once more, resuming his silence. Pride, losing patience, retracted his smile and barked. Did you think you were still that exalted knight commander? You must understand that you are merely a servant of the Griddle family, wholly devoted to the crown. Unfortunately, you have disobeyed the king's command. Based on my knowledge of my father, he will either forget you entirely or, upon a fit of rage, order your execution. However, the great Prince Pride has decided to offer you an opportunity. Swear allegiance to me, serve as my sword, and assist me in overthrowing that foolish king. You may yet reclaim your status as the revered knight commander. With parched lips slowly parting, Alfred's response pierced Pride's facade, that is usurpation. What the king does not grant you, you cannot seize for yourself. Pride's expression twisted in anger as he unleashed blow after blow upon Alfred's face. Even now, you remain steadfastly loyal to that man. I am the future of this nation. You have defied one king's command. Will you also defy another? Your only path to survival lies in obedience to me. Pride's fists, bloodied from the onslaught, left Alfred's chiseled visage marred. Coughing and laughing, Alfred retorted, "You are not the future of this nation." Observing Alfred's unwavering conviction, Pride abandoned any notion of persuasion. "What a pity. I once held you in high regard. But I see now that you are a mindless fool. Farewell, holy knight. In 3 days, you shall face execution in the royal square, before those commoners." With that, Pride turned away, not sparing Alfred another glance. In the villa of the John family, within a windowless chamber, Fusman sat facing the second prince, Envy. "What do you think of my proposal, Sir Fusman?" Envy inquired, wearing a relaxed expression. "How is collaborating with you any different from working with the current king? Why should I assist you in rebellion? If it fails, I would bear the wrath of King Glid. My father is on the brink of death. Stop deceiving. For King Glid is evidently in good health. However, my elder brother seeks to eliminate him." Fusman sneered at Enway, saying, "Ha! Why should I support you, the second prince? I believe backing your elder brother's ascension is the wiser choice. I could even eliminate you right here and now and present your head to the elder prince. I am certain he would eagerly embrace an alliance with the Joan family. No, no, no. My elder brother is far too proud. He would never collaborate with you. In fact, his first order of business upon ascending the throne would be to deal with you," Enway replied, seemingly fearful that Fusman might not believe him. He added, "You are the first target my brother intends to eliminate, and I am the second. Thus, I must cooperate with you, for it is my only path to survival." Despite his desperate claims, Enway wore an expression of indifference. "Ha ha. If your elder brother ascends, you will surely meet your demise. We could simply withdraw from the kingdom of Galud. So, your highness, what will you offer in exchange for the Joan family's assistance?" Enway chuckled awkwardly. "What do you think of the position of prime minister? With that title, your family's progress would undoubtedly be smoother. I am weak, so you need not worry about my imprudence." After a moment of serious contemplation and risk assessment, Fusman ultimately agreed to the second prince's plan. He was not concerned about being deceived by Enway, for a powerless prince would have little leverage after a successful coup. However, to mitigate risk, Fusman proposed a condition. "I can agree to assist you, but you must help me eliminate Alfred. With that formidable swordsman present, I cannot act." Fortunately, Fusman was not blinded by greed. He understood that to ensure the coup's success, Alfred could not remain alive. Moreover, having the second prince take action would sever his ties with the nobility. Fusman cleverly used this condition to test Enway's resolve. If he refused, Fusman would not assist him. "Ha ha, no problem. Although I would love to comply, there is no need for me to act myself. My father, the avaricious King Glid, has already ordered the execution of Lord Alfred in 3 days. You see, I have directly shared this crucial information with you. It surely demonstrates my sincerity." "Impossible. Why would King Glid order Alfred's execution?" "It is due to the failure of the Knight Commander. Ironically, his demise is tied to your family," Enway responded, prompting Fusman to recall the enmity between Alfred and their family. "Ah, has the king lost his mind? Over such a trivial matter? Do not overestimate your importance. It is because Alfred defied my father's command that he has brought this calamity upon himself." Fusman grasped the situation and regarded Enway with the expression of one observing a fool. The foolish king and the rebellious prince would eventually undermine their own claim to the throne. But what relevance does this have to Fusman? Fusman had made a pact with Enway, agreeing that the day the holy sword shattered, 3 days hence, would mark the commencement of their coup d'etat. The headquarters of the Groundhog Gang in Byca Town lay in utter disarray. The members of the Gulf Gang had encircled it completely, leaving no avenue of escape. The room was strewn with thugs clad in floral shirts. Bang! Charles delivered a decisive kick to the last of the resistors, standing triumphantly on his head, proclaiming, "The Groundhog Gang's cleanup is complete." At that moment, only 5 individuals remained in the room, including the members of Rio's group and Ro Anthony. Leo sat in the center of the room, a sly smile gracing his lips as he observed the last member of the Mole Gang, a small-time leader whom Leo had deliberately chosen to leave until the end. "Those who dared to challenge me are already lying over there. You are the final one. Surely, you are not so oblivious to the situation," he taunted. "And do not even mention the Jones family. Do you truly believe we fear them? Now, reveal your answer, boss." "Spare me. I will follow your lead. From now on, I'm with you," the small-time leader pleaded. "I am not your boss, nor do you need to associate with me. From this day forth, Byca Town shall have only the Bay Gang. You will follow Ro Anthony, and it is upon you to subdue those who remain alive. Do not entertain thoughts of escape, for such actions would lead to a most dreadful demise," Leo instructed, gesturing towards Anthony. "All right, All right, I will do as you say. From now on, we are all members of the Bay Gang, and I will follow Brother Anthony. The small-time leader replied without hesitation. Row Anthony, in Beckatown, the Mafia is under your command alone. Organize them well, and you shall emerge as a hero here. Your cooperation is essential for the forthcoming plans, and perhaps you could even become a hero in this country. I look forward to your performance. Leo said with a gleaming smile directed at Anthony. Although Row Anthony was ambitious, he understood the source of his current position. He could hardly fathom that the young man who had rescued him at sea was, in fact, such a formidable figure. Leo permitted only his subordinate, a fellow named Charles, to take action, and astonishingly, within a mere day, he exterminated the leaders of both the Big Gang and the Mole Gang, along with several recalcitrant underlings. The remaining members of the Mafia were swiftly subdued, leading to the amalgamation of the two factions, with Anthony elevated to the position of leader. While Leo and his associates became the puppeteers behind the scenes, Anthony was acutely aware that he was but a marionette in Leo's game. However, he harbored no objections and, in fact, reveled in the exhilarating sensation of wielding power. He possessed a clear understanding of his own capabilities, recognizing that his selection by Leo was sheer fortune, which guided him in discerning what actions to undertake and which to avoid. Meanwhile, in the heart of the capital, within the headquarters of the Joan family, Fizman listened intently as his underlings reported intelligence from Becca, a member of the Bay Gang. Row Anthony had summoned a formidable expert who had slain the leaders of both gangs. Subsequently, he merged the factions and appointed himself as the boss. Upon hearing this, Fuzman was astounded that someone dared to challenge his authority. He was indifferent to the obliteration of his subordinates' power, considering that he could easily replace them. Thus, the demise of Becca's gang did not concern him greatly. The only aspect that piqued his interest was the identity of the mysterious expert. Fuzman's greatest virtue was his recognition of talent, believing that those with capability should be welcomed into his fold. Nevertheless, the affront to the Joan family's reputation could not go unaddressed, prompting Fuzman to summon his right-hand man, the chainsaw killer, Leon. Leon, the third in command of the Joan family and a user of the chainsaw fruit ability, was primarily tasked with executing Fuzman's illicit orders. He was dispatched to handle the situation in Becca, not only to rectify the insult, but also to assess the prowess of the enigmatic expert. The unmistakable sound of a chainsaw resonated as a scarred man approached Fuzman, cackling. Rest assured, boss, I will ensure that those who have offended the family's dignity pay dearly. He grinned ominously, extending his long tongue to lick the chainsaw. In the Beckatown's underworld tavern, Charles stood facing another individual, both drawing forth an object from behind their backs. A flash of golden light ensued, filling the tavern with an enticing aroma, accompanied by the sound of eager swallowing. Charles and another chef presented their culinary creations to the judges. The panel comprised Will, Gloria, and the mayor, who, unable to contain their anticipation, sampled the fragrant dishes before them. The victor of this culinary contest was none other than Chef Charles. Applause erupted as everyone celebrated his triumph, with the mayor bestowing upon him a culinary medal, symbolizing Charles's conquest through his culinary artistry. This initiative was conceived by Leo, and the medal was crafted by the town's blacksmith, with the mayor invited by Anthony. The townsfolk of Becca found such an event novel and intriguing, leading many to join in the festivities. Before the event commenced, Anthony delivered a fervent speech, announcing to the people of Beacatown that the gang leader had been replaced. The mere mention of the Mafia stirred deep-seated animosity among the crowd. However, the appointment of the local figure, Row Anthony, as the new leader was more palatable to them. Hidden among the throng, Leon's gaze flitted back and forth between Anthony and Charles. Is that the elusive master? He appears to be merely a chef. Leon stealthily maneuvered through the crowd, intending to orchestrate a grand performance before everyone, allowing the crimson flower of chaos to bloom anew and reveling in the terror etched upon their faces. Such a delightful prospect. At last, Leon extricated himself from the mass of bodies, positioning himself behind Charles. Come forth, my prey, he thought, the excitement bubbling within him. Just then, his arm transformed into a chainsaw, ripping through his sleeve as he prepared to strike, only to be unexpectedly tripped. Amidst the uproarious cheers behind him, Charles turned, narrowly avoiding a collision with the toppled Leon, who crashed into a banquet table, his chainsaw hand pinned beneath him. In the eyes of the onlookers, his rear end elevated, and head pressed to the ground. Leon concealed his identity as an assassin by hiding the chainsaw beneath him. A tough man indeed, he bit down on his lip, suppressing any cry of pain despite the gash on his thigh. Soon, blood began to seep from beneath him, staining the floor crimson as the crowd shouted for help. Yet, Leon stood upright, declaring, "I am fine. This is merely an accident." I was so eager to sample Chef Charles' creations that I inadvertently toppled the table. My sincerest apologies. He then bowed deeply to Charles. As Leon lay face down, he noticed a plate being offered to him, and he lifted his head, puzzled. Charles smiled as he presented the dish. "There's one plate left. Do indulge." Instinctively, Leon grasped the utensils and tasted the dish. An overwhelming sensation of enlightenment washing over him, causing him to kneel before Charles, as if his strength had evaporated. "I shall never refuse anyone eager to savor exquisite cuisine," Charles remarked, and Leon felt as if the man was radiating light. Later that night, within the confines of a room at the Beacon Town Inn, Leon tended to his wound. The audacity to erode my resolve in such a despicable manner. "Just wait. I've uncovered your secret. You all reside on a ship. Tonight, I shall eliminate you." The vessel, Sea God, lay quietly at the harbor as Leon stealthily ascended the deck, scanning his surroundings. "Excellent. These ruffians are fast asleep. That insufferable chef has 2 companions who are mere children. I shall deal with them first, then present the outcome to the chef, relishing the despair on his face." Ha ha ha. Just as Leon was preparing to take action, a hatch suddenly swung open. Ever since Gloria witnessed Anna's demise, she had been plagued by nightmares and developed a habit of somnambulism. Although her condition had improved during her time spent with Leo and the others, today, she found herself afflicted once more. Leon lamented his fortune. Such an easy target had presented itself. It was time to showcase his true prowess. With a swift motion, Leon transformed his forearm into a chainsaw, angling it downward towards Gloria's face. Surely, a beautiful visage like hers would be devastated by a scar. Unfortunately, the dim surroundings caused Leon to misjudge the distance, and the chainsaw merely grazed the tip of Gloria's nose before colliding with a nearby railing, sending a shower of sparks flying. Surprisingly, Gloria remained undisturbed by the encounter, instinctively raising her left hand to deliver a resounding slap to Leon's face, the force of which sent him hurtling off the deck. Fortunately, he landed directly onto a small boat below. With a pop, the bubble of mucus burst, and Gloria, bewildered, gazed at the deck. "How did I end up here? Oh well, I'm hungry. I should find something to eat." The young girl stealthily made her way to the kitchen, first inspecting the frying pan, which was devoid of any remnants of food. In frustration, she tossed the pan aside and crouched beneath the counter, rummaging through a box. A few sets of cutlery flew through the air. It turned out to be merely a box of utensils. Furrowing her brow, she sniffed the air, accurately locating the refrigerator. As she opened the fridge door, a golden light flashed. Wow, Gloria felt so fortunate. Damn it, taking advantage of my blunder to launch a surprise attack. How could that little girl possess such strength? Leon was momentarily dazed by the blow, yet he remained resolute in his mission. Just as he was about to climb back up, a young boy appeared at the stern of the ship. Leon, bleary-eyed, had come to relieve himself. "Oh, a mere boy. Huh, what bad luck for you. After today, you shall never experience the joys of life again." Zzz. Leon widened his eyes once more, determined not to falter this time. With a thunderous roar, the anticipated cruel scene failed to materialize. The silver dragon sword. And Leon felt as if he had collided head-on with a raging waterfall. He struggled to swim against the current, but was ultimately overwhelmed by the oncoming tidal wave. Gasping for breath, he clung to the side of the small boat. How perilous. I nearly plunged into the ocean. Damn it, what is wrong with these people? How could the great chainsaw man be reduced to such a state? Today, without a doubt, bam. Thud, thud, thud. A frying pan, seemingly from nowhere, struck Leon on the head, followed by a barrage of knives and forks hitting his back. Fact, I will not accept this. Not only do they bully me, but they also resort to ambushes. This foreign gang is utterly lacking in manners. The silvery moonlight spilled over the sea, and all remained serene. Bang! Fussman slammed his fist heavily on the table. Leon, how could you end up like this? Can it be that even you cannot handle that mysterious master? Fussman found it hard to believe that his top assassin could fail so spectacularly. Wrapped in bandages, Leon lamented, "Boss Fussman, the enemy is truly despicable. They excel at disguise. I was caught off guard and defeated. Please, punish me." Fussman, suppressing his fury for the time being, considered the impending coup in the capital and decided to set aside Becca's matter, though he cursed Leon as a worthless fool in his mind. Now was not the time for punishment. Enough of your wailing. Go recover. In 2 days, our family will execute a grand plan in the capital. You must contribute significantly. Seeing that his boss not only refrained from punishing him, but also continued to rely on him, Leon felt deeply moved and silently vowed to excel in the forthcoming grand plan. The guards escorted Alfred to the castle's main gate, chaining him to the wall. King Glid III had ordered Alfred's execution in 2 days, and displaying him here served as a warning to the populace about the fate of those disloyal to the crown. A few knights, seizing the opportunity to place handcuffs on Alfred, surreptitiously offered him a few sips of water, still holding deep respect for the former commander. Yet feeling powerless to alter his fate, Alfred's gaze drifted from the square to the distant horizon, and he could not help but feel apprehensive about the future of the kingdom of Garud. A king lost in debauchery, an ambitious prince, and the mafia controlling the nation's economic lifeblood. What direction would this country take next? Never mind, he thought. He had lived in turmoil for years. How can one truly safeguard the populace? This question had long troubled Alfred, and now, suspended in the air, his convictions began to waver. The night had descended upon the capital, and the once vibrant square was enveloped in silence. Alfred had hung from the castle gate for an entire day, observing the city from this vantage point. As he gazed upon the capital, lights began to flicker to life in many residences. The eastern district, where the nobility resided, was particularly radiant, likely hosting yet another tedious banquet. Though Alfred had once received invitations to such gatherings, he could never quite assimilate into that circle. To the west lay the residential area, home to those with stable employment, and he recalled the faces he had seen there, always adorned with expressions of joy. Perhaps at this hour, they were relishing a sumptuous dinner. Before Alfred stretched a straight thoroughfare, the commercial street of the capital, and the only sounds he could discern were emanating from that direction, the liveliest part of the city by night. Many would gather there after a day's toil to drink and stroll, a rare venue where individuals of all ranks might coexist. Encircling the outermost layer of the capital was the slum area, where dim lights flickered sporadically, sparse yet widespread. Alfred had never ventured there and could not fathom the nature of their existence. Gradually, from the slums to the residential area and onward to the commercial street, the lights began to extinguish, leaving only the noble district and the palace aglow. This tableau illuminated for Alfred the stark realities of the nation. As he hung suspended at the threshold of light and shadow, feeling as though he had been forsaken by the world, suddenly overwhelmed by fatigue, Alfred slowly closed his eyes. It felt as if the world was gradually fading away, yet just before it was completely engulfed by darkness, a beam of light pierced through his eyelids. A knight, bearing a lantern, descended from the city wall. "My lord Alfred, I have brought you water and food. Take this opportunity to eat while no one is around." The knight first offered a water skin to Alfred's lips, watching him drink deeply before presenting him with bread, saying, "A young man asked me to convey his gratitude for your life-saving deed." At that moment, a light flickered to life in the darkened square, and by its faint glow, Alfred recognized the youth he had rescued from the John family. The young man waved and appeared to be speaking, but the distance rendered Alfred unable to hear. Nevertheless, the shape of his lips suggested words of thanks. Perhaps his efforts had not been in vain after all. After resting for another day in Beacon Town, Leo resolved to confront the John family in the capital decisively. He issued a summons to Roe Anthony, calling for reinforcements to engage in battle against the John family, which nearly left Anthony, newly appointed as leader, agape with astonishment. "Lord Leo, is this not perilously reckless? The John family possesses formidable strength and is in league with officials of the kingdom of Garud. With our limited numbers, we cannot possibly stand against them. I implore you to reconsider. Without any prospects, and with no need for you to take the lead, we will handle the head of the John family and the cadre. Your task is to inherit the John family's legacy and win over their ordinary members. Now, quickly gather the personnel and prepare to set off. We will take a boat to go ahead. You should also depart promptly. If my plans are affected, your position as leader will be reconsidered." Beacon Town is not far from the royal capital. It takes about a day and a half by horseback, while Leo and his companions opted for the sea route. Arriving at the royal capital aboard the Poseidon in just half a day, perfectly in time for dinner. This timing was fortuitous. Putting aside the matters of the John family for the moment, Leo decided to indulge in the culinary delights of the royal capital first. In the largest restaurant on the commercial street, all eyes were drawn to a particular table of guests. "Boss, bring us 5 more servings of that seafood rice," exclaimed Will. "Isn't 5 servings too much?" Leo interjected, "Try this roasted goose. Its flavor is absolutely exquisite." The dining table was already overflowing with plates, and nearly all the restaurant's waitstaff were busy serving dishes to Leo's table. Ever since transitioning into the world of One Piece, Leo had accepted the fact that he had an enormous appetite. Considering his tall parents, he felt confident about his future physique, even though he was currently the shortest in the group. With Will and Gloria also possessing hearty appetites, the three of them devoured their meals with such fervor that the waitstaff, pushing their carts, nearly sparked flames from the wheels. Charles, on the other hand, maintained the most refined manner at the table, sampling each dish before offering meticulous critiques. Everyone was thoroughly satisfied with the meal. And just as Leo and Will were patting their bellies while exiting the restaurant, Charles suddenly leaned in close to Leo and said, "There are a few ruffians trailing us. Should we deal with them?" Leo, with a hint of disdain, remarked, "Are the mafia truly fools? Dressed in their black suits and sunglasses, striding as if to announce their identities to the world. Heaven forbid they end up dead. I still require their information." Leo had long since identified the followers tailing him, mere lackeys who scarcely warranted his concern. Bang, bang, bang. In the narrow alley around the street corner, the once arrogant mafia members now resembled frightened ostriches, heads bowed and cowering against the wall. "Speak. Why have you been following us?" one of them demanded. "You should reconsider your arrogance. Dare to provoke the Joan family, and you shall meet your demise." Incorrect response. "Next," Leo warned, "I suggest you speak the truth, or take a good look at your companion beside you. I doubt you aspire to follow in his footsteps." With a porcupine gun aimed at the second mafia lackey, the man swallowed hard, instinctively intimidated by the weapon's presence. "Gentlemen, who prompted your extravagant display at the restaurant? We merely wish to borrow some funds." Leo pressed the muzzle of the gun against the forehead of the mafia member, saying, "So, are you implying that we are at fault? Your John family is quite impressive, isn't it? Indeed, who in the royal capital is unaware of us?" Bang. "Oh, why do you interrupt before the person has finished speaking? TSK. Truly, the mafia are all the same. Now, I will pose questions and you shall answer. Refrain from any superfluous remarks. Where is the headquarters of the John family located? How many members do they have? And who are the formidable individuals among them?" The family headquarters is situated in the largest estate of the noble district, easily identifiable. I am uncertain of the exact number of members, but it is certainly no fewer than 1,000. The most formidable member of the family is the chainsaw killer, Leon, though many believe him to be an exaggerator. It is the great fussman who is considered the strongest, along with Lord Rohard, whom everyone fears due to his penchant for conducting terrifying experiments on individuals. Oh, and let us not forget Lord Fussman's butler, Terry Candy. The elders of the family recount tales of his ruthlessness in his youth, though we have never witnessed his prowess ourselves. That is all, my lord. Please spare me. I wish to withdraw from the mafia, as it is far too perilous. Boo-hoo. Leo patiently listened to the mafia's account and pondered for a moment before inquiring further. Have any significant events occurred in the capital recently? Indeed, the mafia member replied. That scoundrel Alfred had the audacity to sever the hand of a family member in front of the boss. The boss was exceedingly furious and commanded the king to decree his execution. Now, Alfred is displayed at the castle gates, awaiting execution the day after tomorrow. Fussman even suggested we all attend the spectacle. Very well, but in the next life, refrain from such tedious chatter, Leo remarked as he holstered his weapon. And the four of them exited the alley. Once the four had departed, the expression of the mafia member contorted in a malevolent manner, thinking, just wait. Tomorrow you shall meet your demise. As he envisioned the torment he would inflict upon those men, the mafia members in the alley were suddenly struck by an invisible blade, their bodies severing in an instant. Leo, content, waved his hands. He had now become adept at wielding his abilities on land. Although their potency was somewhat diminished compared to their effectiveness at sea, they sufficed to deal with ordinary individuals. After a night of rest, the following day saw the two of them paired up once more to gather intelligence. This time, Charles and Will were tasked with observing the headquarters of the Joan family, while Leo took Gloria to visit their old acquaintance suspended in the square. Ever since Alfred had been hanged upon the city walls, the square had drawn many spectators daily. Some deemed him an agent of the emperor, unworthy of sympathy, while others criticized his penchant for meddling in affairs that did not concern him. Nevertheless, the majority expressed pity for him, having heard that his execution was a consequence of defying the king's orders in a bid to save innocent civilians. Amidst the throng, Leo listened intently to the discussions surrounding him. One particularly intriguing perspective posited that Alfred should refrain from confronting the mafia, should he succeed in eliminating them. Would not the livelihoods of the common folk be jeopardized? If he possessed such remarkable capabilities, why not persuade the king to reduce the taxes? To be fair, the citizens were not entirely mistaken, as their survival was at stake. Yet, Leo felt a sense of injustice for Alfred, perceiving him as a fool, albeit an admirable one. Thus, Leo resolved to extend an invitation to Alfred to join his ranks. However, how does one win over such misguided loyalty? Perhaps the path to his allegiance begins with the salvation of his nation. The four individuals, with expressions of solemnity, sat in a circle on the deck. While they appeared serious at first glance, a closer inspection revealed their distinctly varied states. Gloria sat upright, her demeanor reflecting the nervousness of attending a meeting for the very first time. Will, on the other hand, struggled to keep his eyelids open, seemingly on the verge of succumbing to slumber. Meanwhile, Charles and Leo were engaged in a silent standoff, their eyes locked in a battle of wills. Suddenly, the sound of a bursting bubble broke the tension, drawing everyone's attention to Will. Awakened from his daze by their gazes, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. But it was Gloria who gently reminded him, "Will, don't fall asleep. Leo and Charles seem ready to clash." Huh? Leo was left utterly bewildered by Gloria's words. Don't talk nonsense. Why would I beat him up for no reason? Yet, why were both of them glaring at each other? Faced with the innocent gaze of the young girl, Leo felt somewhat awkward. He couldn't admit that his desire to win was the sole reason for his actions. Nor could he comprehend how Charles's gaze had ignited his competitive spirit. To his surprise, Charles, being rather brash, boldly declared his unwillingness to lose the staring contest. Leo's complexion flushed slightly. "Who said I was playing a game with you? Why are you glaring at me for no reason?" "Ugh, I absolutely detest individuals who, after losing, refuse to admit it. You can't handle defeat." "Who lost? There is no way I could possibly lose to you." "It was clearly you who blinked first and shifted your gaze." "Hold on, let's get back to the matter at hand." Today, Leo realized that Charles was indeed a proud and childish individual. He must have been quite a mischievous child in his youth. Leo coughed twice, and the meeting finally delved into the crux of the matter. Ahem, the avaricious demon wreaks havoc, and the sacred sword embedded in the seal is on the verge of breaking. To save this world, we must prevent such a calamity. Thus, I shall usher in the dawn of holy light. Upon concluding his statement, Leo surreptitiously glanced at the expressions of the crowd. Will and Gloria appeared bewildered yet impressed, as if they did not comprehend the words, but sensed their significance. No sooner had Leo finished speaking than the two began to applaud. Meanwhile, Charles wore a pained expression, as if to say, "The captain is posturing again." "Charles, did you not grasp that? Speak plainly," he exclaimed, visibly frustrated. Alas, his carefully crafted words fell flat. Leo retrieved his Chinibu journal from his pocket and scrawled a couple of lines within. After tucking the journal away, he translated in Mandarin for everyone. "I wish for the knight commander to join our ranks, but the king intends to execute him. So we must devise a plan to rescue him. Oh dear, the dashing knight in armor is truly pitiable. I rather like him," Gloria mused. Still at an age where appearance held sway, one day, she would surely regret uttering such sentiments. Will, having never met Alfred, held no particular opinion. Yet the little plump fish had developed a commendable habit since following Leo. Whatever the leader proclaimed was undoubtedly right. Leo felt a twinge of regret for consulting with this group of immature youths. Fortunately, Charles was still able to provide some valuable insights. Although his arrogant demeanor was somewhat irksome to Leo, "Humph, in critical moments, it seems you must rely on me. I have uncovered crucial intelligence that not only can save the knight, but also potentially dismantle the mafia." Subsequently, Charles divulged the information regarding the crown prince and the second prince to everyone. Upon hearing his words, Leo fell into deep contemplation. The crown prince had publicly expressed discontent with the king, while the second prince was closely entangled with the mafia, coupled with a feeble-minded king. It appeared that civil strife was imminent in the kingdom. Yet, what did this have to do with Alfred? Were they all merely awaiting his demise? As this thought crossed his mind, a spark of insight illuminated Leo's eyes. He believed his reasoning was sound. With such a formidable force exerting pressure on everyone, it meant a coup would likely occur on the day of execution. However, a frown creased Leo's brow. This was troublesome. Various factions were poised, awaiting the knight's execution. If they were to rescue him, they would become targets of collective ire. Charles reminded Leo, "Even if we succeed in our rescue, the knight may not choose to join our cause, as his loyalty lies with the kingdom." After hours of deliberation yielding no resolution, both Leo and Charles felt mentally exhausted. Ultimately, it was Gloria's simple question that sparked clarity in Leo's mind. Leo, have you ever extended an invitation to him? How can you be certain that the handsome knight would refuse to join us? Leo, huh? Ha ha ha. Enough of that. Tonight I shall meet with the knight. So, what shall we do next? Of course, we must first dine. Charles, quickly prepare the meal. In the evening, within the royal plaza. Alfred had been suspended there for 2 days, with tomorrow marking the day of his execution. He had once pondered how to save his country. Yet now he found solace in the thought that this solitary wait was not so bad. Liberation was imminent. A buzzing sound caught Alfred's attention. It was a flying telephone bug. Observing the bug, he mused on the marvel that such a creature could indeed fly. How delightful it was to encounter something novel before his demise. Ahem, hello, testing, testing, knight sir, are you well? Can you hear my voice? Alfred was taken aback. While he could accept that the telephone bug could fly, he was astounded that it could speak. Wait, no? Someone was attempting to converse with him. And the voice evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Could it be malfunctioning? Why is there no sound? The telephone bug displayed a puzzled expression. Seeing the bug's antics, Alfred felt a twinge of exasperation. Who are you? He responded. Greetings, knight sir. I mentioned we would meet again. I do not recall making an agreement with a telephone bug. Alfred had no desire to engage with this clandestine entity. After another moment of silence, just wait. The telephone bug ended the call and flew away. Bang! A tremendous noise erupted from a corner of the plaza, followed immediately by the sound of something slicing through the air. Turning towards the sound, Alfred beheld a peculiar suit of armor hurtling towards him, ultimately crashing against the city wall above. Yet, rather than a heavy impact, a strange squelching sound followed, as the odd armor appeared to adhere itself to the wall. What transpired next made Alfred's sanity plummet. The armor began to crawl towards him in an eerie manner. With each movement, it emitted strange sounds, and as it drew closer, Alfred discerned that suction cups adorned its limbs. Just as he began to relax, the face of the armor split open. It has been a few days, knight sir. You appear quite haggard. Leo smiled as he regarded him. Alfred, staring blankly at Leo, took a moment to muster a response. Young man, you have changed quite a bit as well. The atmosphere grew slightly awkward. Thus, Leo's youthful spirit ignited once more, and he impulsively declared, I have arrived. As if guided by an unseen force, Alfred instinctively replied, You should not have come. And thus, an unremarkable exchange was born. Greetings, I am Leo, a navigator, and I formally invite you to join my crew. Hello, I am Alfred, and I am resolute. With but a mere exchange of 2 sentences, Leo found himself at a loss for words, inwardly lamenting the knight's apparent inability to engage in meaningful conversation, as he so abruptly extinguished the dialogue. Do not fret. I shall rescue you. No, I cannot defy my king's command. In an instant, Leo's anger surged to its peak, and he bellowed at Alfred. Hey, it seems you truly have no friends. Is your tongue forged from steel? Do not dismiss me so resolutely, you scoundrel. Tomorrow, I shall come to your aid and help you eliminate the mafia, allowing you to follow me without a care. Alfred was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time someone other than the king had raised their voice at him, though the youth's demeanor was less than amiable. His words radiated warmth. How he wished they had come from a girl instead. The paladin managed to smile, the cracked corners of his mouth even betraying traces of blood. Thank you, young man. I appreciate your sentiment, but do not risk yourself for me. It is not worth it. Perhaps death is my most fitting repose. After a moment of rage, Leo composed himself. Mr. Alfred, I mentioned your troubles in Beckett Town. I did not expect my words to ring true. You have sacrificed enough for this country. Since your loyalty goes unacknowledged, why wait here to perish? Besides, I can assist you in dealing with the mafia. Have you not longed to rid yourself of them? Leo, may I call you that? You do not understand. The king's distrust and the eradication of the mafia are inconsequential to me. It is the bleakness of this nation's future that drives my desire for death. You are correct. I have strived yet failed. I am merely a defeated soul seeking to escape, so do not squander your time on me. It became clear that Alfred's spirit had already succumbed to despair. Mr. Alfred, would you like to know how I felt upon our first encounter? To outsiders, you appear noble and steadfast, yet I discern the helplessness concealed beneath your exterior. From that moment, I became intrigued by you and learned of your contributions to this nation. To me, you resemble someone ensnared by shackles, wandering aimlessly. You possess formidable strength yet lack the wisdom to harness it. Your plight exemplifies the concept of skill without direction. What does it mean to have skill without direction? To put it simply, it signifies possessing the power to alter the status quo, but lacking the knowledge of how to wield it effectively. Thus, you often find yourself inadvertently causing harm despite your good intentions, exerting effort without receiving gratitude. Skill without direction culminates in mere technique. Alfred embodies this predicament, having yet to discover the right path, frequently causing unintended harm. Indeed, it makes sense why so many dislike themselves, believing no one understands. Observing Alfred's silence, Leo sensed yet another opportunity to assert his intellect. Leo contemplated his emotions. Do you realize that your demise will hasten the downfall of this nation? Without you, the kingdom's foremost expert, to keep them in check, those ambitious souls will soon reveal themselves. Your death would serve as the signal for their rebellion. Is this truly what you desire? Leo's words reminded Alfred of the prince's earlier enticements, thus he was certain that Leo was not lying. Yet, what difference did it make? Even if your words were entirely truthful, there was nothing I could do to intervene. Leo felt his emotions aligning perfectly. Thus he began his persuasion. I have heard that the higher echelons of the Navy possess differing interpretations of justice, such as the justice that reigns supreme, absolute justice, burning justice, and ambiguous justice. Each individual harbors their unique understanding, and each strives to embody their version of justice. Since your straightforward approach seems ineffective, why not consider an alternative? What do you think of the concept of twisted justice? What is twisted justice? Leo's words seemed to possess an enchanting quality, successfully piquing Alfred's interest. Twisted justice, as I perceive it, refers to employing unconventional means to achieve a just end, even if it slightly transgresses the moral threshold, as long as the just objective is attained. Leo shared his fabricated reasoning with Alfred. However, Alfred furrowed his brow. What you propose is merely a means to an end, which is unacceptable. Leo, you are still young. Abandon such perilous thoughts. Alfred felt a twinge of disappointment, for the education he received and the ideals he steadfastly upheld did not permit such methods. Please, allow me to continue, Leo urged. Take, for instance, the current state of the kingdom of Garud. The burdensome taxes and celestial gold weigh heavily upon the shoulders of the populace, yet the mafia has emerged as a savior of the kingdom's economy. Although the mafia comprises scoundrels, working for them is tantamount to engaging in crime. The impoverished citizens, however, find themselves with no choice but to comply. It is akin to a bottle of slow-acting poison. If one does not accept the plight of the lower classes, they will perish, yet by accepting it, the entire nation risks becoming the mafia's garden. In but a few succinct sentences, Leo elucidated the current predicament of the guild. Alfred refrained from interjecting, awaiting Leo's response. Without the need for investigation, I could surmise that the mafia must have dealings with the upper echelons of the state. Perhaps even the king himself is a target of their bribery. Thus, your fate today was preordained. At this juncture, one must employ a distorted sense of justice to navigate the dilemma. Since the mafia is indispensable, it would be prudent to take the reins oneself. Even if you do not wish to assume the mantle of leadership, you could support a proxy, thereby alleviating the hardships of the impoverished populace. Such notions are sheer folly. I cannot coexist with the mafia, for once one's principles are compromised, they will inevitably continue to diminish. Alfred deemed this approach utterly abysmal, and he felt an urge to rebuke Leo. However, Leo disregarded Alfred's furious gaze. Is it not possible that your standards are set too high? Not everyone possesses your elevated consciousness. Just yesterday, in the square, I overheard numerous individuals questioning why you would provoke the mafia, pondering how they would survive should the mafia be expelled. It is not that they harbor an affinity for the mafia, but rather that they fear confronting the root of the problem. Hence, you have become the scapegoat in this entire affair. For a moment, Alfred found himself at a loss for words. The celestial dragons, the king, the nobility, the exploitation wrought by class is beyond your capacity to rectify. For the world exists as it does. Do you aspire to alter this reality? I suspect you, like the majority, are loath to acknowledge this truth, as your education has instilled in you the duty to protect these very individuals. Without the heavenly gold, without the king's imposition of unjust taxes, and without the nobility's incessant siphoning of the state's lifeblood, would the populace still endure such suffering? Would the mafia still have fertile ground for their existence? Answer me, Mr. Alfred. Leo's words shattered Alfred's faith. To him, they seemed almost blasphemous, yet he could not deny the resonance they held within his heart. Upon reflection, since his formal induction as a knight, the only tenet he had clung to was that of honor. Do you still believe that a distorted sense of justice is truly so despicable? I am convinced that with your capabilities, you could seize control over the mafia, rendering everything manageable. However, should you perish, all would be lost. Alfred remained silent, finding himself at a loss for words yet again, having been rendered speechless by the youth's assertions multiple times in this brief exchange. Perhaps you are correct, yet without empirical validation, none can predict the trajectory of the future. Moreover, I am to be executed tomorrow. I appreciate your counsel, but I implore you to take your leave at once. Leo was somewhat exasperated. How could Alfred be so obstinate? Were it not for you, who would care about this wretched country? The mafia is merely a tool for achieving one's own ends. Since you have chosen to evade, it is all the more my duty to rescue you. Leaving this nation and severing ties with it is not also a form of evasion? Surely, accompanying me to explore the world beyond is preferable to perishing here. Please forgive my refusal, Alfred replied, his gaze fixed intently on Leo, his tone tinged with a note of warning. I appreciate your goodwill, Leo. But this is ultimately a matter concerning the kingdom of Galit. I must ask you not to interfere. Leo was utterly exasperated, after expending so much breath. Alfred remained obstinately unyielding. He could no longer restrain himself. Whether to save you was my dilemma, your acceptance was of no consequence. And matters of the future could be addressed in due time. No sooner had Leo's words left his lips than dark flashes of lightning began to manifest near the castle. Leo resolved to no longer suppress his thoughts. It was time to act decisively. Who are you truly? Alfred distinctly sensed the overwhelming aura of dominance in that moment, which consequently altered his perception of Leo. Leo paid no heed to Alfred, as a more pressing dilemma plagued him. The limbs of his armor strained yet remained immobile. After much futile effort, Leo surrendered and bellowed down to the city below. Will, come help me. Who purchased this suction device? It's affixed far too tightly. What transpired next was indeed a shocking revelation for Alfred. A rotund figure promptly dislodged Leo from the city wall, leaving behind only a significant portion of the wall's surface. The following morning, the square was teeming with people, and a grand platform had been erected at the center, where today's principal character, Alfred, knelt. Atop the city wall stood King Glid III, proclaiming, Alfred, descend into the abyss with your remorse. Today, I shall demonstrate to all the consequences of defying my command. He then pointed to the section of the wall that was missing, adding, it appears there are still those foolish enough to attempt your rescue. Thus, executing you publicly is indeed a sagacious decision. As the execution was delayed, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A formidable army, mounted on war horses, charged down the commercial street towards the square, the thunderous sound of hooves capturing everyone's attention, including Glid III, who stood bewildered, wondering from whence this army had come. The vanguard cavalry parted the crowd, and under the leadership of the crown prince, they approached the base of the wall. Upon recognizing his eldest son, Glid III roared, Pride. What is the meaning of this? Who granted you permission to bring an army into the royal city? Pride did not respond immediately, but instead gazed at the platform. Addressing Alfred, today, I lead my troops to bid you farewell. You, who have forsaken the honor of knighthood, may depart with my utmost respect. He then directed his attention upwards. Dear father, the illustrious King Glid, pray tell, what is so great about you? Look at your present state. To bellow as a king in public is a most disgraceful sight. Neglecting matters of state to the extent that even your most loyal knights dare defy your commands, what right do you have to continue as king? King Glid could scarcely believe his ears. His son had the audacity to criticize him before the populace? Scoundrel, this is an affront to royal authority. Seize Pride. The king issued the command, yet not a soul moved to obey. Instead, numerous elegantly attired nobles emerged from the crowd, positioning themselves behind the crown prince. Bowing to the king before vociferously demanding his abdication. You would dare to rebel? At this moment, the emotions of King Glid III were on the verge of collapse. The gates of the royal castle slowly swung open, and the palace guards, loyal to the crown prince, seized the palace without a single blow. Pride let out a triumphant laugh. The crowd gathered to witness the execution was left dumbstruck by the sudden coup, but just then, a surprising turn awaited them. Glid III suddenly emitted a blood-curdling scream as a sharp blade pierced through his chest. The assailant was none other than a servant within the palace. After the deed was done, the servant shouted toward the castle walls, proclaiming that the inept King Glid had met his demise, inviting His Highness Pride to ascend the throne. However, Pride's countenance darkened. Who orchestrated this? He had been unjustly branded with the heinous crime of patricide. For the haughty Pride, this was an unparalleled insult. Even if he were to commit such an act, he would issue the command himself, rather than be ensnared in such a scheme. Concealed atop a noble's villa adjacent to the square, Leo and will witness the unfolding drama, nearly applauding the splendid performance delivered by the two princes. Yet, Someone was even more elated than Leo. From the roof of another villa came a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha. Splendid. The plan has succeeded, Crown Prince. Let us see how you navigate this predicament. This was a middle-aged man with green hair, and before he could finish his words, he noticed two figures, one stout and one short, glaring at him from the rooftop next door. Leo recalled that this individual was a member of the John family, seemingly named Rohad. Without allowing his opponent to utter another word, Leo brandished the deep blue blade, compelling Rohad to leap into the square. Rohad moved with remarkable agility, as if he could anticipate Leo's strikes. After evading several of the deep blue blade's assaults, he raised his hand to launch a counterattack, unleashing a swirl of dark green gas toward Leo and his companion. Leo summoned a spiraling torrent from the depths of the sea, drawing the noxious gas into the water with an ethereal flourish. He continued to launch a counterattack, leaving Rohad suspended midair, with no option but to adopt a defensive stance. He braced himself against the torrent's slashing force, which sent him hurtling through the air, landing squarely amidst the military formation. Rohad maintained his defensive posture as he touched down, his unexpected entrance instantly capturing the attention of all present. After a brief silence, someone recognized him. It was Rohad, the notorious poison master of the Joan family, infamous for using living subjects in his toxic experiments, thus intertwining his name with terror. The sudden upheaval intensified the chaos within the square, as civilians cried out in panic, seeking refuge, while soldiers encircled the nobles and the crown prince, remaining vigilant against their surroundings. Rohad's revelation forced the mafia to act prematurely. In the royal capital square, a grand melee was poised to erupt, while Alfred, the intended protagonist of the day, was forgotten by all. At that moment, knights formed a protective phalanx around the nobles, and terrified civilians scattered in all directions, with the soldiers facing off against Rohad in a state of heightened tension. Yet, the first shot rang out from the commercial street, where countless gun barrels emerged from the buildings lining the thoroughfare. The mafia, compelled to act ahead of schedule, successfully ambushed the prince's advancing troops. After the loss of nearly 100 soldiers, the team leader finally orchestrated a counterattack, igniting fierce combat between the cavalry and the mafia in the commercial district. As gunfire erupted in the streets, the soldiers in the square also sprang into action, and Rohad, having unwittingly entered the military formation, became the prime target. He deftly evaded the strikes of gleaming swords, nimbly leaping from the encirclement, reasoning that it mattered not who fell first, as they were all enemies. With a cruel smile, Rohad unleashed a torrent of toxic gas upon the royal army. Many soldiers, caught off guard, fell to the ground, frothing at the mouth. "Feel the agony, my toxic storm," Rohad proclaimed, spinning like a top with arms outstretched. As the green mist unfolded across the square like a blooming flower of death, its reach continuously expanding, even ensnaring those civilians who could not escape in time. Alfred, kneeling upon the dais, was filled with rage, his mighty chains taut. He could only watch helplessly as Rohad unleashed his massacre. Suddenly, a familiar figure entered his line of sight. It was the boy named Leo, adorned in peculiar armor, descending to the edge of the toxic fog. With a mere wave of his hand, countless droplets of water materialized. Upon contact with the poisonous gas, the toxins began to dissipate, the droplets absorbing the noxious fumes as if they were sponges. Witnessing Leo's success in halting Rohad's onslaught, Alfred felt a flicker of hope. He strained to extend his neck, shouting towards Leo, "Leo, I implore you to defeat Rohad. Do not allow him to release any more poison, I beg of you." "You insolent brat, once again, who do you serve to dare disrupt our plans?" Repeatedly thwarted in his plans, Rohad found himself in a state of despair, akin to the sensation of engaging in a joyful endeavor only to be abruptly interrupted just as his emotions were about to reach a crescendo. Witnessing the toxic gas being absorbed fueled Rohad's fury, a man who relished in the torment of others, leading him to unleash all his wrath upon Leo. After absorbing the toxic gas, the water balloon transformed into a deep green hue, and before Leo could even address the contaminated liquid, he found himself ensnared by Rohad. To Leo's astonishment, Rohad proved to be an adept user of observation hockey, effortlessly evading several probing attacks. Conversely, Rohad was taken aback by the peculiarity of Leo's abilities. Each of his attempts to close the distance was thwarted by the sudden emergence of swirling currents, resulting in a stalemate in the square. "You little brat. I wonder how long you can endure," Rohad mused, his extensive combat experience allowing him to discern Leo's waning stamina, prompting a surge of reckless aggression in his strikes. As Leo became increasingly agitated, he found himself constrained in this battle. Not only did he have to focus on controlling the toxic water orbs, but he was also unable to deploy any large-scale destructive weapons. The square was littered with injured soldiers and civilians, and he estimated that a single blast from a laser cannon could have resulted in multiple kills. Just last night, he had mocked Alfred for being hampered in his actions, only to find himself ensnared by the same predicament today. Leo felt as though his words had come back to haunt him. After 3 years of cautious survival at sea, he had foolishly let his guard down. Rohad darted around the square with frenetic agility, evading all of Leo's attacks. After narrowly dodging a strike from the deep blue blade, Rohad suddenly unleashed a profusion of toxic gas, which surged toward Leo like a dark green ray. The deep-sea vortex of toxic mist could no longer be contained by droplets. Leo had no choice but to extract more moisture from the air, forming a swirling torrent of water for defense. Yet, this was precisely the opening that Rohad had been waiting for. Good opportunity. Prepare to meet your end, boy, Rohad exclaimed as he leaped into the air. The spiral of water was hollow at the top, creating a defensive blind spot. Rohad astutely seized upon this flaw, closing in on Leo from above. However, this was the moment Leo had been anticipating. While Rohad had been scurrying on the ground, Leo had refrained from firing, but with Rohad's reckless leap into the air, Leo was ready to retaliate without mercy. Liao merely condensed a single hand's worth of sea tower stone armor, unleashing it without any build-up. The azure laser struck Rohad with unerring precision, piercing through him entirely. Ah! Rohad screamed in agony as he plummeted from the sky, landing motionless upon the ground. Leo exhaled in relief, then turned to Alfred with a smile, waving his hand that controlled the toxic orb. Alfred, I have succeeded. Thank you, Leo. You are far more dependable than I. Alfred responded with a beaming smile, gazing at Leo, truly a boy who brought miracles. Be cautious. Before Alfred could bask in his joy for too long, the situation took a sudden turn. Leo barely had time to react as a deadly assault approached the back of his head. It turned out that Rohad had feigned death, seizing the opportunity to ambush Leo while he conversed with Alfred. The earlier blue laser had instilled a sense of peril in Rohad, yet his extensive combat experience allowed him to evade the attack, resulting in the laser merely piercing his shoulder. Although it incapacitated one of his arms, it did not diminish his fighting spirit. Upon landing, Rohad immediately resumed his act, lying in wait like a venomous snake for the boy's misstep. Just as Rohad's dagger was about to strike Leo's nape, Will suddenly appeared behind Leo. The stout fish once again stepped forward in Leo's moment of crisis, using his body to shield him from the lethal blow. The dagger pierced Will's palm, yet he seized Rohad in the process, fully aware of Leo's inability to harness his strength in such circumstances. Thus, Will intended to take Rohad to the harbor, where Leo would reign supreme. For he was indeed the god of the sea. As he ran, Will shouted, "Clear the way. This fellow is poisonous." In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. At this moment, Leo finally realized that Will had once again shielded him from a fatal attack. A surge of regret and fury engulfed Leo's mind, as dark lightning crackled ominously, its formidable presence sweeping across the square. The previously chaotic plaza fell into an eerie silence, as soldiers, mafia members, and civilians alike collapsed in droves, rendered unconscious as if cut down like wheat. With a deafening roar, the ground of the square was gouged out, as the sea stone armor activated to its full capacity, charging towards Will's direction. The howling wind rushed past Leo, his thoughts consumed with the fervent hope that Will would emerge unscathed. Will, clutching Rohad, sprinted towards the harbor, oblivious to the fact that one of his arms had turned a deep shade of purple. After all, Rohad was a master of poison, and his dagger was surely laced with toxins. Upon reaching the harbor, Will's taut nerves finally slackened. The ocean was near, and here, no one could threaten Leo. But what was this? Why were there so many ships at the port, and why were 3 of them named Sea God? Will's pace slowed to a crawl, and he could only shuffle toward the harbor. Damn it, you fat fool, let me go? Rohad finally managed to free his only functioning arm and struck Will's head with all his might. As Will's vision blurred, he ultimately collapsed at the harbor's edge, still clinging desperately to Rohad. This caused Will to fall, pinning Rohad beneath him. Rohad hit the ground hard, only to be further crushed by Will's weight, the repeated blows forcing blood from his mouth. Finally, the poison took effect. Damn you, you nearly choked me to death. With great effort, Rohad crawled out from under Will, and in a fit of rage, he kicked Will several times. Gasping for breath, Rohad retrieved a syringe from his pocket. You fat bastard, daring to ambush me. I'll let you experience the agony of dying from skin rot. Before Rohad could act, he was struck by a tremendous force, sent hurtling towards the sea. Hot on his heels, Leo witnessed Will collapse at Rohad's feet, and his fury reached a boiling point. The sea stone armor erupted with 200% power, accelerating him to Rohad's side, where he delivered a powerful kick that sent Rohad flying. The immense force caused Rohad to bounce off the water's surface multiple times before plunging heavily into the depths of the sea. Cough, cough, cough. It's you again, you bastard. That's the third time you've interrupted me. Rohad felt as though half of his body had gone numb, barely managing to stay afloat on the water's surface. Leo approached Rohad, standing at the edge of the sea, and gazed down at him. He began to explore Rohad's surroundings, eventually discovering a glass vial amidst a row of syringes, containing a transparent liquid. Is this an antidote? Leo inquired in a neutral tone. Who knows? Why don't you take a guess? Rohad replied with a sardonic smirk. Without further ado, Leo, having conducted this simple experiment countless times in Vegapunk, utilized the venomous syringe brought by Rohad. After a brief examination, he confirmed that the transparent liquid was indeed the antidote. You nearly evoked unpleasant memories, so you might face dire consequences next, Leo remarked coldly to Rohad. Oh, my apologies for not triggering those distressing recollections, Rohad retorted, his eyes wide with fury, bloodshot and fixated on Leo. I shall not allow you to perish easily. Prepare to face the wrath of the ocean. In an instant, Leo conjured a torrent of water that ensnared Rohad, forming an elongated water sphere around them. Reminiscent of the domain technique he had previously employed in Fishman Island, known as the Sea Goddess domain. Rohad struggled, exhibiting signs of drowning. However, Leo had no intention of allowing him a swift demise. With a powerful punch directed at the periphery of the domain, the elliptical water sphere quaked violently, unleashing a myriad of water slashes along its edge, which, after rebounding several times, surged menacingly towards Rohad. Leo sought to make this man experience the excruciating agony of death by slicing. In a mere moment, Rohad had lost his human form. Yet, astonishingly, this deranged individual managed to reveal a twisted smile. Leo, unwilling to waste any more time, summoned a torrent of water strikes that simultaneously struck Rohad, erasing him entirely from this world. He swiftly turned and returned to Will's side, administering the antidote into his body. Watching the purple hue gradually dissipate, Leo released a sigh of relief. After waiting a moment longer, observing that Will's breathing had steadied, Leo transported him back to the Sea Goddess vessel, then hurried back to the battlefield. In the royal capital's plaza, Gloria bounced her way to the execution platform, climbing up with the agility of a little monkey. Handsome uncle, I've come to rescue you, she exclaimed with a cheerful grin. Gloria produced the key for the handcuffs, poised to unlock Alfred's chains. However, just as the key was about to enter the lock, a bullet struck Gloria's arm. The sudden pain caused her to lose her grip, and the key fell from the platform. Yet, Gloria refused to yield. She grasped the handcuffs and, amidst Alfred's terrified gaze, snapped them apart with a resounding click. After accomplishing this feat, Gloria clutched her injured arm and collapsed to the side. Handsome uncle, the rest is up to you now. The fierce tiger had finally been unleashed. Alfred rose, turning to face Fosman, who still held his firearm, their eyes locking in the air, igniting what seemed to be a spark of fury. The conflict in the plaza had radiated throughout the entire royal capital, prompting numerous civilians to flee in panic. Prior to the onset of battle, Leo and his companions had already delineated their roles. Leo and Will were to create chaos, while Gloria would seize the opportunity to rescue Alfred. However, the unfolding events had surpassed their initial plans. Fortunately, the objective of liberating Alfred had been achieved. As the second strongest member of the team, Charles was tasked with monitoring the Mafia headquarters, with the additional responsibility of intercepting Mafia executives, if necessary. Isn't this a bit excessive? It feels as if the entire city has transformed into a battlefield. It seems Captain's plan has encountered unforeseen complications. Concealed in a tree near the Mafia headquarters, Charles found himself rather bored as he observed the John family. Suddenly, a throng of Mafia members erupted from the villa, heading toward the plaza. They quickly divided into two groups, with one leader separating himself from the pack, heading toward the noble district. Charles swiftly followed this lone figure, finding the Mafia thugs heading to the plaza unremarkable. Rather, it was this individual who piqued his interest. The Mafia executive traversed a narrow path amidst the noble villas, while Charles, moving swiftly across rooftops, soon outpaced the Mafia member, cornering him in an alleyway. To his surprise, Charles discovered that this man appeared to be a fan of his. I remember you. Your name is Leon, correct? Given your shared passion for culinary delights? If you choose to surrender, I assure you I will not harm you. Charles endeavored to project an air of sincerity, hoping to sway the individual before him. Yet Leon, haunted by the visage of Charles, found his audacity appalling. The shameless rogue dared to boast, igniting a flush of indignation within Leon. Ah, isn't this the illustrious Chef Charles? I've been dreaming of you these past few days. Thank you for your previous kindness, Leon exclaimed. Upon hearing these words, Charles felt a surge of delight. It seemed that not all members of the mafia were devoid of aspirations. Lay down your weapons, and once we rescue Alfred, I would be delighted to prepare another meal for you, he replied with a smile, extending his hand toward Leon. Leon charged at Charles, his smile twisting into a grimace. Every day, I dream of dismembering you, he retorted. Charles, arms crossed, nodded in acknowledgement. There are many ways to dismember, and I shall prepare the finest dish to entertain you. Drop dead, Leon screamed, his arms transforming into chainsaws as he lunged at Charles. Is this fellow overly enthusiastic? Charles mused, deftly evading the assault, causing the chainsaw to strike the ground and shower sparks. Seizing the opportunity, Charles delivered a swift kick that connected with Leon's face, sending him spiraling into a nearby villa, where he became embedded in the wall. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Charles instinctively retaliated, rushing over to extricate Leon from the wall. Friend, are you all right? I am not accustomed to close contact. That attack was purely accidental. Perhaps I could prepare a meal as an apology? He said, patting Leon's back with a hint of remorse. Cough, cough, spit. Who desires your unpalatable cuisine? Go to hell. Leon spat defiantly. Suddenly, he launched a surprise attack, his hands morphing into chainsaws aimed at Charles' own hands. The thought of a chef rendered handless thrilled Leon, his face flushed with excitement. Yet, the anticipated scene of bloodshed did not materialize. Instead, sparks erupted once more. In an instant, Charles's hands transformed into a frying pan, blocking the chainsaw strike, the sparks illuminating his impassive expression. What a fool. Do you consider your words mere decoration, to claim my cooking is subpar? With his bent arm gradually rising, he deflected the chainsaw's assault before turning to deliver a swift kick. Shoot him, sharpshooter. A gleaming spear pierced Leon's abdomen, stretching further to pin him against the wall. Cough, cough. I was careless. I didn't realize you were also a user of a devil fruit. Leon coughed up blood, his injuries igniting a feral instinct within him. Transformed into a hardened warrior, he made a shocking choice, allowing the spear to pass through his abdomen as he advanced along the shaft toward Charles. Ah, now I've sealed off one of your legs. Let us engage in a proper battle, he cried, the fervor of conflict igniting between them. Leon's eyes burned with fury as he hastened his pace, his arms transforming once more into chainsaws, lunging menacingly at Charles. Yet, an unexpected obstacle abruptly halted Leon's advance. An oval object materialized on the gun barrel, perfectly ensnaring Leon. No, I refuse to accept this. How can there be a guard on a spear? It would be one thing if it could extend, but isn't guard something that belongs on a sword? Why is it appearing in such an inappropriate place? Leon was left utterly defenseless by Charles's audacious maneuver. Charles paid no heed to Leon's frantic outburst. Instead, he leapt into the air, executing a spinning kick. The rotation propelled the spear, leaving Leon's face ashen with pain. But in the next moment, he was numb to the agony, for another spear had pierced through his skull. The battle on the square was also poised to erupt. Sir Knight Commander, are you not supposed to comply with the king's command and await your demise here? Do you intend to defy orders once again? Fusman mocked Alfred with a sneer. He held a deep disdain for the rigid knight commander, who, despite possessing formidable strength, bowed to fools like Glid, hesitating to strike even when he wished to eliminate him. Faced with such a man, who possessed great power yet lacked the cunning to wield it, Fusman felt nothing but contempt. You are correct. I have indeed been shackled for too long. But my king is dead, and the chains that bound me have vanished. Today, I shall personally sever your life, Alfred declared. However, he did not immediately launch an attack. Instead, he scooped up the injured Gloria, intending to first evacuate her from the battlefield. Fusman burst into laughter. You always manage to find new shackles for yourself. Do you truly believe you can kill me like this? With that, he severed the execution platform. As Alfred landed, cradling Gloria, he was met with Fusman's assault. In a moment of haste, Alfred could only defend with one hand, weaponless, relying solely on his armed hockey to withstand the blows. Clash after clash. The curved blade met his arm as Alfred retreated under the onslaught. In terms of martial skill, he naturally surpassed Fisman, but now he was unarmed and burdened with Gloria. Suddenly, Alfred altered his strategy. He dodged a strike from Fisman, swiftly closing in to deliver a punch. Fisman, unable to retract his blade in time, resorted to countering with the hilt of his knife. To Fisman's astonishment, during the clash of fists, the force behind Alfred's blow seemed minimal. In truth, Alfred intended to use the exchange to escape the fray. Yet, Fisman would not allow such an easy retreat. From seemingly nowhere, he produced a handgun, firing 2 bullets in an instant. Alfred's eyes glimmered with a fierce light. His formidable observation hockey allowing him to evade 1 bullet while bracing against the other with his shoulder. Feeling the sting of pain radiate through him, Alfred spoke solemnly. Gunfighting techniques? Fisman, I never expected you had once sailed as a pirate. Shoo. Fisman blew on the barrel of his gun. Who has yearned for the sea in their youth? It was indeed an unforgettable time. Alfred gently placed Gloria in the corner of the square and said, Little girl, hide here. I will return to fetch you once I have dealt with the enemy. Weakly, Gloria replied, Handsome uncle, do your best. Teach that scoundrel a lesson for daring to shoot at me. Alfred tousled Gloria's hair, then picked up a knight's sword and strode toward Fisman. Come now, Fisman. The crimes you have committed no longer require judgment. Today, you shall meet your end here. With the sword in hand, Alfred emanated a sharp aura. Fisman, picking up his curved blade, faced Alfred. In the past, I dared not confront you, the great swordsman. But after days of torment, how much of your true strength can you wield now? In an instant, the 2 combatants vanished from sight, the square resonating with the clashing sounds of their blades. Fisman attacked with thrusts and slashes, all of which Alfred deftly parried, while remaining vigilant against Fisman's potential gunfire. Despite Fisman's formidable swordsmanship and rich battle experience, he found himself evenly matched against Alfred, whose armed prowess was formidable. Ah ha ha, Knight Commander, are you not the great swordsman? Where are your famed aerial slashes? With your current strength, you stand no chance of defeating me. After hundreds of exchanges, Fisman discerned Alfred's capabilities, realizing today might present an opportunity to eliminate the greatest obstacle in his quest to seize the kingdom of Gorid. Suddenly, Fisman kicked a soldier toward Alfred, seizing the moment of distraction to draw his gun and attack. The bullets were effortlessly sliced by Alfred's longsword. Fisman surged forward, delivering a powerful strike. Alfred casually swung his sword downward, deflecting the trajectory of the curved blade, then swiftly launched Fisman's sword upwards. With a cold smirk, Fisman flung a cloud of dust into the air, striking Alfred's eyes. The sudden obstruction of his vision caused Alfred's movements to falter momentarily. A vulnerability Fisman seized upon to deliver a heavy punch. His dark fist struck Alfred's chest, sending him hurtling away. Alfred collided with several walls, ultimately being propelled deep into the castle. This meticulously planned strike from Fisman had severely wounded him. Coughing and spitting blood, Alfred lay on the ground, staring blankly at the ceiling. Perhaps it was the moment his unwavering faith began to waver that his prowess as a great swordsman had diminished. The title of Holy Light Swordsman, once cherished and buried deep within his memories, seemed to have faded into oblivion. I am sorry, Your Majesty. I am sorry to the people of the kingdom of Gorid. And I am sorry, Leo, for I have once again failed. Alfred, tears streaming down his face, felt a sense of regret deeper than any previous defeat as he succumbed to Fisman. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed beside him, and upon turning to investigate, Alfred's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld a familiar figure amidst his tear-streaked visage. You have not forsaken me. It was only then that Alfred took a moment to truly observe his surroundings, realizing that Fisman's punch had propelled him into the sanctuary of his own castle. He picked up an object that had fallen nearby, a magnificent longsword, its sheath and hilt as white as snow, the handle and pommel adorned with gold. 3 resplendent gemstones embellished the scabbard, a ruby symbolizing loyalty, an emerald representing compassion, and a sapphire epitomizing courage. This was the illustrious blade, the Holy Sword Maria. Once regarded as a beloved weapon, it had languished on the rack for many years, but now, just as Alfred contemplated surrender, it returned to his side. Simultaneously, the echoes of Leo's words resonated in his mind. Twisted justice is still justice. Do not bind yourself too tightly. Pursue what you believe to be righteous. Alfred raised Maria to eye level, then slowly unsheathed the blade, the unparalleled black sword emerging once more to clear the thorns from his path. Navigating through the ruins, Alfred once again confronted Fisman. Come, Fisman, the second round begins. With the Holy Sword Maria reclaimed, Alfred underwent a profound transformation. He had once been like a soulless blade, outwardly sharp, yet internally frayed. Now, he seemed to have rediscovered the spirit of a swordsman, and the sword in his grasp radiated vitality. Huh, a blusterous fool. Prepare to fall swiftly. Fussman charged at Alfred, first using his firearm to create a distraction before leaping high to deliver a devastating strike. The armed curvature of his blade was darkening, threatening to engulf it in black, a terrifying attack poised to be unleashed. Yet Alfred remained unfazed. As the holy sword met the curved blade, it only resisted momentarily before redirecting its force aside. With a deft twist of his wrist, Alfred easily neutralized Fussman's strike, leaving him wide open. In a flash, the sword's light lunged toward Fussman's chest. Caught off guard and facing imminent defeat, Fussman made the desperate choice to trade injury for injury, abandoning all defense to kick Alfred in the chest. The two separated abruptly. A diagonal cut marred Fussman's torso, while Alfred staggered back, coughing blood. It appeared as though both were equally wounded. Yet Fussman's expression turned grave. To think that merely switching swords could enhance your prowess so dramatically? Truly, you are a master swordsman. Despite his injuries, Alfred's swordsmanship had become even more formidable. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Alfred replied coldly, "It is not because I wield the holy sword that I have grown strong. Rather, it has awakened me, rekindling within me the essence of swordplay. Fussman, your strength is impressive, but it is regrettably misapplied." With that, Alfred advanced with his sword, marking the first time he took the initiative to attack since the onset of their battle. His relentless strikes compelled Fussman to evade left and right, as the blade of the sacred sword, Maria, shimmered with golden patterns. Once these patterns enveloped the sword, a golden slash soared through the air. The holy light, no darkness bathed the square in radiant glory, and when the light faded, Fussman lay in a pool of his own blood. Meanwhile, within the palace, anguished cries echoed incessantly. "Ah, I'll give you anything you desire, just spare my life." The first prince, Pride, stood before the throne, his expression dark as he watched the second prince, Envy, approach leisurely, accompanied by a middle-aged man whose form flickered in and out of visibility, leaving a trail of fallen guards in his wake. The soldiers who had escorted the first prince had long been slaughtered, leaving only the nobles who supported Pride, all of whom were now trembling in fear, kneeling and wailing for mercy. Envy strolled confidently to stand before Pride, raising his gaze to his elder brother beside the throne. "Indeed, you've been scheming behind my back. Envy, since childhood, you have been a despicable character, like a rat lurking in the shadows, always avoiding the spotlight." Despite the dire circumstances, Pride held his head high, behaving as if Envy were the one at a disadvantage. "My dear brother, your arrogance remains unchanged. I am eager to witness the expression on your face when you kneel at my feet," Envy taunted. "You are too hasty in your delight, Envy. Do you believe you have triumphed? I offer you one last chance. Kneel and admit your faults, and I assure you, I shall spare your life today." No sooner had Pride finished speaking than two bodyguards emerged from behind him. "Ah ha ha ha. Is this your ultimate trump card? It falls short of my expectations." Envy scoffed, clearly dismissing the bodyguards. Pride's disdain for Envy intensified. He had no desire for further conversation and issued a command to his guards: "Seize him and break his limbs." The two bodyguards swiftly approached Envy, one targeting his hands, the other his legs, poised to incapacitate the second prince. However, before they could reach him, both guards suddenly paused, enveloped by a heavy aura of murderous intent, as a pair of iron fists materialized from thin air. Both guards, masters of combat, instinctively blocked the incoming assault. "A user of devil fruit abilities? Are you the mysterious butler of the Joan family?" Envy exclaimed, realizing he had encountered a warrior of the Eight Treasures Navy. The formidable figure accompanying Envy turned out to be Terry Candy, the Joan family's enigmatic assassin, who typically disguised himself as a butler serving Fussman but was, in fact, the family's most lethal operative. Old Sheen of the Eight Treasures Navy reporting in. "I never anticipated the renowned shadow assassin Terry Candy would ally himself with the Mafia." Old Sheen replied, maintaining a cautious stance against any sudden attacks. Envy, with a playful grin, stepped forward, addressing Pride with a mocking tone. "Oh, brother, you have resorted to enlisting pirates as your allies. It appears you are not much stronger than our father," Envy remarked. However, Pride chose to disregard Envy, addressing Terry Candy instead. "Is this truly the choice of the John family? Indeed, a pack of insatiable wolves. You still have the chance to surrender. Send Envy over, and I shall let you go." Following his declaration, Pride anticipated relishing Envy's expression of despair, yet he was met with disappointment, for Envy maintained a smile throughout. While the two princes continued their verbal jabs, Old Sheen and Terry Candy had already engaged in combat. Terry Candy, a user of the transparent fruit, wielded his ghostly speed to easily subdue Old Sheen. Yet, one of the 8 Treasure Water army remained uninvolved. Instead of assisting Old Sheen, he directed his efforts towards Envy. Fortunately, Terry Candy's swiftness prevented Envy from becoming a captive. The two sides exchanged blows, locked in a stalemate for quite some time. Although Terry Candy exhibited remarkable strength, Envy hindered his progress. The two pirates from the 8 Treasure Water army found themselves at a disadvantage, their ferocity stifled by Terry Candy's overwhelming pressure, forcing them into a defensive stance. Despite the seemingly balanced confrontation, the arrogant Pride grew increasingly agitated. He yearned to tear the mocking smile from Envy's face. It seemed the heavens answered Pride's silent plea as the rhythmic sound of galloping hooves approached the palace. In an instant, Pride's expression brightened anew as he gazed down upon Envy. It appears I have triumphed. Enjoy your final moments, Envy. Perhaps I should reconsider ending your life. Since you revel in mischief, I shall imprison you, denying you contact with anyone. That profound solitude will serve as your true punishment. Yet, Envy displayed no signs of panic. Instead, he grew even more audacious. How splendid, brother. You recognize the sound of war horses. In light of your commendable performance, I have decided to present you with a grand gift. I hope you remain proud upon witnessing it. No sooner had Envy finished speaking than Terry Candy ceased his assault, swiftly whisking Envy away from the palace, leaving behind the furious roar of Pride. In the royal plaza, Alfred had just slain Fussman and immediately sought out Gloria. But Leo had already reached her first. Upon seeing the young couple, Alfred exhaled in relief, then broke into a smile. My lord, I have defeated Rohard and saved the capital. How shall you reward me? Leo grinned at Alfred, his tone lighthearted. With renewed confidence, Alfred responded with laughter. I am utterly impoverished. Take whatever you desire. He then turned serious, adding, Leo, thank you. Had it not been for you, I would not have come to understand myself nor vanquished Fussman. You have truly rescued me. Seeing Alfred's earnest gratitude, Leo felt a tinge of embarrassment and waved his hand dismissively. What are your plans now? Glid 3 is dead, and the Crown Prince has successfully staged a coup. Do you intend to pledge your loyalty to him? Alfred would certainly not pledge allegiance to a usurper who ascended the throne through regicide. Although the Crown Prince is the primary heir, he could never accept such a manner of kingship. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted, reverberating like thunder. Alfred had yet to utter a word when he was interrupted by a barrage of cannon fire. The fierce artillery focused entirely on the royal palace, with only a few shells landing in the square. The unexpected assault startled everyone. The trajectory of the shells clearly indicated that they originated from the sea. Witnessing the palace, which had stood for centuries, reduced to ruins, Alfred's eyes blazed with fury. Realizing that he lacked the power to immediately thwart the attack, he found himself at a loss until Leo spoke up. Charles, take Gloria back to the ship and move it to a safe location. Alfred, I will take you to halt the bombardment from the sea. Alfred looked astounded. He had presumed Leo would ferry him across by boat, but it appeared otherwise. With an anxious expression, Alfred exclaimed, They are at sea, and without a vessel, we cannot stop them. I understand this is perilous, but you are the only ones who can save the kingdom of Gurad. Leo, I implore you. As he finished speaking, Alfred knelt on one knee, startling Leo, who swiftly helped him up. I can take you without a ship. However, before we depart, I must ascertain one thing. Alfred, are you afraid of heights? What fear of heights? Before Alfred could fully grasp the situation, Leo donned the sea stone mech and embraced Alfred from behind. With a series of beeping sounds, Leo initiated maximum power output. After a moment of charge, the mech soared into the sky with a resounding roar. As they streaked across the heavens, Alfred's terrified screams echoed. Ah! Leo, do not grip my trousers. Ah! Oh no! Amidst the chaos, Alfred managed to hold on and not faint. The sea stone mech could not truly fly. Instead, it propelled itself with jets beneath, leaping through the air until they reached the shoreline. Upon landing, Alfred felt as though his legs had turned to jelly. Gasping and spewing remnants of his earlier meal, he turned to Leo and said, Ugh, Leo, you did well. But let us not do that again. Leo looked at him with a sneer. A great swordsman? The kingdom's foremost expert? Is this all you've got? Are you capable or not? If not, just stay here and I'll shield you from the cannon fire. No, no, those individuals are from the Royal Navy. They are warriors of Garud. I must personally intervene, Alfred replied, forcing himself to stand despite the dizziness that threatened to overwhelm him. But Leo, there are no ships nearby. How shall we approach the warship? Shall we fly again? Leo inquired tentatively. Again? Oh no. Is there a more stable approach? Alfred exclaimed, waving his hands in fright, as he truly wished to avoid the nauseating sensation of nearly losing his stomach once more. Leo smirked, observing your meager ambitions. Under normal circumstances, sinking those 3 warships would be as effortless as drinking water for him. However, in his quest to assist Alfred, he was compelled to exert considerable effort to ensure his safe passage. Leo grasped Alfred's arm, saying, in that case, let me take you surfing. You shouldn't be afraid of surfing, right? Surfing? A trivial matter. Don't let my appearance fool you. I grew up by the sea. Back then, I was the one who conquered the highest waves in the entire village. Alfred rarely exhibited such pride. All right, if you are indeed the most daring, then I shall rest easy. Leo flashed his signature mischievous grin, causing Alfred to have an ominous premonition. As the two leapt onto the surface of the sea, a colossal wave, towering at a staggering 50 meters, surged beneath them, hurtling towards a battleship with a fierce roar. What on earth is this? Alfred exclaimed, his face paling. Leo, for heaven's sake, don't let go. He gazed down in trepidation, realizing that he had been rather naive. Leo's notion of surfing did not involve a board at all. It was simply riding the waves with nothing but the power of the ocean. The commotion stirred by Leo had already attracted the attention of the warships, which swiftly designated the approaching figures as prime targets. Observing Leo's intense focus on managing the waves, Alfred resolved to take action. Trembling, he unsheathed the holy sword, launching several aerial slashes in an attempt to intercept the incoming cannonballs. However, both the Royal Navy of Garud and the Paladins had overestimated their capabilities. The cannonballs were utterly unfazed by their efforts. The aerial slashes failed to halt the projectiles, and the two sides brushed past each other as if they were strangers. Are you even capable? Your aim is atrocious. I can do this. Just give me a moment to adjust. There's no time to adjust. We're here. Before Alfred could fully comprehend the situation, a colossal wave surged towards the warship. Just as impact seemed imminent, Leo raised his hand, dispelling his power. The stunned sailors of the Royal Navy were drenched, resembling soggy chickens, while Alfred, maintaining his sword-wielding stance, materialized on the deck. All soldiers on the deck gaped in astonishment. Their jaws dropped as they stared at Leo and Alfred. After what felt like an eternity, one officer finally responded, Sir Knight Commander, weren't you sentenced to death? Alfred's face flushed crimson as he executed a flourish with his sword before sheathing it. Ahem. Let us address your issues first. Who ordered you to bombard the capital? Are you plotting treason? We received intelligence that the Crown Prince attempted to assassinate the king and instigated a coup. Under the orders of the Second Prince, our forces are to bombard the palace and eliminate the usurper in vengeance for our king, the captain replied. Yet, Sir Alfred, you have been sentenced to death. What brings you here now? I am here to thwart your actions. No one possesses the authority to order an attack on the capital. Your behavior will turn countless innocent civilians into victims. Cease immediately and return with me to the city. The officer did not respond to Alfred, but instead questioned his motives. Did you escape on your own accord? You, a fugitive, wish to persuade us to defy military orders? Soldiers, apprehend them. At the officer's command, soldiers encircled them. Dozens of muskets aimed at Leo and Alfred. Suddenly, the officer altered his orders and commanded the troops to fire. The sound of gunfire erupted, bullets raining down upon the duo. It appeared that this was part of the Second Prince's scheme. The brothers were certainly causing quite a stir. Even with guns trained on him, Leo remained unperturbed. In an instant, he clasped his hands together, summoning a deep-sea vortex that deflected all the bullets. Having accomplished this, Leo turned to Alfred. What are you hesitating for? Stop wasting time with them. At this juncture, a bloodless resolution is unattainable. Alfred, recovering from his shock, recognized that the adversary had revealed their true nature, leaving him with no reason to hold back. A flash of sword light cut through the air, and the soldiers surrounding them collapsed to the deck, clutching their wounded arms. Once again, two blades obliterated all artillery. In an instant, the deck was filled with wails of despair. However, Alfred had refrained from delivering a fatal blow, leaving the soldiers merely wounded and none dead. The astonished officer immediately sought assistance from the other two warships, exclaiming, Indeed, you are the traitor. You must have surrendered to the Crown Prince. You despicable wretch who has forsaken loyalty. His words ignited the soldier's fury, and even the injured glared wrathfully at Alfred. See, even if you refrain from lethal force, they will not show gratitude. Fear not. This is not the first time I have encountered such a situation. They are merely carrying out orders. Hence I shall not take their lives. Leo, please assist in rescuing the fallen soldiers. I know you are capable. Misunderstood once more. Alfred found solace in the belief that as long as he upheld his convictions, the lack of understanding from others mattered little. After a while, all the wounded and fallen soldiers were gathered on the deck, while the vociferous officer found himself silenced and trapped against the mast by Leo. Amidst the soldiers' furious stares, Alfred calmly recounted the events surrounding the rebellion in the royal capital. Upon hearing that Alfred had slain the mafia leader, the soldiers' hostility began to wane. That is the entirety of the matter, whether you believe it or not. The most pressing concern now is to return to the royal capital to reassure the civilians and restore order. As for whom to pledge allegiance to in the future, we shall await the outcome of the royal family's intrigues. At that moment, a few soldiers who admired Alfred stepped forward, saying, "My lord, it is not that we do not wish to return. You have just demonstrated your formidable power by destroying the ship." Alfred's face flushed slightly as he glanced at Leo, who, understanding the unspoken cue, eagerly interjected, "Hey, I can take you back." Without waiting for Alfred's reaction, he seized his arm and leapt off the ship. Then, a massive wave surged, lifting the warship and propelling it towards the shore. The soldiers aboard were so startled that their eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Erupting in exclamations of dismay, "You scoundrel, are you attempting to murder us? We are doomed." Leo stood upon the surface of the sea, laughing heartily as he waved farewell to the soldiers. "Ha ha ha, go forth, young men, and may fortune favor your endeavors," he exclaimed. "Oh, Leo, you are quite the character, but perhaps this serves as their punishment." Alfred, too, revealed a long-lost smile, bursting into joyous laughter. The war raged from dawn until dusk. After thwarting the nefarious plot to bombard the royal capital, the paladin fulfilled his final mission. Although the journey bore its share of anguish, the conclusion was ultimately satisfying. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting its golden rays upon the sea, Alfred knelt upon the water, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for allowing me to reclaim my honor and discover the rightful path. Henceforth, I, Alfred, pledge my allegiance to you, Leo, and from this moment on, I shall wield my sword in your service." Leo returned to the ship, the Poseidon, alongside Alfred. At this moment, Will and Gloria's injuries had stabilized, and the little chubby fish and the petite girl were filled with joy, for today a new companion was set to join them. Charles had prepared a sumptuous dinner, and everyone gathered around the table to raise their glasses in honor of Alfred. "From this day forth, Mr. Alfred shall be our companion, taking on the role of steward aboard the ship. I may lack skill and am somewhat clumsy, so I kindly ask for everyone's understanding in the days to come." Leo was quite pleased with Alfred's demeanor. Individuals of such character are easily embraced by others. However, Leo resolved to lend him a hand. "Since you intend to relinquish your former identity, why not change your name as well? From now on, let us call you Afu. The character Fu in my hometown signifies happiness and good fortune." "Afu? That sounds splendid. Henceforth, let everyone address me as such." With that, he bowed deeply to all present. The small gathering continued in a joyous atmosphere until late into the night. After a refreshing slumber, the following day, Leo summoned everyone together. "Now, we shall proceed with the Mafia's assimilation plan. Afu, being newly inducted, may be unaware that our purpose in the royal capital is to eliminate the John family and subsequently incorporate all their forces, which aligns perfectly with your aspirations. What would you have me do? First, we must locate that rascal, Ro Anthony. Yesterday was far too chaotic to ascertain whether he completed his task. Furthermore, we must await the birth of the new king in this land. Afu, which of the two princes do you believe will ultimately prevail? Which one is more suited to reign?" Afu pondered deeply and after a moment replied, "Although the elder prince wields most of the nation's power, I believe the younger prince will emerge victorious. Neither of these individuals is truly fit to be king. However, if your aim, Leo, is to control the Mafia, it would be best for the younger prince to ascend the throne." "Oh, please elaborate." "The elder prince is exceedingly arrogant and obstinate. He desires everyone to submit beneath his feet and would never tolerate the existence of the Mafia. The younger prince, on the other hand, is an enigmatic character, and one must exercise caution when collaborating with him. Indeed, the current intelligence is scant. Henceforth, let us split up. Whoever locates Ro Anthony must gather at the John family headquarters before noon. After a thorough exploration of the royal capital, it appeared as though the members of the mafia had vanished overnight. Leo speculated that Ro Anthony had succeeded, prompting him to head directly to the John family headquarters for further investigation. Upon arriving at the mafia villa, he discovered the estate devoid of life. The grand entrance stood ajar, its darkened threshold resembling a den of dragons and tigers. Yet, Leo did not perceive any threat that could endanger him, and thus he strode confidently into the villa. Leo had envisioned walking in to find himself confronted by a throng of individuals brandishing firearms, and he had also imagined the scene of Ro Anthony bowing before him, accompanied by hundreds of loyal subordinates. However, the reality upon his entrance was quite different. He was met with two factions locked in a standoff. Charles, Will, and Gloria stood resolutely behind Afyu, while Ro Anthony and his men, battered and bruised, were cornered in the hall. In the center of the room sat a young man, a smile playing on his lips, flanked by his butler. Leo said little, striding directly to the forefront of the group, standing directly opposite the youth. Envy gazed at Leo with a knowing glint in his eyes. It seems you are indeed their leader. I recall that you are the boy who defeated Rohard. So, you have set your sights on Mr. Alfred as well. It appears you have succeeded. Leo did not respond to Envy's words, instead pointing at Ro Anthony and asking, "Is it you who has reduced them to this state?" From the very first glance at Envy, Leo felt an immediate aversion towards him, thus his tone was rather hostile. Envy, however, paid no heed to Leo's demeanor. It was his attendant, Terry Candy, who erupted in fury. "Outrageous! Not only do you fail to pay your respects before my king, but you also dare to speak insolently. Do you wish for death?" No sooner had he spoken than Terry Candy vanished, the master assassin activating the powers of his transparency fruit in preparation for an attack. Yet, the invincible assassin had met his match that day. From the moment he entered, Leo remained on high alert, the moisture in the air serving as an extension of his senses. Before Terry Candy could approach, he was ensnared within a sphere of water. Bubbles formed as he struggled, desperately attempting to break free from the abyssal confinement. He pounded against the watery prison, gasping for air. As the so-called premier assassin of the West, C found himself in dire straits. "Is this all you have? Dear Prince, I trust you will now provide a satisfactory answer to my inquiry." Envy appeared oblivious to Terry Candy's plight, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he fixated intently on Leo, leaving none to comprehend the cause of his exhilaration. "Haha, you are remarkable. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Envy, the fourth king of the Galad Kingdom. You are privileged to address me by name. Those individuals were vanquished at my command. What shall you do about it?" Suddenly, Leo struck a single blow that hit Enway with a forceful impact, sending him flying until he collided with the wall, where he finally came to a halt. Enway curled up in a pitiful manner, blood continuously spilling from his mouth. The captain remained composed. Enway was the king of Gorod, and they could not kill him. It was best to hear what he intended. Afyu rushed forward to prevent Leo from inflicting further harm, aware that if Enway were to be accidentally killed, they would find themselves in grave trouble. However, Alfred's actions were misinterpreted by Enway, who believed he was ensuring the continuation of the royal bloodline and would not allow himself to perish without a fight. Thus, he taunted, "Haha, I have nothing to say. But if you kill me, will the formidable allies you have worked so hard to subdue betray you? I am most curious." Afyu was correct. Leo did not wish to bear the burden of a bounty for this man. The act of assassinating a king was far graver than robbing a village or a merchant ship. Should he proceed with such an act, the world government would undoubtedly list them as the foremost wanted criminals. Yet, upon hearing Enway's provocations aimed at sowing discord among him and his companions, Leo felt a surge of anger. Since killing him was not an option, he resolved to deliver a thorough beating instead. Casting a reassuring glance at Afyu, Leo approached Enway, grasped his collar, and delivered a punch to his face. With Anthony and a total of 51 gang members present, Leo unleashed 51 punches upon Enway. The once youthful and handsome king was reduced to a battered visage. This spectacle deeply moved Ro Anthony and his cohorts. They had not anticipated that Leo would go to such lengths to strike the king for their sake. The group was in tears, urging Leo not to act impulsively. After the beating, Leo shook his hands and firmly placed Enway back onto the chair, straightening him up. "Well, our grievances have been settled. Now, let us discuss your intentions." Coughing, Enway replied, "I have already stated that I have no ulterior motives. I am merely interested in those who annihilated the Joan family. I initially thought you were a foreign mafia force, But it seems I was mistaken. You are not a mafia at all. Leo raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Envy's proposition. Why should we not become the mafia, supplanting the John family to dominate this nation? Who would refuse such a splendid opportunity? He chuckled heartily. I cannot be mistaken in my judgment. Though your exterior may be deceiving, your actions reveal the truth. Controlling this country through the mafia is not what you truly desire. A madness lurks within your gaze. You and I are kindred spirits. Rio restrained the impulse to rub his eyes, pondering how he could be considered akin to you. However, as he observed the frenzied Enway, a sudden scheme emerged in Rio's mind. He decided to release Terry Candy, signaling everyone else to vacate the villa, leaving only himself and Enway in the room. Scanning the vast emptiness of the space, a wild smile broke upon Rio's face. You are indeed correct. What I desire is annihilation. Why should some individuals be born with everything? Why must there be distinctions among classes? I aim to obliterate those who dwell above, including the celestial dragons. Only in this manner can I find true delight. Upon hearing Rio's declaration, Enway's eyes sparkled even brighter. Ah, ha ha ha, a kindred spirit. I too have envisioned such scenes. What would the world look like without those imposing figures? Alas, though we share a common objective, I must concede that it remains unattainable. Enway's expression shifted rapidly, oscillating between madness and despair. Leo was somewhat bewildered by Envy's antics. This fellow truly harbored thoughts of world destruction, revealing himself to be a madman who thrived on chaos. Given this, perhaps it would be prudent to divulge a morsel of information regarding a certain devoted son. Would you believe me if I told you that within the next 2 decades, a tempest capable of overturning the entire world would arise? Leo's unwavering confidence left Enway speechless. After a brief moment of astonishment, a smile began to curl at the corners of Enway's mouth. Are you serious? This is simply marvelous. May I join as well? Bang. The bait was taken. No, you are too eager. That faction still wields considerable power. Even if you wish to partake in this game, your current status is insufficient. At the very least, you must possess the qualifications to be one of the 50 nations participating in the World Conference. Therefore, focus on enhancing your national strength and status. How intriguing. It appears you speak the truth. You truly intend to engage in something grand. I cannot miss such an exhilarating opportunity. You are correct. The Mafia is merely a stepping stone. My ultimate goal is to unify the Dark World and then participate in this game as a sovereign. Thus, for now, I must remain in hiding. Ha ha ha. Beautifully articulated. Your name is Leo, correct? I acknowledge your ambition. Therefore, go forth, and the kingdom of Golod shall fully support you. Thus, amidst Leo's fanciful musings and Enway's perverse self-satisfaction, a devilish pact was forged. After concluding their operations in the capital, Leo and his entourage returned to Baika Town. A decision made to reassure Enway, prompting Leo to designate this place as their temporary stronghold. However, Ro Anthony was retained in the capital, tasked with managing the affairs left by the Joan family. He would only return to Baika once the underground structure of the capital was re-established. Before departing, Leo established new regulations for the newly formed family. The Mafia, rooted in the kingdom and its commoners, bore the responsibility of maintaining the underground order of Golod. While collecting protection fees was permissible, safeguarding the interests of the local populace was paramount. Oppression of the common people was absolutely intolerable. As the community gradually adapted to trading without external harassment, they would develop a sense of identification with the Mafia. Leo also instructed Ro Anthony to selectively recruit gang members, striving for local governance by locals, while all incoming gang members would assume external roles, handling outreach and expansion. Next came the restructuring of the Mafia's industrial chain. Having been the son of a prominent family in his past life, Leo swiftly dismissed the drug trade. He eliminated this segment of profit, replacing it entirely with arms manufacturing, aiming to transform the Anthony family into the largest weapon manufacturer in the West Sea. Yet, when Leo unveiled the jet-powered Armstrong cannon, jaws dropped in disbelief. The unique design was met with incredulity, and while initially only Charles had voiced his critiques, the growing opposition compelled Leo to redesign it. Apart from the unconventional cannon, other products remained quite popular. Having studied at MADS for an extended period, weapon development was second nature to Leo. Whether it was fully automatic submachine guns, Gatling guns, or cutting-edge sniper rifles, they were all favored by the Mafia. Moreover, one cannot overlook the strategic significance of sea-stone ammunition. Previously, those who wielded the powers of the devil fruits in the Four Seas were regarded as formidable adversaries. However, when confronted with an army armed with sea stone bullets, their prowess diminishes considerably. As for the more potent laser weaponry, Rio has no intention of unveiling it just yet. He aspires to maintain a lead of over a century in this domain before releasing the original version. Leo named the armament factory West M Weapon Manufacturing Company, and all weapons produced would bear the designation WM, followed by a numeral from 0 to 9. Many assumed that the letter M represented the initial of the team name, Mobile, but Leo understood that it was a tribute to the MADS Research Institute. Gazing at the letter M, Leo reminisced about his mentor, wondering how Vegapunk fared with the world government. After outlining the development strategy, Leo issued a covert directive to Ro Anthony to procure devil fruits through underworld channels, acquiring them directly if possible, or gathering precise information if not. This would be a long-term endeavor, establishing a singular line of communication between Ro Anthony and Leo. After entrusting the affairs of the capital to Ro Anthony, Leo returned to Bika Town, where he directed this armament industry to flourish. Soon, the weapon factory became the economic backbone of Bika, a decision Leo had not anticipated would significantly contribute to his future dominion over the West Sea. After 3 months of diligent effort, the weapon factory was fully operational, and WM Company's first substantial order came from the Jared Kingdom. Envy utilized this opportunity to provide financial support to Leo while simultaneously rearming his forces. Since making an agreement with Leo, Envy resolved to expand the Jared Kingdom, aspiring to elevate it to an empire and secure a position among the world's top 50 nations. While Leo aimed to become the king of the underworld, Envy sought to reign as the king above ground. The transformation of the Jared Kingdom brought great satisfaction to Afthu, who had labored for many years without achieving such progress, and Leo accomplished in mere months what he could not. This further solidified Afthu's commitment to following Leo. With the trivial matters resolved, it was time to prioritize the team's plan for skill enhancement. Leo proposed that Afthu become their instructor, a suggestion met with unanimous approval, given Afthu's evident prowess. Indeed, Mr. Afthu was a seasoned mentor, employing targeted teaching methods. After assessing each individual's capabilities, he crafted personalized training regimens. This evoked in Leo a sense of nostalgia reminiscent of seeking a personal trainer in a past life. He would not be surprised if called to lift weights at any moment. Will, your fishman lineage endows you with tenfold the strength of a human, and you possess a well-established combat system in fishman karate. You need only to maximize this potential. My training plan for you begins with foundational strength training, he instructed. Sir. Yes, sir, Will replied. Charles, your exceptional physical coordination and inherited kicking techniques are commendable, yet you have yet to fully harness your fruit abilities. The cold weapon fruit will diversify your combat style, thus you must familiarize yourself with a broader array of weaponry. I understand your reluctance to fight with both hands, so I shall teach you the split kick fist. Very well, Mr. Butler, I shall follow your guidance, Charles responded. Gloria interjected, Mr. Afthu, I possess considerable strength. What are your thoughts on wielding a large hammer as my weapon? Afthu's eyelids twitched uncontrollably for a moment, and he shot a glare at Leo, who had previously encouraged the young girl to wield the heavy hammer. Even in battle, a lady must maintain her grace. Gloria, your physical talents, both in coordination and strength, are unparalleled, and thus I shall cultivate you into a master of martial arts. As for your choice of weapon, given that you possess the ability to hunt fruits, why not opt for a ranged weapon? With Leo's exceptional skills, he can craft any weapon you desire. Afthu, I believe Gloria is remarkably suited for heavy weaponry. Her extraordinary strength, combined with a hammer, would undoubtedly transform her into a formidable weapon in human form, Leo insisted, his persistence evident. Let us not digress. Gloria, I advise you to first practice with the bow and arrow, throwing knives, crossbows, and firearms, as these weapons are excellent mediums for armed color. Additionally, to complement your hunting fruit abilities, you must also acquire knowledge in stealth, assassination, and trap setting. You bear the heaviest learning burden among us, so persevere, young lady. Upon hearing the extensive list of skills she needed to learn, Gloria pouted, tempted to refuse. Yet, when faced with the hopeful gazes of her companions, she reluctantly acquiesced. As for you, Leo, your fruit ability is indeed formidable, but do not lose yourself in such power. Relying solely on your ability will not make you a true strongman. Therefore, foundational training in martial arts and swordsmanship is essential for you. In the future, you will undoubtedly emerge as the strongest among us. Leo's lips twitched as he yearned to confide in Afthu that, in terms of physical prowess, he was utterly inept, an assertion validated by his mother. Yet, He harbored a glimmer of hope that a foe might conjure a miracle. Perhaps under the tutelage of a seasoned instructor, Leo could transform his shortcomings into strengths. This was merely the initial phase of training, and once their physical capabilities were up to par, they would need to learn the art of hockey. To navigate the vast ocean freely, true strength was paramount, and mastery of hockey was an essential prerequisite for entering the realm of the adept. Upon distributing the training assignments, Afu promptly urged everyone to commence their exercises, yet he had evidently overestimated the learning capacity of these mischievous youngsters. From the outset, myriad issues arose. While the individualized training proposals were commendable, Afu seemed to overlook the fact that he was but one man. After assigning Leo and Will to strength training, he proceeded to guide Gloria in shooting practice. Just as he managed to help the young girl master the use of a firearm, he turned around only to discover that Leo and Will were slacking off. As a stern instructor, Afu was resolute in his refusal to coddle these two recruits. He unleashed a torrent of reprimands upon them, imposing a penalty of intensified training. Subsequently, he noticed Gloria staring vacantly at her firearm, having forgotten how to load the ammunition. The morning's training devolved into a cycle of Afu correcting everyone's mistakes. When he finally remembered to seek out Charles, the chef was already wheeling in the lunch cart, calling everyone to the table. At the dining table, Leo and his companions cast shamefaced glances at Afu, who savagely bit into his bread as if it were these rowdy children, channeling all his morning frustration into the act. Leo, is there a way for me to simultaneously view everyone as training sessions? At this moment, Leo was feeling quite uneasy when he suddenly heard Afu calling his name, startling him into a stiffened posture as he promptly stood upright and responded loudly. Report, instructor. The Helios has a surveillance system that monitors the entire ship, which can fulfill your requirements. Excellent. This afternoon, we set sail, Afu declared with a menacing chuckle, relishing the thought of how he would manage each of those unruly kids individually. The Helios departed from Baika town and ventured into the heart of the ocean, where the gentle climate of the West Sea was immensely pleasant. Instructor Afu accompanied Will to the stern of the ship. Will, the fishmen must surely excel at swimming, right? Can you catch up to this vessel in the water? Don't jest, Mr. Afu. The Helios is the fastest ship in the world. I certainly cannot keep pace. Besides, our vessel can fly. Our ship can fly. Will coughed in surprise. Is that true? That is indeed thrilling news. But what I meant was, can you catch up to the Helios while it is sailing at a normal speed? That's impossible. I swim quite slowly. Come on, Will, muster some confidence. It's your constant pessimism that makes you a target for your kin. You must stand up in critical moments. If you manage to catch up to the Helios, it would mean you have completed today's training. I believe you can do it. All right, I'll give it a try. Encouraged by Afu's words, Will was unaware of what awaited him next. He leaped into the sea, waiting for the Helios to drift farther away before receiving the signal to begin. He swam vigorously toward the Helios. Before long, Will caught up to the Helios, thinking to himself that Afu was rather kind, assigning him such an easy training exercise. However, despite swimming for quite a while, he found the remaining distance insurmountable, which caused him to grow anxious and paddle even harder. Mr. Afu appeared at the stern, urging Will on. You're almost there. Instructor Afu, I'm trying my best. Please don't let the Helios accelerate any further. Afu suddenly shifted from his earlier gentle demeanor to a stern expression. Will, remember this. In the vast ocean, you must either strive to advance or succumb to the depths. Tell me your choice. Will you move forward or drown? I choose to advance. Excellent. Then put in the effort to catch up. Sir, yes, sir. Afu nodded in satisfaction, tossing Will a rope before turning to return to the deck where Gloria was. The deck had temporarily been transformed into a shooting range, and Gloria was currently fiddling with a crossbow. Afu, I still believe Leo's suggestion is correct. These weapons are too lightweight and not as effective as a hammer. That's nonsense. A hammer is a melee weapon. Nothing beats the efficacy of ranged arms. Just think about it. Attacking from a distance is far safer for eliminating foes. Afu had always been perplexed as to why a seemingly delicate girl like Gloria would choose a hammer as her weapon of choice. Suddenly, Gloria flashed a mischievous grin, and while Afu was distracted, she stealthily touched him with her left hand before darting to the bow of the ship and proclaiming loudly, "Who says a hammer can only be a melee weapon? Watch this." With casual confidence, Gloria hurled the hammer in a random direction, only for it to arc gracefully through the air towards Afu. However, before her moment of triumph could last, Afu effortlessly caught the weapon. Now, what will you do next? Do you wish to throw something else? Had you not touched me with your left hand, could you still wield the hammer in this manner? Gloria stuck out her little tongue, and with her prank thwarted, she reluctantly agreed to learn marksmanship, despite her struggles to master the firearm. Afu allowed her to practice with a hand crossbow instead. To accommodate this, Leo had crafted a rapid-fire crossbow with interchangeable arrow magazines, proving far more effective in close-quarters combat than a pistol. Initially indifferent, Gloria grew fond of this weapon after several attempts, finding that it was considerably more entertaining to play pranks with a crossbow than with a hammer. But the excitement did not end there. Afu wheeled over a cart, revealing a colossal cream cake for dessert, which they had not sampled during lunch. Gloria's eyes sparkled with delight, and as the cake appeared, her mouth watered in anticipation. Yet, Afu informed her, if you can hit the bullseye, you shall have a taste of this cream cake, one bite for each successful shot. If your accuracy is commendable, you may even enjoy the entire cake alone. Upon hearing this sweet proposition, Gloria eagerly agreed, thinking it would be a simple task to hit the target. However, as she began shooting, regrets soon washed over her. The targets were moving, and hitting the bullseye proved far more challenging than anticipated. Afu, meanwhile, sat nearby, savoring the cake and teasing Gloria. Charles' skills are truly remarkable. This cream cake is sweet, yet not overwhelming, each bite bursting with rich dairy flavor. So addictive, he remarked. Hurry up, Gloria. If you can't hit the target soon, I may finish it all myself. Desperate and drenched in sweat, Gloria's finger tightened on the trigger with increasing speed. Yet, the more frantic she became, the more her arrows veered off course, ultimately depleting both quivers without scoring a single hit. Meanwhile, Afu, having indulged in the cake, declared with a satisfied burp, "Oh dear, I accidentally finished it all. I'm sorry, Gloria, but it was just too delicious. Perhaps next time, you'll have your chance." With furrowed brows and tears welling in her eyes, Gloria was overwhelmed with frustration, eventually breaking down in tears. Sensing the effectiveness of his teasing, Afu conjured another piece of cream cake from seemingly nowhere, waving it in front of Gloria before covering it with a cloche. "Very well, I shall grant you another opportunity. Before the sun sets, if you can hit the bullseye just once, this cake shall be yours. From this point onward, I shall refrain from observing your training. I have faith that Gloria is a girl of her word and would never indulge in infidelity. Alas, do not underestimate me. I am determined to enjoy my cream cake with utmost integrity." With a defiant expression, Gloria assured Afu, her adorable little nose wrinkling in determination. Thus, yet another mischievous child fell under Afu's influence. Having dealt with the two most unruly ones, Afu made his way back to the monitoring room, where Leo and Charles awaited him. "Afu, this is the surveillance system I mentioned," Leo stated. Several projection phone worms displayed every corner around the Poseidon ship onto the walls. A biological closed-circuit monitoring system crafted by Leo using the phone worms. Afu scrutinized the images and soon identified Will, who was still valiantly swimming to catch up with the boat, and Gloria, who was diligently practicing with the crossbow. "Ah, Leo, how does your mind work? You consistently create such peculiar contraptions. However, I must admit, this device is remarkably useful. Forgive my humility, but this invention is not solely my creation. Although it has yet to become widespread, several factions along the Grand Line are already employing it. Oh, I must be rather limited in my experiences. It seems that sailing with you is indeed a wise choice." Having said that, Afu turned to Leo and Charles with a serious demeanor. "It is now your turn. Charles, go practice your split kick first. As for the use of other weapons, I will organize the information and teach you later. Leo, you will accompany me." Charles, displaying a commendable sense of responsibility, promptly proceeded to the boxing room to train with the practice dummies. In contrast, Leo followed Afu into the equipment room with a sense of trepidation. "Leo, I do not wish to discourage you, but your physical fitness and martial aptitude are the weakest among everyone here. Therefore, you must exert yourself even more. What should I do? Henceforth, you are required to engage in 3 hours of foundational training daily, which will encompass endurance and strength training. Afterward, you will learn the way of the sword from me." Leo pondered for a moment before suddenly drawing his dagger. "Afu, could you instruct me on how to wield this dagger?" Afu took the dagger from Leo and examined it closely. "This weapon, in your hands, is akin to a short sword. However, fear not. Mastery of one technique often leads to mastery of many. Compared to the traditional methods of an assassin, I believe you are more inclined towards direct confrontation. Therefore, it is entirely appropriate for me to teach you using the principles of swordsmanship. You must dedicate yourself to training, even if you do not become a grand swordsman. You should at least strive to attain the ability to slice through iron. Leo's interest was piqued instantly. The iron-cutting swordsman. I am familiar with this concept. Is it not true that a swordsman who cannot sever anything yet possesses the ability to cut through steel is deemed an iron-cutting swordsman? Mr. A Fu was taken aback. Where did you hear such an odd theory? If one cannot sever anything, what use is a sword? A true swordsman must embody the principle that the blade can cleave through all, capable of slicing through both the softest and the hardest of materials. Liao gazed at AFO with bewilderment. It seemed inconceivable that he would so easily dismiss the philosophy of another great swordsman. Could it be that those within the same profession are indeed rivals? AFO, how did you become a great swordsman? Upon hearing this question, AFO suddenly spoke with utmost reverence. It is a realm that can only be attained when a swordsman fully embodies his convictions. This is something you must experience for yourself. If you harbor doubts about your own beliefs, you shall never step into the domain of a great swordsman. Liao, what is your conviction? Hold on, don't be foolish. AFO's gaze became complex as he looked at Liao, a mixture of incredulity and disappointment in his eyes, along with a hint of disdain. You should head to the fighting chamber and practice your cuts 10,000 times. I will go check on Will. A while later, AFO arrived at the stern of the ship and suddenly noticed that the ropes used for boarding had snapped straight. Will lay on the surface of the sea, his eyes vacant, drifting as the rope pulled him along. Will. AFO involuntarily twitched at the corners of his eyes and shouted, "Are you still alive?" Will merely sighed. AFO had lost count of how many times he had sighed that day, but fortunately he had prepared in advance. Let us go. AFO swung his arms, sending the roasted meat tied with fishing line flying above Will. The aroma of the meat instantly roused the little fat fish. Niku, don't run away, brother loves you. The fishing rod in AFO's hand seemed to possess a will of its own, allowing the meat to hover tantalizingly just inches from Will's nose, making it perpetually out of reach. Will appeared to have lost all rationality, moving instinctively through the water, leaving a trail of white foam behind him. As he approached the roast meat once more, Will suddenly leaped out of the water, grasping the rope and pulling back with all his might. AFO, controlling the fishing rod, burst into laughter and kicked the rope reel at his feet, sending Will flying far away with a scream. Ah, my meat. After half a year of transformation, the kingdom of Galad in the West Sea had undergone tremendous changes. Ro Anthony had completely integrated the remnants of the John family, establishing himself as the sole underground power in the kingdom. The W.M. Arms Company, now endorsed by the Kingdom of Galad, flourished and expanded its business to neighboring countries. Initially, it was thought that W.M. products, being high-end and expensive, would have limited orders. However, Liao had underestimated the financial capacity of the people of the West Sea. As for Liao and his companions, they had been living fulfilling lives during this time, especially AFO. Will and Gloria had also developed combat capabilities. Although Gloria couldn't seem to forget her large iron hammer and stealthily picked it up when AFO was not paying attention, Charles had made the most significant progress. Having a background in his family's kicking techniques, he excelled at practicing the splitting kick, now ranking just below instructor AFO in close combat ability. Even Leo, once deemed inept in the art of swordsmanship, now wielded a sword with a certain flair. As Afu aptly remarked, the path of the sword is a lifelong endeavor requiring relentless dedication. Amid this joyous atmosphere, time silently slipped into the summer of the year 1498 of the Sea Circle calendar. On the very day after Leo announced his intention to embark on a new journey, his plans were abruptly disrupted by a world-shattering news. Leo, come quickly. There's breaking news, Charles exclaimed, brandishing a newspaper with urgency. What news could be so significant? Has the celestial dragon fallen? Leo responded nonchalantly while practicing his swordplay. Upon receiving the newspaper from Charles, Leo's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment at the revelation before him. He had almost forgotten about the most monumental event in the world of One Piece due to his intense training. The front page boldly proclaimed that the Pirate King, Gold, Roger, was to be publicly executed in Logtown, with the execution scheduled for 1 month hence. Leo quietly rejoiced, relieved that he had not missed this monumental historical event. He then picked up the communication device to contact Fisher Tiger, informing him that they could set sail for the Seven Warlords plan. He also mentioned his intention to visit Logtown, inviting them to join him if they could make it in time. Everyone gather around. I have an announcement to make. Soon, Leo summoned everyone together, briefly outlining the situation before commanding the ship to set course for Logtown in the East Sea. The ship, the Sea Goddess Soldier, immediately entered high-speed mode. The golden trident cutting through the waves as it raced across the ocean. Leo stood at the bow, eager to reach Lobetown in an instant. Although he still held disdain for the pirate profession, he understood that to avenge himself against the world government, chaos must ensue. And the dawn of the great age of pirates presented an opportunity he could not miss. He was determined to witness it firsthand. Moreover, Leo recalled that many influential figures of the future would be present at this execution. The mere thought of encountering them brought a mischievous smile to his face. Regardless of how renowned you may become on the seas, I shall undoubtedly be the brightest among you. Confronted by the fierce sea breeze, the flames of Leo's youthful ambition blazed fiercely. In just 3 days, the sea goddess soldier reached the entrance to the Grand Line after traversing the 4 seas. A minor incident occurred while navigating Reverse Mountain, as despite AFO's considerable experience, it was his first time venturing beyond the West Sea. Thus, this journey became an indelible memory for him. At the sight of the towering peaks, AFO instinctively felt apprehensive, but Leo did not afford him the chance to retreat, promptly binding him to the mast. Consequently, AFO completed his inaugural crossing of Reverse Mountain from the esteemed position of the ship. Lobetown is just ahead. Prepare to disembark, Leo announced. The crew responded with excitement. Oh, AFO, however, could only manage a feeble, ugh. Leo, with a cheerful demeanor, comforted the still reeling butler, saying, "It's all right. After a few more occurrences, your body will adapt. Just keep vomiting it out." The crowd looked at Leo in horror, exclaiming, "Hey, are you a devil? Huh? When it came time to act, I didn't see you all holding back. Didn't we agree to express our gratitude for Commander Afu's care over the past 6 months?" Gloria leaned halfway out of the boat, excitedly pointing at the bustling port. It seemed that, regardless of the era, the phenomenon of celebrity influence remained formidable, especially when witnessing a top idol's downfall. Roger was the pinnacle of stardom in this age. What could be more dramatic than a death sentence gone awry? At that moment, Rogtown struck Leo as reminiscent of a popular tourist destination during a long holiday in his previous life, bustling with people, each more diverse than the last. There were nobles drawn to the spectacle, as well as menacing rogues. At this juncture, even if the Navy discerned your ill intentions, they could hardly be bothered. Naturally, the most jubilant were the merchants of Rogtown. The public execution of the Pirate King had directly bolstered the local economy. Perhaps even Roger himself had not anticipated that he would repay his hometown in such a manner, thus returning in a sense of glory. Leo and his companions deliberately sought out a hotel that overlooked the execution platform. After a cordial exchange, a kind-hearted tourist graciously relinquished their room. A truly fortunate turn of events. Once settled, Leo suggested they visit the tavern in town, whimsically imagining that it might trigger some extraordinary side quest. "Uncle, a round of rum," he exclaimed excitedly as he took a seat, eager to order his drink. However, before he could finish his sentence, a fist struck his head. Alf shot Leo a disapproving glare and said, "Boss, 2 rums and 3 juices, please. How stingy. Until you reach adulthood, listen to your father and drink your orange juice." He added, perhaps influenced by their time together, as even Alf unconsciously began to engage in banter. The patrons were engrossed in discussions centered around the execution of the Pirate King. Some praised the naval hero, Garp, while others expressed concern that the Pirate King's crew might attempt a rescue. There were even murmurs suggesting that this Pirate King was merely an illusion, a ruse concocted by that scoundrel, Roger. Amidst the fervor of conversation, no one noticed a red-haired youth wearing a straw hat quietly slip out of the tavern. Only Leo, seemingly indifferent, cast a fleeting glance in his direction, a glimmer of awareness flashing in his eyes. The red-haired boy paused momentarily as he exited, then vanished into the throng. After watching Shanks depart, Leo chuckled softly. A perceptive fellow. Leo had an inkling that he would soon encounter Shanks again, and he secretly wished to tease the young Emperor of the Sea. At that moment, the proprietor's sigh caught the attention of several patrons at the bar. Curiously, Charles inquired, "Boss, with business thriving, what brings on such a sigh?" The owner lamented, "That rascal Roger used to frequent this tavern. And who would have thought that after all these years, he would return only to meet his demise here? It's quite lamentable." Alfred, somewhat perplexed by the owner's words, remarked, "Isn't it a good thing that the Pirate King was executed?" The owner replied with a wry smile, "To us, Roger remains just that brash young lad full of bluster. Yet, he was the Pirate King, a significant figure who hailed from our very own Lobetown." Sensing the owner's enthusiasm, Leo took the opportunity to treat him to a glass of rum. encouraging him to continue regaling them with tales of the Pirate King. As the owner animatedly recounted stories of Roger's youth, everyone was captivated, and before they knew it, night had fallen. The tavern keeper, clearly a bit inebriated, began to sing Bink's sake while thumping the bar. "Hooray, hooray, we bring Bink's sake to you, like the sea breeze that sails freely upon the waves." On the other side of the ocean, the sun sets in raucous splendor, and the bird songs sketch circles in the sky. Farewell to the harbor, the land of silk. Let us sing the song of departure. Golden waves and silver tides become splashes of water. We set forth only because of the sea. The atmosphere in the tavern reached a crescendo as everyone sang in unison, for in that moment, all were equals, regardless of their status. Charles, unable to withstand the effects of drink, was the first to collapse onto the bar. Noticing the lateness of the hour, Leo stood to bid farewell to the owner, only to have his arm grasped firmly. The tavern keeper leaned in conspiratorially and whispered in Leo's ear, "Do you wish to know what Roger said before setting sail? That fellow declared he aimed to overturn this world. Ha ha ha, he truly loved to boast." Leo was momentarily taken aback by the owner's words before he smiled and replied, "No, he has accomplished it, has he not?" The following day, Charles did not awaken until the sun was high in the sky. After a night of revelry, everyone returned to the ship, the sea god's fury, to rest. The hungover cook staggered out of his cabin, and the sea breeze instantly rekindled his nausea. Alfred, patting his back, teased, "Can't handle a little drink, eh? Perhaps you should stick to beer next time. Please return to me the mature and composed Mr. Alfred. Ever since he changed his name, he has completely let loose." Leo gazed with some concern at Alfred's retreating figure, pondering the significant transformations that seemed to accompany each new member of their crew. He began to worry for the future of their transient lives. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Leo's thoughts. It was Fisher Tiger, accompanied by Jinby and Dragon, waving at them from the dock. They quickly welcomed the three aboard, and after 2 years apart, their bonds remained intact. After exchanging warm embraces, Leo announced a feast in celebration of Tiger's arrival. The mention of a banquet instantly cured Charles's hangover, and he promptly set up an iron grill, eager to prepare a barbecue on the deck. However, when he saw Mr. Tiger once again producing the wine from Fishman Island to indulge in revelry with everyone, he was so frightened that he nearly hid beneath the table. The banquet on the deck continued in a joyous atmosphere until dusk. Leo and Tiger leaned against the railing, savoring the sea breeze. "Brother Tiger, after this execution, the ocean will be thrown into chaos, presenting a golden opportunity for Fishman Island to rise. Splendid. Over the past 2 years, I have trained a remarkable group of young warriors. At last, we can begin to devise our plans. Indeed, the first step is to establish our reputation and strive for a seat among the 7 warlords." Leo gazed intently at Tiger and continued, "In the days to come, numerous fledgling pirates will seek to infiltrate the New World. It would be a clever strategy to establish a pirate crew composed entirely of fishmen, masquerading as robbers of these novice pirates, thereby creating an illusion for the world government that you are the gatekeepers of the New World. Do not shy away from bloodshed. This is your stage to exhibit your power. Then, with the endorsement of the Ryugu Kingdom, you stand a significant chance of becoming one of the 7 warlords of the sea. But by doing so, the fishmen will become the enemies of all pirates," someone interjected. "If we refrain from such actions, the fishmen will be regarded no differently than mere belly in the eyes of pirates. Embrace the challenge. The world government desires this outcome. Firstly, you cannot intercept every pirate, and secondly, not all pirates aspire to venture into the New World. If you remain apprehensive, you might declare a protective stance over Fishman Island, resolutely opposing the capture of fishmen to legitimize your actions." After an extensive discussion, Tiger acknowledged Leo's plan and pledged to implement it immediately upon their return. In the ensuing days, the group experienced the warmth of Lowtown as if they were mere tourists. However, as the execution of the Pirate King approached, the atmosphere on the island grew increasingly solemn, with many future titans of the sea arriving to witness the dawn of a new era. The wait was interminable. A week had passed since their arrival in Lowtown, and even the most vibrant of towns can become tedious when observed for too long. During this period, Charles had significantly improved his tolerance for alcohol, evolving from being unable to withstand a single drink to enduring the entire evening while maintaining lucidity. Should one inquire about his impressions of Lowtown in the future, he would undoubtedly retort, "Ugh, I feel nauseous." Will also endeavored to engage with human society, taking on the daily task of grocery shopping. Initially, the crew harbored some trepidation towards him, but after a few encounters, they discovered he was merely a shy giant. Consequently, he became the favorite of the elderly woman, often receiving generous gifts during his shopping trips. Among the crew, the one who fared the worst was Gloria. Originally, the young girl relished shopping daily, but over time, Leo, citing her extravagant spending, entrusted her to Afyu, who was equally relentless in her training, honing Gloria's tracking skills. Her first target was none other than Shanks. Remarkably, Gloria had the audacity to pursue him, and with her abysmal disguise and tracking abilities, the outcome was predictable. "Little sister, why are you following me?" Shanks asked, his expression one of amusement as he gazed at the charming girl before him. "I assure you, I am a lady and would never stoop to following you. We merely happen to be traveling the same path." In just 3 days, Gloria grew weary of her task, and despite Afyu's persuasive attempts, she resolved to remain aboard the ship until the day of the Pirate King's execution. On the first day, while coincidentally encountering Shanks at a tavern, Leo's collecting instincts were piqued. He wandered the streets and indeed encountered several notable figures, including Old Shy trying on clothes in a boutique, Don Quixote Doflamingo dining without paying at a renowned restaurant, and even having styled hair alongside Moria, who insisted on getting a nose ring after his punk makeover was complete. Every day, Leo immerses himself in the game of serendipitous encounters with love. Despite often returning empty-handed, he remains undeterred and continues to indulge in his pursuit. Today, Leo unusually invited Afu to accompany him on a shopping excursion. Initially, it was merely a leisurely stroll, but as they passed through a narrow alley, an unexpected spectacle unfolded before them. 2 formidable figures were locked in confrontation. "You insolent fool! What caliber do you possess to desire the same code as I? Today, Lord Moria will show you what it truly means to be a pirate. You seek your own demise. You, who are only fit to linger in the paradise, dare to instruct me on the ways of piracy? Ha ha ha. You are nothing but a wretched dog that has fled from the new world." At that moment, Leo felt as though he might faint from sheer exhilaration. After days of inactivity, he found himself amidst a grand spectacle. The clash of young warlords was an event that any seasoned enthusiast of the second dimension would eagerly anticipate. However, after a prolonged standoff, neither Sandman nor Moria made a move. Determined to impart a lesson on the importance of decisive action, Leo whispered to Afu for a considerable time before the two boldly strode into the battlefield, heading directly toward the epicenter of the conflict. Leo and AFO displayed an air of calmness, their gazes unwaveringly fixed ahead, seemingly indifferent to the presence of Crocodile and Moria. Their demeanor, exuding an aura of superiority, instantly provoked the wrath of the two men, who were already on edge. "Seeking death," they exclaimed in unison, as a sandstorm and shadow blades converged upon them from both sides. Yet, Leo merely waved his hand nonchalantly, conjuring forth a torrent of seawater that effortlessly thwarted the oncoming sandstorm. Meanwhile, AFO gently touched his sword to the ground, and a radiant light burst forth, instantly dispelling the encroaching shadows. The unexpected prowess displayed by Leo and AFO left Crocodile and Moria both apprehensive. Their desire for confrontation swiftly dissipated as their gazes trailed the duo, watching them vanish at the alley's end. After a brief silence, Crocodile broke the tension, smoothing back his slick-back hair as he scoffed, "Humph. For today, I shall spare you, scoundrel. Just ensure our paths do not cross again on the high seas." Such was the nature of the Sand Crocodile, a man of the world who, after issuing his warning, turned on his heel without a moment's hesitation. Moria, on the other hand, exhibited a semblance of decorum, perhaps conscious of his status and feeling inferior to Crocodile, silently berating himself. "What is so impressive? I shall conquer the new world, mark my words." As Leo stepped out of the alley, an unsettling sensation crept over him, a feeling of being watched from behind. "Too timid to glance back," he urged AFO. "Sneak a look behind us and see if anyone is following." "Why don't you do it yourself? It's just a casual stroll. Why act like you're in a life-or-death situation? Is it amusing?" After playfully teasing the future warlord of the sea, Leo's spirits soared. However, the ensuing moments devolved into a mundane walk, as it seemed that encountering two warlords had drained all of Leo's luck for the day. AFO, reveling in his mischief, wore a wicked grin, as if to say, "Serves you right for always courting trouble." Unbeknownst to them, nightfall enveloped Rog Town, prompting Leo to concede defeat in his search and obediently follow AFO back to the ship, the sea goddess Wrath. Yet, fate has a peculiar way of manifesting. Just as he surrendered his pursuit, it appeared before him in an unforeseen guise. "Ah, no. I merely bumped into you, and I have already apologized." Haha. If apologies meant anything, what need would we have for the Navy? At the sound of that distinctive laughter, Leo's demeanor shifted instantly. Flamingo, get. Witnessing his captain's excitement, AFO could only facepalm in resignation. What began as a leisurely stroll transformed into a brisk pace as they moved toward the source of the laughter. Upon approaching, they discovered none other than Doflamingo, accompanied by Diamante and Treble, bullying another pirate. Surrounding them lay numerous defeated minions. Clearly the hapless East Blue rogues had attempted to assert their dominance, only to meet their match. Doflamingo turned to Leo, spotting a middle-aged man with a child observing the spectacle, and immediately donned a malevolent grin. What troubles you? What do you wish to gaze upon? Leo retorted without hesitation. Ha ha ha, is it typical for East Blue folk to be so brazen? It seems necessary to enlighten you about the perils of the sea. How utterly ridiculous. The illustrious Don Quixote family, reduced to preying on the weak. You must be Doflamingo. Indeed, as the rumors suggest, you dress like a flamboyant turkey. With a single remark, Leo incited a sinister chuckle from Doflamingo, who, veins protruding ominously from his forehead, hissed, "Ha ha ha, you insolent little brat. I hope you remain this audacious when the time comes." Discarding the battered pirate, Doflamingo aimed at Leo, unleashing a deadly threat of line bullets. This technique, not only possessing formidable penetration power, but also remarkable stealth, rendered the trajectory of the line bullets invisible to Leo's eyes. However, Leo was undeterred prior to his approach. He had established a connection with every water molecule in the surrounding air. The minuscule droplets, imperceptible to the naked eye, were the nemesis of the line fruit. As the line bullets traversed the air, they became ensconced in the water droplets, curving downward before they could reach Leo, resembling an unfortunate ailment afflicting Doflamingo's prostate. Pathetic. Leo scoffed. Doflamingo, you have a long way to go. Perhaps you should exercise some restraint, he continued, observing the dismal state of Doflamingo's aim. Doflamingo felt a surge of blood rush to his head, causing the veins on his forehead to bulge even more. At that moment, he deemed Leo the king of insults. Very well, let us play this game, Doflamingo declared. Now witness my technique, rainbow thread. With a swift motion of his claw, 5 invisible threads, imbued with armament hockey, lashed toward Leo. Yet, this was merely a feint. Hidden behind his back, Doflamingo simultaneously activated the parasite line. Leo possessed an intricate understanding of the intelligence regarding Don Quixote Doflamingo. With the activation of the enhanced deep-sea tornado, a colossal wave of seawater enveloped Leo and Afu like a protective half-dome. Having learned from his previous encounter with Rohad, Leo had rectified the vulnerability of this technique to aerial assaults. After allowing Doflamingo 2 strikes, Leo raised his hand to launch a counterattack, manifesting an invisible deep blue blade that nearly cleaved Doflamingo and his companions in half. In a moment of imminent peril, Doflamingo's observation hockey went into a frenzy, prompting his body to instinctively leap into the air. However, his comrades, Treble and Diamante, were not as fortunate. They were directly struck, blood erupting from their wounds, leaving a gash that traversed their torsos. Following the successful strike, Leo did not relent. He integrated Fishman Karate with his devil fruit abilities to conjure the Sea God Fluid technique, unleashing a torrent known as the Sea Goddess Storm. If Leo's primitive version of this technique was likened to a grenade by Fisher Tiger, then the improved area attack he executed was akin to a shotgun. Doflamingo's expression transformed drastically as he raised his hand to conjure a white shield, only to be met with the staggering force of the Sea Goddess Storm, which numbed his arm and sent him crashing onto a pirate ship. As Doflamingo dispelled the white shield, he sought to retaliate, but before he could act, he sensed a blinding light approaching, a massive golden slashing attack. At that moment, evasion was no longer an option. In a desperate bid for survival, he activated Shadow Riders, creating a decoy to absorb the blow, while he seized the opportunity to leap back to the ground. With a brooding gaze, Doflamingo turned towards Afu, never expecting that this middle-aged man in a butler's attire was, in fact, a formidable swordsman. "Today, I concede. I shall remember this debt," he declared, unwilling to yield his pride, even in defeat. As Doflamingo prepared to depart with his injured subordinates, Leo called out to him. "Wait, Doflamingo, are you still intent on eliminating us?" Doflamingo emanated an icy aura, as if he could strike at any moment. "Of course not," Leo replied with a measured tone. "I merely wish to extend a greeting." He refrained from provoking Doflamingo's sensitive nerves, as he had no desire to engage in a life-or-death struggle at that moment. A white card flew through the air, which Doflamingo casually caught and glanced at. Rescue team of flowing life? Leo? We are all merely individuals making a living at sea. Perhaps we may have opportunities for collaboration in the future. Farewell, Don Quixote family. Doflamingo smirked as he pocketed the business card, muttering, I shall remember you, boy. After intersecting paths with 3 warlords of the sea, Leo no longer entertained thoughts of returning early. He pondered that only Shanks, who often lingered in taverns, remained unencountered, and thus invited Afyu to join him for a drink. Afyu, let us head to the tavern. I have someone I wish to meet. I won't indulge in your folly. Take care of yourself. Humph, stingy. I shall go on my own. Do remember to bring back some snacks to accompany the drinks. Before long, Leo sauntered into the tavern where he first encountered Shanks. The atmosphere within the establishment remained as lively as ever. As Leo stepped through the door, he immediately spotted his target, though he was pleasantly surprised to discover that the distinctive red nose accompanying Shanks was indeed quite unique. Leo did not recklessly approach. Instead, he took a seat at the bar, casually ordered a glass of juice, and sipped it while listening to the patrons engage in casual conversation. After listening for quite some time, Leo realized that the crowd was engrossed in a discussion about the fall of a meteor. It dawned on him that this was in reference to the soaring strike executed by Afyu during his recent battle with Doflamingo, which had been mistakenly interpreted as a meteor. At that moment, a drunken patron abruptly stood up and shouted, "The meteor fell just before Roger's execution. It seems even the gods could not tolerate the Pirate King." This notion garnered considerable support, as many inebriated patrons chimed in, asserting, indeed, such scoundrels as the Pirate King deserve death. Let us toast to the Navy. Just as the crowd raised their glasses for a hearty drink, a rosy-cheeked youth stood atop a table, brandishing a dagger and bellowing, "You scoundrels, what nonsense are you spouting? You cowards have no right to speak of the Pirate King." The speaker was none other than Buggy, whose fervor nearly led him to slip up in his speech. His words ignited a fervent debate within the tavern, resulting in a verbal clash reminiscent of a battle of wits. Though it was somewhat jarring that both sides displayed a notable lack of refinement, with frequent references to each other's female relatives. As Buggy's ire intensified, his face turned as crimson as his nose. "You red-nosed fool, take back what you said and apologize, or you'll be leaving here on a stretcher." After enduring Buggy's tirade, the patrons grew incensed, many brandishing bottles in preparation to teach Buggy a lesson. "You bastard, who are you calling a red-nose?" Buggy retorted defiantly, undeterred by the numerical superiority of his adversaries. However, just as a brawl seemed imminent, someone hurled a bottle that struck the leader of the patrons squarely. Crack! Who the hell ambushed me? In an instant, all eyes turned to Leo, who casually flicked his wrist and drew a porcupine gun, pointing it at the crowd. "Get lost." The dark muzzle of the gun doused the fervent patron's enthusiasm, plunging the once boisterous tavern into an eerie silence. Yet, even in this tense moment, there remained those too proud to back down. "Do you dare to draw your gun? Are you a crewmate of the Pirate King? Come here to rescue him?" Bang! The man's words were cut short as a bullet grazed his feet. At this, the remaining patrons, now stripped of their bravado, screamed and hastily fled the scene. Surveying the now deserted tavern, Leo blew on the muzzle of his gun, then cheerfully approached Shanks and Buggy, holding 3 bottles of rum. "Come on, brothers. We shall not return until we are thoroughly inebriated." Shanks' initial skepticism dissipated, replaced by a broad smile of camaraderie. "Thanks, brother. You not only help us in a brawl, but also treat us to drinks. Truly, you are a generous soul. But tell me, have you reached adulthood yet?" Leo cast a disdainful glance at Shanks and declared, "You are not yet of age either. I am Leo, a navigator. Come on, let us not show any fear." With that, Leo boldly plopped himself down before the two. Shanks erupted into laughter and was the first to seize the bottle. Taking a hearty swig before pointing at Buggy and saying, "I am Shanks, and this fellow here is Buggy. Isn't your guardian against you drinking?" Leo took a sip and then gestured with his finger, saying, "Stop pretending. Do we look like obedient children? Stepping into the ocean makes one a warrior. And warriors come in all sizes. So who cares about the words of adults?" A single remark from Leo significantly enhanced Shanks and Buggy's fondness for him. It is often said that the camaraderie among boys is forged through shared mischief. Thus, the trio of children, all just over 10 years of age, found themselves in a tavern, exchanging toasts and reveling in each other's company, creating an atmosphere of delightful camaraderie. Their revelry continued until the stroke of midnight, and Leo found it amusing that Shanks and Buggy, their faces flushed from the drink, appeared akin to two ripe tomatoes, especially with their signature red hair and noses. Ah, Leo, you truly are a remarkable fellow. Who would have thought you were in the business of rescuing people from the sea? Quite impressive. Should the day come when you find yourself in a bind, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Leo chuckled as he responded to Shanks, then pointed at Buggy and exclaimed, Buggy, are you keeping whales in that bottle? Finish it up. Buggy, lacking both a strong tolerance for alcohol and a refined demeanor, was the slowest drinker among the trio, clearly not the epitome of sophistication. Despite not having finished his drink, Buggy was the first to recline. Leo and Shanks exchanged a knowing glance, deciding to preserve his dignity. One of them seized Buggy's hands from behind, while the other inserted the bottle into his mouth, commencing a rather forceful imbibing. In his dazed state, Buggy was startled as a foreign object was thrust into his mouth, followed by a steady influx of liquid that jolted him halfway back to sobriety. Just as he attempted to resist, he realized his hands were restrained, leaving him wide-eyed and whimpering. The rum rapidly diminished, visibly depleting. Alas, Buggy met his demise. Yet, the two culprits felt no remorse, rather. They were amused by Buggy's comical plight, erupting into laughter. Ha ha ha. A man of the sea must drink and feast heartily. Cry if you wish. Laugh if you desire. That is true freedom. Leo, you truly have a knack for this. I believe you are destined to be a pirate. Would you consider joining my crew? A free spirit like you is ill-suited for a mundane life. You scoundrel, don't read me so easily. Time had slipped past midnight, and the street lights began to fade, leaving only the tavern filled with laughter. AFO leaned against the doorway, smiling as he observed the inebriated youths, eventually remarking, Youth is truly splendid. Noticing that Leo was nearing his limit, AFO approached the table, hoisted his captain onto his back, and nodded farewell to Shanks. Shanks drained the last of his drink and called out to Leo's retreating figure, Hey, Leo, are you really not considering sailing with me? This question jolted Leo, who had already begun to doze. As he turned to make a face at Shanks, not a chance. Even without being a pirate, I shall roam the seas freely, and I will ensure my name resonates across the ocean. Shanks paused, contemplating the notion of a name echoing across the sea. What a splendid idea. Wait a moment. Shanks called out to Leo once more. What is it now? Leo asked. Shanks lowered his straw hat, appearing somewhat hesitant. Could you please ask that girl to stop following me? I fear Buggy might misunderstand. Fear that Buggy might misunderstand? Leo felt a chill coursing down his spine, culminating in a sudden tension. So, it turns out, you share that kind of relationship. Ugh. It is the day of reckoning for the Pirate King. Today, the town of Rogue is abuzz with an extraordinary fervor as the crowd slowly converges upon the central square, where a grand platform has been erected. Here, the King of Pirates is destined to meet his demise, and everyone is eager to catch a glimpse of Roger, who seems not to be a heinous criminal, but rather the most exalted idol of this era. The 5 companions of Rio had long awaited in a corner of the square. Rio, why are there so many people gathered to see the Pirate King? Gloria, witnessing such a crowd for the first time, was curious as to why a pirate captivated so many souls. Unlike others, Gloria had spent all her time on Doll Island before setting sail. So the Pirate King was merely a symbol to her, a figure who heralded the dawn of an era. Rio, stroking Gloria's head, reflected on this sentiment. Suddenly, a throng of Navy soldiers surged into the square, parting the crowd to create a path. The executioner, brandishing a long sword, ascended the platform first. At that moment, the square fell into a profound silence. All eyes followed the imposing figure. Roger, escorted by several soldiers, stepped slowly into the square. His somewhat tattered captain's coat now appeared regal and magnificent, exuding an air of authority, as if a king were reviewing his subjects. As he walked, he turned his head towards the crowd, a smile gracing his face. In that fleeting moment, Rio felt as though his gaze locked with Roger's, and time itself seemed to halt. Was this the aura possessed only by a conqueror of the seas? With unwavering composure, Roger strode towards the platform, each step taken with remarkable steadiness until he reached the pinnacle. At that moment, he became the focal point of the gathering. Every pair of eyes was riveted upon him. And to the astonishment of all, this great king sat cross-legged upon the stage. How desolate this scene appeared. Come, let us get this over with, Roger said to the executioner with an air of nonchalance, as if issuing a command to his subordinates. The executioner, drenched in sweat from fear, finally awaited the signal to proceed. The 2 men eagerly raised their swords, crossing them before Roger, the tips poised at his chest. At this juncture, Rio felt a tension surpassing that of the executioner, What was to follow would be the most significant proclamation of this king's life. "Hey, Pirate King, where have you hidden the treasures you found? Is it in the Grand Line? You must have obtained it. Haven to you? That legendary great treasure. The one and only great treasure. One Piece." The first to utter these words was undoubtedly a valiant soul, yet it was a query that all yearned to know. At that instant, the square was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. "Ha ha, you want my treasure? Come and claim it if you dare. Go seek it out. I've placed everything in this world there." Before Roger could finish his statement, the executioner, in a panic, plunged the long sword into his heart. The square seemed to be paused, as if time itself had ceased in that moment, only to erupt in a deafening roar of cheers. In that instant, those who received the answer went wild, and a voice echoed within the hearts of the crowd, urging them to set sail and find it. Yet, Leo was one of the few untouched by this statement, his gaze fixed intently on Roger. "My comrades, today I implore you to indulge my whim." Upon hearing this, Alf, Charles, Will, and Gloria exchanged astonished glances with their captain. Leo declared with unwavering conviction, "The King of the Sea has made a proclamation. He deserves a response." Suddenly, a formidable aura swept across the entire plaza, and strands of black lightning manifested out of thin air. Those who had been fervently celebrating moments ago collapsed to the ground like harvested wheat, with only the most powerful individuals remaining upright. In the distant tower, Sengoku furrowed his brow and inquired, "Who is that young man?" Standing beside him, Garp wore a look of admiration. "Whoever he may be, he will undoubtedly have a place on the seas in the future. Ha ha ha, it seems that the waters will not be lacking in excitement. Garp, you still have the leisure to laugh. Hurry and capture that individual for me. Anyone bold enough to create a ruckus at the Pirate King's execution site must be connected to Roger." Meanwhile, in the central plaza, the few who remained standing began to take action. "Fufufu, such courage. Leo, let me join you in this madness today." Another wave of conquerors' hockey surged forth, instantly claiming half of the plaza, challenging Leo's presence. Those without the strength of conquerors' hockey struggled under the oppressive might of the two. Shanks covered his head, gazing painfully at Leo and Doflamingo. "I will not yield to either of you." His unyielding spirit compelled Shanks to stand tall once more, as a powerful aura gradually began to form around him. Though still somewhat immature, a king is a king, and he would not allow others to encroach upon his domain. Under such immense pressure, Shanks awakened his